In the wake of Uvalde, a Supreme Court decision has gun rights supporters celebrating a ruling that spans from coast to coast.
Compelling testimony from members of the Justice Department who say they were implored by then-President Trump to help him overturn the 2020 election against Joe Biden, including requests for preemptive presidential pardons for some Republican members of Congress.
The Juul crackdown, the FDA snuffs out the popular e-cigs, ordering them pulled from all U.S. markets.
And who scored the top picks at this year's NBA draft? A busy Friday ahead. Early today starts right now. Thank you for ending your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Congress is wasting no time passing new federal gun laws. And while many Americans were likely sleeping, the Senate passed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. 15 Republicans joined Democrats to support the most significant gun bill in 3 decades. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from Washington, D.C. Chris, good morning. Some are calling this bill historic, but others say it doesn't go far enough.
Yeah, Philip, good morning. This bill does not ban any weapons. It doesn't raise the age at which somebody can buy a rifle like an AR-15. But what it does do is it offers grants to encourage states to enact red flag laws. It closes the boyfriend loophole in domestic violence cases and provides more funds for mental health and school security. Senators from both parties started working on the legislation together after the Uvalde tragedy, which took place 1 month ago today. The negotiations were led by Republican John Cornyn and Democrat Chris Murphy.
Those who say we need to infringe on the rights of law-abiding citizens under the Constitution in order to make good policy are offering a false choice.
This bill also has the chance to prove to a weary American public that democracy is not so broken that it is unable to rise to the moment when the need for action, like right now, in the wake of Uvalde and Buffalo, is most acute.
Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn voted no, arguing the bill infringes on constitutional rights. And Montana's Steve Daines says the focus should be on school safety. President Biden overnight said kids in schools will be safer because of this bill, and he urged the House to vote on it promptly. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has said the Rules Committee will take up the bill first thing this morning, and then it will go to the floor for a vote. It is expected to pass in the House, and then it will be off to the president's desk for him to sign shortly thereafter. Philip?
All right. Chris Pallone starting us off this morning. Chris, thank you.
And as new gun safety legislation makes its way through Capitol Hill, the Supreme Court is making history, ruling in favor of the Second Amendment. By a vote of 6-3, the High Court striking down a New York law requiring people to show a special need beyond self-defense to obtain a permit for carrying a concealed gun in public.
Justice Clarence Thomas, writing for the majority, said that local governments can still ban guns from sensitive places, but that doesn't simply mean anywhere the public congregates. In dissent, the court's 3 liberal judges cited 9 recent mass shootings, including at the Uvalde, Texas elementary school and the Buffalo supermarket.
Many are speaking out against the decision, including New York's governor and New York City's mayor. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
With gun violence surging across the country, some city leaders are blasting the Supreme Court's decision.
We cannot allow New York to become the Wild Wild West. That is unacceptable.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says local officials are weighing their legal options. The NYPD has recovered more than 3,000 guns so far this year, and gun arrests have hit a 28-year high.
The decision ignores this shocking crisis of gun violence every day, engulfing not only New York, but engulfing our entire country.
In a state still reeling from last month's Buffalo mass shooting that left 10 people dead, a defiant Governor Kathy Hochul is considering calling a special session of the legislature to come up with new regulations.
We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment.
But the president of the organization that brought the lawsuit welcomed the ruling, which he says protects the Second Amendment.
The time has come for this. The judges decided, and they're going to have to live with it.
Other states with similar laws to New York's are now scrambling to defend them.
What works in a rural state like Wyoming doesn't necessarily work in the densest state in America, like New Jersey.
Do you expect more legal challenges to the laws in New Jersey as a result of this ruling?
Yes, I think the Supreme Court invited open season on challenges to gun laws.
Thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report.
An explosive January 6th hearing revealing just how far former President Trump was willing to go to stay in office. The focus in the fifth hearing on how Mr. Trump tried to strong-arm his own Justice Department to overturn the 2020 election. NBC's Garrett Hake has more.
The January 6th committee laying out their case that former President Trump attempted to force the Department of Justice to help him overturn the 2020 election, pressuring senior officials to make claims of widespread fraud that did not exist.
President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen.
A quote supported by a witness's handwritten notes. Mr. Trump weighed replacing the acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen with a lower-level official, an environmental lawyer named Jeff Clark, who had drafted a letter to key states, falsely claiming the DOJ had found significant fraud there.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good, congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
I made the point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the Attorney General. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill?
I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, as the guy said at a certain point, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E. And based on your answers tonight, I'm not even certain you know that.
DOJ leadership threatened to resign en masse.
The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Fifth, and executive privilege.
Clark repeatedly invoked his Fifth Amendment rights when questioned by the committee.
Fifth.
Federal agents searching Clark's Virginia home on Wednesday, seizing his electronics. Committee evidence showing Clark was recommended to the president by Pennsylvania Republican Scott Perry, who was among several members of Congress who testimony showed later asked for presidential pardons.
Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly? Yes, he did.
Perry had previously called claims he asked for a pardon a, quote, soulless lie. Top DOJ officials debunking conspiracy theories pushed by the president and his aides, including a YouTube video suggesting Italian satellites were used to switch Trump votes to Biden, flagged by Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I emailed the acting Attorney General and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
While Trump allies dismissed the committee's work as a Democratic distraction.
It's a political committee, and the one thing I do know, and the American public knows, gas has gone up $1.86 a gallon since the day Nancy Pelosi announced that committee.
The committee hearings now go on hiatus for about 2 weeks. One missing piece, White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who the committee says they've had informal conversations with, but very much want to talk to on the record, preferably before they resume.
All right, our thanks to Garrett.
In Washington, oil CEOs met with top Biden administration officials amid the president's attempts to blame oil and gas companies for high gas prices. Speaking to top executives from companies including BP, Shell, and Phillips 66, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm repeated President Biden's call for increased production and lower profits amid record high gas prices this month. Mr. Biden has also pinned a lot of the blame on Russian President Vladimir Putin and his invasion of Ukraine.
Juul is saying bye to store shelves after the FDA ordered the company to pull its products from U.S. markets. Under the order, the company must stop selling and distributing its e-cigarette devices along with all 4 types of Juul pods. The order cites insufficient and conflicting data about Juul products' toxicity and potentially harmful chemicals leading from e-liquid pods. In a statement, Juul said, in part, we respectfully disagree with the FDA's findings and decision. The order does not prevent consumers from possessing or using Juul products.
It was a magical night at the NBA draft for one of basketball's brightest young stars.
With the first pick in the 2022 NBA draft, the Orlando Magic select Paolo Banchero from Duke University.
Paolo Banchero goes first overall to Orlando. He became the fourth Duke player ever taken with the top pick in the draft. Gonzaga big man Chet Holmgren went to Oklahoma City with the second pick, and the Rockets selected Auburn's Jabari Smith Jr. at number 3. Pac-12 Player of the Year Benedict Mathurin was taken just outside the top 5 by the Pacers, and Baylor's Jeremy Sohan goes from Waco to San Antonio, drafted by the Spurs at 9.
The Horns have hooked the most closely watched recruit in college football. Arch Manning will rock the burnt orange. The 5-star quarterback announced on Twitter he's committing to the University of Texas. The nephew of Eli and Peyton Manning is the top recruit in the class of 2023. We'll have to see if he follows in his family's footsteps when he is draft eligible in 2026.
All right, more heat alerts as we head into the first Friday and the weekend of summer. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has been very busy this week. Happy Friday, Michelle.
Happy Friday, guys. And yeah, we're continuing to watch that heat in the south, stretching from Texas all the way to Georgia and also Florida. We even have heat alerts in Northern California, Washington, and also Oregon, portions of those states. So 33 million Americans under a heat alert as we go through Monday. So this is going to last a few days. And we're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s, even into the 100s in many spots once again. So that southern scorcher continues, 97 in Little Rock. It's going to feel like 102 once you factor in that humidity, feeling like 110 in New Orleans, 109 is what it's going to feel like in Tallahassee. And then by Saturday, we're looking at temperatures into the 100s in so many spots, feeling like 107 in Shreveport. It's going to feel like 106 in Mobile. Now we get a little bit of relief, still warm as we go throughout the rest of the weekend into early next week. But notice Little Rock from 97 down to 88 degrees on Monday and 87 on Tuesday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, warm and dry in the Northeast. We're looking at some sunshine, temperatures in the 80s, 84 in D.C., 84 in Pittsburgh. But it's down to the south where we're still sizzling with temperatures in the upper 90s, 100s too. You factor in humidity, feels warmer than that. All right, guys, we'll talk more about the heat, also monsoon flooding, and we're going to look ahead towards that weekend in just a bit.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. See you in a bit. Early today is Back in a Minute with the first royal portrait of Prince William and Kate Middleton.
And the dire warning for gay men amid one of the worst outbreaks of meningitis in U.S. history.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There is some positive news related to youth suicide rates and the LGBTQ+ community. According to a new study published by the American Psychological Association, youth suicide attempts dropped for students of all sexual orientations by 1.2% in states that enacted hate crime laws protecting LGBTQ+ people. It also found that teen suicide attempts dipped by an average of 16% compared to rates before those laws. Researchers looked at survey responses from more than 697,000 high school students between 1991 and 2018.
The Centers for Disease Control is urging gay and bisexual men in Florida to get the meningitis vaccine after at least 24 people were infected and 7 died. Meningitis is caused by a bacteria and when the linings of the brain and spinal cord become infected. Health officials are calling it one of the worst outbreaks of meningitis in U.S. history among queer men. The CDC is also recommending gay and bisexual males traveling to Florida speak with their health care provider about getting vaccinated.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband has been charged with driving under the influence in California. The charge stems from a crash he had in May in Napa County. Paul was driving a Porsche and collided with a Jeep. According to the criminal complaint, the vehicle sustained major damage and his alcohol level was .082. The district attorney filed misdemeanor charges, which includes up to 5 years probation and a minimum of 5 days in jail. He will be arraigned next month.
Kate Middleton and Prince William unveiled their first joint portrait. The painted artwork was showcased in Cambridge at the Fitzwilliam Museum Thursday. In the portrait, the Duchess can be seen wearing a metallic emerald dress and heels, and the Duke in a dark suit and blue tie. The piece will stay on exhibit to the public for 3 years.
Next on Early Today, we have the funny new video from Lil Nas X to kick off your Feel Good Friday.
And R is for rainbow. Sesame Street shows its pride.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I just put like 3 up in the top 10. I don't need nobody. I just need these CCs on my body. Everything I do, bitch, right or wrong, gon' make a profit. Read about it. I don't even gotta sing about it. I would go with the money that you dream about.
Okay, it's New Music Friday, and that was the latest single by Lil Nas X called Late to the Party. It features rapper NBA Youngboy. The song and video dropped overnight, and it also doubles as a diss track to BET Network after the Grammy-winning rapper got 0 nominations for the 2022 BET Awards. It goes so far, which we can't show you because we are morning show friendly. When it comes to the artwork of this single, it shows a BET award in a toilet. Let's just say this: the toilet had not been flushed. So,
I got it.
Very clear diss.
I appreciate the explanation because the whole time I was wondering what that was.
Yeah.
All right, something that's very different side of the spectrum here, in a way. Children's show Sesame Street, they are giving a history lesson about LGBTQ plus community in a very different way than Lil Nas X. It's all in honor of Pride Month. In a tweet, the show wrote, R is for rainbow. Rainbow flags have been waving in honor of the LGBTQ plus community since 1978, and these symbols, they continue to evolve and take new forms, like the 2018 Progress Pride flag by Daniel Quasar. Together, let's learn what each of these colors represent. And the tweet also was accompanied by the photos explaining the meaning of each of those colors in the Pride Progress flag, and leave it up to Sesame Street to show us the way.
Yeah, and schooling kids and adults too when it comes to this as well.
For decades and decades.
Up next, Michelle's got your weekend forecast.
And ahead, Paris Fashion Week gets some HBCU flair on the runway.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
New this morning, a Vermont man attacked state troopers with an excavator in an attempt to stop them from arresting his son, and that wild incident caught on camera. According to police, officers arrived at a home to take 24-year-old Brandon Tallman into custody. His father, 52-year-old Wayne Tallman, then began operating the machine. You can see it nearly hit the police vehicle, just missing the troopers. Both father and son face multiple charges.
All right, let's get a check on your weekend weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hello again, Michelle.
Hello there, and we are looking at that heat continuing in the south today, so record-breaking heat once again. Also looking at some showers and storms in the northern plains, the upper Midwest as well. And then as we go throughout Saturday, a summer sizzle in the south, toasty too in the Pacific Northwest. We'll see temperatures climbing to the 90s. A few showers in the upper Midwest, and those showers are going to move off to the Ohio Valley by Sunday. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Coming up, marking 1 year since the devastating Surfside building collapse.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Florida A&M University's Marching 100 band performed in Paris on Thursday at Louis Vuitton's men's Spring-Summer 2023 fashion show. It took place inside the Louvre on a yellow brick road installation. The band is known as the most imitated marching band in America and performed an ode to the late Virgil Abloh with rapper Kendrick Lamar.
The fate of abortion rights is hanging on by a thread. Supreme Court justices are expected to hand down more opinions today. The most anticipated is whether they will undo 50 years of a woman's right to an abortion by overturning Roe. If this happens, trigger laws in these 13 states in red will severely limit abortion access overnight. It could also mean that states in green, which protect abortion access, could see an influx of women crossing state lines for care.
One Colorado doctor who performs abortions later in pregnancy is already seeing the impact of more restrictive laws in states like Texas and Oklahoma. He says his office has seen a 100% increase in out-of-state patients within the last year.
Today marks 1 year since the Florida Surfside condominium collapse. 98 people died after a 12-story beachfront building fell down in the middle of the night in a Miami suburb. The memorial service was held earlier this morning at 1:22 a.m. Eastern, marking the exact time of the collapse. On Thursday, a Miami-Dade judge approved a $1.2 billion settlement for families and survivors. Surfside is one of the deadliest building failures in American history.
Another round of layoffs has hit Netflix. A Netflix spokesperson tells NBC News that the streaming giant is letting go of around 300 employees. The layoffs follow reductions made in May when 150 staffers were let go. Meanwhile, speaking at the Cannes Lions Festival, the company's co-CEO confirmed that the platform would be introducing commercials on a lower price subscription tier. Sources tell CNBC that the company has met with potential marketing partners, including Comcast, NBC Universal, and Google.
All right, we leave you with this shot of the day. One more look at Trumpet to send you off on a high note. Remember Trumpet? We told you about it. The Bloodhound was the first in his breed to win Best in Show at the Westminster Dog Show. Wow. Trumpet spent yesterday basking in the glow of his victory, even taking a trip to the Empire State Building. So congrats to Trumpet. And you're wondering, like, Westminster, isn't that usually during the winter months?
Yeah.
But during COVID, all the postponing that had to be done, so it was rescheduled. So we're having it now, start of summer.
And congrats to Trumpet. He looks thrilled. Him and those floppy ears.
Thanks for kicking off your Friday with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great weekend.
Next up, the House of Representatives. Overnight, the Senate passed the most sweeping gun bill in decades. House Speaker Pelosi vows to expedite the legislation to get to the president's desk ASAP.
As Congress moves on gun reform in the wake of Uvalde, a Supreme Court decision has gun rights supporters celebrating a ruling that spans from coast to coast.
Compelling testimony from members of the Justice Department who say they were implored by then-President Trump to help him overturn the 2020 election against Joe Biden, including requests for preemptive presidential pardons for some Republican members of Congress.
The Juul crackdown, the FDA snuffs out the popular e-cigs, ordering them pulled from all U.S. markets.
And who scored the top picks at this year's NBA draft? A busy Friday ahead. Early Today starts right now. Thank you for ending your week with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Congress is wasting no time passing new federal gun laws. And while many Americans were likely sleeping, the Senate passed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. 15 Republicans joined Democrats to support the most significant gun bill in 3 decades. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from Washington, D.C. Chris, good morning. Some are calling this bill historic, but others say it doesn't go far enough.
Yeah, Philip, good morning. This bill does not ban any weapons. It doesn't raise the age at which somebody can buy a rifle like an AR-15. But what it does do is it offers grants to encourage states to enact red flag laws. It closes the boyfriend loophole in domestic violence cases and provides more funds for mental health and school security. Senators from both parties started working on the legislation together after the Uvalde tragedy, which took place 1 month ago today. The negotiations were led by Republican John Cornyn and Democrat Chris Murphy.
Those who say we need to infringe on the rights of law-abiding citizens under the Constitution in order to make good policy are offering a false choice.
This bill also has the chance to prove to a weary American public that democracy is not so broken that it is unable to rise to the moment when the need for action, like right now, in the wake of Uvalde and Buffalo, is most acute.
Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn voted no, arguing the bill infringes on constitutional rights. And Montana's Steve Daines says the focus should be on school safety. President Biden overnight said kids in schools will be safer because of this bill, and he urged the House to vote on it promptly. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has said the Rules Committee will take up the bill first thing this morning, and then it will go to the floor for a vote. It is expected to pass in the House, and then it will be off to the president's desk for him to sign shortly thereafter. Philip?
All right. Chris Pallone starting us off this morning. Chris, thank you.
And as new gun safety legislation makes its way through Capitol Hill, the Supreme Court is making history, ruling in favor of the Second Amendment. By a vote of 6-3, the High Court striking down a New York law requiring people to show a special need beyond self-defense to obtain a permit for carrying a concealed gun in public.
Justice Clarence Thomas, writing for the majority, said that local governments can still ban guns from sensitive places, but that doesn't simply mean anywhere the public congregates. In dissent, the court's 3 liberal judges cited 9 recent mass shootings, including at the Uvalde, Texas elementary school and the Buffalo supermarket.
Many are speaking out against the decision, including New York's governor and New York City's mayor. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
With gun violence surging across the country, some city leaders are blasting the Supreme Court's decision.
We cannot allow New York to become the Wild Wild West. That is unacceptable.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says local officials are weighing their legal options. The NYPD has recovered more than 3,000 guns so far this year, and gun arrests have hit a 28-year high.
The decision ignores this shocking crisis of gun violence every day, engulfing not only New York, but engulfing our entire country.
In a state still reeling from last month's Buffalo mass shooting that left 10 people dead, a defiant Governor Kathy Hochul is considering calling a special session of the legislature to come up with new regulations.
We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment.
But the president of the organization that brought the lawsuit welcomed the ruling, which he says protects the Second Amendment.
The time has come for this. The judges decided, and they're going to have to live with it.
Other states with similar laws to New York's are now scrambling to defend them.
What works in a rural state like Wyoming doesn't necessarily work in the densest state in America, like New Jersey.
Do you expect more legal challenges to the laws in New Jersey as a result of this ruling?
Yes, I think the Supreme Court invited open season on challenges to gun laws.
Thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report.
An explosive January 6th hearing revealing just how far former President Trump was willing to go to stay in office. The focus in the fifth hearing on how Mr. Trump tried to strong-arm his own Justice Department to overturn the 2020 election. NBC's Garrett Hake has more.
The January 6th committee laying out their case that former President Trump attempted to force the Department of Justice to help him overturn the 2020 election, pressuring senior officials to make claims of widespread fraud that did not exist.
President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen.
A quote supported by a witness's handwritten notes. Mr. Trump weighed replacing the acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen with a lower-level official, an environmental lawyer named Jeff Clark, who had drafted a letter to key states, falsely claiming the DOJ had found significant fraud there.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
I made the point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the Attorney General. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill?
I thought Clark's proposal was nuts. I mean, as the guy said at a certain point, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E. And based on your answers tonight, I'm not even certain you know that.
DOJ leadership threatened to resign en masse.
The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Fifth, and executive privilege.
Clark repeatedly invoked his Fifth Amendment rights when questioned by the committee.
Fifth.
Federal agents searching Clark's Virginia home on Wednesday, seizing his electronics. Committee evidence showing Clark was recommended to the president by Pennsylvania Republican Scott Perry, who was among several members of Congress who testimony showed later asked for presidential pardons.
Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly? Yes, he did.
Perry had previously called claims he asked for a pardon a, quote, soulless lie. Top DOJ officials debunking conspiracy theories pushed by the president and his aides, including a YouTube video suggesting Italian satellites were used to switch Trump votes to Biden, flagged by Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I emailed the acting Attorney General and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
While Trump allies dismissed the committee's work as a Democratic distraction.
It's a political committee, and the one thing I do know, and the American public knows, gas has gone up $1.86 a gallon since the day Nancy Pelosi announced that committee.
The committee hearings now go on hiatus for about 2 weeks. One missing piece, White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who the committee says they've had informal conversations with, but very much want to talk to on the record, preferably before they resume.
All right, our thanks to Garrett.
In Washington, oil CEOs met with top Biden administration officials amid the president's attempts to blame oil and gas companies for high gas prices. Speaking to top executives from companies including BP, Shell, and Phillips 66, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm repeated President Biden's call for increased production and lower profits amid record-high gas prices this month. Mr. Biden has also pinned a lot of the blame on Russian President Vladimir Putin and his invasion of Ukraine.
Juul is saying bye to store shelves after the FDA ordered the company to pull its products from U.S. markets. Under the order, the company must stop selling and distributing its e-cigarette devices along with all 4 types of Juul pods. The order cites insufficient and conflicting data about Juul products' toxicity and potentially harmful chemicals leading from e-liquid pods. In a statement, Juul said, in part, "We respectfully disagree with the FDA's findings and decision. The order does not prevent consumers from possessing or using Juul products."
It was a magical night at the NBA draft for one of basketball's brightest young stars.
With the first pick in the 2022 NBA draft, the Orlando Magic select Paolo Banchero from Duke University.
Paolo Banchero goes first overall to Orlando. He became the 4th Duke player ever taken with the top pick in the draft. Gonzaga big man Chet Holmgren went to Oklahoma City with the 2nd pick, and the Rockets selected Auburn's Jabari Smith Jr. at number 3. Pac-12 Player of the Year Benedict Mathurin was taken just outside the top 5 by the Pacers, and Baylor's Jeremy Sohan goes from Waco to San Antonio, drafted by the Spurs at 9.
The Horns have hooked the most closely watched recruit in college football. Arch Manning will rock the burnt orange. The 5-star quarterback announced on Twitter he's committing to the University of Texas. The nephew of Eli and Peyton Manning is the top recruit in the class of 2023. We'll have to see if he follows in his family's footsteps when he is draft eligible in 2026.
All right, more heat alerts as we head into the first Friday and the weekend of summer. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has been very busy this week. Happy Friday, Michelle.
Happy Friday, guys. And yeah, we're continuing to watch that heat in the south, stretching from Texas all the way to Georgia and also Florida. We even have heat alerts in Northern California, Washington, and also Oregon, portions of those states. So 33 million Americans under a heat alert as we go through Monday. So this is going to last a few days. And we're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s, even into the 100s in many spots once again. So that southern scorcher continues, 97 in Little Rock. It's going to feel like 102 once you factor in that humidity, feeling like 110 in New Orleans, 109 is what it's going to feel like in Tallahassee. And then by Saturday, we're looking at temperatures into the 100s in so many spots, feeling like 107 in Shreveport. It's going to feel like 106 in Mobile. Now we get a little bit of relief, still warm as we go throughout the rest of the weekend into early next week. But notice Little Rock from 97 down to 88 degrees on Monday and 87 on Tuesday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, warm and dry in the Northeast. We're looking at some sunshine, temperatures in the 80s, 84 in D.C., 84 in Pittsburgh. But it's down to the south where we're still sizzling with temperatures in the upper 90s, 100s too. You factor in humidity, feels warmer than that. All right, guys, we'll talk more about the heat, also monsoon flooding, and we're going to look ahead towards that weekend in just a bit.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. See you in a bit. Early today is Back in a Minute with the first royal portrait of Prince William and Kate Middleton.
And the dire warning for gay men amid one of the worst outbreaks of meningitis in U.S. history.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
we're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There is some positive news related to youth suicide rates and the LGBTQ+ community. According to a new study published by the American Psychological Association, youth suicide attempts dropped for students of all sexual orientations by 1.2% in states that enacted hate crime laws protecting LGBTQ+ people. It also found that teen suicide attempts dipped by an average of 16% compared to rates before those laws. Researchers looked at survey responses from more than 697,000 high school students between 1991 and 2018.
The Centers for Disease Control is urging gay and bisexual men in Florida to get the meningitis vaccine after at least 24 people were infected and 7 died. Meningitis is caused by a bacteria and when the linings of the brain and spinal cord become infected. Health officials are calling it one of the worst outbreaks of meningitis in U.S. history among queer men. The CDC is also recommending gay and bisexual males traveling to Florida speak with their health care provider about getting vaccinated.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband has been charged with driving under the influence in California. The charge stems from a crash he had in May in Napa County. Paul was driving a Porsche and collided with a Jeep. According to the criminal complaint, the vehicle sustained major damage and his alcohol level was .082. The district attorney filed misdemeanor charges, which includes up to 5 years probation and a minimum of 5 days in jail. He will be arraigned next month.
Kate Middleton and Prince William unveiled their first joint portrait. The painted artwork was showcased in Cambridge at the Fitzwilliam Museum Thursday. In the portrait, the Duchess can be seen wearing a metallic emerald dress and heels, and the Duke in a dark suit and blue tie. The piece will stay on exhibit to the public for 3 years.
Next on Early Today, we have the funny new video from Lil Nas X to kick off your Feel Good Friday.
And R is for Rainbow. Sesame Street shows its pride.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Up in the top 10, I don't need nobody. I just need these CCs on my body. Everything I do, bitch, right or wrong, gon' make a profit. Read about it. I don't even gotta sing about it. I would go with the money that you dream about.
Okay, it's New Music Friday, and that was the latest single by Lil Nas X called Late to the Party. It features rapper NBA Youngboy. The song and video dropped overnight, and it also doubles as a diss track to BET Network after the Grammy-winning rapper got 0 nominations for the 2022 BET Awards. It goes so far, which we can't show you because we are morning show friendly. When it comes to the artwork of this single, it shows a BET award in a toilet. Let's just say this: the toilet had not been flushed. So,
I got it.
Very clear diss.
I appreciate the explanation because the whole time I was wondering what that was.
Yeah.
All right, something that's very different side of the spectrum here, in a way. Children's show Sesame Street, they are giving a history lesson about LGBTQ plus community in a very different way than Lil Nas X. It's all in honor of Pride Month. In a tweet, the show wrote, R is for rainbow. Rainbow flags have been waving in honor of the LGBTQ plus community since 1978, and these symbols, they continue to evolve and take new forms, like the 2018 Progress Pride flag by Daniel Quasar. Together, let's learn what each of these colors represent. And the tweet also was accompanied by the photos explaining the meaning of each of those colors in the Pride Progress flag, and leave it up to Sesame Street to show us the way.
Yeah, and schooling kids and adults too when it comes to this as well.
For decades and decades.
Up next, Michelle's got your weekend forecast.
And ahead, Paris Fashion Week gets some HBCU flair on the runway.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
New this morning, a Vermont man attacked state troopers with an excavator in an attempt to stop them from arresting his son. And that wild incident caught on camera. According to police, officers arrived at a home to take 24-year-old Brandon Tallman into custody. His father, 52-year-old Wayne Tallman, then began operating the machine. You can see it nearly hit the police vehicle, just missing the troopers. Both father and son face multiple charges.
All right, let's get a check on your weekend weather with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hello again, Michelle.
Hello there, and we are looking at that heat continuing in the south today, so record-breaking heat once again. Also looking at some showers and storms in the northern plains, the upper Midwest as well. And then as we go throughout Saturday, a summer sizzle in the south, toasty too in the Pacific Northwest. We'll see temperatures climbing to the 90s. A few showers in the upper Midwest, and those showers are going to move off to the Ohio Valley by Sunday. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Coming up, marking 1 year since the devastating Surfside building collapse.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Florida A&M University's Marching 100 band performed in Paris on Thursday at Louis Vuitton's men's Spring-Summer 2023 fashion show. It took place inside the Louvre on a yellow brick road installation. The band is known as the most imitated marching band in America and performed an ode to the late Virgil Abloh with rapper Kendrick Lamar.
The fate of abortion rights is hanging on by a thread. Supreme Court justices are expected to hand down more opinions today. The most anticipated is whether they will undo 50 years of a woman's right to an abortion by overturning Roe. If this happens, trigger laws in these 13 states in red will severely limit abortion access overnight. It could also mean that states in green, which protect abortion access, could see an influx of women crossing state lines for care.
One Colorado doctor who performs abortions later in pregnancy is already seeing the impact of more restrictive laws in states like Texas and Oklahoma. He says his office has seen a 100% increase in out-of-state patients within the last year.
Today marks 1 year since the Florida Surfside condominium collapse. 98 people died after a 12-story beachfront building fell down in the middle of the night in a Miami suburb. The memorial service was held earlier this morning at 1:22 a.m. Eastern, marking the exact time of the collapse. On Thursday, a Miami-Dade judge approved a $1.2 billion settlement for families and survivors. Surfside is one of the deadliest building failures in American history.
Another round of layoffs has hit Netflix. A Netflix spokesperson tells NBC News that the streaming giant is letting go of around 300 employees. The layoffs follow reductions made in May when 150 staffers were let go. Meanwhile, speaking at the Cannes Lions Festival, the company's co-CEO confirmed that the platform would be introducing commercials on a lower price subscription tier. Sources tell CNBC that the company has met with potential marketing partners, including Comcast, NBC Universal, and Google.
All right, we leave you with this shot of the day. One more look at Trumpet to send you off on a high note. Remember Trumpet? We told you about it. The Bloodhound was the first in his breed to win Best in Show at the Westminster Dog Show. Wow. Trumpet spent yesterday basking in the glow of his victory, even taking a trip to the Empire State Building. So congrats to Trumpet. And you're wondering, like, Westminster, isn't that usually during the winter months?
Yeah.
But during COVID, all the postponing that had to be done, so it was rescheduled. So we're having it now. It's not the summer.
And congrats to Trumpet. He looks thrilled. Him and those floppy ears.
Thanks for kicking off your Friday with Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philomena. Have a great weekend.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Joe and Savannah today, and a lot to get to right now on Morning News Now. A breakthrough breaking overnight. The Senate has passed the most sweeping gun bill in decades. The bipartisan bill ending nearly 30 years of inaction after the latest wave of mass shootings across the country. We're digging into that law, who signed on to it, and the final hurdles left before it can head to the president's desk. Pressure and pardons. Dramatic testimony from the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill. New evidence from committee members saying Congress allegedly sought pardons in the wake of that Capitol attack. And the pressure campaign. Former Justice Department officials say they faced over former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election.
I said, good. Excuse me, sorry. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
From YouTube conspiracy theories to threats of mass resignations, we have a look at the key takeaways from Thursday's hearing and what comes next. Trouble on the tarmac. Millions of Americans ready to fly this summer could be headed to airport anarchy, with flights grounded and complaints against airlines sky high. The troubling headaches you could face for the July 4th holiday. And underwater rescue, a Team USA swimmer fainting and sinking to the bottom of a pool during a competition. Her coach jumping into action, diving in, and saving her life. Both women are speaking exclusively with NBC News about the remarkable rescue and their unbreakable bond. A lot to get to, and we begin this morning with that historic gun bill passed by the Senate. It's the first major federal gun legislation to advance through Congress in decades. It also received overwhelming bipartisan support. 15 Republicans broke party lines, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, and voted yes for the bill, which was championed by Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy last night.
This bill is a compromise. It doesn't do everything I want. But what we are doing will save thousands of lives without violating anyone's Second Amendment rights.
The sweeping legislation comes on the heels of several mass shootings across America, including the tragic killing of 21 people, including 19 students in Uvalde, Texas, and the murder of 10 people at a grocery store in Buffalo. These incidents spurred Congress to try to make significant changes to gun laws for the first time in years. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa now for more on this historic legislation. Ali, good morning. Let's first talk about the significance of the vote last night with this strong bipartisan support. It was a rare moment, both sides coming together on this.
Absolutely, Stephen. This was a huge act of bipartisanship on the Senate floor last night, and it's coming nearly 3 decades since the last really major step on gun reform. And it came last night, the night before we mark 1 month since that tragic mass shooting in Uvalde, which is really what got the ball rolling on this. We saw a group of senators just come together and say that this really was going to be different, that this time we couldn't afford to have no action on this. All of them coming together in these 4 weeks of negotiations to really what came to fruition last night. As you mentioned, 15 Republicans, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, voting with all Democrats to get this passed, really sparking some emotion on the Senate floor last night. There were some families of victims of gun violence that were in the Senate gallery, and lawmakers themselves getting emotional. Really, the weight of this moment not lost on lawmakers themselves, Stephen.
And LA Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy saying last night this bill was a compromise. Remind us of what's in this bill and how both parties were able to come together on this.
This definitely was a compromise because both sides of the aisle didn't get exactly what they wanted. Remember, Democrats were calling for an all-out ban of assault weapons, raising the minimum age to be able to purchase a gun. Republicans pushing for more money for school security. But the provisions in this bill, I'll list a few of them here, really do signal a historic deal. This bill would expand mental health services and school security. It strengthens background checks to include juvenile records for people under the age of 21 looking to buy a gun. Remember, both of the shooters in Buffalo and Uvalde were both 18 years old. It also incentivizes states to pass red flag laws to take away guns that courts from people that courts deem dangerous. And the last provision in this is that it closes the so-called boyfriend loophole. That was really the last sticking point that we heard of from senators negotiating this bill. Senators finally coming to an agreement on the definition of that, considering it serious dating partners who have been convicted of domestic abuse, saying they would no longer be able to purchase a gun, Stephen.
And Allie, now this goes to the House and a vote there likely sometime today. What sort of resistance could the bill face there before it finally makes its way to President Biden's desk?
Yeah, the House is wasting no time really considering this. We know the Rules Committee is looking over it right now, which sets up a time frame of roughly noon or 1 o'clock for a final vote. You know, we've heard from House GOP leadership really rallying Republicans around not voting for this bill. But the reality check here is that this bill could pass with just Democratic support alone if all Democrats in the House vote for it. And despite that, we also know roughly a dozen or so Republicans in the House have already come out and publicly said that they're going to support this bill. So this is really almost a done deal. Of course, nothing is finalized until it's sent to President Biden. President Biden issuing a statement yesterday when the Senate passed it, saying he is ready to take this bill on and sign it into law.
Of course, we'll be paying attention to what happens in the House today. Ali Rafa, thanks so much for that. Well, turning now this morning to day 5 of the January 6th hearings, the House committee investigating the Capitol attack presented evidence yesterday allegedly showing how former President Trump attempted to use the Justice Department to overturn his 2020 election loss. 3 top former justice officials, all appointed by Trump, described what they say was a pressure campaign from the White House to get the DOJ to investigate debunked election fraud conspiracy theories. The House panel also argued that Trump tried to install a loyalist who would go along with his scheme to lead the DOJ after several senior officials threatened to resign. Here are some of the biggest takeaways from day 5.
But Donald Trump didn't just want the Justice Department to investigate. He wanted the Justice Department to help legitimize his lies, to basically call the election corrupt, to appoint a special counsel to investigate alleged election fraud, to send a letter to 6 state legislatures urging them to consider altering the election results.
Had this letter been released on official Department of Justice letterhead, it would have falsely informed all Americans, including those who might be inclined to come to Washington on January 6th, that President Trump's election fraud allegations were likely very real.
No one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the result of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
So I said, Mr. President, you're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days, it's impossible, it's absurd, it's not going to happen, and it's going to fail. And for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis. And I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation, because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
We're here today because the facts were irrelevant to President Trump. It was about protecting his very real power and very fragile ego, even if it required recklessly undermining our entire electoral system by wildly casting baseless doubt upon it. In short, he was willing to sacrifice our republic to prolong his presidency. I can imagine no more dishonorable act by a president.
Well, for more on the January 6th hearing, let's bring in former U.S. prosecutor Barbara McQuaid. She's an NBC News legal contributor and professor at the University of Michigan Law School. Good morning, Barbara. Chairman Benny Thompson describing Trump's actions leading up to the insurrection as an attempted, quote, political coup. First off, your reaction to what you heard about Trump and the DOJ yesterday.
Well, it really was an incredibly dramatic showdown that we heard about yesterday at the Oval Office. And I think one thing that's most remarkable is Donald Trump didn't stop because he was convinced it was just the wrong thing to do. He didn't get a sudden moment of conscience. He only stopped because these Justice Department lawyers convinced him it would fail. And so one of the things we know from other hearings is he didn't just stop and stand down. He just pivoted to a different tactic. He turned his attention to Mike Pence. This is January 3rd. He continues all the way through January 6th in still trying to achieve the same ends, just through a different means. And so we came remarkably close to seeing perhaps 100 or more Justice Department and White House lawyers resign on January 3rd. Maybe it would have been better if they had, because that would have exposed the lie earlier, and we're only learning about it much later.
Yeah, that would have been something, those resignations. Well, one key piece of evidence the committee presented was a draft letter written in part by Jeffrey Clark saying falsely that the DOJ found evidence of widespread voter fraud. Clark allegedly wanted to send this to the Georgia legislature, but other DOJ officials refused to sign on. Here's what White House lawyer Eric Hirschman said yesterday about his reaction to that letter.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good. Excuse me, sorry, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
As a former prosecutor, what does that letter signal, if anything, to you?
Well, it shows that Jeffrey Clark was willing to assist Donald Trump in this effort to undermine our election. He was willing to put in there things he knew to be false. The other men on the Justice Department leadership had been telling Donald Trump, as Jeffrey Rosen said, just about daily, that they were investigating these claims and there was absolutely no merit to them. For him to write in a letter that there actually was merit to them, that they had found irregularities, and then suggesting that they convene their state legislatures for the purpose of selecting alternate electors is so far out of bounds of anything the Justice Department should be doing. And so they were right to force him to stop and to show his hand. But I'm proud of the fact that we had some strong leadership at the Justice Department. Imagine if we had it filled with a group of Jeff Clarks who had allowed us to go down that road. I think our Justice Department would look very different than it does today. And it may be that this coup would have succeeded.
And Barbara, we also heard about that dramatic meeting in the Oval Office on January 3rd between Trump and top justice officials who essentially said they'd resign if Jeffrey Clark was appointed as Attorney General. In your view, how does that alleged pressure campaign fit into the larger case the committee is making about Trump's responsibility for the Capitol attack?
Well, it is, I think it makes it stand in stark relief, because he knows that on January 3rd, more than 100 lawyers will be willing to resign as opposed to let him go through with this. And although he backs down on that particular strategy, on January 6th, he goes out and he repeats those same lies after they have debunked them completely in front of him. And yet he still makes those statements on the ellipse on January 6th, he still urges Mike Pence to throw out the electors in the House when he's counting the votes. And so I think it just adds to his criminal knowledge and criminal intent when he persists in this fraud, even after he is told it is absolutely false.
More drastic claims from that fifth day of hearings. Barbara McQuaid, thanks so much for your insight. Well, turning now to the Supreme Court and a landmark ruling on gun rights. The court struck down a New York state law that it said went too far in restricting who can get a permit to carry a gun in public. The governor and New York City's mayor say the ruling will only make a violent crime problem even worse. NBC News correspondent Pete Williams has the latest.
For the first time in American history, the Supreme Court ruled that when the Second Amendment says there's a right to keep and bear arms, that means a right to carry a handgun outside the home for self-defense. The court struck down a New York law that required showing a special need beyond a general desire for self-defense to get a permit for carrying a concealed gun in public. By a vote of 6-3, the court said no other constitutional right requires showing some special need to exercise it, and that's not how the Second Amendment works. Writing for the majority, Justice Clarence Thomas said local governments can still ban guns from sensitive places, but he said that doesn't simply mean anywhere the public congregates. And Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh said states can still impose licensing requirements, like background and mental health checks and firearms training.
The Supreme Court today said you can't require someone to justify why they want to conceal carry a gun, but it was leaving open where the state could restrict these guns and who could have them.
The decision will have an immediate impact on New York and 5 other states with similar restrictions, but in the ruling's most far-reaching language, it said a concern for public safety isn't enough to justify new gun controls. Justice Thomas said gun regulations must be, quote, consistent with this nation's historical tradition of firearms regulation.
I think this language is going to make it really difficult to justify gun laws going forward and will lead to courts striking down a wide variety of gun safety laws.
In dissent, the court's 3 liberals listed 9 recent mass shootings, including at the school in Uvalde, Texas, and the supermarket in Buffalo, New York. Justice Stephen Breyer said courts must consider the serious dangers and consequences of gun violence that lead states to regulate firearms.
Pete Williams with that report. And we're expecting more decisions from the court later this morning. There's still 9 cases left for the court to consider this term. So let's get to NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos for more on these 9 cases. Of course, Danny, the most anticipated here, the case on abortion. Of course, we got that leak back in May. It sparked nationwide protests. What can we expect how the leak will affect what the court ultimately says? And Chief Justice John Roberts, his opinion was not in that leak. How could this affect the case?
Yeah, first, we're all on tenterhooks here. Nobody in news can do anything until this Dobbs case comes out. We can't make plans. And to me, that's important because given the leak, I had thought that the Supreme Court had an incentive to release the opinion sooner rather than later, if for no other reason than the potential harm that could come to justices by somebody who might want to do them harm. And we already saw that with somebody arrested in Justice Kavanaugh's neighborhood. But yet they are dragging this out. That could mean that the draft is being revised, but I don't think so. In all likelihood, if it got to the point where Alito wrote even a draft opinion, that means the votes are in, that Alito was assigned the majority opinion, and that's where it's going to be. But, you know, at the same time, the votes in Planned Parenthood v. Casey actually switched around, and the justices moved their votes around to end up where they were with Casey. So it's possible that we may see something different. I just don't think it's particularly likely that it will vary much from the original leak, except maybe that it might be bolstered in some areas with additional case law.
And of course, the investigation into how that leak happened, that continues. But I also want to ask you about Biden v. Texas, the so-called Remain in Mexico law for asylum seekers to remain on the other side of the border while they wait for those hearings. What are your thoughts on that case? Walk us through it.
An interesting case because it raises the question, what do we do with asylum seekers, maybe hundreds of thousands of folks, what do we do with them while we're processing their applications for asylum? Can we release them into the United States? Do we keep them in detention facilities, which, by the way, I've been to, they're not particularly nice? Or do we make them stay in Canada or Mexico? And what is the government's power under the applicable law? And that was one of the questions Justice Roberts actually wondered about aloud is, well, look, this is the government's problem. It's not really our problem, the court's problem. You have to follow federal law. So it'll be interesting to see where the court comes down, because they could conclude either that federal law requires them to put people back in Mexico or Canada during the pendency of their application, or they could give the Biden administration a little more wiggle room and let them release them into the United States.
And that policy has been going on since 2019 now, so a lot of people waiting for that decision. Also wanted to ask you about West Virginia versus the EPA. This could affect carbon emissions, how the Biden administration hopes to curb that. What are you expecting from this case?
This is, again, not that different in principle from the one we just discussed, because it's really about what is the extent of the federal government's power under the law. Specifically, and this has been an issue for a justice like Gorsuch for a long time, to what degree does an administrative agency have the power to either make rules or do whatever it wants under the law? And that's something the court's going to look very closely at, whether an agency can exceed its power under federal law to do things and regulate outside the fence boundaries of a particular place, a power plant, or somewhere like that.
Of course, we're going to be waiting for all of those cases, the abortion case taking up so much oxygen right now.
Yes.
Find out what more on that to come. Danny Ceballos, thanks so much for that insight. Well, there is plenty of reaction this morning from the White House to the Supreme Court decision on the New York gun case. The president had repeatedly called for stricter gun measures following the deadly shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Bennett joins us from the White House with more on this. Good morning to you. The White House put out a statement yesterday following that ruling where the president says the decision, quote, contradicts both common sense and the Constitution. What else is he saying about this?
Good morning. Well, as you saw in Pete Williams' report just there, this ruling allows people to carry firearms in public without a specific license. And the president said he was deeply disturbed by this and said that he didn't think that it was reasoned appropriately. He pointed out a Supreme Court ruling back in 2008 that said that the Second Amendment is not absolute. And he noted that the decision should be deeply disturbing to us all. He spoke at an event yesterday elaborating on this, expressing his disappointment.
Disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision. There is one little bit of solace in the minority making up the majority opinion has laid out that it affects not every state. It affects only 40 states. A lot of states it affects. The gun laws in 40 of these states are still in place based on the decision. Not good enough, but it's. I think it's a bad decision. I think it's not reasoned accurately, but I'm disappointed.
President Biden went on to point out that states have their own ability to make state-by-state gun legislation, and he encouraged them to do so, saying that we must do more as a society to protect Americans, not less.
And more, we're also seeing more big news on guns. We know the president closely watching yesterday's Senate gun vote. As a Delaware senator, he helped craft gun legislation 3 decades ago. What's his reaction to the vote on the bill, and is now one step closer to making its way to his desk?
Yeah, a historic day for sure when it comes to gun legislation. President Biden had expressed support of this legislation, but also had previously said that he didn't think it had gone far enough. In Delaware, when he was there, they had passed an assault weapons ban in totality, and so he had wanted something like that along with some stricter measures. But he is very encouraged by this passage from the Senate. He's encouraging when the House goes to vote this morning. He says he will sign it as soon as it comes to his desk. The White House releasing a statement overnight saying that this legislation will protect society, communities, and kids in schools as we need them, given what we've seen in recent months.
So many developments on guns and more. Maura Bennett, thanks so much for that report. Well, this morning, a rare sight for drivers. Gas prices actually going down. According to AAA, the national average for gas is now at $4.92 a gallon. That's down 2 cents from yesterday and down 8 cents from a week ago when the average was $5. The cheapest gas continues to be in the Southeast, with the most expensive prices out west. And all of this comes as the White House rolls out a multi-part plan to try to bring down prices even more. For more on this, let's bring in Politico Chief Economic Correspondent Ben White. Ben, good morning to you. Several executives from the oil industry met Thursday in Washington with Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm to discuss ways to lower those prices. We know that meeting was behind closed doors, but what are some of the takeaways?
Yeah, well, good morning to you. Thanks for having me on. I think a lot of these meetings with oil industry executives are largely optical for this White House. They want to be seen as not just working on, the issue of supply and the impact of the Ukraine war, but record profits from oil companies. Are they price gouging? Are they taking, too much advantage of the situation? And so to the progressive base, they want to see them, jawboning CEOs, that sort of thing. Don't think much is going to come out of that. These companies are simply charging basically what the market will bear when there's limited supply and a lot of demand. But the left wing of the party really wants a focus on corporate greed and corporate profits. So that's what those meetings are largely for, but also to talk about the outlook among executives for prices going forward and whether we could see even more relief. You mentioned a slight drop in prices over the last week, which is great. But can that be sustained? And can it be sustained without an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine, which has really spiked oil prices even after they were going up during the pandemic and after the pandemic.
Well, Ben, aside from that meeting with CEOs earlier in the week, the president called on Congress to approve a federal gas tax holiday. But just how much can the government actually move the needle on prices? Despite that recent drop we were talking about, we likely won't see those prices go down to levels we saw this time last year anytime soon. Is there anything more that they can do?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot more they can do. They can do this federal gas tax holiday if Biden can convince Congress to pass it, then probably can. A lot of members worried about the price of gas. So that's about 18 cents a gallon, which would be a temporary thing and make a little bit of a difference, not a big difference. And then that also takes away money from infrastructure that gas tax is supposed to fund, our roads and bridges and all the rest of it. So it's really an imperfect fix, but that's a little bit of relief they could come up with. There's not a whole lot more they can do. They could waive Jones Act restrictions on imports. They could open up more domestic areas for drilling and exploration, but the Democratic Party is not really going to go along with that. So they really have to partially just hope that there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia sometime later this year, which would be the big driver back down in prices. So there's a couple little levers they can pull from the White House, but mostly they're beholden to external events.
Yeah, a lot of people worried about infrastructure, something that's been a concern for a long time now. Ben White with Politico, thank you so much. Well, let's take a check of your morning news now weather. Michelle Grossman joins us for a look at the forecast. So much heat going on lately, Michelle.
So much. We've been talking about it for weeks. Hi there, Stephen. Great to see you. And we're going to continue to be talking about it because we really are so early in the season of summer. And we're looking at temperatures once again into the 90s and 100s. So that's dangerous territory. It's record-breaking territory as well. Heat alerts into Monday. So this is going to last several days. We're looking at the Pacific Northwest in on some heat as well, with temperatures into the 90s in parts of Washington, Oregon, also the northern parts of California. But once again, watching the south central states where we're looking at heat alerts from Texas, the Georgia, all the way through Florida. And we even do have some heat warnings. That's where you see the pink. So 33 million people impacted through Monday. It's another southern scorcher, temperatures into the upper 90s, some spots over 100 degrees. Dallas today, 104. You factor in that humidity, and that's a big piece of the puzzle. We're going to feel like 105. It's going to feel like 109 in Tallahassee, and the heat index in New Orleans, 110. And that will be the same story as we kick off the weekend. Saturday, we're looking at temperatures into the 100s. 107, the heat index in Shreveport. It will feel like 106 in Mobile and feeling like 103 in Houston. Now, we're going to stay warm, very warm for this time of year, but there is some relief in sight. Notice Wichita, we're into the 70s Sunday and Monday. And then Dallas, you're into the 100s on Sunday, but by Tuesday into the 90s. I know that still sounds warm, but they've been in the 100s for so long, so that will be better. Birmingham into the low 90s as well. This heat and humidity will fuel some storms today. We're already seeing some stormy weather in parts of the upper Midwest, the plains, and that's going to be the bullseye where we're going to see the severe weather today. So here's the setup. We have a cold front moving through that really fairly warm air. That's going to spark the chance for some storms, and some of this severe weather will linger into tonight, and that's dangerous because tornadoes at night are double as deadly. And then tomorrow we're going to see that cold front into the Great Lakes. That will spark some storms there as well. So here's where we're expecting the likeliest chance for some severe weather. The enhanced risk, that's where you see the orange, where we're looking at Fargo, Aberdeen, also Bismarck. We could see winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour, damaging hail of 2 inches or larger, and also a few tornadoes. And then we're also expecting some flash flooding as well, especially where you see the oranges, the yellows, the reds. So we do have a flood risk due to these training storms. And then, Stephen, as we go throughout tomorrow, too, we're looking at some monsoonal moisture in the southwest. This will be the 8th day of receiving some rain there. Back to you.
All right. A lot going on. Michelle, thanks for that update. Well, coming up, major new developments in the war in Ukraine. Ukraine pulling out of a key city as Russia continues to advance in the east. The new information we've learned overnight about the retreat. That's coming up next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This morning, there are new developments in the Ukraine war as the whole Luhansk region edges closer to falling under total Russian control. The province's governor says Ukrainian troops are being withdrawn from the city of Severodonetsk, which has suffered heavy fighting in recent weeks. He said, quote, staying in broken positions makes no sense. The number of dead is growing. The nearby city of Lysychansk is now seeing the last Ukrainian-controlled city in that region, but the situation there is growing even more dire. Away from the battlefield, the European Union has approved Ukraine as a candidate country to join the bloc in what European leaders have called a historic moment.
Let me stress that I'm deeply convinced that our decision that we have taken today strengthens us all. It strengthens Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia in the face of Russian aggression. And it strengthens the European Union. Of course, the countries all have to do homework before moving to the next stage of the accession process. But I am convinced that they will all move as swiftly as possible and work as hard as possible to implement the necessary reforms.
We're joined now by Angela Stent. She's a senior advisor to the Center of Eurasian, Russian, and East European Studies at Georgetown University and a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Angela, good morning to you. Great to have you with us. I want to start with what's happening in the Donbass. It looks like that region of Luhansk is on the verge of falling after Ukrainian troops were ordered to pull out of Severodonetsk. Is Russia closing in on a major battleground victory there? And what could that loss mean for Ukraine?
Yes, the Russians certainly want to take over the whole of the Donbass region. So there are two so-called republics, Luhansk and Donetsk, and they're about, I think, to take over Luhansk, as you've shown in your reporting. Their next target will be Donetsk. They will want to take over that entire region, and that is a setback for the Ukrainians. We do have new U.S. high-tech weapons, rockets that have arrived in Ukraine. They'll be trying to push back, but this will be Russia's next target. Will be taking over the Donbass Republic, too.
Well, the U.S. announced another $450 million worth of weapons going to Ukraine. This brings America's total contribution to around $6.1 billion, as we're seeing Ukraine losing ground despite the massive arms supplies. Are we seeing enough on the diplomatic front to try to solve this problem and end this war? Is it even possible to restart the peace talks right now?
Well, there's very little happening on the diplomatic front. Frankly, Vladimir Putin isn't interested in a diplomatic solution at the moment. The Russians just want to keep on pushing, taking as much of Ukraine as they can. So it looked much better at the beginning of April. There were peace talks, there were discussions about how one could go forward, but I don't think we're going to see anything in terms of real serious negotiations until the Russians decide that it's in their interest to do that, and we have no sense of when that will be.
And we don't have much time here, but I want to ask you about the European Union approval of Ukraine as a candidate country. President Zelensky calling it the most important decision since his country broke from the Soviet Union. How significant is this, and how do you think Russia views it?
Well, it's very important symbolically and as a morale booster. Ukraine has a lot of work to do, as we heard Ursula von der Leyen say, but it means that they have a perspective to join the European Union. The Russians have so far said, well, you know, if they want to join, that's their business. So I don't think Russia's that concerned about it at the moment. And I think it just is very important for the Ukrainians to understand that they do have this perspective that will give them a future that's different from a future with Russia.
Certainly could use a morale boost. Angela Stent, thanks so much. Well, more international news now. Afghanistan is getting aid from India after Wednesday's devastating earthquake killed more than 1,000 people. Ralph Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with more on this. Good morning, Ralph. A lot going on.
Stephen, good morning. That's right. An Indian technical team has now made its way to Kabul to help with that earthquake relief effort. More than 1,000 people were killed and 1,500 injured when the quake struck early Wednesday. Rescue efforts have been slow, hampered by bad roads and heavy rain. And frankly, hopes are fading of finding many more survivors under the rubble. In the UK, Boris Johnson suffered another major defeat overnight as his ruling Conservative Party lost not one, but two special elections. This comes after the so-called Partygate scandal, which saw Boris Johnson being fined by London police for breaking his own COVID rules. The Prime Minister said the losses were normal for incumbents in midterms. And finally, an ancient tomb in a modern city in Peru, an Inca burial site, was found under a house in a working-class neighborhood of Lima. Archaeologists said the ceramics and fine ornaments likely belonged to a wealthy family buried some 500 years ago. So, Stephen, a pretty amazing thing to find when you're just trying to renovate your basement, right?
Wow, 500 years. Pretty incredible find. All right, Raph, thanks so much. Well, coming up, with the future of abortion laws still hanging in the balance, we'll take a look at how some American women who can't find help across state lines are crossing international ones. And a man wanted in connection with a woman's death slipped away after being arrested. Now federal agents are having a hard time tracking down this so-called master of disguise. We've got the latest on that manhunt coming up next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. As the nation awaits a Supreme Court ruling that could overturn Roe v. Wade, many women in states with newly restrictive abortion laws are resorting to desperate measures to obtain abortions, some even crossing international lines into Mexico, where providers have seen an increase in Americans traveling in for that procedure. NBC's Morgan Bradford has more.
For many women, Dr. Franz Theard is their last chance. His New Mexico practice is one of just a few remaining abortion clinics along the U.S.-Mexico border, just 1 mile west of the Texas state line.
We've increased by 100, so we do about 250 a month now.
Abortions per month?
Per month.
That jump since last September, when a Texas law banned abortions as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy. Before that, the state allowed them up to 20 weeks.
Not doing an abortion because you're 6 weeks or 5 weeks is almost like not doing abortions at all.
But some of those who can't find the help they're looking for across state lines are leaving the country entirely. Many American women are coming here to Mexico to buy abortion pills. The most commonly used does not require a prescription and costs about 1/10 of the price. We're about to meet 2 women who provide abortion services out of their home here in Mexico. Just outside of Monterrey, activists Vanessa Jimenez and Sandra Cardona founded La Aborteria, where they provide the abortion-inducing drug misoprostol and guide women on how to take it. They say they've seen a dramatic surge of American clients since the Texas law went into effect.
Con 2 o 3 chicas de Estados Unidos al año, ¿no?
5 por semana.
Sí.
So before you were seeing 2 to 3 American women a year. Now you're seeing 5 American women a week.
A veces más.
And sometimes more.
Sí.
¿Y de dónde vienen específicamente? And where are they coming from specifically?
Que han venido aquí a México de Texas.
So the majority of women you're seeing are coming from Texas. And they're not alone. Another Mexican organization, which opened its doors in January, says Americans now make up 25% of its customers. ¿Me pueden dar un ejemplo? Por ejemplo, ¿qué les dicen? Can you give me an example? What do the women coming from Texas tell you?
La mayoría viene con mucho miedo.
It's fear, not only of going to jail, but the economic penalties. And you're saying even though there hasn't been a case since the law changed in September in Texas, it's enough to inspire so much fear. A fear that's driving many women even further from home. Morgan Radford, NBC News, Monterrey, Mexico.
Well, the FBI is asking for your help this morning, finding a man wanted in connection with his girlfriend's death. The man was arrested, but after being turned over to U.S. agents, he was able to enter the U.S. under a different name, and he's now missing. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the latest on that investigation.
The FBI is in the hunt for a master of disguise with a criminal record of fraud across different states and now wanted in connection to his girlfriend's death in Mexico.
He is wanted for questioning in regards to the disappearance and now what we would consider the death of Raquel Sabin.
50-year-old Tyler Adams was arrested in Mexico last week after an Amber Alert was issued for the couple's 7-month-old baby. During that search, authorities found the badly decomposed body of the suspect's girlfriend Raquel Sabin in the trunk of a car. The child eventually found safe and handed over to Mexican Child Services.
The principal suspect is the own father of the baby.
Yet Mexican officials say after his arrest, they discovered the man was wanted in the U.S. Adams had a warrant issued in 2019 after he escaped a work furlough program while serving time for fraud charges in Hawaii. Mexican authorities making the decision to hand him over to U.S. officials as the Mexican investigation into the death of his girlfriend continues.
So we put the father of the baby into custody of the immigration authorities.
So he was given to CBP?
Yes, he was given to the Customs Border Protection.
Yet the following day, the FBI informed he was once again on the loose.
In terms of the handover at the port of entry, I can say this. Mr. Adams was able to get through the port of entry. He used a fake ID. When they ran that ID, there were no wants or warrants showing. So that enabled him to come into the U.S. As it relates to the handoff between Mexican authorities and CBP at the port of entry, the FBI was not present there.
Customs and Border Protection has not responded to multiple requests from NBC News to discuss the case. The victim's family left wondering how Adams managed to use a fake ID to enter the U.S. as a free man after the handoff.
I have a feeling he's going to harm somebody else, and I do not want that I don't want anybody to have to deal with something like this.
Some good news for the family as Mexican authorities handed over the couple's baby to the victim's family. Yet the suspect remains at large, with the FBI informing the last identity he used is under the name Aaron Bain.
How does someone use so many identities and get away with it the way this man has done it?
Yeah, I think that's the nature of, whether it's identity theft or stolen identities, financial fraud, that's the nature of his criminal background. What's unique here is, I would say, he is an escapee with a white-collar background that made his way to the mainland.
Well, so glad that baby was okay. That was Guad Venegas reporting. Authorities, by the way, say the FBI is operating under the assumption that swelling we saw in the fugitive's face in that mugshot indicates he's likely trying to change his physical appearance. Well, still to come this morning, the pandemic put everything on hold, and now many couples who waited to tie the knot are taking the plunge. But the route down the aisle is changing for some. We'll explain. Plus, holiday headache. America's travel chaos expected to get even worse ahead of the 4th of July, where you can expect to feel the pinch. That's coming up next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The summer travel season is heating up, and so are tempers. Complaints against airlines are through the roof, and what could be troubling new signs for what millions of travelers might face as we head toward the July 4th holiday. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has the latest.
For thousands of Americans this week, their summer getaways landing them in an airport Armageddon.
We've had multiple delays and chaos.
More than 2,000 flights axed just since yesterday. Travel app Hopper reports more than a quarter of recent flights have been delayed, fueled by industry staffing shortages, soaring demand, and severe weather.
I was in the airport for over 5 hours, maybe 6.
The chaos comes just as airports brace for another flood of travelers July 4th weekend. An anticipated 11 million to pass through airports over the holiday, despite the soaring cost of travel. The price to fly spiking 45% since 2019.
Are we going to see the chaos in the airports continue?
We are expecting to continue to see significant delays. Demand, people booking travel and wanting to travel, has well outpaced airlines rebuilding their capacity.
To improve reliability, major airlines continue to trim summer schedules. United announcing it's cutting 12% of daily flights here at Newark. AAA believes the airport frustrations will push more to the road this Independence holiday. According to one study, many are eyeing Las Vegas, considered the top destination for July 4th.
So we're going to drive there, actually, even with the gas prices being so high.
Millions set to crisscross the country next week over a holiday experts fear will be marred by mishaps. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Newark, New Jersey.
Thanks to Emily for that report. Some business headlines now. Wall Street is looking to break a tough losing streak by the week in ending in the green. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on this and a lot more headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so Wall Street is set to extend yesterday's gains. The major indexes are on track to snap a 3-week losing streak and post their first winning week of June. In focus today, 2 economic reports. Wall Street will be paying close attention to data on new home sales and consumer sentiment to help determine if the U.S. economy is nearing a recession. Intel says it may have to scale back or delay plans to build a domestic semiconductor manufacturing plant in Ohio. The issue? Well, it's a congressional backlog. The CHIPS Act has been stalled in Congress since last summer and is an essential part of Intel's plan because it would provide funding to help offset cost of the new plant. It's all part of a push to build more chips in the U.S. after the pandemic caused a severe shortage of the key components used in everything from vehicle power steering to systems to iPhones. And Top Gun Maverick is set to hit $1 billion in global ticket sales this coming week. The sequel to the 1986 hit Top Gun has been a huge success at the box office, bringing in more than $900 million as of this past Monday. The film debuted in May, bringing in more than $120 million in sales during its opening weekend. That's the largest haul for any Tom Cruise film ever.
Wow, I might be the only person who has not seen that movie yet.
I did see it, and it was very good.
Okay, gotta go. Silvana, thanks so much for that.
You got it.
Well, 2022 has been a boom year for weddings, and that is showing no signs of slowing down. But today, couples are changing the traditional ways of engagements and looking at the jewelry associated with them in a whole new light. Here's CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan with more.
While the overall commitment rings of tradition, the proposals and the jewelry are changing.
One new trend that we're seeing is couples increasingly shopping together.
Seattle-based Emily Darst met her now fiancé Josh Baez through Instagram, and later each separately found and researched ring jeweler Valerie Madison there too.
We found a jeweler in Seattle who has a big focus on sustainability. They have recycled gold, they have diamonds as well as other gemstones. They they're Black and Latina owned, and supporting a small business was also something that was really important to us.
Bigger jewelers are also building businesses around these principles.
Sustainability, transparency, inclusivity are all really important. We offer a lot of transparency, so you really understand the journey of a diamond.
Brilliant Earth says its showrooms like this are designed specifically to cater to a couple shopping together. Some of the trends the jeweler is seeing right now: elongated cuts of diamonds, gemstones like sapphires, 3-stone rings, hidden details, and yellow gold. Who pops the question and what they propose with also changing.
During the consultation, she's like, do you also want a ring? And it was something that I've always thought about before, but I never actually thought it was something that would be feasible.
Like Emily and Josh, Marin County, California couple Dana Nguyen and Adam Redfield plan to propose to one another, each choosing their own non-traditional engagement ring. The couple met more traditionally at a party, but ordered their engagement rings online.
A lot of things about marriage and engagements have changed, but then men proposing to women, it's still the same. So yeah, I wanted to change that.
Our thanks to Courtney Reagan for that report. More than 2.5 million weddings, by the way, are expected to take place by the end of the year. That's according to the wedding planning site, The Knot. Well, coming up, dramatic underwater rescue caught on camera. This is incredible. A coach jumped into action to save a swimmer's life after she fainted and sunk right to the bottom of a pool. Now, both women are speaking exclusively to NBC News about that terrifying ordeal. More on that coming up next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Yamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Yamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're back and we're celebrating our own Morning News Now anchor, Joe Fryer, today. We're so proud to share that the NLGJA, the Association of LGBTQ Journalists, has awarded Joe as this year's Journalist of the Year. The organization says the award honors an LGBTQ journalist whose exceptional abilities, integrity, and distinctive work brought honor to the profession within the past year. And Joe certainly fits that description. Congratulations to Joe. Very well deserved. And finally this hour, a story about a split-second decision and a dramatic underwater rescue. It happened in the middle of a competition, an American artistic swimmer losing consciousness during a routine and floating to the bottom of the pool. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on what happened next.
United States of America, Anita Alvarez
It was another stunning performance for American artistic swimmer Anita Alvarez, who drew cheers from the crowd and a smile from her coach until a wave of concern washed across the World Aquatics Championship in Budapest, Hungary, as Alvarez suddenly plunged into darkness.
What's the last thing you remember?
I remember feeling like it was a really great performance. I started to feel a little bit of numbness in my fingers, and then honestly just kind of everything went black, and that was kind of it. It all happened really fast.
Alvarez, a two-time Olympian, was in trouble. Slowly and motionlessly, the 25-year-old drifted to the bottom of the pool.
As soon as she was going down, immediately I know that something was wrong.
Sensing Alvarez had fainted, Coach Andrea Fuentes did what stunned lifeguards waited to do. Desperately reaching for Alvarez, Fuentes used all of her strength to wrap the swimmer in her arms and lift her to the surface.
It's like in slow motion to me, like for Anita it was fast, but for me it was a year.
Underwater for roughly 2 minutes, Alvarez was rolled onto the pool deck where she finally started gasping for air.
When did you know you'd be okay?
I think right away I knew I would be okay. I mean, as soon as I started breathing and was awake and everything.
Likely fainting because of exhaustion, this rescue was incredibly the second time Alvarez was saved by Fuentes during competition.
I mean, I say this all the time to her and to other people. Just so grateful to have her as a coach.
The bond of a lifetime and the photo more powerful than words. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Wow, that is just incredible. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Your news continues right now. Good morning. You made it to Friday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe and Savannah this morning. And right now on Morning News Now, action in Washington. A sweeping gun bill passed by the Senate overnight. This morning, it's on its way to the House for a vote there. We'll dig into what's in this landmark bipartisan bill that garnered support from more than a dozen Senate Republicans. Plus the fallout surrounding that controversial Supreme Court ruling on guns in New York State. A murder-suicide pact, day 5 of the January 6th hearings. They were including testimony on former President Trump's alleged attempt to use the Justice Department to overturn the 2020 election.
President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen.
The bombshell unsent letter at the center of yesterday's hearing and how top Justice Department officials say they reacted to the former president's demands. Also this morning, 1 year later, it was one of the deadliest building failures in United States history. And now a Florida judge has approved a $1 billion settlement for victims of the Surfside condo collapse that killed nearly 100 people 1 year ago this morning. We've got the specifics on what's in that deal. And all shook up. If it's Friday, you know we've got the latest and greatest in can't miss content for your weekend. We've got a preview of the new Elvis biopic that's got critics swooning over the king of rock and roll one more time. But we kick off this morning with the latest developments surrounding the January 6th committee's investigation into the attack on the Capitol. The House panel used its 5th public hearing to lay out the pressure campaign former President Trump placed on the Department of Justice to support his claims of election fraud. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now with the latest on yesterday's hearing. Garrett, good morning to you.
Hey, Stephen, good morning. Yeah, the committee's going to take a bit of a break now until mid-July, but yesterday's dramatic hearing included testimony from top DOJ leaders that President Trump leaned on them to try to find evidence of election fraud, or, failing to do so, tried to replace them at the top of the DOJ. It's all part of the argument the committee is making about Donald Trump working behind the scenes to try to overturn this election.
These developments, the
January 6th committee unveiling what witnesses described as a presidential plot to use the Department of Justice to help overturn the 2020 election, accusing Mr. Trump of personally trying to strong-arm the department.
He responded very quickly and said,
What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
Former senior DOJ officials testifying that when they refused to announce investigations into non-existent voter fraud claims, President Trump sought to replace the department's acting head and replace him with an inexperienced loyalist, Jeffrey Clark, a DOJ environmental attorney who drafted a letter to key states falsely claiming election irregularities.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony.
I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill.
When DOJ leadership threatened to resign en masse in a heated White House meeting, they say Mr. Trump backed down.
Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard.
On Wednesday, federal agents searched Clark's Virginia home, seizing his electronics.
Death.
Clark pleaded the fifth in his February committee deposition, but spoke to Fox News last night.
Tucker, I don't recognize the country anymore with these kinds of Stasi-like things happening.
The committee also sharing texts from Pennsylvania Republican Scott Perry, connecting Clark to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Perry, one of 5 lawmakers later named by a White House aide as having sought presidential pardons.
And Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly? Yes, he did.
Perry denies he ever asked for a pardon, telling NBC News, quote, "This never happened." Mr. Trump responding to the hearing on social media, calling it a, quote, kangaroo court, the likes of which we have never seen in this country.
Stephen, the committee says they've been getting in tons of new evidence and tips since they first started these public hearings a couple of weeks ago. That's what they're going to be focused on over the next few weeks. Yesterday, they deposed a documentary filmmaker who has video they'd like to see behind the scenes at the Trump White House. And they're still publicly asking for Pat Cipollone, the former White House counsel, to come and sit down for a formal interview. There are pieces to this puzzle they're hoping to be able to put together before hearings resume, we think, in mid-July.
More fact-gathering happen as they make these presentations. Garrett Haig, thanks so much. Well, for more on the January 6th hearing, we're joined by MSNBC political analyst and former Republican congressman from Florida, David Jolly. David, good morning to you. First off, your reaction on what we heard yesterday about Trump's alleged pressure campaign on the DOJ and the hearings overall so far.
I think yesterday's was one of the more damning hearings, right? The committee had already established that Donald Trump had been counseled that his belief about the corrupt election was wrong, and yet he continued to pursue a pressure campaign we learned earlier against Mike Pence, against states across the country. But yesterday was about Donald Trump's attempt to use his Department of Justice to corruptly influence the outcome of the election. And frankly, yesterday started naming names. In addition to the president, we learned names of members of Congress. I think all signs now point to the conclusion that, yes, Donald Trump acted outside of his authority. The question becomes, what does this Department of Justice and Attorney General Merrick Garland do with the information we've learned?
And David, if you were on this committee yourself investigating this, what questions would you be asking? What are you still wondering about what happened?
Well, first, I think you don't take a 2-week break. And I don't mean that naively. Congress is due for their summer session break. And so we're going to lose a little bit of the storytelling momentum where the American people get to learn about this and make a political judgment. But I think what we're pushing to now, Stephen, is the conclusion. What the committee has done, which I don't think we knew going into this exactly what they would try to establish. This committee has purposely tried to isolate the former president, Donald Trump, as the architect of this. They did not pursue a storyboard of the network, even though we have learned of other people involved. They really isolated Donald Trump as the architect of the corrupt influence agenda, if you will. And that is how I think this will conclude when Congress reconvenes in a couple weeks.
And as a former member of the House, what was your reaction to the evidence that several Republican congressmen who supported these debunked election fraud claims allegedly were asking for a blanket pardon?
Consciousness of guilt. You don't pursue a pardon if you're not afraid that you might be held accountable for the actions you're taking. And the interesting thing is a jurisdictional one in this, Stephen, which is the Department of Justice, the executive branch, rarely tries to enforce actions against sitting legislators. There are some constitutional provisions that make that hard. I would suspect we will see members of Congress on the Democratic side of the aisle, admittedly, maybe pursue ethics claims, House ethics complaints, some type of institutional penalty against these members. Will it succeed? Maybe not. That's a long stretch. But I don't think this is the last we've heard about those members of Congress named yesterday.
All right, David Jolly, thanks so much. More to come when those hearings actually resume. Well, now to some big developments overnight as the nation's most sweeping gun law and safety package in nearly 30 years cleared the U.S. Senate and now heads to the House. It comes as the Supreme Court delivered a decisive victory for gun rights advocates, striking down a New York state law on carrying concealed weapons. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest on that. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, Stephen, good morning to you. So this is a major bipartisan breakthrough on what is one of the most divisive issues in this country, guns, amid new urgency following a series of recent mass shootings. Senators on both sides of the aisle, they faced growing pressure to act. The House will now take up this bill this morning with a vote expected later today, meaning it could arrive on President Biden's desk to be signed into law right away. Overnight, the U.S. Senate voting to pass major new gun restrictions.
The yeas are 65. The nays are 33.
15 Republicans, including House Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, joining all 50 Democrats to move forward the bill, considered to be the most significant anti-gun violence legislation in nearly 30 years.
The gun safety bill we are passing tonight can be described with 3 adjectives: bipartisan, common sense, life-saving.
It closes the boyfriend loophole, incentivizes states to pass red flag laws, includes enhanced federal background checks for gun buyers between the ages of 18 and 21, and provides funding for school security upgrades and mental health services. The package stops short of banning or raising the age to buy assault rifles like the ones used in recent mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo. On an issue stalled by decades of partisan gridlock, it's a compromise being touted by both sides as real progress.
Tonight, people who have suffered unthinkable losses of loved ones in some of these mass shooting incidents. But I wanted to tell them that their advocacy has turned their pain into something positive.
The NRA opposes the bill, saying in a statement it falls short at every level and does little to address violent crime. But gun rights advocates are celebrating a major victory earlier Thursday. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court ruled the Constitution provides a right to carry a concealed gun outside the home, striking down a New York state law and further strengthening the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. According to the ruling, states can still ban guns in sensitive places like schools and churches, but that protection does not extend to all places where people gather. The decision will have immediate impact, especially in 5 other states that have concealed carry laws similar to New York's. President Biden reacting to the Supreme Court news.
I'm disappointed.
But the president is now looking ahead to signing Congress's new bipartisan gun legislation, saying in a statement, kids in schools and communities will be safer because of it. The Supreme Court and Congress going in opposite directions on gun rights this week. Another significant breakthrough overnight. The Senate has now teed up a vote on President Biden's nominee to lead the ATF, of course, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, for as soon as lawmakers get back from their July 4th recess. His name is Steve Dettelbach. He's expected to be confirmed as the ATF's first permanent leader in more than 6 years. Stephen?
So much news on guns coming all at once. Thanks for helping us understand it, Peter Alexander. Well, New York officials are speaking out after that Supreme Court ruling. The governor and New York City's mayor say the decision will only make a violent crime problem even worse. Meanwhile, the ruling is expected to have far-reaching impacts on other states besides New York. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on that part of the story.
With gun violence surging across the country, some city leaders are blasting the Supreme Court's decision.
We cannot allow New York to become the Wild Wild West. That is unacceptable.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says local officials are weighing their legal options. The NYPD has recovered more than 3,000 guns so far this year, and gun arrests have hit a 28-year high.
The decision ignores this shocking crisis of gun violence every day, engulfing not only New York, but engulfing our entire country.
In a state still reeling from last month's Buffalo mass shooting that left 10 people dead, a defiant Governor Kathy Hochul is considering calling a special session of the legislature to come up with new regulations.
We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment.
But the president of the organization that brought the lawsuit welcomed the ruling, which he says protects the Second Amendment.
The time has come for this. The judges decided, and they're going to have to live with it.
Other states with similar laws to New York's are now scrambling to defend them.
What works in a rural state like Wyoming doesn't necessarily work in the densest state in America, like New Jersey.
Do you expect more legal challenges to the laws in New Jersey as a result of this ruling?
Yes, I think the Supreme Court invited open season on challenges to gun laws.
As the High Court struck down some gun restrictions,
The yeas are 65.
the Senate cleared a key procedural vote on others, advancing a bipartisan bill to combat gun violence.
And our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. One thing to keep in mind with a Supreme Court ruling, officials in New York are quick to point out that it's not open season for carrying guns in public. Private businesses can still prohibit weapons. There will still be background checks, but we expect lawmakers to debate what exactly is a sensitive area where guns can be prohibited. Well, there is some good news for drivers this morning. Gas prices are slightly down. The national average, according to AAA, is now $4.92 a gallon. That's down 2 cents from yesterday. Despite the sky-high prices, it's going to be a busy and hectic summer travel season on the roads and in the air. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from O'Hare Airport in Chicago with the latest on that. Good morning, Maggie.
Hey, Stephen, good morning from a busy O'Hare Airport. As you said, we'll start with the airports. Hundreds of flights across the country canceled yesterday with consumer complaints against airlines skyrocketing. And then you turn to the roads. Like you just said, the price of gas still kind of hovering around that historically high $5 mark. And we've got the White House meeting with Big Oil to try and bring some needed relief to frustrated Americans.
This morning, with the July 4th travel surge fast approaching, mayhem is mounting. Canceled flights snarling America's airports.
Very disappointing, very frustrating, very frustrating.
Sky-high gas prices hovering near $5 a gallon, draining drivers' wallets.
$200 to fill this up.
$200 to fill this up.
Yep.
That's painful.
Yeah, it's very painful.
The travel woes lost on no one.
It costs a lot.
Gas costs a lot.
Americans' frustrations rippling to the White House.
We want oil company to get to a higher capacity. That's what we're asking for.
Thursday, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm meeting with big oil CEOs and doubling down on President Biden's demand that companies boost supply and pass savings on to consumers. This after the president called on Congress Wednesday to suspend the federal gas tax for 3 months.
The American people, they need relief now.
Pain at the pump adding to stress in the skies. New data shows consumer complaints against airlines spiked a staggering 300% in the last 3 years. More than 800 flights were canceled on Thursday alone, with some of the biggest U.S. carriers announcing they're dropping routes long term. United cutting close to 50 daily departures from Newark Airport. American axing flights from 4 cities in New York, Ohio, and Iowa. Clear signs, experts say, of an industry plagued by staffing shortages, soaring demand, and severe weather. Cancellations stacking up as an estimated 11 million Americans are set to fly over the July 4th holiday, the highest total since the pandemic began.
How much worse do you think this could get?
There's no sugarcoating it. It's going to be a tough summer, and consumers have to be proactive. You can't just make a booking and assume that everything's going to go well, because it may not.
And the rise in demand coming despite also the soaring cost of travel. The price of a plane ticket up 45% since 2019. So experts say the best advice amid, frankly, all of this chaos, as you can see, is to definitely try and book in the morning, book direct flights if possible, and sign up for the airline's alerts. So if a flight is canceled, you can find out as soon as possible and make a backup plan. Stephen, it's clearly getting a little crowded at O'Hare, so I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, no kidding. We see all that chaos behind you. Just more to come on that. Maggie, thanks so much. Well, this morning marks exactly 1 year since that deadly condo apartment building collapse in Florida. Hard to believe it's been that long. It was back on June 24th, 2021, when essentially half of that 12-story Surfside tower just suddenly collapsed, killing 98 people. Rescue workers spent weeks sifting through the rubble and removing millions of pounds of concrete from that site. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is expected to take part in today's service remembering those victims. On Thursday, a judge gave final approval to a $1 billion settlement for victims' families and survivors. The cause of that collapse remains under investigation. All right, switching gears now, getting a check of your morning news now weather. Michelle Grossman joins us, I'm guessing, to talk about some more heat. Good morning, Michelle.
How'd you guess? Hi there, Stephen. Happy Friday. Yeah, that remains the big story. Dangerous heat in the south, but we're seeing heat stretch to the Pacific Northwest as well, and also parts of the plains and the upper Midwest. But we're also watching a couple other stories. We're watching the chance for severe weather in parts of the northern plains into the upper Midwest, monsoonal moisture, some rain, some thunderstorms into the southwest, and also looking at some heavy rain possible in parts of the southeast. It's sort of due to a stationary front that's parked over that area. But as we go throughout the day, we're going to focus on this heat once again. You notice those heat alerts also in the Pacific Northwest, parts of Washington, Oregon, into Northern California, because temperatures are going to climb into the 90s there. And then we're looking at the southeast as well, into the south central states from Dallas all the way to Tallahassee, also Tampa. We are looking at some really toasty temperatures once again into the 90s and 100s. We're going to factor in that humidity, and it's going to feel warmer than the actual air temperature. So that summer heat into the south, extending all the way to the upper Midwest. Minneapolis today, 92 degrees. It's going to feel like 93. It'll feel like 105 in Dallas, as well as Houston, feeling like 109 in Tallahassee, and it will feel like 110 in New Orleans. So that's when it gets to really dangerous levels. You want to follow all those tips of drinking lots of water, staying in the shade when you can, air conditioning too if you can as well. Close the blinds to keep that heat out as well. And then tomorrow we're looking at temperatures into the upper 90s and 100s once again. 101 in Oklahoma City, it's going to feel like 103, feeling like 101 in St. Louis, and it's going to feel like 91 in Cincinnati, temperatures in the 90s and 100s into the southeast once again. Some relief, Stephen, some. I'm going to say some in big some, because we're looking at temperatures still really warm, but at least we're dropping 10 degrees in some spots. So at least a little bit of relief for some people out there.
Yeah, I'd take feeling like the 90s over the hundreds any day.
Yeah.
Michelle, thanks so much. Well, coming up this morning, new developments in the war in Ukraine. The situation growing more dire by the day in the besieged Donbas region as Ukrainian troops are being pulled from a key eastern city. We're on the ground there with more coming up right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the war in Ukraine. The governor of Luhansk region there says Ukrainian troops have to be pulled out of that key eastern city, part of the Severodonetsk region, which has been the epicenter of fighting in the Donbass. Neighboring Lysychansk has also been at the heart of Russian attacks. That city now seen as one of the last remaining Ukrainian-held areas in that region. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Kyiv. And Ellison, it appears to be going from bad to worse for Ukrainians in Luhansk. What is the latest situation in those two cities?
Yeah, Stephen, that really is the best way to describe it right now. It was already bad, and day by day it seems like things in this area are just getting worse and worse. In Severodonetsk, the governor of the entire region, of the Luhansk region, he says that Ukrainian forces have now been forced to pull out of the city and move to more fortified positions. A couple of days ago, Ukrainian forces in the sister city, Lysychansk, they were also forced to retreat and take a more fortified positions a little bit outside of the city. In that city, the regional governor says all of the bridge, all of the roadways leading into it have now been destroyed by Russian forces who were firing on them from helicopters. Overnight, at least 2 settlements in this area were completely occupied by Russian forces. In Severodonetsk, there's one settlement, a neighborhood that is now completely controlled by Russian forces. Local officials there say 4,000 civilians are still trapped in that city, and that right now they have no access to water, electricity, or gas. And that in part because of the ongoing fighting, the constant shelling, the destruction of bridges and roads, there is no way for humanitarian aid to get to those people. Stephen?
Truly a dire situation there. And also yesterday we got news of the decision by the European Union to approve Ukraine as a candidate country. What's the reaction been like there since that decision? And are they confident that they could be meeting the criteria to become a full-fledged member?
You know, when you talk to Ukrainian people, I think it is incredibly hard to find anyone who doubts that they will be able to meet this criteria, even though it is lengthy criteria, even though it is going to be an intense process moving forward, likely a years-long process. When you talk to the people who live here, they will tell you they are confident not only that Ukraine will be able to fulfill the obligations necessary to join the European Union, but that they already are, culturally speaking, a part of the European Union. Remember, this is something that is not a new fight. It's been an incredibly long, difficult path for Ukraine to get to this point, to get candidate status. From the Orange Revolution to the Revolution of Dignity to now, people have sacrificed their lives for what they believe is a Ukraine that should be more aligned with Europe, with ideals of freedom, equality, democracy. And so they're confident that, yes, they can get to the final point, even if it takes years, and comply with all of these different stipulations, because they've already sacrificed so much to get to this point right now. Stephen?
Amazing the hope that they're able to cling to. And Ellison, I understand you've been speaking with aid workers in Ukraine and learning about some extraordinary lengths they've gone to help civilians there. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we met with the head of a group, a healthcare organization that is focused on equitable health care for HIV-positive Ukrainians. It's called 100% Life. But when the war came, in addition to doing all of the other work they were already doing, maintaining all of that work, they added new responsibilities to their jobs. Not only have they started delivering medical and humanitarian aid to the front lines, but they've also started performing evacuations that the military cannot do, to get people from the front lines to a safe place. And for them, it has come at a great cost. Their convoy, one of their convoys, was attacked and only one person survived. Listen to some of what we've heard.
Недавно мы потеряли свой отряд из 3 человек.
Recently, we lost 3 men
которые до этого спасли 150 человек.
who have saved 150 people before that. Everyone will remember the medic, everyone will remember the soldier. No one will remember the social worker.
Это 100% жизни.
Our foundation's name is 100% Life.
Это наша миссия.
This is our mission.
Это наша цель.
This is our goal.
The people leading those evacuations, they are social workers. There are about 2,000 of them involved in this organization's efforts to save lives. Stephen?
Incredible perspective of what's going on there. Ellison, thank you so much. Well, for more international news now, North Korea has approved plans to strengthen its military defense capabilities. Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with more on this and more world news. Good morning, Raf.
Stephen, good morning. That's right. North Korea's Kim Jong-un ordering his military to go all out to develop new nuclear and conventional capabilities. At a Workers' Party meeting, the dictator doubled down on the buildup of nuclear arms and gave unspecified new duties to frontline troops. The U.S., of course, has nearly 30,000 soldiers deployed over the border in South Korea. A former Venezuelan mayor has pleaded guilty in Miami to accepting nearly $4 million in bribes. Jonathan Marin was a close ally of Venezuela's former president, Hugo Chavez. He surrendered to U.S. authorities earlier this year in Miami, and as part of his plea deal, he agreed to help the FBI investigate corruption in Venezuela. And finally, the royal couple seeing double. Prince William and his wife Kate this week got a first glimpse of their first official royal portrait. The painting was done by award-winning British artist Jamie Carruth, who said he wanted to show the royals as relaxed but also elegant. Stephen, I will say Prince William has a little bit more hair in the painting than he does in real life.
Who can blame him? Take some artistic license there. Raf,
who can blame him?
Thank you so much. Well, coming up next on Morning News Now, it's a story of abortion going through multiple generations. What the right to choose means for one American family both before and during Roe. That story coming up after this break.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. All eyes are on the Supreme Court again today as we await the much anticipated ruling in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. A mother and daughter, meanwhile, illustrate the importance of this case. They both had abortions 47 years apart. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin spoke with the daughter.
I was 19 or 20 when I had an abortion.
And I was 25 when I had an abortion. Patty Detzer had an abortion 5 years before the Supreme Court's landmark ruling, legally protecting a woman's right to choose.
They told me to get an abortion, I had to have a legal abortion, I had to see 3 shrinks. I do remember by the time I was finished with that, I felt like I really am crazy.
Her daughter, Sammy, found out she was pregnant in 2015. A year later, the two of them interviewed each other on a local radio show.
So I went and I bought a pregnancy test before work one morning, and this one came out positive.
The two women's experiences could not have been any more different, 47 years apart.
It took them a really long time, so by the time they got to me, I was 5 months pregnant.
I called my best friend, and after I hung up the phone with her, I called Planned Parenthood and immediately made an appointment for an abortion.
How fast was that whole process for you? like 5 minutes. It was so fast.
Patty was dealing with substance abuse. It was her first time away from home. She could barely take care of herself. She wondered, how could she raise a child?
She would have had to make a lot of sacrifices. At that point, she hadn't finished school.
After the abortion, Patty got her life on track, receiving a master's degree in ceramics, becoming an artist, and going on to have 3 beautiful children.
It took her 5 months and it took me 5 minutes. And both of us knew from the moment we found out we were pregnant that what we needed, what we wanted to do. And I was just born in a much luckier time.
Having access to a safe and effective abortion process didn't make it emotionally easier for Sammy.
We've created this shroud of shame, this perception that it is unacceptable.
Patty's openness with her daughter about her own abortion helped Sammy feel confident about her decision. She quickly started sharing her abortion story with others.
I didn't believe that 1 in 3, 1 in 4 people has an abortion. That seemed like a way too high to me because I felt like my mom was the only person I knew.
Right. But at first, Sammy thought about keeping it a secret.
I just didn't feel ready to tell you. I remember I had a thought in my mind like, maybe I'll just never tell her. Maybe I'll never tell anyone.
I never told my parents. They were already having a hard enough time with me.
Patty tragically passed away in 2018.
What do you think your mom would say if she was here today and Roe was on the verge of being overturned? She would be so angry. She would be so frustrated and so defeated. I know for a fact that she too would have, as I did, think about my 2-year-old niece and how devastating it is that she is growing up in a world where rights are actively being taken away from people.
Some very personal stories there. Thanks to Julie Sirkin for that report. Well, we turn now to the latest COVID-19 news. Experts are endorsing Moderna COVID-19 shots for kids ages 6 to 17. And researchers have more data now on Omicron subvariants. They say the subvariants can still infect those who have built up antibodies to that virus. Dr. Amish Adalja, senior scholar for Johns Hopkins Center for Health and Security, joins us now. Dr. Adalja, advisors to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention voted unanimously to recommend those Moderna shots as an option for school-age kids and adolescents. Tell us what we know about the dosing and timing for those shots.
So what we know is that Moderna has really been a vaccine that had been restricted to adults until the past week or so when data started to accrue that it is beneficial for children. So now basically anybody can get vaccinated with Moderna, and there is a lower dose for certain individuals. Moderna is a higher dose vaccine, is 100 micrograms. In some of these instances, they're going to be using half of that dose in children 6 to 17. And it is a 2-dose regimen spaced by 4 weeks at minimum. So this is very similar to what we're seeing in adults, but with a lower dose. And I think it gives children more options than just the Pfizer vaccine, which they've been able to receive for some time.
And some concerning developments, but possibly not surprising. The new data shows that Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5 appear to escape antibody responses among people who have had previous COVID-19 infections and those who have been fully vaccinated and boosted. What does that mean for vaccine effectiveness, and what should people actually take away from that new information?
What they should take away is that BA4 and BA5 are the newest versions of Omicron out there. And they have a lot of mutations that get around some of the immunity that's provided by prior infection and from vaccination. So you are very likely to get reinfected with BA4 and BA5. But if you have immunity from vaccination and from prior infection or a combination, you're still likely to be prevented from having severe disease. So when you talk about vaccine efficacy, we're very keyed on number of infections prevented, but it's also about severe disease, hospitalization, and death. And these first generation vaccines are very good at preventing the latter, severe disease, hospitalization, and death, and not so good anymore in the age of Omicron with protecting against infection. But it argues against the need it argues for updating vaccines when we're thinking about new policies moving forward, and that may be what happens in the fall.
And speaking of vaccines that have already been given out, some incredible numbers here. A new report says scientists say that COVID vaccines have saved 20 million lives in the first year of the vaccine being released. Tell us more about the findings of this report.
What the report shows is that they basically do studies looking at the rate of death, the rate of spread, and then model what would happen if there was not a vaccine. And what we're seeing is that these vaccines have done a tremendous job at preventing death. And were it not for these vaccines, we would be in a very, very different world. Because as I said before, the vaccines are very good, excellent at preventing death from COVID-19. So they're the single biggest factor in decreasing death. So when you look at the value of the vaccine, it's really about taming this virus, removing its ability to cause death at the rate that it once could, or to overwhelm hospitals. And that's where I think the vaccine really should be evaluated, not so much on stopping infections, but on stopping the severe consequences of disease. And I think this is an important argument for the value of these vaccines and how important it was to develop a vaccine as quickly as possible.
A very important point to point out. Thanks, Dr. Adalja, for that information. Well, coming up on Morning News Now, cheating death. Attacked by a shark off the California coast. Now a 62-year-old triathlete is speaking out about the terrifying encounter. Plus, it's one of Jennifer Lopez's smash hits, Love Don't Cost a Thing. But in this inflation nation, engaged couples are figuring out the hard way that their dream day could just break the bank. We'll show you the creative ways some lovebirds are saving up that wedding cash. That's next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some good news this morning on the condition of a man who was attacked earlier this week by a great white shark off the coast of California. He's now expected to make a full recovery. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Pacific Grove in California with the latest on this. Carrie, good morning. Talk about an up-close encounter. Wow.
Well, just incredible. Imagine this, out there swimming. But the good news is we now know his name, 62-year-old Steve Broomer, and doctors say he is very lucky to be alive. The doctors, two of them, were in the emergency room with him for more than 2 hours. And they say that when they were done, they were just remarkably thrilled to discover that this shark bite didn't get any bones, didn't get any vital organs, didn't get any arteries. But what they say you can see is the telltale U-shaped bite mark on Steve's pelvis.
This morning, Steve Broomer grateful to be alive. The man rescued by Good Samaritans after a shark attack Wednesday in Pacific Grove, California, releasing a statement with details about the attack, saying the shark bite was unlucky, but after that, I have just had so much good luck. The 62-year-old triathlete, who has gone swimming in Monterey Bay 1 to 2 times per week for the last 10 years, was swimming about 150 yards from shore at Lovers Point Beach when the attack happened. The day marked by warm temperatures, clear skies, and calm waters, which Broomer says may have led to his rescue. The beach was crowded, he says. There were no waves and there was no chop, so people could hear me yelling, "Help!"
We're getting a report that somebody got attacked by a shark.
Amy Johns and Paul Bandy were paddleboarding nearby. Heath Braddock, a surfer who was working with kids in the area, also heard the cries for help.
So I grabbed a couple boards and took 2 boards out.
Those 3, Broomer says, got me onto the extra board, and they had me hold the surfer's ankle while he paddled like crazy to get me to the beach. This video shows Amy, Paul, and Heath frantically working to save the swimmer. Broomer, who suffered no damage to his organs or arteries, says the shark took a bite in the right place and at the right time. I remember I was lying in the ambulance and I thought, I can breathe, he says. So I didn't know if I was going to bleed to death, but my lungs were good, and it seemed really lucky that the shark got me in a spot that seemed survivable.
We do not know what type of shark attacked here, but what we do know is that they have the ability to use DNA to try to figure that out. Unclear whether they're going to do that. One thing that is possible is it may have been a great white, because they have been charting for about the last 8 years juvenile great whites making their way into the waters here, and that's happening only because the waters here are rising in temperatures. Stephen?
Wow, talk about an incredible recovery. Carrie, thanks so much for that. Well, weddings can be expensive. I'm planning one for October. Trust me, they are out of this world. And add in sky-high inflation, the ceremonies can be even more financially challenging. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen shows us how to have a dream wedding without breaking the bank.
Good morning. After 2 years of postponements due to COVID, experts call 2022 the year of the wedding. A crush of couples heading to the altar only to find out love actually does cost a thing, and it's a premium. Inflated prices and vendor shortages prompting brides and grooms to plan ahead and to unveil creative ways to save on their big day.
For those planning a wedding, this can sound more like this. especially in 2022 when an estimated 2.5 million couples will tie the knot during sky-high inflation. 70% of couples already report spending more on their big day than originally planned.
We're cutting the fat, like boom, 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 and still within like 2 weeks, we already like doubled our budget.
Yeah.
Lynn Hazan and Tony Bush will say I do in July after saying I don't to some of the usual wedding costs. Instead of an expensive venue, Lynn and Tony will exchange vows on their building's rooftop without a bridal party and just 60 to 70 guests.
Every time somebody says we can't come, like, I'm kind of like, okay, so sad you're not coming, but okay.
Also crossed off their list, a full-time wedding planner, a cake, and fancy flowers.
I don't remember my friends' weddings and going, they had great floral arrangements.
What's important is what comes after. It's the honeymoon, it's buying a home.
No matter how you slice it, planning a wedding is rarely a piece of cake. And with prices soaring for just about everything, it's giving a lot of folks a run for their money, including vendors.
Butter, fondant, chocolate, really everything, cocoa butter, they've all gone up.
While supply chain shortages have forced some vendors to increase their prices, cake artist Gray Pack says she's eating some of the extra costs.
You are actually absorbing some of the costs and not passing them on to your couples. Why is that?
Correct. Well, ingredients is actually a small percentage of the price. A lot of wedding vendors like musicians, photographers, cake artists, you're paying for their time and skill.
2 ingredients that result in these masterpieces. Some cakes taking her up to 50 hours to complete.
What are some things couples can do to save money?
So some things that couples can do to save money in wedding cakes is actually looking at faux tiers. It's actually styrofoam inside, but real on the outside, so none of your guests will know.
Gray says faux cakes like this NBC Peacock-inspired creation made at our request can cost around 20% less than real ones. Other ways to save: order a sheet cake for guests. Decorate with fresh flowers instead of sugar.
Think of a crazy number, and then it's going to be 3 times that crazy number.
Jeremy Levy and Lauren Kammerling will walk down the aisle in October, saying they can have their cake,
classic vanilla cake and rich chocolate cake,
and eat it too.
Oh my God, it's so good.
By eliminating wedding favors and selecting a lesser-known venue, even if, like their own love story, it isn't love at first sight.
Often the venue is the most expensive part of the wedding.
Right.
What did you do?
So when we saw our venue, they had just started doing weddings. It was a brand new space and they were renovating it.
It looked like a carpentry site. It was just like a dude in a hard hat, like cutting wood and like waving to us.
According to Zola, an online wedding planner, other cost-cutting trends: weekday weddings at any time of the day.
Now we're even seeing some brunch or breakfast weddings. It doesn't have to be super fancy. It doesn't have to be at night. It just has to be with the people who love you the most and who feel great. And, you know, maybe you're just serving a bacon, egg, and cheese.
I would go there for sure. NBC News' parent company Comcast invests in Zola. That is where experts say couples can also send digital save-the-date cards and invitations to save money. And brides and grooms-to-be can now add cash funds to their online registries. That is an option for guests who want to help cover wedding expenses, like the photographer, for instance, instead of buying a physical gift. By the way, Zoom weddings, those are still a thing, with the new technology allowing couples to live stream their big day and include guests who can't travel. And after all these years of Zooming, we're used to it. Guys, back to you.
That is so true, Vicki. Everyone's used to Zoom now. On to some business headlines this morning. Juul is now being ordered to remove its products from U.S. store shelves. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on that. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, that's right. The Food and Drug Administration is banning the sale of Juul e-cigarettes in the U.S. as part of a wider crackdown on nicotine. The order affects all of Juul's remaining products, including its vaping device and its tobacco and menthol-flavored pods. The regulator previously ordered Juul to stop selling mint and fruit-flavored pods that were popular among teens. Juul intends to seek a stay on the decision and is exploring other options, including appealing the decision. Netflix is laying off another 300 employees amid slowing revenue growth. The cuts represent about 3% of the streaming giant's total workforce. Last month, Netflix eliminated 150 jobs after posting its first subscriber loss in a decade. The slowdown comes after the company saw 2 years of massive growth as a result of the pandemic lockdowns and travel restrictions. Chipotle is the latest company to face unionization. Workers at a location in Augusta, Maine are petitioning the Federal Labor Board for a union election. This is the first U.S. Chipotle store to seek unionization. Amazon, Starbucks, Apple, and REI have all faced similar organization efforts recently.
All right, a lot going on the financial front.
Oh,
Talana,
yes.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, Pride where you may not expect it. How one black trans man is looking to bring social change to the Deep South. Plus, a new big screen take on the king of rock and roll. We've got the weekend can't miss list coming up right after this.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're back and we turn now to Selma, Alabama, known worldwide in the fight for social justice. There, a group founded to support black LGBTQ people continues the legacy of standing up for black liberation and full citizenship. MSNBC correspondent and host of the Into America podcast, Tremaine Lee, recently traveled to Selma to learn more.
Growing up in Selma, Alabama, Quentin Bell never thought the city would have much to offer someone like him.
When I did decide to transition, I had a few family members who completely pulled away. I didn't mind because I feel that if me being whole or me walking in my truth makes you uncomfortable, then we don't need to have any communication. We don't need to have a relationship.
He's an out trans man in Alabama's Bible Belt, where life can be complicated. Then came an epiphany, a moment of clarity. He could be the change in Selma that he was looking for.
I ran from this city for so long, and I remember standing on this bridge saying, God, why me? And I literally heard, why not you?
He co-founded the Knights and Orchid Society, or TKO, a black LGBTQ support organization, believed to be the only organization of its kind in the region.
We're finding people within the community. We're finding our resources within the community and bringing them back to our people. And we're giving our folks an opportunity to be able to move from surviving to thriving.
It's headquartered in the shadow of the historic Edmund Pettus Bridge, scene of a bloody battle for voting rights in 1965.
There are a lot of people who say those two things are different. Civil rights and rights for LGBTQ, even if you believe that folks should have equality, those things are separate. Do you see that separation?
What's the difference of being seen as, being counted as 3/5 of a person back then, and then having my rights stripped away from me because I'm trans or because I'm queer?
Today, in addition to work supporting Selma's LGBTQ community with healthcare, food, and rent assistance, he's also a leading voice in resisting a wave of anti-LGBTQ legislation, including some of the strictest laws in the nation passed this year in Alabama that criminalizes gender-affirming surgeries for trans people under 19 and restricts the use of puberty blockers and hormones.
What we're hopeful of is that more visibility of black, queer, brown, queer, trans people being open and living whole. It'll give the opportunity to the community to be able to ask those questions that they desperately want to ask in a way where we can open up, we can have some real intentional dialogue about what it means to be trans, what it means to be a black trans person.
And while running an LGBTQ organization in Selma, in the heart of the Bible Belt, has its difficulties. Quentin says he draws on the power of this city, with its rich history of resistance and struggle, to focus on continuing the work that Dr. King helped start here decades earlier.
We're literally standing in the footsteps of some giants in the movement. Why does this place matter to what you're doing today?
It's the second leg of the civil rights movement. The same exact thing Dr. King did here in Selma in the 60s, we are doing here in Selma here in 2022.
Our thanks to Tremaine Lee for that report. The Knights and Orchid Society says its client care network currently extends throughout Alabama and is actively expanding its reach throughout the entire southeastern region of the United States. Well, it's Friday, and it's time for our can't miss list. All the movies, TV shows, and music you should check out this weekend. Joining us now is Darren Karp. She's a Bravo personality and host of Shaken and Disturbed. Darren, good morning. Let's start with The King, a new Elvis Presley biopic out today starring Austin Butler and Tom Hanks. What can you tell us about that one?
Yeah, so Tom Hanks, Austin Butler are starring in Baz Luhrmann's new film, Elvis, the movie. I mean, why wouldn't you want to see this? The movie kind of uncovers the life and music of Elvis Presley, also the complicated relationship with his manager for over 20 years, Colonel Tom Parker, who's played by Tom Hanks. It really covers it all, from his unprecedented stardom to him, in my opinion, personally being responsible for the loss of innocence of a lot of women in the United States, maybe around the world, but his relationship with Priscilla is at the forefront of this. You got to check out Elvis, the movie, in theaters starting today.
Well, he's certainly got the hair down we see from that video there. Well, there's also a lot going on in the streaming world. What's dropping in time for the weekend that we can watch at home?
Yeah, so on Netflix, of course, we got The Man from Toronto. He is out now. This is a hilarious comedy. Kevin Hart and Woody Harrelson star in this action-packed comedy, which you know it's going to be good with this cast. This is a classic story of mistaken identity. Kevin Hart is a sales consultant who gets mixed up and confused as a deadly assassin, played by Woody Harrelson, known only as The Man from Toronto. They eventually run into each other at this rental Airbnb, and madness ensues. It's hilarious. It's very fun to watch. It's very fun to watch Kevin Hart being very intimidating. You have to check it out on Netflix this weekend.
Especially funny because people from Toronto are so nice. We'll have to check that one out. Also, turning now to music. Pop star Madonna, still making music, of course. She released a collection of songs today. Darren, what can we expect from that one?
Yeah, she's releasing Finally Enough Love, which is actually 2 career-spanning remix collections. She became the first and only recording artist recently to have 50 #1 hits on the Billboard. Finally Enough Love is a compilation of her 50 best remixes of her dance hits, plus an abridged 16-track version, which is actually available to stream right now. So it's really her hits. If you want Madonna in a night, in time for Pride, then this album is absolutely for you, and the full collection will be out in August.
Madonna and Pride, it just makes sense. All right, Darren Karp, thanks so much for that breakdown. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but your news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Joe and Savannah today, and a lot to get to. Right now on Morning News Now, a breaking news overnight. The Senate has passed the most sweeping gun bill in decades. The bipartisan bill ending nearly 30 years of inaction after the latest wave of mass shootings across the country. We're digging into the law, who signed onto it, and the final hurdles left before it can head to the president's desk. Pressure and pardons. Dramatic testimony from the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill. New evidence from the committee says members of Congress allegedly sought pardons in the wake of the Capitol attack. And the pressure campaign. Former Justice Department officials say they faced from former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election.
I said, congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
From YouTube conspiracy theories to threats of mass resignations, we have a look at the key takeaways from Thursday's hearing and what comes next. Trouble on the tarmac. Millions of Americans ready to fly this summer could be headed to airport anarchy. With flights grounded and complaints against airlines sky high, the troubling headaches you could face for the July 4th holiday. And underwater rescue, a Team USA swimmer fainting and sinking to the bottom of a pool during a competition. Her coach jumping into action, diving in, and saving her life. Both women are speaking exclusively with NBC News about the remarkable rescue and their unbreakable bond. A lot to get to, and we begin this morning with that historic gun bill passed by the Senate. It's the first major federal gun legislation to advance through Congress in decades. It also received overwhelming bipartisan support. 15 Republicans broke party lines, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, and voted yes for the bill, which was championed by Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy last night.
This bill is a compromise. It doesn't do everything I want. But what we are doing will save thousands of lives without violating anyone's Second Amendment rights.
The sweeping legislation comes on the heels of several mass shootings across America, including the tragic killing of 21 people, including 19 students in Uvalde, Texas, and the murder of 10 people at a grocery store in Buffalo. These incidents spurred Congress to try to make significant changes to gun laws for the first time in years. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa now for more on this historic legislation. Ali, good morning. Let's first talk about the significance of the vote last night with this strong bipartisan support. It was a rare moment, both sides coming together on this.
Absolutely, Stephen. This was a huge act of bipartisanship on the Senate floor last night, and it's coming nearly 3 decades since the last really major step on gun reform. And it came last night, the night before we mark 1 month since that tragic mass shooting in Uvalde, which is really what got the ball rolling on this. We saw a group of senators just come together and say that this really was going to be different, that this time we couldn't afford to have no action on this. All of them coming together in these 4 weeks of negotiations to really what came to fruition last night. As you mentioned, 15 Republicans, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, voting with all Democrats to get this passed, really sparking some emotion on the Senate floor last night. There were some families of victims of gun violence that were in the Senate gallery, and lawmakers themselves getting emotional. Really the weight of this moment not lost on lawmakers themselves, Stephen.
And Ali, Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy saying last night this bill was a compromise. Remind us of what's in this bill and how both parties were able to come together on this.
This definitely was a compromise because both sides of the aisle didn't get exactly what they wanted. Remember, Democrats were calling for an all-out ban of assault weapons, raising the minimum age to be able to purchase a gun. Republicans pushing for more money for school security. But the provisions in this bill, I'll list a few of them here, really do signal a historic deal. This bill would expand mental health services and school security. It strengthens background checks to include juvenile records for people under the age of 21 looking to buy a gun. Remember, both of the shooters in Buffalo and Uvalde were both 18 years old. It also incentivizes states to pass red flag laws to take away guns that courts from people that courts deem dangerous. And the last provision in this is that it closes the so-called boyfriend loophole. That was really the last sticking point that we heard of from senators negotiating this bill. Senators finally coming to an agreement on the definition of that, considering it serious dating partners who have been convicted of domestic abuse, saying they would no longer be able to purchase a gun, Stephen.
And Ali, now this goes to the House and a vote there likely sometime today. What sort of resistance could the bill face there before it finally makes its way to President Biden's desk?
Yeah, the House is wasting no time really considering this. We know the Rules Committee is looking over it right now, which sets up a time frame of roughly noon or 1 o'clock for a final vote. You know, we've heard from House GOP leadership really rallying Republicans around not voting for this bill. But the reality check here is that this bill could pass with just Democratic support alone if all Democrats in the House vote for it. And despite that, we also know roughly a dozen or so Republicans in the House have already come out and publicly said that they're going to support this bill. So this is really almost a done deal. Of course, nothing is finalized until it's sent to President Biden. President Biden issuing a statement yesterday when the Senate passed it, saying he is ready to take this bill on and sign it into law.
Of course, we'll be paying attention to what happens in the House today. Ali Rafa, thanks so much for that. Well, turning now this morning to day 5 of the January 6th hearings, the House committee investigating the Capitol attack presented evidence yesterday allegedly showing how former President Trump attempted to use the Justice Department to overturn his 2020 election loss. 3 top former justice officials, all appointed by Trump, described what they say was a pressure campaign from the White House to get the DOJ to investigate debunked election fraud conspiracy theories. The House panel also argued that Trump tried to install a loyalist who would go along with his scheme to lead the DOJ after several senior officials threatened to resign. Here are some of the biggest takeaways from day 5.
But Donald Trump didn't just want the Justice Department to investigate. He wanted the Justice Department to help legitimize his lies, to basically call the election corrupt, to appoint a special counsel to investigate alleged election fraud, to send a letter to 6 state legislatures urging them to consider altering the election results.
Had this letter been released on official Department of Justice letterhead, it would have falsely informed all Americans, including those who might be inclined to come to Washington on January 6th, that President Trump's election fraud allegations were likely very real.
No one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the result of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipollone said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
So I said, Mr. President, you're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days. It's impossible, it's absurd, it's not going to happen, and it's going to fail. And for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
We're here today because the facts were irrelevant to President Trump. It was about protecting his very real power and very fragile ego, even if it required recklessly undermining our entire electoral system by wildly casting baseless doubt upon it. In short, he was willing to sacrifice our republic to prolong his presidency. I can imagine no more dishonorable act by a president.
Well, for more on the January 6th hearing, let's bring in former U.S. prosecutor Barbara McQuaid. She's an NBC News legal contributor and professor at the University of Michigan Law School. Good morning, Barbara. Chairman Benny Thompson describing Trump's actions leading up to the insurrection as an attempted, quote, political coup. First off, your reaction to what you heard about Trump and the DOJ yesterday.
Well, it really was an incredibly dramatic showdown that we heard about yesterday at the Oval Office. And I think one thing that's most remarkable is Donald Trump didn't stop because he was convinced it was just the wrong thing to do. He didn't get a sudden moment of conscience. He only stopped because these Justice Department lawyers convinced him it would fail. And so one of the things we know from other hearings is he didn't just stop and stand down. He just pivoted to a different tactic. He turned his attention to Mike Pence. This is January 3rd. He continues all the way through January 6th in still trying to achieve the same ends, just through a different means. And so we came remarkably close to seeing perhaps 100 or more Justice Department and White House lawyers resign on January 3rd. Maybe it would have been better if they had, because that would have exposed the lie earlier, and we're only learning about it much later.
Yeah, that would have been something, those resignations. Well, one key piece of evidence the committee presented was a draft letter written in part by Jeffrey Clark saying falsely that the DOJ found evidence of widespread voter fraud. Clark allegedly wanted to send this to the Georgia legislature, but other DOJ officials refused to sign on. Here's what White House lawyer Eric Hirschman said yesterday about his reaction to that letter.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good, excuse me, sorry, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
As a former prosecutor, what does that letter signal, if anything, to you?
Well, it shows that Jeffrey Clark was willing to assist Donald Trump in this effort to undermine our election. He was willing to put in there things he knew to be false. The other men on the Justice Department leadership had been telling Donald Trump, as Jeffrey Rosen said, just about daily, that they were investigating these claims and there was absolutely no merit to them. For him to write in a letter that there actually was merit to them, that they had found irregularities, and then suggesting that they convene their state legislatures for the purpose of selecting alternate electors is so far out of bounds of anything the Justice Department should be doing. And so they were right to force him to stop and to show his hand. But I'm proud of the fact that we had some strong leadership at the Justice Department. Imagine if we had it filled with a group of Jeff Clarks who had allowed us to go down that road. I think our Justice Department would look very different than it does today. And it may be that this coup would have succeeded.
And Barbara, we also heard about that dramatic meeting in the Oval Office on January 3rd between Trump and top justice officials who essentially said they'd resign if Jeffrey Clark was appointed as Attorney General. In your view, how does that alleged pressure campaign fit into the larger case the committee is making about Trump's responsibility for the Capitol attack?
Well, it is, I think it makes it stand in stark relief because he knows that on January 3rd, more than 100 lawyers will be willing to resign as opposed to let him go through with this. And although he backs down on that particular strategy, on January 6th, he goes out and he repeats those same lies after they have debunked them completely in front of him. And yet he still makes those statements on the lips on January 6th. He still urges Mike Pence to throw out the electors in the House when he's counting the votes. And so I think it just adds to his criminal knowledge and criminal intent when he persists in this fraud, even after he is told it is absolutely false.
More drastic claims from that fifth day of hearings. Barbara McQuaid, thanks so much for your insight. Well, turning now to the Supreme Court and a landmark ruling on gun rights. The court struck down a New York state law that it said went too far in restricting who can get a permit to carry a gun in public. The governor and New York City's mayor say the ruling will only make a violent crime problem even worse. NBC News correspondent Pete Williams has the latest.
For the first time in American history, the Supreme Court ruled that when the Second Amendment says there's a right to keep and bear arms, that means a right to carry a handgun outside the home for self-defense. The court struck down a New York law that required showing a special need beyond a general desire for self-defense to get a permit for carrying a concealed gun in public. By a vote of 6-3, the court said no other constitutional right requires showing some special need to exercise it, and that's not how the Second Amendment works. Writing for the majority, Justice Clarence Thomas said local governments can still ban guns from sensitive places, but he said that doesn't simply mean anywhere the public congregates. And Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh said states can still impose licensing requirements, like background and mental health checks and firearms training.
The Supreme Court today said you can't require someone to justify why they want to conceal carry a gun, but it was leaving open where the state could restrict these guns and who could have them.
The decision will have an immediate impact on New York and 5 other states with similar restrictions, but in the ruling's most far-reaching language, it said a concern for public safety isn't enough to justify new gun controls. Justice Thomas said gun regulations must be, quote, consistent with this nation's historical tradition of firearms regulation.
I think this language is going to make it really difficult to justify gun laws going forward and will lead to courts striking down a wide variety of gun gun safety laws.
In dissent, the court's 3 liberals listed 9 recent mass shootings, including at the school in Uvalde, Texas, and the supermarket in Buffalo, New York. Justice Stephen Breyer said courts must consider the serious dangers and consequences of gun violence that lead states to regulate firearms.
Pete Williams with that report. And we're expecting more decisions from the court later this morning. There are still 9 cases left for the court to consider this term. So let's get to NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos for more on these 9 cases. Of course, Danny, the most anticipated here, the case on abortion. Of course, we got that leak back in May. It sparked nationwide protests. What can we expect how the leak will affect what the court ultimately says? And Chief Justice John Roberts, his opinion was not in that leak. How could this affect the case?
Yeah, first, we're all on tenterhooks here. Nobody in news can do anything until this Dobbs case comes out. We can't make plans. And to me, that's important because given the leak, I had thought that the Supreme Court had an incentive to release the opinion sooner rather than later, if for no other reason than the potential harm that could come to justices by somebody who might want to do them harm. And we already saw that with somebody arrested in Justice Kavanaugh's neighborhood. But yet they are dragging this out. That could mean that the draft is being revised, but I don't think so. In all likelihood, if it got to the point where Alito wrote even a draft opinion, that means the votes are in, that Alito was assigned the majority opinion, and that's where it's going to be. But, you know, at the same time, the votes in Planned Parenthood v. Casey actually switched around, and the justices moved their votes around to end up where they were with Casey. So it's possible that we may see something different. I just don't think it's particularly likely that it will vary much from the original leak, except maybe that it might be bolstered in some areas with additional case law.
And of course, the investigation into how that leak happened, that continues. But I also want to ask you about Biden v. Texas, the so-called Remain in Mexico law for asylum seekers to remain on the other side of the border while they wait for those hearings. What are your thoughts on that case? Walk us through it.
An interesting case because it raises the question, what do we do with asylum seekers, maybe hundreds of thousands of folks? What do we do with them while we're processing their applications for asylum? Can we release them into the United States? Do we keep them in detention facilities, which, by the way, I've been to, they're not particularly nice? Or do we make them stay in Canada or Mexico? And what is the government's power under the applicable law? And that was one of the questions Justice Roberts actually wondered about aloud is, you know, well, look, this is the government's problem. It's not really our problem, the court's problem. You have to follow federal law. So it'll be interesting to see where the court comes down because they could conclude either that federal law requires them to put people back in Mexico or Canada during the pendency of their application, or they could give the Biden administration a little more wiggle room and let them release them into the United States.
And that policy has been going on since 2019 now, so a lot of people waiting for that decision. Also wanted to ask you about West Virginia versus the EPA. This could affect carbon emissions, how the Biden administration hopes to curb that. What are you expecting from this case?
This is, again, not that different in principle from the one we just discussed, because it's really about what is the extent of the federal government's power under the law. Specifically, and this has been an issue for a justice like Gorsuch for a long time, to what degree does an administrative agency have the power to either make rules or do whatever it wants under the law? And that's something the court's going to look very closely at, whether an agency can exceed its power under federal law to do things and regulate outside the fence boundaries of a particular place, a power plant or somewhere like that.
Of course, we're going to be waiting for all of those cases, the abortion case taking up so much oxygen right now.
Yes.
Find out what more on that to come. Danny Cevallos, thanks so much for that insight. Well, there is plenty of reaction this morning from the White House to the Supreme Court decision on the New York gun case. The president had repeatedly called for stricter gun measures following the deadly shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us now from the White House with more on this. Maura, good morning. White House put out a statement yesterday following that ruling where the president says the decision, quote, contradicts both common sense and the Constitution. What else is he saying about this?
Good morning. Well, as you saw in Pete Williams' report just there, this ruling allows people to carry firearms in public without a specific license. And the president said he was deeply disturbed by this and said that he didn't think that it was reasoned appropriately. He pointed out a Supreme Court ruling back in 2008 that said that the Second Amendment is not absolute. And he noted that the decision should be deeply disturbing to us all. He spoke at an event yesterday elaborating on this, expressing his disappointment.
Disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision. There is one little bit of solace in the minority making up the majority opinion has laid out that it affects not every state. It affects only 40 states. A lot of states it affects. The gun laws in 40 of these states are still in place based on the decision. Not good enough, but it's. I think it's a bad decision. I think it's not reasoned accurately, but I'm disappointed.
President Biden went on to point out that states have their own ability to make state-by-state gun legislation, and he encouraged them to do so, saying that we must do more as a society to protect Americans, not less.
And more, we're also seeing more big news on guns. We know the president closely watching yesterday's Senate gun vote. As a Delaware senator, he helped craft gun legislation 3 decades ago. What's his reaction to the vote on the bill, and is now one step closer to making its way to his desk?
Yeah, a historic day for sure when it comes to gun legislation. President Biden had expressed support of this legislation, but also had previously said that he didn't think it had gone far enough. In Delaware, when he was there, they had passed an assault weapons ban in totality, and so he had wanted something like that along with some stricter measures. But he is very encouraged by this passage from the Senate. He's encouraging when the House goes to vote this morning. He says he will sign it as soon as it comes to his desk. The White House releasing a statement overnight saying that this legislation will protect society, communities, and kids in schools as we need them, given what we've seen in recent months.
All right, Maura, thanks so much. Well, this morning, a rare sight for drivers, gas prices actually going down. According to AAA, the national average for gas is now at $4.92 a gallon. That's down 2 cents from yesterday and down 8 cents from a week ago when the average was $5. The cheapest gas continues to be in the Southeast, with the most expensive prices out west. And all of this comes as the White House rolls out a multi-part plan to try to bring down prices even more. For more on this, let's bring in Politico Chief Economic Correspondent Ben White. Ben, good morning to you. Several executives from the oil industry met Thursday in Washington with Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm to discuss ways to lower those prices. We know that meeting was behind closed doors, but what are some of the takeaways?
Yeah, well, good morning to you. Thanks for having me on. I think a lot of these meetings with oil industry executives are largely optical for this White House. They want to be seen as not just working on, the issue of supply and the impact of the Ukraine war, but record profits from oil companies. Are they price gouging? Are they taking, too much advantage of the situation? And so to the progressive base, they want to see them, jawboning CEOs, that sort of thing. Don't think much is going to come out of that. These companies are simply charging basically what the market will bear when there's limited supply and a lot of demand. But the left wing of the party really wants a focus on corporate greed and corporate profits. So that's what those meetings are largely for, but also to talk about the outlook among executives for prices going forward and whether we could see even more relief. You mentioned a slight drop in prices over the last week, which is great. But can that be sustained? And can it be sustained without an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine, which has really spiked oil prices even after they were going up during the pandemic and after the pandemic.
Well, Ben, aside from that meeting with CEOs earlier in the week, the president called on Congress to approve a federal gas tax holiday. But just how much can the government actually move the needle on prices? Despite that recent drop we were talking about, we likely won't see those prices go down to levels we saw this time last year anytime soon. Is there anything more that they can do?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot more they can do. They can do this federal gas tax holiday if Biden can convince Congress to pass it, then probably can. A lot of members worried about the price of gas. So that's about 18 cents a gallon, which would be a temporary thing and make a little bit of a difference, not a big difference. And then that also takes away money from infrastructure that gas tax is supposed to fund, our roads and bridges and all the rest of it. So it's really an imperfect fix, but that's a little bit of relief they could come up with. There's not a whole lot more they can do. They could waive Jones Act restrictions on imports. They could open up more domestic areas for drilling and exploration, but the Democratic Party is not really going to go along with that. So they really have to partially just hope that there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia sometime later this year, which would be the big driver back down in prices. So there's a couple little levers they can pull from the White House, but mostly they're beholden to external events.
Yeah, a lot of people worried about infrastructure, something that's been a concern for a long time now. Ben White with Politico, thank you so much. Well, let's take a check of your morning news now weather. Michelle Grossman joins us for a look at the forecast. So much heat going on lately, Michelle.
So much. We've been talking about it for weeks. Hi there, Stephen. Great to see you. And we're going to continue to be talking about it because we really are so early in the season of summer. And we're looking at temperatures once again into the 90s and 100s. So that's dangerous territory. It's record-breaking territory as well. Heat alerts into Monday. So this is going to last several days. We're looking at the Pacific Northwest in on some heat as well, with temperatures into the 90s in parts of Washington, Oregon, also the northern parts of California. But once again, watching the south central states where we're looking at heat alerts from Texas, to Georgia, all the way through Florida. And we even do have some heat warnings. That's where you see the pink. So 33 million people impacted through Monday. It's another southern scorcher, temperatures into the upper 90s, some spots over 100 degrees. Dallas today, 104. You factor in that humidity, and that's a big piece of the puzzle. We're going to feel like 105. It's going to feel like 109 in Tallahassee, and the heat index in New Orleans, 110. And that will be the same story as we kick off the weekend. Saturday, we're looking at temperatures into the 100s. 107, the heat index in Shreveport. It will feel like 106 in Mobile and feeling like 103 in Houston. Now, we're going to stay warm, very warm for this time of year, but there is some relief in sight. Notice Wichita, we're into the 70s Sunday and Monday. And then Dallas, you're into the 100s on Sunday, but by Tuesday into the 90s. I know that still sounds warm, but they've been in the 100s for so long, so that will be better. Birmingham into the low 90s as well. This heat and humidity will fuel some storms today. We're already seeing some stormy weather in parts of the upper Midwest, the plains, and that's going to be the bullseye where we're going to see the severe weather today. So here's the setup. We have a cold front moving through that really warm air. That's going to spark the chance for some storms, and some of this severe weather will linger into tonight, and that's dangerous because tornadoes at night are double as deadly. And then tomorrow we're going to see that cold front into the Great Lakes. That will spark some storms there as well. So here's where we're expecting the likeliest chance for some severe weather at the enhanced risk. That's where you see the orange, where we're looking at Fargo, Aberdeen, also Bismarck. We could see winds gusting up to 75 miles per hour, damaging hail of 2 inches or larger, and also a few tornadoes. And then we're also expecting some flash flooding as well, especially where you see the oranges, the yellows, the reds. So we do have a flood risk due to these training storms. And then, Stephen, as we go throughout tomorrow, too, we're looking at some monsoonal moisture in the southwest. This will be the 8th day of receiving some rain there. Back to you.
All right. A lot going on. Michelle, thanks for that update. Well, coming up, major new developments in the war in Ukraine. Ukraine pulling out of a key city as Russia continues to advance in the east. The new information we've learned overnight about the retreat. That's coming up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This morning, there are new developments in the Ukraine war as the whole Luhansk region edges closer to falling under total Russian control. The province's governor says Ukrainian troops are being withdrawn from the city of Severodonetsk, which has suffered heavy fighting in recent weeks. He said, quote, staying in broken positions makes no sense. The number of dead is growing. The nearby city of Lysychansk is now seeing the last Ukrainian-controlled city in that region, but the situation there is growing even more dire. Away from the battlefield, the European Union has approved Ukraine as a candidate country to join the bloc in what European leaders have called a historic moment.
Let me stress that I'm deeply convinced that our decision that we have taken today strengthens us all. It strengthens Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia in the face of Russian aggression. And it strengthens the European Union. Of course, the countries all have to do homework before moving to the next stage of the accession process. But I am convinced that they will all move as swiftly as possible and work as hard as possible to implement the necessary reforms.
We're joined now by Angela Stent. She's a senior advisor to the Center of Eurasian, Russian, and East European Studies at Georgetown University and a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Angela, good morning to you. Great to have you with us. I want to start with what's happening in the Donbass. It looks like that region of Luhansk is on the verge of falling after Ukrainian troops were ordered to pull out of Severodonetsk. Is Russia closing in on a major battleground victory there? And what could that loss mean for Ukraine?
Yes, the Russians certainly want to take over the whole of the Donbass region. So there are two so-called republics, Luhansk and Donetsk, and they're about, I think, to take over Luhansk, as you've shown in your reporting. Their next target will be Donetsk. They will want to take over that entire region. And that is a setback for the Ukrainians. We do have new U.S. high-tech weapons, rockets that have arrived in Ukraine. They'll be trying to push back, but this will be Russia's next target. Will be taking over the Donbas Republic too.
Well, the U.S. announced another $450 million worth of weapons going to Ukraine. This brings America's total contribution to around $6.1 billion. As we're seeing Ukraine losing ground despite the massive arms supplies. Are we seeing enough on the diplomatic front to try to solve this problem and end this war? Is it even possible to restart the peace talks right now?
Well, there's very little happening on the diplomatic front. Frankly, Vladimir Putin isn't interested in a diplomatic solution at the moment. The Russians just want to keep on pushing, taking as much of Ukraine as they can. So it looked much better at the beginning of April. There were peace talks, there were discussions about how one could go forward, but I don't think we're going to see anything in terms of real serious negotiations until the Russians decide that it's in their interest to do that, and we have no sense of when that will be.
And we don't have much time here, but I want to ask you about the European Union approval of Ukraine as a candidate country. President Zelensky calling it the most important decision since his country broke from the Soviet Union. How significant is this, and how do you think Russia views it?
Well, it's very important symbolically and as a morale booster. Ukraine has a lot of work to do, as we heard Ursula von der Leyen say, but it means that they have a perspective to join the European Union. The Russians have so far said, well, you know, if they want to join, that's their business. So I don't think Russia's that concerned about it at the moment. And I think it just is very important for the Ukrainians to understand that they do have this perspective that will give them a future that's different from a future with Russia.
Certainly could use a morale boost. Angela Stent, thanks so much. Well, more international news now. Afghanistan is getting aid from India after Wednesday's devastating earthquake killed more than 1,000 people. Ralph Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with more on this. Good morning, Ralph. A lot going on.
Stephen, good morning. That's right. An Indian technical team has now made its way to Kabul to help with that earthquake relief effort. More than 1,000 people were killed and 1,500 injured when the quake struck early Wednesday. Rescue efforts have been slow, hampered by bad roads and heavy rain. And frankly, hopes are fading of finding many more survivors under the rubble. In the UK, Boris Johnson suffered another major defeat overnight as his ruling Conservative Party lost not one, but two special elections. This comes after the so-called Partygate scandal, which saw Boris Johnson being fined by London police for breaking his own COVID rules. The Prime Minister said the losses were normal for incumbents in midterms. And finally, an ancient tomb in a modern city in Peru, an Inca burial site, was found under a house in a working-class neighborhood of Lima. Archaeologists said the ceramics and fine ornaments likely belonged to a wealthy family buried some 500 years ago. So, Stephen, a pretty amazing thing to find when you're just trying to renovate your basement, right?
Wow, 500 years. Pretty incredible find. All right, Raph, thanks so much. Well, coming up, with the future of abortion laws still hanging in the balance, we'll take a look at how some American women who can't find help across state lines are crossing international ones. And a man wanted in connection with a woman's death slipped away after being arrested. Now federal agents are having a hard time tracking down this so-called master of disguise. We've got the latest on that manhunt coming up next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. As the nation awaits a Supreme Court ruling that could overturn Roe v. Wade, many women in states with newly restrictive abortion laws are resorting to desperate measures to obtain abortions, some even crossing international lines into Mexico, where providers have seen an increase in Americans traveling in for that procedure. NBC's Morgan Radford has more.
For many women, Dr. Franz Theard is their last chance. His New Mexico practice is one of just a few remaining abortion clinics along the U.S.-Mexico border, just 1 mile west of the Texas state line.
We've increased by 100, so we do about 250 a month now.
Abortions per month?
Per month.
That jump since last September, when a Texas law banned abortions as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy. Before that, the state allowed them up to 20 weeks.
Not doing an abortion because you're 6 weeks or 5 weeks is almost like not doing abortions at all.
But some of those who can't find the help they're looking for across state lines are leaving the country entirely. Many American women are coming here to Mexico to buy abortion pills. The most commonly used does not require a prescription and costs about 1/10 of the price. We're about to meet 2 women who provide abortion services out of their home here in Mexico. Just outside of Monterrey, activists Vanessa Jimenez and Sandra Cardona founded La Aborteria, where they provide the abortion-inducing drug misoprostol and guide women on how to take it. They say they've seen a dramatic surge of American clients since the Texas law went into effect.
Con 2 o 3 chicas de Estados Unidos al año.
5 por semana.
Sí.
So before you were seeing 2 to 3 American women a year. Now you're seeing 5 American women a week.
A veces más.
And sometimes more.
Sí.
¿Y de dónde vienen específicamente? And where are they coming from specifically?
Que han venido aquí a México de Texas.
So the majority of women you're seeing are coming from Texas. And they're not alone. Another Mexican organization, which opened its doors in January, says Americans now make up 25% of its customers. ¿Me pueden dar un ejemplo? Por ejemplo, ¿qué les dicen? Can you give me an example? What do the women coming from Texas tell you?
La mayoría viene con mucho miedo.
It's fear, not only of going to jail, but the economic penalties. And you're saying even though there hasn't been a case since the law changed in September in Texas, it's enough to inspire so much fear. A fear that's driving many women even further from home. Morgan Radford, NBC News, Monterrey, Mexico.
Well, the FBI is asking for your help this morning, finding a man wanted in connection with his girlfriend's death. The man was arrested, but after being turned over to U.S. agents, he was able to enter the U.S. under a different name, and he's now missing. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the latest on that investigation.
The FBI is in the hunt for a master of disguise with a criminal record of fraud across different states and now wanted in connection to his girlfriend's death in Mexico.
He is wanted for questioning in regards to the disappearance and now what we would consider the death of Raquel Sabin.
50-year-old Tyler Adams was arrested in Mexico last week after an Amber Alert was issued for the couple's 7-month-old baby. During that search, authorities found the badly decomposed body of the suspect's girlfriend Raquel Sabin in the trunk of a car. The child eventually found safe and handed over to Mexican Child Services.
The principal suspect is the own father of the baby.
Yet Mexican officials say after his arrest, they discovered the man was wanted in the U.S. Adams had a warrant issued in 2019 after he escaped a work furlough program while serving time for fraud charges in Hawaii. Mexican authorities making the decision to hand him over to U.S. officials as the Mexican investigation into the death of his girlfriend continues.
So we put the father of the baby into custody of the immigration authorities.
So he was given to CBP?
Yes, he was given to the Customs Border Protection.
Yet the following day, the FBI informed he was once again on the loose.
In terms of the handover at the port of entry, I can say this. Mr. Adams was able to get through the port of entry. He used a fake ID. When they ran that ID, there were no wants or warrants showing. So that enabled him to come into the U.S. As it relates to the handoff between Mexican authorities and CBP at the port of entry, the FBI was not present there.
Customs and Border Protection has not responded to multiple requests from NBC News to discuss the case. The victim's family left wondering how Adams managed to use a fake ID to enter the U.S. as a free man after the handoff.
I have a feeling he's going to harm somebody else, and I do not want that I don't want anybody to have to deal with something like this.
some good news for the family as Mexican authorities handed over the couple's baby to the victim's family. Yet the suspect remains at large, with the FBI informing the last identity he used is under the name Aaron Bain.
How does someone use so many identities and get away with it the way this man has done it?
Yeah, I think that's the nature of, whether it's identity theft or stolen identities, financial fraud, that's the nature of his criminal background. What's unique here is, I would say, he is an escapee with a white-collar background that made his way to the mainland.
Well, so glad that baby was okay. That was Quad Venegas reporting. Authorities, by the way, say the FBI is operating under the assumption that swelling we saw in the fugitive's face in that mugshot indicates he's likely trying to change his physical appearance. Well, still to come this morning, the pandemic put everything on hold, and now many couples who waited to tie the knot are taking the plunge, but the route down the aisle is changing for some. We'll explain. Plus, holiday headache. America's travel chaos expected to get even worse ahead of the 4th of July, where you can expect to feel the pinch. That's coming up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The summer travel season is heating up, and so are tempers. Complaints against airlines are through the roof, and what could be troubling new signs for what millions of travelers might face as we head toward the July 4th holiday. NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda has the latest.
For thousands of Americans this week, their summer getaways landing them in an airport Armageddon.
We've had multiple delays and chaos.
More than 2,000 flights axed just since yesterday. Travel app Hopper reports more than a quarter of recent flights have been delayed, fueled by industry staffing shortages, soaring demand, and severe weather.
I was in the airport for over 5 hours, maybe 6.
The chaos comes just as airports brace for another flood of travelers July 4th weekend. An anticipated 11 million to pass through airports over the holiday, despite the soaring cost of travel. The price to fly spiking 45% since 2019.
Are we going to see the chaos in the airports continue?
We are expecting to continue to see significant delays. People booking travel and wanting to travel has well outpaced airlines rebuilding their capacity.
To improve reliability, major airlines continue to trim summer schedules. United announcing it's cutting 12% of daily flights here at Newark. AAA believes the airport frustrations will push more to the road this Independence holiday. According to one study, many are eyeing Las Vegas, considered the top destination for July 4th.
So we're going to drive there, actually.
even with the gas prices being so high.
Millions set to crisscross the country next week over a holiday experts fear will be marred by mishaps. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Newark, New Jersey.
Thanks to Emily for that report. Some business headlines now. Wall Street is looking to break a tough losing streak by the week in ending in the green. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more on this and a lot more headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so Wall Street is set to extend yesterday's gains. The major indexes are on track to snap a 3-week losing streak and post their first winning week of June. In focus today, 2 economic reports. Wall Street will be paying close attention to data on new home sales and consumer sentiment to help determine if the U.S. economy is nearing a recession. Intel says it may have to scale back or delay plans to build a domestic semiconductor manufacturing plant in Ohio. The issue? Well, it's a congressional backlog. The CHIPS Act has been stalled in Congress since last summer and is an essential part of Intel's plan because it would provide funding to help offset cost of the new plant. It's all part of a push to build more chips in the U.S. after the pandemic caused a severe shortage of the key components used in everything from vehicle power steering to systems to iPhones. And Top Gun Maverick is set to hit $1 billion in global ticket sales this coming week. The sequel to the 1986 hit Top Gun has been a huge success at the box office, bringing in more than $900 million as of this past Monday. The film debuted in May, bringing in more than $120 million in sales during its opening weekend. That's the largest haul for any Tom Cruise film ever.
Wow, I might be the only person who has not seen that movie yet.
I did see it, and it was very good.
Okay, gotta go. Silvana, thanks so much for that.
You got it.
Well, 2022 has been a boom year for weddings, and that is showing no signs of slowing down. But today, couples are changing the traditional ways of engagements and looking at the jewelry associated with them in a whole new light. Here's CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan with more.
While the overall commitment rings of tradition, the proposals and the jewelry are changing.
One new trend that we're seeing is couples increasingly shopping together.
Seattle-based Emily Darst met her now fiancé Josh Baez through Instagram, and later each separately found and researched ring jeweler Valerie Madison there too.
We found a jeweler in Seattle who has a big focus on sustainability. They have recycled gold, they have diamonds as well as other gemstones. They're Black and Latina owned, and supporting a small business was also something that was really important to us.
Bigger jewelers are also building businesses around these principles.
Sustainability, transparency, inclusivity are all really important. We offer a lot of transparency so you really understand the journey of a diamond.
Brilliant Earth says its showrooms like this are designed specifically to cater to a couple shopping together. Some of the trends the jeweler is seeing right now: elongated cuts of diamonds, gemstones like sapphires, 3-stone rings, hidden details, and yellow gold. Who pops the question and what they propose with also changing.
During the consultation, she's like, do you also want a ring? And it was something that I've always thought about before, but I never actually thought it was something that would be feasible.
Like Emily and Josh, Marin County, California couple Dana Nguyen and Adam Redfield plan to propose to one another, each choosing their own non-traditional engagement ring. The couple met more traditionally at a party, but ordered their engagement rings online.
A lot of things about marriage and engagements have changed, but then men proposing to women, it's still the same. So yeah, I wanted to change that.
Our thanks to Courtney Reagan for that report. More than 2.5 million weddings, by the way, are expected to take place by the end of the year. That's according to the wedding planning site, The Knot. Well, coming up, dramatic underwater rescue caught on camera. This is incredible. A coach jumped into action to save a swimmer's life after she fainted and sunk right to the bottom of a pool. Now, both women are speaking exclusively to NBC News about that terrifying ordeal. More on that coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back and we're celebrating our own Morning News Now anchor, Joe Fryer, today. We're so proud to share that the NLGJA, the Association of LGBTQ Journalists, has awarded Joe as this year's Journalist of the Year. The organization says the award honors an LGBTQ journalist whose exceptional abilities, integrity, and distinctive work brought honor to the profession within the past year. And Joe certainly fits that description. Congratulations to Joe. Very well deserved. And finally this hour, a story about a split-second decision and a dramatic underwater rescue. It happened in the middle of a competition, an American artistic swimmer losing consciousness during a routine and floating to the bottom of the pool. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on what happened next.
United States of America, Anita Alvarez.
It was another stunning performance for American artistic swimmer Anita Alvarez, who drew cheers from the crowd and a smile from her coach until a wave of concern washed across the World Aquatics Championship in Budapest, Hungary, as Alvarez suddenly plunged into darkness.
What's the last thing you remember?
I remember feeling like it was a really great performance. I started to feel a little bit of numbness in my fingers, and then honestly, just kind of everything went black, and that was kind of it. It all happened really fast.
Alvarez, a two-time Olympian, was in trouble. Slowly and motionlessly, the 25-year-old drifted to the bottom of the pool.
As soon as she was going down, immediately I know that something was wrong.
Sensing Alvarez had fainted, Coach Andrea Fuentes did what stunned lifeguards waited to do. Desperately reaching for Alvarez, Fuentes used all of her strength to wrap the swimmer in her arms and lift her to the surface.
It's like in slow motion to me, like for Anita it was fast, but for me it was a year.
Underwater for roughly 2 minutes, Alvarez was rolled onto the pool deck where she finally started gasping for air.
When did you know you'd be okay?
I think right away I knew I would be okay. As soon as I started breathing and was awake and everything.
Likely fainting because of exhaustion, this rescue was incredibly the second time Alvarez was saved by Fuentes during competition.
I say this all the time to her and to other people. Just so grateful to have her as a coach.
The bond of a lifetime and the photo more powerful than words. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Wow, that is just incredible. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. Your news continues right now. Good morning. You made it to Friday. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe and Savannah this morning. And right now on Morning News Now, action in Washington. A sweeping gun bill passed by the Senate overnight. This morning, it's on its way to the House for a vote there. We'll dig into what's in this landmark bipartisan bill that garnered support from more than a dozen Senate Republicans. Plus the fallout surrounding that controversial Supreme Court ruling on guns in New York State. A murder-suicide pact, day 5 of the January 6th hearings. They were including testimony on former President Trump's alleged attempt to use the Justice Department to overturn the 2020 election.
President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen.
The bombshell unsent letter at the center of yesterday's hearing and how top Justice Department officials say they reacted to the former president's demands. Also this morning, 1 year later, it was one of the deadliest building failures in United States history. And now a Florida judge has approved a $1 billion settlement for victims of the Surfside condo collapse that killed nearly 100 people 1 year ago this morning. We've got the specifics on what's in that deal. And all shook up. If it's Friday, you know we've got the latest and greatest in can't miss content for your weekend. We've got a preview of the new Elvis biopic that's got critics swooning over the king of rock and roll one more time. But we kick off this morning with the latest developments surrounding the January 6th committee's investigation into the attack on the Capitol. The House panel used its 5th public hearing to lay out the pressure campaign former President Trump placed on the Department of Justice to support his claims of election fraud. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now with the latest on yesterday's hearing. Garrett, good morning to you.
Hey, Stephen, good morning. Yeah, the committee's going to take a bit of a break now until mid-July, but yesterday's dramatic hearing included testimony from top DOJ leaders that President Trump leaned on them to try to find evidence of election fraud, or, failing to do so, tried to replace them at the top of the DOJ. It's all part of the argument the committee is making about Donald Trump working behind the scenes to try to overturn this election.
These developments, the
January 6th committee unveiling what witnesses described as a presidential plot to use the Department of Justice to help overturn the 2020 election, accusing Mr. Trump of personally trying to strong-arm the department.
He responded very quickly and said, what I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
Former senior DOJ officials testifying that when they refused to announce investigations into non-existent voter fraud claims, President Trump sought to replace the department's acting head and replace him with an inexperienced loyalist, Jeffrey Clark, a DOJ environmental attorney who drafted a letter to key states falsely claiming election irregularities.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good, excuse me, sorry, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony.
I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill.
When DOJ leadership threatened to resign en masse in a heated White House meeting, they say Mr. Trump backed down.
Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard.
On Wednesday, federal agents searched Clark's Virginia home, seizing his electronics.
Death.
Clark pleaded the fifth in his February committee deposition, but spoke to Fox News last night.
Tucker, I don't recognize the country anymore with these kinds of Stasi-like things happening.
The committee also sharing texts from Pennsylvania Republican Scott Perry, connecting Clark to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Perry, one of 5 lawmakers later named by a White House aide as having sought presidential pardons.
Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly? Yes, he did.
Perry denies he ever asked for a pardon, telling NBC News, quote, "This never happened." Mr. Trump responding to the hearing on social media, calling it a, quote, kangaroo court, the likes of which we have never seen in this country.
Stephen, the committee says they've been getting in tons of new evidence and tips since they first started these public hearings a couple of weeks ago. That's what they're going to be focused on over the next few weeks. Yesterday, they deposed a documentary filmmaker who has video they'd like to see behind the scenes at the Trump White House. And they're still publicly asking for Pat Cipollone, the former White House counsel, to come and sit down for a formal interview. There are pieces to this puzzle they're hoping to be able to put together before hearings resume, we think, in mid-July.
More fact-gathering happen as they make these presentations. Garrett Haig, thanks so much. Well, for more on the January 6th hearing, we're joined by MSNBC political analyst and former Republican congressman from Florida, David Jolly. David, good morning to you. First off, your reaction on what we heard yesterday about Trump's alleged pressure campaign on the DOJ and the hearings overall so far.
I think yesterday's was one of the more damning hearings, right? The committee had already established that Donald Trump had been counseled that his belief about the corrupt election was wrong, and yet he continued to pursue a pressure campaign we learned earlier against Mike Pence, against states across the country. But yesterday was about Donald Trump's attempt to use his Department of Justice to corruptly influence the outcome of the election. And frankly, yesterday started naming names. In addition to the president, we learned names of members of Congress. I think all signs now point to the conclusion that, yes, Donald Trump acted outside of his authority. The question becomes, what does this Department of Justice and Attorney General Merrick Garland do with the information we've learned?
And David, if you were on this committee yourself investigating this, what questions would you be asking? What are you still wondering about what happened?
Well, first, I think you don't take a 2-week break, and I don't mean that naively. Congress is due for their summer session break, and so we're going to lose a little bit of the storytelling momentum where the American people get to learn about this and make a political judgment. But I think what we're pushing to now, Stephen, is the conclusion. What the committee has done, which I don't think we knew going into this exactly what they would try to establish, this committee has purposely tried to isolate the former president, Donald Trump, as the architect of this. They did not pursue a storyboard of the network, even though we have learned of other people involved. They really isolated Donald Trump as the architect of the corrupt influence agenda, if you will. And that is how I think this will conclude when Congress reconvenes in a couple weeks.
And as a former member of the House, what was your reaction to the evidence that several Republican congressmen who supported these debunked election fraud claims allegedly were asking for a blanket pardon?
Consciousness of guilt. You don't pursue a pardon if you're not afraid that you might be held accountable for the actions you're taking. And the interesting thing is a jurisdictional one in this, Stephen, which is the Department of Justice, the executive branch, rarely tries to enforce actions against sitting legislators. There are some constitutional provisions that make that hard. I would suspect we will see members of Congress on the Democratic side of the aisle, admittedly, maybe pursue ethics claims, House ethics complaints, some type of institutional penalty against these members. Will it succeed? Maybe not. That's a long stretch. But I don't think this is the last we've heard about those members of Congress named yesterday.
All right, David Jolly, thanks so much. More to come when those hearings actually resume. Well, now to some big developments overnight as the nation's most sweeping gun law and safety package in nearly 30 years cleared the U.S. Senate and now heads to the House. It comes as the Supreme Court delivered a decisive victory for gun rights advocates, striking down a New York state law on carrying concealed weapons. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest on that. Good morning, Peter.
Hey, Stephen, good morning to you. So this is a major bipartisan breakthrough on what is one of the most divisive issues in this country, guns, amid new urgency following a series of recent mass shootings. Senators on both sides of the aisle, they face growing pressure to act. The House will now take up this bill this morning with a vote expected later today, meaning it could arrive on President Biden's desk to be signed into law right away.
Overnight, the U.S. Senate voting to pass major new gun restrictions.
The yeas are 65. The nays are 33.
15 Republicans, including House Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, joining all 50 Democrats to move forward the bill, considered to be the most significant anti-gun violence legislation in nearly 30 years.
The gun safety bill we are passing tonight can be described with 3 adjectives: bipartisan, common sense, life-saving.
It closes the boyfriend loophole, incentivizes states to pass red flag laws, includes enhanced federal background checks for gun buyers between the ages of 18 and 21, and provides funding for school security upgrades and mental health services. The package stops short of banning or raising the age to buy assault rifles like the ones used in recent mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo. On an issue stalled by decades of partisan gridlock, it's a compromise being touted by both sides as real progress.
Tonight, people who have suffered unthinkable losses of loved ones in some of these mass shooting incidents. But I wanted to tell them that their advocacy has turned their pain into something positive.
The NRA opposes the bill, saying in a statement it falls short at every level and does little to address violent crime. But gun rights advocates are celebrating a major victory earlier Thursday. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court ruled the Constitution provides a right to carry a concealed gun outside the home, striking down a New York state law and further strengthening the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. According to the ruling, states can still ban guns in sensitive places like schools and churches, but that protection does not extend to all places where people gather. The decision will have immediate impact, especially in 5 other states that have concealed carry laws similar to New York's. President Biden reacting to the Supreme Court news.
I'm disappointed.
But the president is now looking ahead to signing Congress's new bipartisan gun legislation, saying in a statement, kids in schools and communities will be safer because of it.
The Supreme Court and Congress going in opposite directions on gun rights this week. Another significant breakthrough overnight. The Senate has now teed up a vote on President Biden's nominee to lead the ATF, of course, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, for as soon as lawmakers get back from their July 4th recess. His name is Steve Dettelbach. He's expected to be confirmed as the ATF's first permanent leader in more than 6 years. Stephen?
So much news on guns coming all at once. Thanks for helping us understand it, Peter Alexander. Well, New York officials are speaking out after that Supreme Court ruling. The governor and New York City's mayor say the decision will only make a violent crime problem even worse. Meanwhile, the ruling is expected to have far-reaching impacts on other states besides New York. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on that part of the story.
With gun violence surging across the country, some city leaders are blasting the Supreme Court's decision.
We cannot allow New York to become the Wild Wild West. That is unacceptable.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says local officials are weighing their legal options. The NYPD has recovered more than 3,000 guns so far this year, and gun arrests have hit a 28-year high.
The decision ignores this shocking crisis of gun violence every day, engulfing not only New York, but engulfing our entire country.
In a state still reeling from last month's Buffalo mass shooting that left 10 people dead, a defiant Governor Kathy Hochul is considering calling a special session of the legislature to come up with new regulations.
We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good morning, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news. We have just received word of a decision in one of the most consequential cases before the Supreme Court in decades. The justices have reached a final ruling on the Mississippi abortion law that prohibits nearly all abortions after 15 weeks and directly challenges Roe v. Wade. Let's go right to NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete?
Lester, in this historic decision, the Supreme Court has now overturned Roe v. Wade. Overturned Roe v. Wade and the follow-on case called Casey, in which the abortion right was made nationwide. Those two rulings stood for the proposition that states could not ban abortion before the age of viability. They could restrict it during that period up to about 23 weeks, but they couldn't ban it. Now the Supreme Court has taken that guarantee away. Lester, this is the first time the Supreme Court has ever granted a constitutional right, which it did so when Roe was decided in 1973, and then took it away, a popular right that was widely recognized. So the immediate effect of this will be to uphold a Mississippi law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks. But this also now means that in roughly half the country, abortion is, as of now or soon will be, illegal. 13 states have what are called trigger laws that were intended to make abortion illegal in those states once the Supreme Court reached this decision. In a few of those states, the law takes effect immediately. In some, they have to wait for the state attorney general to certify that this is what the Supreme Court has done. That's 13 states in which abortion will shortly be illegal. And in the rest of the, up to about half the states, they are expected soon to make it illegal. So we're about to become a divided country, Lester, where abortion is legal in about half the states, illegal in half the states. This is a 6-3 decision. It's written by Samuel Alito. We haven't had a chance to track it yet, but you may recall that Justice Alito was the author of the draft opinion that leaked in May that suggested that the Supreme Court was going to overturn Roe v. Wade. But Lester, I have to say this is not, while it is certainly going to be surprising to some, pleasing to others that have worked for this day for many years, it can't be too much of a surprise for 3 reasons. First of all, the fact that the court agreed to take this case in the first place. This was a decision from lower courts that said, no, you can't strike down abortion that early because it would go against Supreme Court precedents. There was no division among the circuit courts. So why did the Supreme Court take it? The logical conclusion has to be that they took it to overturn Roe. Secondly, what they did in the Texas case when they allowed the Texas law to go into effect that would restrict abortion. And third, the comments that the justices made when the Roe v. Wade case was argued. So Supreme Court overturning Roe. This is one of the most significant historic decisions in modern times, Lester. And now it means that abortion is no longer the law of the land. It's up to the states, and it's about to become illegal in about half of them, Lester.
And Pete, as we watch the emotion, the reaction outside the Supreme Court, let me continue to talk to you about this. You have noted, I think as recently as yesterday, this supermajority at the Supreme Court now really flexing its muscles.
So does he not join that part? Does he dissent from that part?
Okay, Pete, obviously getting some late information. The ruling just coming down just a few minutes ago. A lot to go through, but you can see some of the emotional reaction outside the Supreme Court. The fences have been in place there for a number of days in anticipation of a reaction to this or any other of the decisions handed down this week. Let me go to Maura Barrett right now. She is with the crowds gathered outside the court. Maura?
Lester, tension has been building here between protesters who are both for and against abortion rights this morning. I want to bring you into the crowd with me. As you can see, members who are against the right to an abortion, they were just kneeling down, praying. You can see women crying, tears of joy. They said that this is a huge relief and a huge step forward for what they call the right to human life. I want to also note, we saw Marjorie Taylor Greene also walk into the crowd just over my shoulder, just over here. She was also praying with protesters, celebrating the decision. And though I do want to paint a picture, just before the decision came down, there was a police presence here. They had established a police line between both groups of protesters. And then about 5 to 10 minutes before we expected the next decision to be released, the police left the area. And so prior to that, we did see about an even divide of both protesters who are for and against the right to an abortion, almost to the context in which NBC polling showed that Americans support the legalization of or support abortion rights and are against it. And so even though this is a smaller group, a smaller representation of Americans, it was an interesting picture to be painted. But because of the lack of police presence here, it has become a very chaotic situation. But right after the decision came down, we did see this group of people who are against the right to an abortion jumping up and down, extremely excited about what they saw today. And then on the flip side, talking to people that were looking to see the right to an abortion protected. One woman saying that she felt like she knew this was coming, but it still felt like an absolute gut punch going on to say, she told me in tears that she was very concerned about the fact that women will still be seeking abortions, but they might not be able to get one safely. Lester.
Yeah, the reactions we see there being mirrored likely across the country as news begins to filter out of the Supreme Court ruling in a Mississippi abortion case, but essentially ruling overturning Roe v. Wade. A major decision we have been braced for as every few days more rulings come out from the court. We want to go to our NBC News senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson now. Hallie, walk us through what this means in terms of, the differences between states right now based on this ruling.
Right. This idea that, as Pete referenced, we are now entering what is essentially a divided nation when it comes to abortion access and abortion rights in this country. So let's talk about the practicalities here, right? Remember that before today, Roe protected abortions at least through viability. So that's when a fetus can survive outside the womb. That's generally thought to be around 24 weeks. That's that viability line, essentially. And while today's Supreme Court decision was specifically about this case in Mississippi, because of what we are seeing now, what Pete is reporting on and what we've seen from the justices, this is going to have a big impact in about half the states. So nearly right away, you're going to see 13 states put in place these so-called trigger laws. Those ban nearly all abortions. Some of these laws have no exceptions for rape or incest. Now, these laws were specifically passed by the states on your screen here to go into effect for this exact instance, if and when the possibility arose from the Supreme Court that Roe would be overturned. That's what we're seeing now. Even Mississippi, which in today's case was fighting for a ban after 15 weeks, has a trigger law prohibiting abortions altogether. So then you take the next bucket of states, 10 states at least, that will severely restrict abortions. They would restrict them after 20 weeks to as few as 6 weeks, in that range. Ohio and Georgia are two states with 6-week bans that have been blocked in court. You are likely going to see abortion opponents seek the enforcement of those laws. So if you're a woman who is looking for an abortion, the states you see here in blue, those are states where abortion will probably remain legal, at least through viability. If you are a woman who does not live in one of those states, that would create a hardship if you cannot travel, for example. That is a point that abortion rights advocates have made. Take, for example, a woman who lives in McAllen, Texas here. She'd have to drive 11.5 hours to the nearest clinic in southern New Mexico. And even so, with some states barely holding on to Democratic control of their legislatures, remember what we have coming up in November, Lester, the midterms, right? Election day could mean a switch in some of these states from abortion accessibility to an outright ban, essentially.
Yeah, Hallie, we feel like we've been here already since it was May that draft opinion was leaked, and there was a reaction much like you're seeing right now. So are there any surprises here, anything that you're seeing differently than what we anticipated in May?
I think the question for me is what else we're going to see outside the Supreme Court throughout the course of the day and over the weekend, because you're right. When this draft opinion was leaked about a month and a half ago, that is when the nation essentially got the impression that a majority of justices were prepared to overturn Roe versus Wade, which is exactly what we are seeing here. What I'm looking for, and I know that Pete and his team are working on this, is how much is today's decision reflective of what was leaked, how many changes were made in those interim, let's say, 6 weeks, if any. That is one of the things we're looking for. We're also going to be looking for reactions from some of these blue states that are now, and I've spoken with some folks in those states who say they understand that they are becoming a haven now for women who will seek abortion access, now that it's become harder for women in roughly half the states. This is undeniably, Lester, and it is an understatement to even say it, a blow to abortion rights advocates who have been bracing for this moment, really even before that leaked draft opinion, ever since the Supreme Court did get that conservative supermajority with the appointment, of course, of former President Trump's justices on the court. It was anticipated this moment could come. The other thing to look for, and I know you'll talk to folks on Capitol Hill, but what's going to happen on the federal level? What, if anything, does Congress have the ability and, frankly, the willpower to do to shore up federal abortion rights protections for people in this country?
All right, Hallie, we will continue to talk to you, but let's go back to Pete Williams. Pete, you've had a bit more time to digest this ruling. What can you tell us?
Okay, a couple of things here, Lester. First of all, number one, this is a 5-4 decision on overturning Roe and Casey. Because Chief Justice John Roberts did not join that part of the decision. He said that goes too far. It's 6-3 on upholding the Mississippi law, which, of course, is what brought this case to the Supreme Court in the first place. Mississippi's law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. And you may recall that Chief Justice Roberts, during the oral argument, was trying to find a middle ground trying to see if there was a way to uphold the Mississippi law without overturning Roe. So he doesn't join the majority opinion. So it's 5-4 on overturning Roe, 6-3 on upholding the Mississippi law. Second, Lester, just based on a quick look at this does seem to very closely track the first draft of this decision that, as you recall, was leaked in May, written by Justice Alito, who writes this majority opinion. It makes the same kind of arguments against Roe that were made in that draft opinion. So it doesn't appear that it has changed a lot in the last, well, that draft opinion was actually dated in February. It doesn't look like this has changed a lot since then, but we'll know for sure when we go through it. But among the things that are still in it is this. He says, to ensure that our decision is not misunderstood, we emphasize our decision concerns the constitutional right to abortion and no other right. Nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that don't concern abortion. Because there were many people who were saying, well, if the logic of the Supreme Court is that you can't have a constitutional right unless it's deeply rooted in the nation's history and tradition and a concept of ordered liberty, then that casts doubt on decisions like same-sex marriage, the right to contraception, and so forth. Alito says, no, it doesn't.
Let me ask you, Pete, the fact that Roberts didn't go along with this, does that speak to a change going forward in how this court operates?
Well, it didn't yesterday on the gun question. He was fully along with the majority on the meaning of the Second Amendment, providing a right to have a gun outside the home for self-defense. But yes, it does. I mean, we saw it last term as sort of 3-3-3. 3 of the most conservative justices, 3 in the middle, and the 3 liberals. That's changed this term, but Roberts is not fully on board with some of the most conservative positions the court is taking. We've seen that in some previous decisions, and we certainly see it most dramatically illustrated in this case.
All right, Pete, stay with us right now. Also with us is Marjorie Dannenfelser, president of the Susan B. Anthony List, an organization that aims to end abortion in the U.S. Can you give us your first reaction to this ruling and what you've seen?
Yes, it's the culmination of almost 50 years of work. Back then, 50 years ago, every single pro-life law was wiped off the books in all 50 states. It was the court saying, we don't care what your opinion is on this deeply moral and difficult position. Today, the court has reversed that decision, saying, yes, what the people care about does matter, and it should be allowed to make its way into the law. That is how democracy works in our nation. And the reason that it has been so divisive, so difficult for almost 50 years, building in difficulty, is because that has not been allowed to happen. So today is a day of hope and certainly a day of celebration for the pro-life movement. And we will stay focused exactly as we always have been, and that is saving every life and serving every woman.
Does this end it for anti-abortion efforts, or is there a next goal here?
Oh, no, this is just the beginning. We've been waiting to open the door for 50 years. Now that the door is open, we go to every state and the Congress and the territories and make sure that we are doing all we can to be as ambitious for women and unborn children in the law, and that we're serving them at every step along the way.
As we have noted, this decision was telegraphed a few months ago, that draft leaked opinion. When you saw that, did you anticipate that that would be what we would see today, or were you concerned that something may change along the way?
Well, we were certainly hoping that it was. We thought that it was probably leaked so that it would put pressure on Roberts, that there would be a lot of violence and civil unrest based on the leak, that it would put pressure on the court to do something different. So that was certainly a concern, but I think probably it had the opposite reaction, which is perhaps just cement some of those decisions. But basically, those decisions were made in terms of the text and history of the Constitution, not on what is happening in front of justices' homes or the firebombing of pregnancy care centers. That did not work. And that is a vote yes for democracy. And I think that we will see this as something really important as we move ahead in trying to depolarize this world that we live in.
Abortion rights supporters will now likely look to Congress. What do you anticipate could happen there?
Well, what I see first, and what I've been working on with our allies in the movement for many months, is movement in the states. Right away, there will be pre-Roe bans on the books, say at 15 weeks, 20 weeks. from conception, and trigger laws that will allow laws to go into effect in about 16 states or so. And then there'll be battlegrounds where there's great hope and possibility for unborn children and their moms in other states. The reality on the federal level is that we have a lot of work to do. Over the last several election cycles, we've had votes on the 20-week pain-capable bill in the Senate, and it's barely gotten a majority, and it certainly hasn't gotten a filibuster-proof majority. So we have a lot of work to do there, and it will certainly be in the center of midterms, and in a way that will advantage our pro-life candidates all over the country, especially U.S. senators and governors and House members looking to take over the House and the Senate.
Marjorie Dannenfelser, thank you for your time and being with us. Joining us now is NBC News political director and Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd. Chuck, you heard part of the conversation there about what may happen in Congress. Characterize this day, what it means, and what happens next.
Well, I mean, it is. We are already in a very polarized political climate. We are in we've been in the middle of a massive social disruption thanks to the pandemic. This is not going to sort of calm the waters. We are a divided country. This is going to divide us more. I think this is going to, if it's possible to supercharge polarization in this country, this will do that. I think you will see this sort of animate the left in ways we've not seen them animated before when it came to the judiciary and the Supreme Court. This has been one of the concrete ways that Republicans have been able to get out the vote and fire up their base over the years is this moment, this goal. They got it. So now the question I'm watching here is, does this flip the debate, right? For years, when it became legal, the entire conversation became about, okay, what are the limits? And now that essentially the Supreme Court is saying you can make it illegal, the question's going to be, what else is next? You asked the head of the Susan B. Anthony, the pro-life organization, what was next. She was focused more on states. She talked about passing a federal law of 20 weeks. She didn't bring up contraception, but I promise you those on the left are going to be worried about that, concerned about that. There are some that have talked about the issue of contraception. You're going to hear a lot more talk about the so-called abortion pill. And I think you're going to see a lot of challenges on that. Some trying to make it illegal. The Biden administration, I think, is going to do its best to try to find ways to get access to that pill and make that easier. But I think that it is going to certainly supercharge the midterm conversation in certain places, not in every state. So in a couple of states, Michigan and Wisconsin, those are probably the two states that I would say politically will be ground zero for this debate, because both of those states have immediate bans that are now going to be triggered within the next couple of days. So who is governor? Who controls the legislature will matter a lot on the future of women's rights in those two states.
All right, Chuck, stay with me. I want to bring into the conversation NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, talk about how this could affect the midterms and change the general political debate.
Well, this is a sea change in abortion access to women across this country for generations. This really does bring abortion to the center of the midterm election, to the center of the conversation. There were women who I've talked to on the ground in places like Louisiana and Mississippi who are now going to have to drive hours and hours for abortion access. Those women, when I was talking to them, they were not focused on abortion. They didn't even realize that abortion rights were possibly something that could be taken away. But now this focuses their minds on that and focuses their minds on sort of what the conservative movement has accomplished. The NAACP is out with a statement calling this an egregious decision. We should note that 1 in 4 women in this country by the age of 45 have had an abortion. 60% of Americans, and in the latest NBC News poll, say that they want abortion access to be legal in this country in some form. That being said, the conservative majority, of course, has made it very clear that this is going to be something that they're going to be sticking by. And this decision is really seen as devastating to so many women across this country for people who are, of course, advocates of abortion rights. I also sat down with Shannon Brewer, who is the director of the Women's Health Organization in Mississippi. That's the clinic that is at the center of this decision. She told me that she believes women's lives are going to be put at risk now because they're going to be forced into unsafe abortions, or they're going to be forced to have children that they do not want to have and that they have not planned for. She tells me that she's going to be moving this clinic at the center of this case. She's saying now that they're going to have to close their doors and that they would be moving to New Mexico. That's going to be the case in Louisiana and so many other states that are part of this 26 states that the Guttmacher Institute says are going to either restrict abortion or very much ban abortion here. So what we see here is a political movement that is celebrating on the conservative side a big win, but on the Democratic side, you see now this coalescing of people who really, this might not have been their number one agenda, who are now focusing on this issue and are going to be making the case that conservatives have gone just too far here. I also want to note, when we talk about sort of who is impacted here, I can't state enough that Shannon Brewer, sitting in Mississippi, told me that she is most concerned about Black women, poor women who simply just do not have the means to get an abortion. And she told me that she doesn't have any hope at all that Congress will be able to do anything legislatively to change this, to fix this, to have abortion access in this country again. She believes that there will not be abortion access in the way that we had before this decision in her lifetime, Lester. So she really believes at this point that the only way for abortion access to happen is for women to get in cars and help other women, and men in some cases to help women access this. But that is, of course, part of this political decision. It's that there aren't really that many political options here. Democrats are going to be trying to argue that they need to get more power to try to do something about Roe. But this 6-3 majority on the court, they have the final say on so many things, including abortion access in this country. So the politics of this are really uneven. It's unclear what the White House plan is. We've had lawmakers pushing the White House to come out with a plan, some sort of executive action that could try to protect abortion rights. But the White House simply does not exactly know how to deal with this and cannot by themselves, with the stroke of a pen, give women back these rights that now have been taken away.
Okay, Yamiche, I'll ask you and Chuck to stand by. I want to continue this conversation, but let me go back to Maura Barrett. She's with that crowd you've been watching on the right side of the screen, the folks who have gathered outside the Supreme Court. A lot of passion and emotion there. Maura, tell us what's being said and then characterize it for us.
Lester, when we spoke earlier, I was on the side where I'd watched people jumping up and down in celebration of the decision, people that were against the right to an abortion. Now I moved over to the other side where we're similarly seeing tears, but instead of those tears of joy, we're seeing tears of anguish. I want you to meet Sky. She's 19 years old and came in from Virginia today. And when we met earlier, she told me that she feels like her country doesn't love her. Can you tell me more about what you're feeling right now and if you have hope about lawmakers taking action going forward after today?
I feel betrayed and I feel lost. I feel like I'm 19 years old. I've had my first year of college. I should be feeling excited and happy, and especially at this time with so much life ahead of me, I shouldn't be worried about my rights being taken away from me. And it hurts that I have little hope for the future. And right now I feel like I'm just clinging to that. Hopefully, in the future, we can have some progress and not just be moving backwards. I feel like, especially right now, we're just moving backwards, and we need to be moving forwards instead.
Thank you so much. And so that is a lot of the same message we've heard from people here talking about that feeling of moving backwards. You might not be able to see, but just behind me, there's another group of women who are standing with tape over their mouth that reads second-class citizen. And so that is what the sentiment that we're seeing here from women and men who are very, very upset about the decision here today, Lester.
All right, Maura, thank you very much. Let me go back to Chuck Todd. Chuck, if you're still with us, the question of whether Roe v. Wade was settled law was asked certainly at confirmation hearings for Supreme Court justice nominees. We have been through the controversy over Ginny Thomas, the wife of Justice Thomas, and apparent efforts to support overturning the election. What does all this collectively do to how we perceive the Supreme Court?
Oh, I think the Supreme Court I think there are no more black robes. I think the robes are red and blue. I think that is, we've been watching this happen particularly in an aggressive way over the last 15 years. It's been a concern in the lower courts. You've started to see, we lowered the threshold to just 50 votes. in the Senate, which guaranteed you wouldn't get center left or center right. It means you were going to get something a little more hardcore. It's been an aggressive, obviously, political movement on the right, in particular on judges. And if you look at these back-to-back rulings on guns and on abortion, I think it really does sort of, I think what's striking about Roe is it's the first time in my lifetime that I can think of where a Supreme Court took away a right. Supreme Court's, I can't think of another court in the last 100 years that has done this. Right that was there taken away. You know, we're used to the Supreme Court granting rights, same-sex marriage, you know, sort of in reinterpreting things. This is a specific right being taken away from slightly more than half the population. So I just think it's going. We don't fully know the consequences yet. That's why we love the phrase unintended consequences. And I think there's going to be a lot of them, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. But the trust in the court and the erosion of that and making it be viewed as an extraordinarily partisan institution. You know, we already have that in the House and the Senate. And I think now, particularly what happened this week, particularly how Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court, how he went about it, particularly and the whole Scalia thing with McConnell and all that, there really is a lot of people who believe this is a rigged court. This court's makeup isn't, quote, fair and square. It isn't really representative of where the country is and even was. And I think that is only going to add to cynicism. It's only going to add to that. And it is really, look, John Roberts has been concerned about this. You know, he clearly attempted to try to find a middle ground here, and he failed. He was trying to redefine Roe rather than have it overturned, because I think he realized that it would really could roil the country, and it could really undermine the court. One other point I want to put out here, and I'll just let it sort of sit out there like a meatball, Lester. I don't think we can fully ever appreciate the 2016 presidential election is going to turn out to be perhaps the most consequential election in more than 100 years. The fallout from that election, right? Particularly, you look at court decision. We can go through a whole thing, and I'm going to do a lot of that on Sunday. But just think about how what has changed in America, in culture, in society, due to the results of the 2016 election.
I think many would not disagree with that assessment. It will be interesting to hear what more you have to say about it this weekend on Meet the Press. Chuck, thanks. Let me go back to Pete Williams. Pete, we're kind of left with a checkerboard now of states and how they regard abortion rights. And then there's the issue of even within some of those that plan to ban it, rape and incest. Where does that leave us right now?
Well, it leaves without any constitutional protection for that. Remember, the Mississippi law did not have exceptions for rape or incest, and that is the law that the Supreme Court today has upheld. The majority opinion doesn't say anything about that directly. The dissents say that because of the decision, there's no longer any constitutional support for the idea that there has to be some exception to abortion laws for rape or incest. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in a footnote in his concurrence, says that he thinks the court leaves open an additional question about whether there has to be an exception for cases when an abortion would save the life of the mother. But in terms of rape or incest, there's no longer any constitutional protection or requirement that any of the states that are going to ban abortion make an exception in those cases, and the dissent decries that. And let me just quote one other sentence from the joint dissent written by Stephen Breyer. He says, he concludes his dissent by saying this: "With sorrow for this court, but more for the many millions of American women who have today lost a fundamental constitutional protection, we dissent." You know, this is one of those days, Lester, that if we were still in the days where the Supreme Court was open to the public, it's been closed since the pandemic hit, you would see the majority opinion announced by Justice Alito, and it tracks so closely with the draft that was leaked in May. The majority calls the Roe v. Wade decision not only wrong, but egregiously wrong, and explains why it overturns 50 years of precedent. But you would also have seen a long-spirited dissent read from the bench. We don't get to hear that because we don't the justices don't take to the bench now. These decisions just come out on the web. But that's the sort of dramatic division that these opinions represent here. This is as divided as the Supreme Court can be.
Pete, let me, if I can bring up something I was talking to Chuck a moment ago about the image of the court itself. Clearly, they're not playing for popularity, but you presume they want respect. The leak of the draft opinion, I know it shocked you and a lot of people. The questions over Ginny Thomas and her efforts to overturn the election, all these things have taken perhaps given a collective hit to the court. How do you see the future of the court going forward after this ruling?
Well, I mean, this is a Supreme Court that is newly emboldened. I mean, I think you see here so vividly represented in the decisions that we got this week, but most especially on the abortion decision, is years of sort of pent-up frustration of the conservatives that they couldn't get a majority, and I think that's why they are not taking the go slow approach that the Chief Justice had advocated here. They've been waiting to do this for years, and now they have the votes to do it, and they're not going to be held back. So I think, what does that mean for the next term? That probably means that the affirmative action in college admissions is dead. These conservatives have been opposed to that for years. They've been chipping away at it. There are 2 cases coming before the court next year from Harvard and the University of North Carolina. It seems pretty likely that affirmative action will bite the dust next term. So it's the conservatives now have the votes, and they're going full throttle.
Pete Williams, we'll continue to chat along the way here. I want to go to, actually, let me first let you know that we understand that Speaker Nancy Pelosi is going to be coming before the cameras to react here very shortly, so we are standing by for that. But let me go to NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Is there official early reaction coming from the White House, Peter?
Yeah, Lester, we haven't heard from the White House just yet, not from the president, but based on the conversations I've been having privately over the course of the last several weeks, and what I'm seeing as I look down at the West Wing, where White House staff right now are removing chairs from the Roosevelt room, it appears highly likely that we will hear from President Biden on this issue at some point today. The White House, the president, they have been bracing for this ruling for the course of the last several weeks. Top officials, the president among them, have been meeting with lawmakers and stakeholders, abortion rights advocates, among others. And while we've yet to hear from President Biden, we have now just heard from his Democratic predecessor in the White House, Barack Obama, who released a statement that says today the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of precedent, it relegated the most intensely personal decision someone can make to the whims of politicians and ideologues, attacking the essential freedoms of millions of Americans. Chuck Schumer, in a statement, just called this one of the darkest days that our country has ever seen. And while we're waiting to hear from the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in a matter of moments, she did post a statement moments ago, and she puts the blame directly on Republicans. She says because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, the Republican Party, and their supermajority on the Supreme Court, American women today have less freedom than their mothers. President Biden, what can he do? There has been a lot of pressure, growing calls, particularly from abortion rights advocates, for him to take executive actions to try to do whatever he can to help protect and expand women's reproductive rights. Specifically, the calls have been asking him for the ability to use federal lands to expand reproductive health care for women where possible, and separately to try to increase access to abortion medication, abortion pills. Right now, a majority of abortions in this country are done with the use of abortion medication, those pills. So I think that's going to be where you're going to see a lot of the focus. It's unclear whether President Biden today will announce any new steps he's willing to take, how he's prepared to react to this. The White House did not react preemptively to this ruling, even after that leak came out a matter of months ago. But again, as we stand here at the White House on what Democrats are calling one of the darkest days in this country's history, it does appear increasingly clear that we will hear from the president at some point over the course of this day, Lester.
All right, keep us posted. Peter, thank you for that. Blaine Alexander is in Jackson, Mississippi, where the state's only abortion clinic is located. The very same clinic that went to court to challenge the Mississippi abortion ban at the heart of today's decision. And Blaine, it's not lost on us. We're looking at these protests right now. We're hearing from, leadership in Washington. But what this will impact is the people in that community and communities like it across the country. Tell us what the reaction is there.
You know, Lester, this is truly a polarizing case, no matter where you look, but perhaps no more so than right here in Mississippi. As you said, this is the case that launched this to the Supreme Court. And as I've spent time talking to people on both sides of the issue here in Mississippi, for people who have spent years kind of in the anti-abortion space, who have been fighting for years to essentially take down Roe, there's almost this sense of pride that Mississippi was the case to, in one woman's words, essentially bring down Roe. There's a sense that it originated here in Mississippi, that their state was the one that played such a key role in this. I've been talking with some people, some who have spent almost 30 years essentially advocating for the end of abortion, and their reactions are very striking. Tears, lots of tears. That's what one person texted me, calling it surreal. Another person saying they're just simply thankful, and others saying that this is just the beginning. Now, I want to underscore the point. We talk about kind of the opinion across the country. Many people across the country, the majority, in fact, of Americans believe in a right to abortion, access to abortion. That's not the case here in Mississippi. In fact, recent polling shows that some 59% of people here in the state of Mississippi believe that abortion should be illegal in most cases. So what we're seeing here, while people have told me they're not going to be out in the streets celebrating, they're not going to be out necessarily holding grand press conferences or celebrating publicly, they say that this is just the beginning. But their focus now is to kind of go out and give access and resources to women who now are going to have a different path forward. Lester.
Okay, Blaine, thank you for that. Joining me on the telephone now is U.S. Senator from Minnesota, Democrat Amy Klobuchar. Senator, thank you for being here. I know this ruling deeply disappoints you, but the logical next question is, what are you being Congress, going to do about it?
Well, I think that's a good question to ask our Republican colleagues who put these judges on the bench, who are working against the interests of the American people. We have 80% of the people with us on this that want Roe v. Wade upheld. And we also have women who are going to be affected all over the country. Over 20 states already have laws in place that could be used to restrict access to an abortion, including 13 states, which will automatically go into effect. Literally, they have said in this decision that a woman shouldn't be making her own decisions, but that instead politicians should be making them. So what's next, Lester? Well, the big thing that's next is the election. And women and the men that support them are going to be going in droves to the ballot box, because this Supreme Court isn't just taking us back to the 1950s, it's taking us back to the 1850s.
Do you think this has animated Democrats to the point this could be a decision maker, a turning point in some of these races we're following?
You know what? I'm not going to make a political analysis today, because this is literally fundamentally about a law that has protected women for 50 years. But I think the answer is pretty obvious, that the public is with us, that the Republicans have put these justices on the Supreme Court that are so out of touch with Americans that they literally have issued an opinion in which they note that abortion, the word abortion, is not in the Constitution. You know what else isn't in the Constitution, Lester? Woman isn't in the Constitution. The word she is not in the Constitution. There are many things. Air Force wasn't in the Constitution. That is the basis of their opinion, and they have literally turned back the clock on 50 years of well-settled precedent.
Is there anything that Democrats can do, in your opinion, to change this tide?
There's a big thing we can do, and that is reaching out to independents, to moderate Republicans in states across the country, and say enough is enough. Join us so that we can get enough people in the U.S. Senate, for starters, and in the House that can basically codify Roe v. Wade into law, that we can make very clear that this protection will remain.
And none of us can say we didn't see this coming. In May, of course, there was that much talked about leak of the draft opinion that is essentially mirrored here in what we saw in this final ruling today. That was, many would argue, that was, if there was no other warning shot, that was it. Did some of these mechanisms begin then, or are you starting from scratch now?
I think that a lot of people became educated on what this means. For so long, young women assumed that this is the world. They never thought that there could be a world where their mothers and their grandmas had more rights than they did. And I think it's already as you can see from people are ready. Many of them had read that opinion. They've read reports on the opinion. They knew exactly what was coming their way.
Senator, I hate to interrupt,
We've seen
but
it now.
Speaker
Thanks,
Pelosi
Lester.
is speaking now. We want to hear what she has to say.
Got
This morning, the radical
Lester.
Supreme Court is eviscerating Americans' rights and endangering their health and safety. But the Congress will continue to act to overcome this extremism and protect the American people. Today, the Republican-controlled Supreme Court has achieved their dark, extreme goal of ripping away a woman's right to make their own reproductive health decisions. Because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, and the Republican Party, their supermajority in the Supreme Court, American women today have less freedom than their mothers. With Roe and their attempt to destroy it, radical Republicans are charging ahead with their crusade to criminalize health freedom. In the Congress, be aware of this, the Republicans are plotting a nationwide abortion ban. They cannot be allowed to have a majority in the Congress to do that, but that's their goal. And if you read, and again, we're all studying all this, but if you read what is in the very clear, one of the justices had his own statement. It's about contraception, in vitro fertilization, family planning. That is all what will spring from their decision that they made today. It's such a contradiction. Yesterday, they say the states cannot make laws governing the constitutional right to bear arms. And today, they're saying the exact reverse, that the states can overturn a constitutional right for 50 years, a constitutional right for a woman having the right to choose. The hypocrisy is raging, but the harm is endless. What this means to women is such an insult. It's a slap in the face to women about using their own judgment to make their own decisions about their reproductive freedom. And again, it goes well. I always have said the termination of a pregnancy is just their opening act. It's just their front game. But behind it, and for years, I have seen in this Congress opposition to any family planning, domestic or global, when we have had those discussions and those debates and those votes on the floor of the House. This is deadly serious, but we are not going to let this pass. A woman's right to choose, reproductive freedom, is on the ballot in November. We cannot allow them to take charge so that they can institute their goal, which is to criminalize reproductive freedom, to criminalize it. Right now, they're saying in states that they can arrest doctors and all the rest. What is happening here? What is happening here? A woman's fundamental health decisions are her own to make in consultation with her doctor, her faith, her family, not some right-wing politicians that Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell packed the court with. While Republicans seek to punish and control women, Democrats will keep fighting ferociously to enshrine Roe v. Wade into the law of the land. This cruel ruling is outrageous and heart-wrenching, but make no mistake, again, it's all on the ballot in November. The Supreme Court has ended a constitutional right. This is 50 years proclaimed a constitutional right. What happened today was historic in many respects. Historic in that it had not recognized a constitutional right and then reversed it. This is a first. And again, just before it imposed a constitutional right to allow for concealed weapons. How about those justices coming before the senators and saying that they respected, sorry to say, the precedent of the court, that they respected the right of privacy in the Constitution of the United States? Did you hear that? Were they not telling the truth then? Again, just getting to the gun issue, because really, in preparation for this morning, I was really in an exalted state about what happened in the United States Senate yesterday. Counterpoint to the dangerous decision of this Trumpian Supreme Court that they made yesterday, but a way to take us to, as the bill is called, community safety. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Right now, and I'm going to have to leave momentarily because we just finished voting on the rule, we will be debating the bill on the floor, and we expect a good bipartisan vote on it in the House. We congratulate the Senate on the work that they have done and the timeliness of it to be passed in the Senate in a strong bipartisan way on a day when the court made such a dangerous decision. We will, many of our House Democrats' proposals that are included in this package are that keep deadly weapons out of dangerous hands by encouraging states to establish extreme risk protection order laws, ERPO, otherwise known as red flag laws, help put end to straw purchases, close the boyfriend loophole. So many good things are in there. And it's not everything that we want. And we must keep moving toward background checks, but universal background checks, which will save the most lives. But this will save lives. And to listen to Lucy McGrath and other family members of those who have lost their loved ones, this is a giant step forward. Maybe not so much a giant, but a strong step forward. And if it's good enough for them, then we rejoice in passing it. As I say to members all the time with legislation, do not judge it for what isn't in it, but respect it for what is. And there's much to be respected in this legislation. On a happier note, yesterday we celebrated 50 years of Title IX, which has transformed equality and opportunity.
Speaker Pelosi talking to gathered reporters at the Capitol, reacting to this Supreme Court decision today. Near the end, you heard her celebrating the expected passage of the gun safety legislation, bipartisan legislation. But she reserved some very strong words for the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Calling it a Trumpian Supreme Court. She said this was, they were essentially had accomplished their dark and extreme goal. And she said women today have less freedom than their mothers, and vowing that this will be an issue in the midterm elections, or hoping it will be an issue in the midterm elections. Joining us now is Kristen Day, Executive Director of Democrats for a Life of America. Kristen, thank you for being with us. Can you give us your reaction, not only to the decision, but some of what Speaker Pelosi just said?
Oh, we are just thrilled by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. It's long past due. With respect to what the Speaker says, I know it's a very emotional issue, but she continually overlooks the fact that women support overturning Roe v. Wade. Democrats support overturning Roe v. Wade. Not all Democrats are celebrating this. Not all Democrats advocate for Roe and maintaining abortion. So we have an opportunity here as a party to bring people together on this issue and look to see how we can support women. I hear a lot of talk about shipping women off to other states to get an abortion. How about helping women where they are? How about looking at ways to help women stay in school, ways for women to keep their jobs and have their babies, and providing women with real choice rather than abortion as the only solution, as we have done for decades. The Speaker mentioned criminalization. Is that where you think this is going? And is that something you would support? Absolutely not. I signed a letter with pro-life leaders saying we do not want to criminalize women for seeking abortion. A woman who is in an unplanned pregnancy and in that situation deserves compassion, love, and support, and not criminalization. So I think the pro-life women and men and women that I work with are united on that front. We want to help pregnant women. We want them to have the opportunity to parent. When you look at statistics, it's poor women who are most likely to seek abortion. We need to do better as a nation in providing equity for those women and allowing them the same opportunities to parent as we do of wealthy individuals.
Would you like more clarity? What do you think should happen in Congress going forward?
I think Congress should stay back for a little bit, let the states work this out. Each state's going to have their own challenge. For example, California, New York, and New Jersey have the highest abortion rates in the nation. What are they going to do to lower those rates and provide women with real choice? States that are limiting abortion to 8 weeks or 15 weeks, what are they going to do to support those women who no longer can seek abortion in those states? How are we going to provide them with the opportunity and the support to parent, feed their families, keep their jobs, and have affordable health care, affordable child care?
Kristen,
we as a nation can do so much better than continuing this 50-year fight over the legality of abortion. Let's put women and children first, and let's provide the support, compassion to help them with a real choice to become parents.
Kristen Day, thank you for coming on with us and giving us your views. We appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you very much.
So it is a little bit after 11 o'clock in the East. Let me recap the extraordinary and historical decision that came down just after 10 a.m. Eastern. Roe v. Wade, a woman's right to abortion, has been overturned by the Supreme Court after almost 50 years and will lead to nearly total bans on the procedure in about half the states. The majority conservative Supreme Court overturned Roe in this morning's decision. It's a victory for opponents of abortion. You just heard from one. Supporters of abortion rights were bracing for the loss after an early draft of the opinion was leaked in May and call it an assault on the reproductive freedoms of women. The ruling came in in a dispute over a law passed by Mississippi's Republican-controlled legislature to ban abortions after 15 weeks. Joining us now is NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson, who's been monitoring reaction and also trying to put the puzzle pieces together because the rule of the land is going to be very different in various places.
It is an almost instantaneous change now that this decision, this anticipated ruling, has finally come down, Lester. Let me give you a sense of what we're hearing as far as political reaction. You've had a taste of it in our last hour and 10 minutes or so of coverage here on NBC News. But we've heard now from Mike Pence, right, former vice president, somebody who is speculated to be a potential 2024 candidate, too. This is obviously a decision that is going to reshape not just the midterms, but the next presidential election, who says that today life won. Pence goes on to say the Supreme Court has righted an historic wrong and reaffirmed the right of the American people to govern themselves at the state level in a manner consistent with their values and aspirations. He also says the Supreme Court has given the American people a new beginning for life and commends the justices in the majority for having the courage of their convictions. This speaks to an important point, Lester, which is something you and Chuck talked about a couple of minutes ago, the consequences of the 2016 election specifically. I was out on the campaign trail in that campaign talking with and covering all of the Republican candidates, essentially, and at every campaign event I went to, just about, when I would talk to voters in the room, and I'm talking not big rallies, but small rooms in, Iowa and South Carolina and beyond, I heard all the time about the Supreme Court. It was a mobilizing factor for Republican voters. 70% of those voters in 2016 said that the Supreme Court was a very important issue for them, compared to just 62% of voters who leaned Democratic that campaign year. You are seeing that now come to fruition. You heard Nancy Pelosi reference it here. The justices, including Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, who during their confirmation hearings said that Roe versus Wade was a precedent of the United States Supreme Court that had been reaffirmed. They all said variations on a theme to that point. That is something that Speaker Pelosi is raising now. She says, were they not telling the truth? That is why she sees this. She is hoping that this will be for Democrats now a mobilizing issue in the midterms. When you talk about 2016, Lester, we're also hearing reaction from the candidate then, Hillary Clinton, who says this decision will live in infamy, she says, as a step backward for women's rights and human rights. One of the other pieces of this, as we look at this live shot now outside the Supreme Court, where I imagine the crowd is growing by the minute, is what this means for the role of the Supreme Court in our political discourse and in society at this moment. You have seen the impact just in the last few months, Lester. Recent polling has found that only 44% of Americans see the Supreme Court as a nonpartisan entity, essentially, have trust and faith in the court. That is down 11% from where that number was in March. So you are seeing that through line happen for the court, Lester, and that is going to have political implications down the road.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Joining us now is NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, you were there at the beginning of Roe, and then you are there now as this historic decision has come down. I'm really curious your thoughts at this moment.
Well, it's obviously, life-changing in so many ways, profound ways, as Pete was pointing out to you earlier, and then Chuck. Never before has a constitutional right conferred by the court been taken away, and this one after nearly 50 years. And I was recently covering a group called the Janes. It is a group of women who organized pre-Roe in Chicago to break the law and to organize an underground network, if you will, of the so-called Janes, of women with medical background who could provide illegal abortions safely, because there were so many deaths in those years across the country by women trying to self-abort abort themselves, and so many botched procedures and so many maternal deaths. So this obviously is changing the politics. We've been talking about that. You've got states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, where you have governors' races now where Democratic governors are either running for a re-election or a term limited and are opposing Republicans determined to ban abortion. In fact, in Pennsylvania, Mastriano, the candidate there, has said it would be an outright ban, no exceptions. The legislature in Pennsylvania has repeatedly passed such laws, which have been repeatedly vetoed by the Democratic governor, the incumbent, who's term limited. So you've got major states, not just in red states, but in blue or purple states, where you're going to see major changes. So it's not just half the country, it's more than half the country, where presumably after these midterms, and certainly after 24, you could have more than half the country. And of course, the 13 trigger law states where it will almost immediately become banned. And there'll be states with no exceptions at all. This ruling does preserve the life of the mother when that is in jeopardy, but not rape and incest. Let me just point out, to follow up on something that was just mentioned by Hallie, the confirmation hearings of Justices Kavanaugh and Alito were obviously decisive in this case. Brett Kavanaugh, questioned by Dianne Feinstein in 2018, asked, "What would your position today be on a women's right to choose?" He answered, "As a judge, it is an important precedent of the Supreme Court. By it, I mean Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. They have been reaffirmed many times. Casey is precedent on precedent, which itself is an important factor to remember," Kavanaugh said. And more of what Amy Coney Barrett said just in 2020, again, Dianne Feinstein questioning her, "What I will commit is that I will obey all the rules of stare decisis," referring to the doctrine of courts giving weight to precedent, but then went on to say, "For any issue that comes up, abortion or anything else, I'll follow the law." Then there's some wiggle room, because Amy Klobuchar asked Barrett about Roe v. Wade being a super precedent, and Barrett replied that that term is used in, quote, scholarship in an article that she has defined it. So she left some academic wiggle room there. Gorsuch as well in 2017 said, "I would tell you that Roe v. Wade is decided in 1973 is a precedent of the U.S. Supreme Court. It has been reaffirmed." So there is the issue of whether these Trump justices actually misled the Senate of the United States and the public in what they said during confirmations. The country's already divided. We are seeing it now in the hearings that we've been living through for the last few weeks, the fifth one just yesterday. There is such a division in this country politically, red versus blue, Trump versus anti-Trump, but this clearly is making the issue of a woman's right to choose the preeminent issue in the midterms and in the 2024 elections, and further dividing the country in a hugely polarizing way. Lester?
Andrea Mitchell, we greatly appreciate your historical perspective there. Kristen Hawkins is the president of Students for Life of America and joins us now. Kristen, good morning and thank you for joining us. Can you give us your reaction to the ruling and some of what you're hearing today?
Well, this has been a ruling that's 49 years in the making. To see the Supreme Court reverse the egregious wrong of Roe v. Wade and Doe versus Bolton, it's a historic moment. And for all of us in the pro-life generation who could have been aborted for the price of a PlayStation, our mothers told that our existence didn't matter, it's a significant moment. It's a moment where we know we have a lot of responsibility as we become the first post-Roe generation, as we ensure that no woman stands alone in the post-Roe America, as we support more than 3,000 pregnancy centers and 400 maternity homes across the nation, which vastly outnumber the number of predatory abortion facilities.
In your view, does your work end now? Is this the ultimate victory, or where do you see this going?
No. Absolutely not. This was phase one in our objective in the pro-life movement to make abortion unthinkable throughout our country. This is why we have more than 1,300 chapters in college and high school campuses across the country. Not only are we talking and engaging with those who are directly targeted by the predatory abortion industry, but we're the ones actually transforming the campus policies to make sure no woman ever again feels like she has to choose between the life of her child and her education.
Kristen,
we actually have a very progressive view. This is 2022.
Yeah, Kristen, in some of these states that they don't recognize rape or incest, would you like more clarity? Where do you stand there?
I would say that my very good friend Ryan, who was conceived out of sexual assault, his life matters. And the circumstance of your conception does not deem you unworthy of life, because that's actually a very slippery slope. If my father today would go, no, I think there's going to be a lot of conversations in the pro-life movement as we move forward state by state. Today, hopefully 880 babies will be saved tomorrow in 26 states who should move quickly to make abortion a thing of the past and to end this gruesome violence. But we're going to have a lot of strategy discussions in the coming weeks and months, as you know, because reversing Roe versus Wade doesn't end our fight. We will now go state by state. And with a trained army of 150,000 young people, the post-Roe generation's ready to do that.
All right, Kristen, thank you for taking time and being with us and expressing your views. I want to go right to NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, we've had a little over an hour now to digest this. You've had a chance to go through the entire ruling. What stands out? What should people know?
Well, first of all, I think we have to say again, this is 5-4 on overturning Roe, 6-3 on upholding the Mississippi law that bans abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Secondly, it's Chief Justice Roberts who doesn't join the majority. He says that's going too far, too fast. The majority opinion does say, and we've noted this before, that Justice Alito, who wrote it, said nothing in this opinion should be read to cast doubt on any of the court's other precedents that found constitutional rights that were not explicitly mentioned, such as the right to interracial marriage, the right to contraception, the right to same-sex marriage. He says abortion is different because it involves a potential life. And only Justice Clarence Thomas, of all of the 9 so far, said, well, the court should actually go back and look at those precedents too. Secondly, of course, as we've noted before, half the states will now probably ban abortion, roughly half, and 13 of them have laws already on the books, so-called trigger laws. And Missouri now says it's the first state to have its trigger law spring into effect. Its Attorney General Eric Schmidt has already issued a letter. Many of these state laws, trigger laws, said that the triggering event would be the Supreme Court's decision, followed by some kind of analysis by the state's Attorney General that that's what the Supreme Court has done. He's already got a letter out saying it's now illegal in Missouri. So Missouri appears to be the first state. There's a couple of others that will follow very quickly. In the other trigger states, it's a matter of 10 days or 30 days. So it's not going to be, abortion is now not immediately illegal in all of those states in which it was likely to become illegal, but it will be probably within a month to take full effect, Lester, in terms of all those other states.
Yeah, let me go back to what you said, though, about this notion that this wouldn't be used as a precedent to undo other constitutional rights. It's said in the ruling, but is it binding?
Well, no, not at all. I mean, that's, I think, what concerns, for example, advocates of same-sex marriage, because the logic of the Supreme Court's decision in this majority opinion is precisely what we read about in the leaked opinion that was written in February. This opinion here this majority opinion is largely unchanged. I mean, there's some references to the dissent and some other things, but the logic of it is still what was laid out in February. What Justice Alito and the majority says today is that there is no explicit mention of a right to abortion in the Constitution. So the question is, was it somehow granted by the 14th Amendment? And he says the test for that is it has to be deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions and part of a concept of ordered liberty. And he says it flunks that test. Well, of course, same-sex marriage would flunk that test, too. There was no protection for contraception at the founding. So by the court's logic here, those precedents could be in danger. Several of the justices go out of their way to say, no, it won't make any difference. Justice Kavanaugh says in his concurrence today, overruling Roe does not mean the overruling of those precedents and does not, he emphasizes the word not, threaten or cast doubt on those precedents. So I think, take them at their word, but there is certainly, you could argue, the seeds of destruction for those in this opinion.
All right, Pete, thank you. And on that right side of your screen, you continue to view the protests, the celebrations. How you describe them really depends on where people are. But clearly, a lot of emotion has spilled out on the steps of the Supreme Court after this historic ruling, the court overturning Roe v. Wade. Dr. Cheryl Hamlin is with the Jackson, Mississippi Women's Health Organization. Doctor, can you tell us what this means for you and your organization?
Well, I guess as soon as the Attorney General signs it, we have a few days before the clinic is closed. And so, for the women of Mississippi and the other 13 states that have trigger laws, they will no longer have access to abortion in any form. And so for them, it means that, I'm sure that if, women are having miscarriages, especially poor and women of color, they'll be placed under scrutiny. Did they do this to themselves? I'm sure that women who do make it out of state to get a procedure, when they return, will be afraid to seek medical care. Some people will self-abort. Some people will continue dangerous pregnancies. So, it's obviously devastating for these women.
Well, doctor, tell me, what are the options for a woman in your community who has decided she wants an abortion? What do the options become in terms of how far travel may be?
Yeah, so Illinois is probably the closest state. I think it's probably a 7-hour drive or something to the closest clinic. New Mexico is about a 10-hour drive. Massachusetts, is a 22-hour drive. There's always the option of getting pills through the mail. And, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be seeking out how to do that. I'm also sure the state will make that illegal, but maybe hard to enforce. So, those will be the options, basically.
Are you hearing from patients even today, even since this ruling?
Yeah, in the past hour, no, I haven't heard from anybody, but I'm obviously people that already have appointments are going to be calling and figuring out what they need to do.
Okay. Dr. Hamlin, thank you for taking a moment to speak to us. We appreciate it. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now. Peter, are we going to hear from the president?
Yeah, Lester, we have now just learned that President Biden will address this abortion ruling from the Supreme Court at 12:30 Eastern Time. That's roughly an hour and 10 minutes from now. He'll be speaking inside what's called the Cross Hall. That's within the White House residence, where he has delivered remarks on other historically significant days. The White House, I can tell you, I think was caught off guard by this ruling coming today. Not that the decision would come. They had expected it based on, frankly, that draft that came out about 6 to 8 weeks ago. But as I spoke to an aide a little bit earlier, I told them that the ruling had been made on abortion. They were leaving the campus and quickly turned around to gather in preparation for the president's reaction to this. But they have been bracing for this moment to take place in some form for a matter of weeks, meeting with those abortion rights advocates, meeting with lawmakers and others. And there's obviously been growing pressure on this White House to react, not just preemptively. There was a hope that the White House might make some announcements in advance, but certainly as soon as this ruling came in, the pressure certainly from abortion rights advocates is that the president would do what he can within his power in terms of executive action, specifically perhaps expanding access to reproductive health care on federal lands, and separately to increase access to medication, abortion medication, specifically pills right now, which account for more than half of the abortions in this country at the time. As you try to get a better understanding of where the country is on this issue, NBC News recently completed a poll on it, and just to be specific, 60% of Americans said in that recent poll that Americans believe that abortion should be either always legal or legal most of the time, compared to 37% who said abortion should be illegal either with exceptions or without exceptions. So that gives you a sense broadly of where the country is on this issue. Among the biggest concerns that the White House has been communicating is how this is going to impact those poor, minority women, low-income women across this country whose access, particularly in the South and the Midwest, they have said, was already limited even before this ruling on Roe v. Wade. The struggle to get abortion care was limited due to a variety of things, including insurance coverage in some places that was impacted by what's called a Hyde Amendment, doesn't allow federal money to be spent on abortions, and also due to waiting periods that exist as well. We have heard from the White House in the course of the last several weeks. They have been very upset and frustrated by this expected ruling, by the decisions taking place earlier in Mississippi, referring to them as unconstitutional attacks on women's reproductive rights. Lester? All right, Peter Alexander, the White House, where we will be hearing from the president about 12:30 Eastern time, a little over an hour from now, if it remains on schedule. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb. She's a former U.S. attorney and federal prosecutor. Carol, thank you for being here. First, just the nuts and bolts here. So I want to get the terminology right. Abortion is not illegal, but it is no longer a constitutional right. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Lester. This is not a ban, a total ban on abortion that's been decided by the Supreme Court. What this does is it changes the approach to abortion. It says that women no longer have a fundamental constitutional right to make the decision regarding terminating their pregnancy at any stage of the pregnancy. That is no longer a protected right under the U.S. Constitution. And what that does is it throws the decision back to each individual state. So each state legislature, under its own state constitution, makes the decision whether a woman has access to an abortion and all the parameters around that decision, at what stage of the abortion, or whether there's a ban on abortions in that state entirely. That is now an issue for each state legislature.
Stepping away from whatever side you may fall on, the fact that the Supreme Court has now taken away a right that it had originally granted, can you talk to the significance of that legally?
You know, Lester, this has to be a co-equal headline, in addition to the fact that this decision impacts so many people in the country all at once. The co-equal headline really has to be, what does this mean for past cases in other areas where the court has relied on a personal privacy and personal liberty right of an individual? Pete Wilson talked about this earlier: birth control, contraception, gay marriage, sodomy laws. There are a lot of laws that have been struck down in the past 50 years because the court has found a right to privacy and personal liberty in the Constitution. What happened here today is that one school of thought about how you interpret the Constitution has prevailed over a different thought. In the past 50 years, justices on the Supreme Court have said that there is an implicit right to privacy in the Constitution. It is not enumerated the way the Second Amendment protects gun rights in the Constitution. And what the court said today is no, abortion rights are not explicitly called out in the Constitution. And when that happens, you have to look to history and tradition in the nation to figure out whether there is such a right. And they found that there was no such right in the history and tradition of the nation, but that could be said as well for homosexual marriage and gay rights in general, and most specifically, contraception or birth control. There are some states now that have proposed bans on IUDs because of the way IUDs work. People think of them as contraception, but in some cases they can interfere with the embedding of a fertilized egg in the woman, and they say that is a form of abortion. So you can see the cracks already beginning to occur in what we thought were fundamental rights.
I just want to go back and look at Justice Alito's thinking, this idea that, well, those other rights don't involve a life. Does the logic follow there, or when you start taking that piece by piece, does it become a harder argument he makes? And by the way, is that door still open, no matter what he may say about that? Is that door still open to go back and revisit these other rights?
Exactly what you said right now, Lester. That door is still open because Justice Alito said this both in the leaked draft that was leaked in May and this opinion. He said, oh, this applies only to abortion. It doesn't apply to those other decisions. That is what is known as dicta. That in legal circles, that's known as dicta, which means that is saying something that is not essential to the holding of this case. And when it is not essential to the holding of the case, it has no binding precedential value. So Justice Alito might be trying to make this go down a little bit easier, but the logic of his opinion, as Justice Thomas has pointed out, is that these cases are now vulnerable, these other rights.
Does this ever go back before the court? Is there a case that could reopen the door on this ultimate decision?
It would require what happened in this case. It would require a case being teed up, and a case is not going to be teed up for revisiting this decision until the side that tees it up thinks that it has the votes to make a revisiting happen, and that is likely not to happen for a long time.
All right, Carol Lam, thanks for walking us through some of that. We appreciate it. I want to bring back NBC Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, we've heard some reaction, including from Speaker Pelosi. We've heard those on the right obviously celebrating what for them is a long, hard battle and final victory here. Over the last hour and a half, tell me how this is, some of the themes that you're seeing strike up.
Well, this really, of course, as you noted, is the culmination of a conservative goal to overturn Roe v. Wade in this country, undoing precedent of nearly 50 years. And what we've been hearing from the conservative movement is that this is a really big win for them. We heard from Vice President Mike Pence, who said this is righting a wrong. I was also looking for reaction from former President Trump, and while he has not put out a message just yet, at least from what I just checked, what he has done is put out already a message from yesterday when the Supreme Court ruled on guns. And he said there, and I want to read it because I think it's incredibly important. He said, elections have consequences. I promise to appoint justices and judges that would stand up for the Constitution. And today, the Supreme Court upheld, in that case, the Second Amendment right of all Americans. But you can imagine that same language about elections having consequences and about the fact that the justices are standing by the Constitution can also be applied to today. So we can expect former President Trump to also take a victory lap here because, of course, this is because he was able to put on conservative Supreme Court justices that now Roe v. Wade has been overturned. I've also been listening to Democrats, of course, Nancy Pelosi in particular, who talked about the fact that this really is not going to stand, talking about the fact that reproductive freedom will be on the ballot in November. That says something about where Democrats want to message this and the idea that they're going to be making the case in the states in elections that people should vote for Democrats to try to get some sort of rectification from there, some sort of change, rather, when it comes to access to abortions. But I should tell you, in talking to Democrats, they're sort of scrambling. The political will is there to do something, but the actual plan to do something is not clear. I also heard from a number of people calling this egregious, saying that black women in particular, women of color, poor women, that they're going to have to really figure out how to mobilize them to vote in November, but also, of course, at the same time as they're mobilizing them to the ballot box, they're going to have to mobilize them to different clinics, because they're going to have to be balancing what now is going to be such restricted access to abortion. So there's a lot here on the political side here to talk about. One last thing, and when it comes to sort of the politics of this in the midterms, it's been Democrats that have not really been able to culminate and really focus their energy on abortion in the way that Republicans have. This has been a talking point for Republicans over and over again. So many people that I interviewed when I was talking to them about former President Trump and his brash nature, people would tell me that they didn't like it, that they didn't like the way that he tweeted, or they didn't like the way that he talked, or the revolving door of people leaving the White House in and out, but that they were with him because they believe that abortion could be overturned. So that was the conservative messaging. It's a well-oiled machine that they've really been working on. But for Democrats, they're now going to have to build a machine to explain to people and to make the case to people in the middle of inflation, in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of gun rights and all sorts of debates, that abortion should be the thing that's up on their minds, that is the most important thing, the priority for them. And we know that, of course, there are a lot of women in this country who will now be using their voices and their stories to be making the political case that this decision should be tried to be overturned in some way through politics. But it's a very, very hard, complicated, and rough road ahead for Democrats who are going to be trying to change what the consequences of this decision will mean for women across this country.
Yamiche, thank you. Joining us in the conversation, NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson with more on what the decision could mean. And Hallie, you know, we're hearing from Speaker Pelosi and others on the left. We're going to fight this. We're going to make this part of the midterms. But bottom line is Democrats are demoralized today.
If you're a Democrat, you're going, where do we go next, right? You're trying to figure that out, but there is not an easy or clear answer given the makeup of the Supreme Court as it sits now. You've got, I mean, take the other two branches, right? On the executive branch side, we're going to hear from President Biden in just about an hour from now. He has been under pressure from Democrats to try to do something unilaterally were this to be the case. We'll see what he says there. On the legislative branch, you have action from Congress. We are going to, Lester, we're learning we're going to see some of the first action next month in a matter of weeks when the Senate is back from its recess, with the Judiciary Committee set to hold a hearing. We're just learning this in from the chairman to explore what they call the grim reality of a post-Roe America. Of course, the Senate Judiciary Committee led by a Democratic chairman. So that will be, I think, some of the first glimpses we will get from a really practical, concrete level as to what Democrats could do, particularly on the Senate side, in order to take some kind of action to shore up the protections of Roe that Speaker Pelosi has talked about. Let me put some numbers behind the conversation that we're having, Lester, some data here, right? According to our NBC News polling, when you talk about the number of Americans who believe that abortion is the most important issue facing this country, it was practically non-existent if you were to ask, let's say, 6 months ago. Only 3% of Americans said it was the most important issue. That jumped just last month to 10% now, right? After the leaked ruling, the leaked decision, I should say, came out in early May, you saw that number rise. That is a number that I think Democrats are looking at to say, okay, now we have the decision. It is no longer theoretical. It is real. It is practical. And we will, in a matter of 10 to 30 days to 3 months, see the real implications of that in states across the country. I think there is a bet being made that that number will go up. More people will feel mobilized by it. You also have, when you look at the Supreme Court in this decision, the question that comes up, is the court out of step with what the majority of Americans want? 63% of Americans thought Roe versus Wade should not be overturned, compared to only about 30% who thought it should be, right? So that gives you a sense, I think, across the country of where people are. That said, for Republicans, of course, those numbers are inverted. Only about a third of Republicans believe that abortion should be legal in all or most instances. So that is the landscape that we're in at this moment in time. What we should be looking for, right, in addition to next month, what Congress is going to do, what specific actions they will take. Because right now, and you heard it a little bit, Lester, in your interview with Senator Amy Klobuchar, the sense that this is, I think she said something like, this isn't the time for politics. This is the time to sort of grieve the loss of this right for women. I hear her saying that, but also there is undeniably a political angle to this moving forward for abortion rights advocates who see this fight as not being over. anti-abortion activists also see the fight as not being over because they want to go even further. And they have said this to you, they've said this to me and to others, that they see the fight now as trying to shore up anti-abortion support in more states and in more ways, including on the federal picture, too. So that is where we're seeing this kind of coalesce, Lester.
And then, Hallie, if you recall, there were a lot of conversations about expanding the court. What happens to that conversation?
You know, it's a great question, Lester. There was not much appetite for that at all. That came up a lot in the 2020 campaign, especially in the Democratic primary. Should we do this? Should Democrats do this was the question that they were asking. And in this instance, you didn't see any appetite from the White House on that. There was a report that came out. That is a politically tough discussion to have because of specifically some more moderate Democratic senators, for example, who would resist that and who have said that they would not be open to changing that framework. You asked, does this change the game? I'm looking at a response from Senator Joe Manchin, for example, who has been, as you well know, one of the thorns in the side, if you will, for his fellow Democratic colleagues who have been wanting him in many ways to take action on things that the rest of the party wanted. Senator Manchin, along with Senator Kyrsten Sinema, for example, just for the political landscape, has been one of the people who has resisted some of the moves, for example, changing Senate rules to allow Democrats to get things done unilaterally with just 50 votes instead of 60, which is the threshold now. He says he is deeply disappointed that the court has voted to overturn Roe. He talks about how he was raised pro-life as a Catholic, and he says, and I'm quoting him, "I will always consider myself pro-life," but he says he would support legislation that would codify the rights that Roe previously protected, right? A vote of support for some action on the federal level to codify those rights. The question is it enough? We just don't know at this point.
Okay, Hallie, thank you. Joining us now is NBC News contributor and editor and CEO of The Dispatch, Stephen Hayes. Stephen, we appreciate you joining us. You've heard a lot of this conversation about the political implications. I'm curious to hear your views.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think if you asked pro-lifers before this decision came down what results they would like to come out of this decision, one of them would be the kinds of things that you heard from Yamiche and Hallie, a political discussion, a political debate that has basically been foreclosed in many respects because the court did what it did in 1973 with Roe versus Wade. Conservatives, Republicans, pro-lifers have made the argument that this is a decision, that this is a debate best had in a political context. Now make these decisions, have these debates. It'll be very interesting to learn whether the uptick that we've seen in the number of people responding to pollsters saying that abortion is the most important issue or one of the most important issues, if that continues. You've seen sort of a sea change in the way that we look at abortion culturally in the country over the past 50 years, even as the laws have remained the same. It'll be very interesting to see if that cultural change turns into a political change.
And what the immediate pressure on Democrats to do something, and there will be that call to do something. What in the short term, what can they do?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, as Hallie was pointing out, you're already seeing statements from Democrats, from Nancy Pelosi, from others, looking to take steps that they can take politically, either in federal legislation, in state houses around the country, to try to codify some of the rules that were in place with Roe v. Wade. Certainly, I think Democrats are going to make this a political issue. Democrats want to run on this. They would certainly, for political, I think practical political reasons, like to use it to avoid conversations about things like the economy, about inflation, about some of the other things that have President Biden's approval ratings is sort of cratering at this point. But I think that we'll see a very quick move from Democrats to try to introduce these kinds of additional codifications of Roe at both the federal level and in states around the country.
All right, Stephen, thank you. We've been watching that crowd on the steps of the Supreme Court. And as I said, it's a microcosm of this country right now. There are people who are gleeful. They are celebrating this decision. There are people who are upset, angry, and somewhat bewildered by all this. Let's bring in NBC's Maura Barrett, who's with the crowds who have gathered outside the Supreme Court. And I know you're hearing it from both sides, Maura.
Yeah, Lester, the way that you just contextualize it is completely accurate. It's a very mixed bag here on the ground, and the crowd has just quadrupled, if not more, since the decision came down just after 10 a.m. I'm still right in the middle of it, just outside in front of the Supreme Court. And what I have noticed, while we've seen a mix of opinions, it is a plurality of young people. And I want to bring in Nina. She traveled in from Pennsylvania, and she was one of the people that was celebrating the decision being overturned. And so, Nina, I want to ask you, what drove you to come out here today? What are you looking for? And tell me a little bit about how you're feeling now that we saw the decision come down.
Well, as you can see, I'm very excited. I drove down here for Students for Life. We have a bunch of collectives and leadership programs focused on making sure women have the necessary resources that they need throughout their pregnancy. And I'm excited, but we all, as if you can see the celebration, but we all know this is not where the work ends. This is where it begins, because from anyone you can ask, this is what we'll be working for the rest of our lives, to make abortion illegal, unthinkable, and unnecessary.
And our NBC polling has shown that 60% of women think, or 60% of Americans think that abortion should be legal in some capacity. 30% are on the other side of it. What do you make that your group is kind of in the minority on this, and what do you want to say to other people who don't share the same opinions as you?
I mean, there's a lot to, obviously, there's a lot of nuances, a lot of different opinions, but at the end of the day, human rights begin at conception, they end at natural death, and that's what we're fighting for. So no matter what you believe, we're here to protect the woman and the child.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And so, Lester, like we just talked about, there is a big variety of opinions on the ground right now, but we do hear a lot of celebration and music playing here today, and people that weren't necessarily expecting this to come down today. Most people that I've talked to were thinking that it was going to be early next week that this decision would come, and so it is interesting to see as the crowd continues to grow now that the decision has come through, and we'll continue to talk to people on the ground, especially as we know that the president had previously said prior to the decision coming down that he was hoping that Congress would take action to restore Roe. We have heard rumblings about House Democrats coming down, and we'll keep an eye out for lawmakers that are here as well. Lester.
Okay, Maura, thank you for the update there from the steps of the Supreme Court reaction to today's ruling. I'm joined now by Michigan's Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Governor, thank you for being with us. You're a state that's had an anti-abortion law in place since the 30s, but essentially lived under the world of Roe v. Wade. What is your reaction?
Well, it's devastating. I know it's not surprising, but it is devastating. And this is not the end of the story. We've got a lot of work to do. We're fighting like hell here in Michigan to protect Michigan women's access to abortion and reproductive health care. But this is a really stark moment in America and a huge setback for every generation younger than me, who now will have fewer rights than my generation has had our whole lives.
You've got a Republican legislature there. Can you give us an idea of the battles to come?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've already, they're at work already. So reverting to this 1931 law is part of the story. It would be, Michigan would go from being a pro-choice state to it being a felony, no exceptions for rape or incest. Every Republican running for governor has endorsed that law. And my current legislature has already introduced bills to criminalize doctors and nurses and put them in jail for 10 years. I mean, this is how high the stakes are right here in this important battleground state. And I'm going to continue to fight and veto every effort to make it harder for women. But this is a very scary moment.
We've been talking throughout the morning that we all saw this coming, certainly that leak draft opinion and this hewed alongside it. What have you done in Michigan in anticipation of this ruling?
Yeah, so I filed a lawsuit a few months ago, and a lot of people said, oh, it's too early, or it's not ripe, or it's, maybe this won't happen. I'm glad that I did. I am waiting for our Supreme Court to take action. We are anticipating that we'll be having a briefing soon, but time is of the essence. We won an injunction. One of our allies won an injunction. So the 1931 law is not in effect at this moment. Women still have the same rights we had yesterday, but it is precarious. It is on appeal. And that's why I'm hoping the Supreme Court will take my lawsuit up ASAP.
Do you think this changes the equation of the midterms as we march toward November?
You know what? I know that 70% of people in Michigan support a woman having the right to make her own decision, regardless of how they feel individually, supporting that right for women. And so I do think that this is something that will bring a lot of people out, and a lot of people will be very upset and angry about the state of jurisprudence in our nation and rollback of women's rights. So I anticipate that a lot of people will be activated by this.
Governor Whitmer, good to see you. Thank you for taking the time for us.
Thank you.
Joining us now is NBC News political director and Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd. And I'll just ask you the same question I asked the governor there. Is this going to change the equation in the midterms? Democrats would clearly like it to, but what's the likelihood of that happening?
I think it really is state dependent. And I say this and meaning, you know, let me give you an example. Nevada is one of the big battleground states in 2022. Abortion rights is enshrined in that state constitution. The Republican nominee for the Senate has already talked about, hey, it's enshrined in the Constitution, no debate here. I'm not saying you won't see Nevada Democrats want to, you know, fire up Democrats on the issue of abortion, but it is good. You're going to hear, you know, it is not at risk in Nevada. But Michigan and Wisconsin, it is going to be front and center, particularly in the governor's races in both of those places because of those trigger laws. And really, so the political fallout to this, look, I think it's certainly going to help the Democrats find a way to sort of to fire up the Democratic base and fire up people on this issue. Sort of what I would say is it's not going to level the enthusiasm playing field. The right's fired up right now, believing they have a chance at winning a control of Congress, pushing back against Biden. The economy, the shaky economy that we're in right now with inflation, they certainly have those advantages. But I think this is a beginning of a leveling of the playing field, if you will, politically on the activism front and on the enthusiasm front. But again, I think it is more acute in places like Michigan and Wisconsin. And here's another thing, Lester, to think about. You know, so for the longest time, politicians, elected officials have been able to duck specifics on the abortion issue. They've simply said, I'm for Roe or I'm against Roe. If anything, it would be the Democrats that would get sort of wedged. Well, what about late-term abortions? Is it 20 weeks? Is it 24 weeks? But there was not a debate on that front, and the Republicans didn't have to think about those nuances. Well, now sort of the roles are going to be reversed, and every candidate for every elective office for a legislative body is going to have to get specific. Okay, what are you open to? And that's where I think you're going to see probably more divides on the right than on the left. And you're going to see a lot of, look what we've seen with the gun debate. John Cornyn, you know, tiptoed into gun regulations, and the former president called him a rhino. If you're an elected Republican and you wanted Roe overturned, but you believe there still should be access to abortion, is that politically feasible in this Republican Party today? And those are the type of potential wedging and political fallout here. I think the political consequences of this that I think you will see play out. I think that Republicans are not as unified at banning all abortions as the judiciary, that the conservative judges are pushing, or even some of the most hardcore sort of elected state legislators are pushing. But are they going to sort of run and hide on this, and are those divides going to sort of roil Republican Party politics in a way that we haven't seen before? So I just think that that's among the political consequences. Look, there's a lot of consequences to that, but just on the political side of it, that's one I'm focused on.
Yeah, and Chuck, we've already heard some Democrats trying to whip up folks with the idea that it may not stop here, that gay marriage could be a backup for another consideration. Now, Justice Alito tried to address that in the opinion, saying, well, those other things don't involve a life. But is that going to be a genuine fear? And it is one, do you think, that Democrats will go to try and animate the base?
Oh, I think Clarence Thomas just handed them that opportunity, because in his concurring opinion, he put Griswold, he put Lawrence, those cases that enshrined rights to contraception and enshrined same-sex marriage into law. So the fact is, it doesn't matter what Alito wrote. Thomas wrote that. And by the way, in the Bush, the first time we saw this sort of in this century, it was during the Bush v. Gore decision when the majority said this should not be precedent. And it doesn't matter what you say, a ruling is precedent. You could say it shouldn't be, but that's not up to you. And so I think it's a legitimate, I think it's going to be a legitimate fear that those on the left bring up, because again, they're not making it up. Justice Thomas wrote it in his concurring opinion. And so I think it will be, and there will be some state legislatures. I believe Idaho already had some legislation in the works on contraception. So, and I think that is where I think this is going to roil conservative primary politics in ways that I don't think we fully appreciate just yet.
All right, Chuck, let me go back to Pete Williams if I can. Pete's got some more information for us.
Yes, a couple of things, Lester. First of all, on that question of the Supreme Court decision today casting doubt on other precedents like contraception, like same-sex marriage, the dissenters say today, you know, the majority can't have it both ways. Either the logic of their decision, the dissenters say, this is the opinion that the three of them wrote together, either the logic is that a right has to be deeply rooted in the tradition, or the words of their dissent, don't worry, this won't count. It's one way or the other, and they say this is hypocritical. The majority tells us not to worry, they say, but either the mass of the opinion is hypocrisy or additional constitutional rights are under threat. It can't be both. It's one or the other. Also, Lester, Attorney General Merrick Garland is out with a statement today. He says the Justice Department strongly disagrees with the decision. It's a long statement, but I think the key part of it is this. He says women who reside in states that have banned access to comprehensive reproductive care must remain free to seek care in states where it's legal. And he also says under First Amendment principles, people must remain free to inform and counsel each other about the reproductive care that's available in other states. And indeed, one of the things that the dissenters say here, Lester, is there's nothing in today's decision to prevent states from doing that. They worry that it's something that states might do. And the dissenters also say, you know, there's nothing in today's decision, while the majority speaks of leaving this up to the states and returning this issue to the states. That's sort of how Justice Alito frames his decision. The dissent say there's nothing in this decision that would prevent Congress from banning abortion nationwide, Lester.
All right, Pete, thank you. I want to go back to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie's got more reaction to the decision.
Yeah, and this is coming in from former President Donald Trump, Lester, who in many ways is central to the decision that we are seeing today, because it was, of course, the justices appointed under his administration that he selected that were confirmed during his time in office that ultimately have proven to be the deciding factors here in overturning Roe versus Wade. I want to be clear about where we're getting this from. This is former President Trump in an article speaking apparently with Fox News in an article that Fox News has posted online. So Donald Trump tells Fox that this decision is following the Constitution and giving rights back when they should have been given long ago, he says. He goes on to say this brings everything back to the states where it has always belonged. And when asked whether he feels he played a role in the reversal of Roe, again, given the backdrop that we just laid out, Lester, the justices appointed by him under his administration, he said God made the decision. That's what he told Fox. He also went on to say, you know, what his message would be to his own supporters who are pro-choice. Keep in mind that the former president has hinted very strongly that he is going to run again in 2024 to try to recapture the presidency. So there obviously is a political component to the way that he is viewing this decision as well. And so when Fox asked about what he would tell his supporters who are pro-choice, the former president said this, and I want to quote it here. He says, I think in the end, this is something that will work out for everybody. I think it's incredibly unclear what the former president means by that, because this is a decision that carries the weight of the Supreme Court, Lester, the highest court in the land that has now effectively overturned Roe. And in half the states, roughly, you will see abortions not become a legal procedure for women who are seeking those procedures. They will have to travel. That is just the fact of the matter, that it is laid out in front of us right now as we speak today, Lester. So I think there's more questions to answer on that front, too, and to explore when you look at the landscape of 2024. We've talked a lot about the midterms and the way that abortion rights and anti-abortion and abortion access advocates are going to be making this something that they hope will motivate voters. That goes twice, right, for what we're going to see in 2024 in that presidential race, Lester.
Yeah, and Chuck, if you're with us here, we don't lose sight of the fact that this is a court that was shaped in tremendous ways by Donald Trump.
And Mitch McConnell. I mean, remember, you could argue that 2 of the 3 appointees that Donald Trump had were sort of done out of bounds. Right. The first one was a vacancy that occurred basically with nearly a year left on Barack Obama's term. And then, whatever precedent Mitch McConnell came up with to somehow say that couldn't be filled until after the presidential election. He didn't believe it when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died essentially a month before the 2020 election. So you had this. So I think there's a lot of folks who feel as if Gorsuch and Barrett, 2 of the 5 on this opinion, were sort of there unfairly or sort of out of bounds. Now, it's technically was done within the bounds of the Constitution, but was it ethical how it was done? Was it sort of, and I think that's what's going to, why there is, I think, such anger, more anger than normal. But I'll tell you, it is Donald Trump's legacy, and I find his discomfort with his legacy on this to be fascinating. I mean, he really is sort of new to this. He's been on both sides of this issue when he was a politician, when he tried to enter the political arena in the late 90s, early 2000s. He'd talk about how pro-choice he was. And then all of a sudden he had to adopt this pro-life language, political language. Wasn't very good at it. There's a famous exchange he had with our former colleague, Chris Matthews, where he started talking about, okay, if you're going to criminalize it, then, and he said, you may have to charge the woman who has the abortion, and then of course he ends up having to walk that back. But it was a reminder that he's just unfamiliar. He never was really deeply informed or passionate on the life side of things, and that reaction, that sort of word salad reaction that he's had on all this, I think tells you he's likely very uncomfortable with this, but he doesn't know how to communicate it. You and I both know Donald Trump very well. If he thought, there's a part of me that's, the fact that he's not spiking the football, hey, I'm the one who overturned Roe, tells you how uncomfortable he is, because he likes to spike the football and take a lot of credit for things when they're done by people he's appointed. And he's not on this one, which I think tells you how uncomfortable, and really that this was not what he wanted to do on that front.
Interesting thought. Yamiche Alcindor still with us. Yamiche, we hear the term all the time, elections have consequences. Will Democrats run with that, though, to really try and excite their voters?
Certainly Democrats will be saying to voters, abortion is the thing to have on the top of your mind when you think about how rights can be taken away from you and why elections have consequences. Former President Trump made the case that he could be the Republican nominee and that he would carry the torch of Republican goals into the White House and into the Supreme Court. And that's how he got to be president of the United States, with a lot of evangelicals in particular telling me at the time that they were very, very worried about former President Trump. And now you see him sort of, as Chuck just said, clumsily, somewhat taking credit for this, but it is a credit that he has to take because he was the one who delivered this generational goal to conservatives, a culmination of so much work. I will also just say that Democrats, of course, will be making the case in the midterms for sure that their candidates need to be elected in order to reverse this.
Yeah, Yamiche, thank you very much. Want to let our viewers know some of you will be leaving us here to join your midday local news. Others will continue the coverage here on NBC News.
Guys, can you go around?
It is noon here on the East Coast. If you are just joining us, let me recap the extraordinary events of this historic day. Just about 2 hours ago, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, a woman's right to abortion. The decision comes after almost 50 years and will lead to near total bans on the procedure in about half the states. The majority conservative Supreme Court overturned Roe in a 5-4 vote. It is a victory for abortion opponents, many celebrating outside the court at this hour. But it is not a total surprise to supporters of abortion rights. They have been bracing for the loss after an early draft of the opinion was leaked back in May. They call it an assault on reproductive freedoms of women. The ruling came in a dispute over a law passed in Mississippi's Republican-controlled legislature to ban abortions after 15 weeks. And in just about a half hour, we expect a briefing or comments from President Biden about today's decision. We will carry that, of course. Let's go right to NBC Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, I said it a moment ago, notably 5-4 the vote here.
5-4 on the key question of overturning Roe and the follow-on decision called Planned Parenthood v. Casey that said that states cannot ban abortion before viability. That's roughly 23 weeks into the pregnancy. So that is gone. And the court did that in upholding by a vote of 6-3 the law that brought this issue to the Supreme Court, Mississippi's law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks. So the court upheld that law and by a 5-4 vote overturned Roe v. Wade. So this doesn't make abortion illegal nationwide. It simply removes, and I say simply, it removes the constitutional protection for abortion. There's no longer a constitutional right to abortion, according to the Supreme Court. This is the first time in history that the Supreme Court has ever granted a right that is widely recognized and then taken away. It's technically speaking not the first time the court has ever granted a right and taken it away, but it's the first time it's ever done that for a right that had widespread public support and was widely recognized. So it's now up to the states to decide whether to make abortion illegal. And by our count, roughly half the states will do so. 13 of those states already have laws on the book, so-called trigger laws, that make abortion illegal if the court ever were to overturn Roe and Casey. Missouri is already the first of the states to take that action. As of today, the Attorney General of Missouri says abortion is now illegal in that state. The majority opinion was written by Justice Samuel Alito. It closely tracks with the leaked opinion that came out in May that was actually drafted in February that said Roe was egregiously wrong, that there's no constitutional right to abortion in the Constitution, and the only way a constitutional right can be derived from the Constitution's 14th Amendment if it is deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions and part of the concept of ordered liberty. Roe flunks that test, the court said. There is no requirement in the Supreme Court's decision today for states to make an exception in their laws banning abortion for rape and incest. It doesn't say they have to, it doesn't say they can't, but the dissenters point out today that that is a big problem with the majority opinion. Justice Kavanaugh says he believes, in joining the majority, that the states cannot restrict travel. Now, that's only his opinion, but because he's one of the 5, without him it'd only be 4. It wouldn't be a majority. So that opinion has controlling force. So by Justice Kavanaugh's logic, states cannot restrict travel. They cannot make it illegal for women to go from a state that bans abortion to a state that doesn't in order to receive the care. That's a point that Attorney General Merrick Garland has made in a statement. He says states shouldn't be able to do that. And he also says under the First Amendment, people should be free to get counsel about reproductive care that's available in other states. That shouldn't be illegal. The dissenters, Justice Stephen Breyer, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan, filed a long and impassioned joint dissent. And let me just summarize what they say. They say the Supreme Court says that from the very moment of fertilization, a woman has no rights to speak of. A state can force her to bring a pregnancy to term, even at the steepest personal and familial cost, Lester.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you very much. We have, from the very beginning of the morning when the decision was announced, we've watched that crowd outside the Supreme Court, passionate protesters on both sides of this issue. Let's bring in NBC's Maura Barrett, who was in the crowds. Maura?
Lester, when you talk about passionate protesters, we're seeing some of the tension actually right behind me, where two groups of protesters, some that support the right to an abortion, some that are against it, just wrapped up a pretty heated argument. And that's something that we had seen throughout the week here as we expected the decision to come down, as well as this morning, to the extent that police had to get involved and establish a peaceful protest line is what they said that they were attempting to do. But right when the decision came down, a few minutes, 10 a.m. Eastern time, there was a group of people who were overjoyed, jumping up and down, celebrating, cheering, and crying tears of joy. One woman telling me that she was overjoyed, and it was this massive feeling of relief for her. I spoke with another young woman who opposed the right to an abortion because she has family members who have had abortions, she told me, and then they regretted it the rest of their lives, and so she wanted to make sure that babies' rights were protected, as she told me. And so we did see the crowd balloon here in the last couple of hours. There was probably about 100 or 150 or so initially this morning, and there are just hundreds, if not 1,000 or more here right now. You can see the people as my photographer Ronnie walks around here. They are largely people that did support the right for an abortion. We did see hundreds of people, younger people in red, the Students for Life group that actually just left the area and are marching around the Supreme Court now. But I want you to hear directly from Michelle. She is a protester that was just standing here, and I want you to say hello. She has, when I came up and said hello to her, she was wearing a piece of tape over her mouth that said second-class citizen, and I saw a group of you put those on shortly after the decision came down. What does this decision mean to you today, and were you surprised given that the draft had leaked earlier this year?
We are not surprised. We are still concerned and very alarmed about this decision. As a non-Christian, I see this as religious rule, and I see it as nothing more than men and religious organizations attempting to control women's bodies.
And tell me a little bit, I mean, how are you feeling? Do you have hope for progress moving forward? What are you looking to see in the country now?
Yeah, there's always hope. I think our best bet is legislatively, but unfortunately, people are going to die. Women are going to die between now and when we can get legislation passed, which is untenable, and I don't know how we've let it get to this point. It's just very disappointing.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And to Michelle's point there, talking about women dying, that's a repeated thing I've heard from people here who had strongly supported the right to an abortion. I just met this woman, Hannah, who is 66 years old. She said she was in high school when Roe v. Wade initially passed. And prior to that, she had heard stories in her home state of Washington where girls had disappeared looking to get abortions, stories of knitting needles, some very graphic stories. And she expressed such disappointment in knowing that the country, in her mind, could be going back to that. And she also elaborated, saying that she hopes that, if anything, this is what drives people to vote in the midterms come November. Lester.
All right, Maura, thanks. Watching those crowds outside the Supreme Court. Let's go to our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. Peter, we should be hearing from the president very shortly here.
Yeah, that's right. We expect to hear from him about 20 minutes from now at 12:30 in the Cross Hall inside the White House residence. When we're done with this conversation, I'm going to head inside in anticipation that the president may take reporters' questions. But I have to tell you, I've been inside the West Wing at points over the day, and for a lot of members of this White House staff, this was a gut punch in many ways. They anticipated this ruling, though they didn't think it would come as early as today. But in the words of one aide, they described it as a heavy day and a devastating decision. We've yet to hear from President Biden, though we will hear from him shortly. But top Democrats have already described this, in the words of Chuck Schumer, as being one of the darkest days in our country's history. Nancy Pelosi describing this ruling as a slap in the face to women in this country. So just gives you a little bit of a sense of where they are on this. There's been a lot of pressure on the president from abortion rights advocates to announce plans, what he can do through executive actions to help try to expand access to reproductive health care right now. His ability is certainly limited, but we are told by a senior administration official that the president will lay out what, if any, plans the administration has in place right now. Just a short time ago, though we haven't heard from the president, we did hear from his Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who released a statement that said the Justice Department strongly disagrees with the court's decision. Few rights are more central to individual freedom than the right to control one's own body. And he adds, the Justice Department will use every tool at our disposal to protect reproductive
freedom. Among the desires of those abortion rights advocates are that the president perhaps would expand access to reproductive health care on federal lands that the federal government controls, and beyond that, that the president may have additional announcements as it relates to increasing access to abortion medication, abortion pills. Right now, a majority of the abortions in this country are done with abortion medication, and there's new reporting that also indicates that nearly 1 in 4 women in this country by the age of 45 will have had an abortion. You've seen the public polling, Lester. Right now, about 60% of Americans, according to the most recent NBC News poll, believe that abortion should be legal or mostly legal. About 37% say that abortion should be illegal, either with exceptions or without exceptions. And one of the biggest concerns for the White House right now is as it relates to those who are most likely to be most impacted by this. That is, people who are poor, low-income individuals, individuals from minority communities. Specifically right now, even before the Roe v. Wade ruling today in parts of the South and the Midwest, access to an abortion was already a struggle for many of those individuals who had limited access to clinics, and due to restrictions that existed in many of those places, including and sometimes from insurance coverage and beyond. So we anticipate that the president will be laying out in some form what, if anything, he plans to do here. He'll be speaking on camera again before he heads overseas to Europe. I'm told that his remarks for today had been pre-prepared, although senior staff, I'm told, was meeting with him in the White House Oval Office just a matter of moments ago to make any last-minute changes, but they certainly did anticipate that this ruling was in the pipeline. Lester.
All right, Peter Alexander, we're about 20 minutes away now from the president's scheduled remarks on all this. In the meantime, let's go to congressional correspondent Ali Vitale, who's on Capitol Hill. Ali, you could argue that the roads now lead through the Capitol as to next steps and what happens in all this. What are you hearing?
Well, the roads would lead through the Capitol on this, Lester. Only Democrats tried and previously failed to pass a bill that would have codified federal protections for abortion access. They did that right after that leaked Supreme Court draft decision. They've known that this was coming. It's why we see Senate Democrats demanding President Biden take several specific executive actions. Peter was laying out some of them, things like shoring up access to the abortion pill, trying to crack down on data brokers who might be selling information of people as they go to abortion clinics, also making sure that there are resources available to women and people who want to access abortion care if they have to travel out of state to do it. But frankly, the federal government piece of this is hamstrung in terms of their ability to act right now. It's why the lawmakers that I've been speaking to all turn their eyes to the states. It's something that they're also pushing ahead to the midterm elections. And we've seen this in our polling data. The fact that this was not a priority for American voters because it's been settled precedent for 49 years. We've seen, though, in recent weeks, since that leaked draft opinion, the fact that this is becoming a bigger priority to voters, seeing upwards of 15 and 16-point swings in terms of how important this is going to be in the election coming up. And it's something that every single lawmaker here has said to me, the emotion that Peter is talking about, that he's seeing at the White House right now. I'm seeing that from lawmakers and staffers who are here in the halls of Congress. As I've been texting with lawmakers today on the Democratic side of the aisle, they are angry, they are enraged, and they say that they are ready to fight. And what they mean by fight, again, is not a legislative avenue, because they tried that and it has failed. Instead, they're going to continue trying to galvanize their voters, urging them to get out in the states and vote, because now this issue that had long been theoretical is now real, a completely untested principle on an issue that we have seen energize voters for decades in theory, and now November is the moment that we actually see it in practice. Lester?
It is real indeed. Ali Vitale, thank you. And joining us now, NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson, who's been monitoring reaction. Hallie?
And some of this, Lester, is about looking ahead, but it's also looking at the many decades of this precedent of Roe versus Wade having existed. You look at the dissent, and there is a quote where they write, "After today, young women will come of age with fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers had." And that speaks to the generational impact of this decision. So today, we think it's important to take a look not just at what's next, but at how we got here.
For 50 years, it's been the flashpoint at the center of American politics.
When you have an abortion, you're murdering your own child.
We're not going to be pushed back into a period of back alley abortions.
And the case that loomed over every Supreme Court nomination battle.
Do you expect to overrule the Roe versus Wade Supreme Court decision?
I don't think it would be proper for me to answer that.
Something central to a woman's life.
It's been reaffirmed many times.
All Supreme Court cases are precedential.
In 1970, a pregnant Norma McCorvey, known as Jane Roe, to protect her identity, filed a class action suit against the district attorney of Dallas County, Texas, Henry Wade. The suit took aim at the existing abortion ban in Texas that only allowed a pregnancy to be terminated to save a woman's life.
The United States Supreme Court, it handed down a historic decision about abortion.
In 1973, the court ruled in Roe's favor in a 7-2 decision.
The freedom to have an abortion is now legal in every state,
declaring abortion as a constitutional right, citing in part a personal right to privacy. It stopped states from banning the procedure before fetal viability, the point in a pregnancy when a fetus can survive outside the womb. After the ruling, the number of reported abortions rose across the nation, from 14 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1973 to a high of 25 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1980, according to the CDC. The most recent reporting from 2019 shows more than 629,000 legal abortions that year. Roe v. Wade radically transformed the political landscape. The two opposing sides in the abortion rights debate growing into powerful political movements. As recently as 2020, a Gallup poll found 1 in 4 Americans considered abortion to be a key voting issue. The topic playing a part in every major presidential election of the last 40 years.
What single issue could say more about a society's values?
This difficult and painful decision should be left to the women.
Have a God-given right to life.
I support a woman's right to choose.
Over the years, the Supreme Court approved restrictions that chipped away at Roe v. Wade, including limits on abortion procedures for ultrasound exams and counseling. But the constitutional right to abortion remained for nearly 50 years.
That is, of course, until today. And this landmark decision now by the Supreme Court, as we take a look at the screen at the number of protesters, demonstrators who have gathered outside the court on, frankly, a day that is making history, a day that has already gone down in history. That's how we got here, what you just heard over the last couple of minutes. So when you look at what's next, the immediate impact is going to happen on the state level. 13 states, we've talked about this, they have trigger laws in place that would basically outright ban abortion. Some of the states do have exceptions for example, rape and incest. Some do not. You also have 10 other states that would not outright ban abortion, but would severely restrict it. For example, preventing any abortion procedures from, let's say, 6 weeks to 20 weeks, both of which are below the line of what's considered fetal viability, generally thought to be around 24 weeks, when a fetus could survive outside the womb. That is the immediate landscape that we are looking at here at the end of June. As we then look ahead to the political impact, too, leading up to not just the November midterms, but to 2024 as well. A majority of Americans did not want to see Roe versus Wade overturned. 63% did not. 30% thought that it should be. So roughly a third of America, based on this NBC News polling from just last month, believes that this was the right decision by the court. And frankly, they are celebrating today. For others, particularly Democrats that we've heard from here during this special report, as I've been talking to folks as well, they are feeling, I think, very demoralized. On the political component, too, I was just texting with somebody, a contact of mine in South Carolina, a critical state as we look ahead to 2024, particularly on the Republican side. And they are framing it to me as now, from a politics perspective, this going to catalyze conservative versus even further right. Where are Republican candidates, particularly when you look at the presidential election, on that spectrum of limiting abortion access? How far do some of those candidates go? And I think that's a point we're thinking about as we move forward, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thanks for walking us through all that. Jennifer Mascott is an assistant law professor at George Mason University. She clerked for both Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh. For Kavanaugh, it was at the circuit level. I want to thank you for joining us. Your insight is extraordinarily valuable right now. Can you talk about how Justice Alito arrived at this decision and the theory that, you know, his guiding force here.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me on. I think it's important to note that for 185 years after the founding of this country, the court had not weighed in on abortion, and so of course it did in Roe versus Wade. And I think what Justice Alito's opinion does today is look back at the text and structure of the Constitution, at history, and note that abortion really was not addressed in the text of the Constitution. And what the court did today, the majority of the justices, I think most fundamentally, is acknowledge that it is not going to take a one-size-fits-all approach to deciding this issue for the American people any longer. It's taken itself out of the seat of power and recognizing that this is an issue that people have strong views on both sides. And so it's something that's left up to states, local representatives, the people themselves to reach decisions on. Of course, the Roe versus Wade decision itself and its justification has been changed a number of times by the court over the years and has been criticized for many years. And so I think the court also looked and at the traditional factors that it examines when it looks at precedent and said this was a decision that was sort of suspect from the beginning. And as we can see from the protests today and some of the threats and the leak itself, when the Supreme Court several decades ago took for itself the role of deciding some of these issues for the American people, it's led to a lot of politicization of the body. And so I think today's decision really restores the rule of law and, again, makes the court, again, a neutral body, looking just at the text and structure of the Constitution and properly leaving really tough issues to the American people.
Let me ask you about the door that has been left open, regardless of what Justice Alito said, that door being there are other rights that have been granted that could be reviewed and overturned here. How real do you think that threat is?
Not real. I mean, Justice Kavanaugh addresses this in his separate opinion, which, as commentators have noted already on the network this morning, his was one of 5 votes required for the opinion. But I think it just states the obvious point that, of course, the particular issue before the court today was the question of abortion. The court's opinion, with Justice Alito writing, talks about the very critical aspect of the other right at play here, the right of the fetus, and so the balancing of interest here. Of course, as a practical matter, people would have to tee up litigation to raise the other issues. But I think also Justice Alito's extensive discussion of stare decisis is something that would need to be contended with in future decisions. So, of course, Justice Thomas notes in his separate opinion that just on the constitutional reasoning alone of text and precedent, of course, there are many other decisions of the court recently that might be questioned under those standards.
And that's the door I mentioned.
But as far as the will to challenge it, and then again, Justice Alito's opinion seems to me quite clear that Roe was a particularly egregious case under precedent. And so I find it extremely unlikely that any time in the foreseeable future, some of the other issues would be challenged. And in fact, some of the justices and folks themselves in particular, some of the more far-flung questions about contraception, I think there's no will. And in fact, many of the justices perhaps who joined the majority opinion today would actually not come down the same way on some of those other cases.
Right.
So I think
Jennifer,
those things are going to stay in place for now.
Yeah, thank you for being with us and sharing your insight. We appreciate it. Nancy Northup is the president and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights. The center argued this case at the Supreme Court on behalf of the Mississippi Abortion Clinic. I thank you for being with us. Obviously, the decision we see today mirrors what we saw in that draft back in May. So clearly you were prepared for this moment.
Well, it's devastating nonetheless. I mean, the court in its decision today turned its back on the rule of law. It turned its back on women. It has set back women's rights for more than 50 years. And it's taken away a personal liberty. And it's the first time the Supreme Court has ever done that. So the consequences of today's decision are going to be swift and devastating. And we're going to see utter chaos in the days and weeks ahead. And there is this sense of mobilization, of not laying down, of fighting going forward. But for the time being, what happens in the fight for
abortion rights?
Well, I think you're going to see incredible mobilization. I mean, today you're going to see people coming out across the country. I think you're going to continue to see that. For those of us who work on law and policy, this is not the end of the story. There are 3 branches of government, so we'll be looking both to the Congress, the Women's Health Protection Act. Congress can fix this. We'll be looking to the Biden administration to do what it can within its powers to preserve access to abortion care. And we'll be looking to the states. Every state has its own constitution and its own laws and can protect access. And we have litigation going on right now on state constitutional protections for abortion rights. And we'll also be seeking to not let those trigger laws go into effect, which purport to be able to have Roe versus, with Roe versus Wade's overturning, to have abortion immediately banned. We'll be looking to every single legal lever to stop this horrific situation from going into effect.
Nancy, my colleague Chuck Todd has a question for you.
Nancy, I want to follow up on that. Let's get specific here. There are a couple of actions that some folks are looking to the Biden administration that they think is possible are within his power. One is figuring out a way to the so-called abortion pill, making sure that that's available widely. What kind of administrative what do you need from the administration to guarantee that? And the other thing was something the Attorney General said in his statement, which is he wants to make sure that First Amendment rights aren't being blocked when it comes to informing people that they can travel out of state to get an abortion and they can do this. What specifically do you need to see from the Biden administration in an executive order or action here that could guarantee that in the short term?
Well, I think that what is going to be a reality, because we're going to see in vast swaths of the South and the Midwest abortion become illegal, is that we're going to have a public health emergency. And I think the Biden administration can look to its powers under a public health emergency to be able to get medication abortion to be prescribed to people in those states. It is known the effects and the health effects and the burdens of when abortion is criminalized. We see that around the world. We see it in history. And so we are going to have a public health crisis, and we're going to need to have medication abortion be able to be delivered to people in those states. So I think that is one of the things to be looking at quite strongly. And as you point out, people are also going to have to travel to other states. And those states are getting ready to be able to have people come to the states, and they want to make sure that, they are supportive of abortion rights as essential health care in their states, and are not going to want to see the doctors in their states providing care to be somehow caught up in the attempt by other states to stop people from leaving.
What are the next battle lines in this as far as you're concerned? People are questioning about contraceptives. Where do you think you'll be putting up your defenses?
Well, I think we have to look to, the Supreme Court has protected these fundamental decisions about our personal liberty. This is the realm of the home, contraception, when and whether to have children, who we marry. All of this has been protected as a fundamental personal liberty under the 14th Amendment. The Supreme Court just kicked out a key decision from 50 years ago, which many other decisions have been built upon. And the notion that it can't destroy the constitutional fabric for these decisions is just not correct. And so we're, of course, going to be looking to reestablish what all of us in this country believe, which is that these are intensely personal decisions that in a free society, people want to make for themselves, who they marry, when and whether to have children. These are personal decisions for us to decide in a free country.
All right, Nancy Northup, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. Let me go back to Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, walk me through the mechanics. So the ruling has come down. Does everything change immediately? We talked about these trigger laws in some states. Is this happening right now?
It is happening right now, and in some states it is immediate. And according to either the attorney generals or the governors of 4 states, abortion is now illegal in Missouri, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Kentucky. The 3 of them, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Kentucky, were so-called trigger law states. Missouri recently just changed its law. So now those 4 states, abortion is illegal in those. In some of the other states, this happens in a series of rollouts. So, for example, in 10 days, abortion will become illegal in Mississippi now that Roe has been decided. In another 30 days in Texas, Idaho, and Tennessee. And then in the rest of the 13 trigger law states, it will become illegal. And we think, Lester, that eventually, within the next several months, abortion will be illegal in roughly half the country, in 24 states. It will remain legal in the other states. And as you just mentioned, some of the questions now to be resolved are, will states try to criminalize traveling, going from one state to another? As I read the Supreme Court decision today, Justice Kavanaugh's concurrence, which is controlling, is he says states cannot constitutionally make that a crime. They can't ban people who live in non-abortion states from going to states where the procedure is available. And then the question is, what about getting counseling? What about getting counseling in your state? Is that going to be considered a crime? So there are lots of legal questions yet to be resolved. But you're right, it is happening immediately, and it's going to roll out here over the next several weeks.
All right, Pete, thanks. It's 12:30 in the East right now. This is the time that we are expecting the president to come out and make remarks in front of the camera. 12:30, the scheduled time, obviously not quite there yet, but there's the setup. Reporters standing by, hopefully able to ask the president some questions. So we will go back there as soon as he gets underway. Meantime, Blaine Alexander is in Jackson, Mississippi, where the state's only abortion clinic is located. It's the very same clinic that went to court to challenge the Mississippi abortion ban at the heart of today's decision. Blaine, what are you hearing there today?
Yeah. Well, Lester, that clinic is only about a mile or so away from where I'm standing. It's Jackson Women's Health Organization, the very clinic that's at the center of this entire ruling. We expect to hear from them in a press conference later today at about 4 o'clock Eastern time. You know, this is something that if you drive by this clinic, it's something that has women who actually stand outside, who actually kind of protect the women who go in, who go behind this gate to get abortion services at this clinic. They're called the Pink House Defenders. They take their job very seriously. You also see a number of protesters on any given day. So this is a place that really has been at the center of this kind of polarizing debate for quite some time. And even after that leaked draft opinion came out, some people who worked there, Lester, in speaking with them over the past few weeks, were still holding out hope. They said that it wasn't set in stone, that it wasn't a done deal. Of course, all of that changes today. So we're going to hear from them later this afternoon for the first time since this decision came down. But Lester, I've got to say, talking to people on both sides of the issue, it's very clear that really there is almost kind of a weight that comes with the fact that this ruling came from the state of Mississippi. When you speak with people who have been fighting for years to dismantle Roe, to end abortion access, they almost speak with a sense of pride about the fact that it comes from the state of Mississippi. One woman told me that she is absolutely in tears. She feels like it's a surreal moment, and she calls it just the beginning. But if you go to the other side, people who are fighting to protect abortion rights here in the state of Mississippi, this is an angry day. This is a very sad day for some of them. And they point to the specifics of Mississippi. As one woman told me not too long ago, she says that women, specifically black women here in the state, are going to suffer. This is a state, when you kind of just look at the numbers, they're rather stunning, Lester. 38% of the population here are black women, but they account for about 75% of abortions in the state of Mississippi. That's a stunning statistic. That's a stunning number. And they say that black women are going to be the ones who really suffer. The other thing I want to touch on, Lester, is the timing here. You know, there is a 10-day gap between when the Attorney General here in the state of Mississippi says that the law has officially been triggered before abortions become illegal. So when I was speaking with some abortion rights advocates, they say they're going to use that 10-day gap. They're going to be putting out education. They're going to be telling women that, hey, your rights are still intact for the time being, but also letting them know that the landscape is about to change vastly. But overall, Lester, there is a very strong sense of resignation among some of those women who have been fighting to protect abortion rights here in Mississippi. Lester?
Okay, Blaine, thank you for that. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is at the White House, where we expect to hear from the president at any moment now. Josh, do we know what the president will talk about? Obviously, he'll react to this, but what he will perhaps propose going forward in his power?
He will, Lester. Officials tell us that the president will start to lay out what he feels that the Biden administration can do to try to preserve the ability to get an abortion for as many women in the country as possible. Now, that is not going to look like an executive order that suddenly restores the right to an abortion nationwide. That is something that is outside of President Biden's power. Only Congress can do that. And so we expect to hear President Biden once again call on Congress to codify the right to an abortion, as well as for voters to choose lawmakers in the fall and in other elections who will vote to create and preserve the ability for women across the country to get abortions. But we also are told that the president will start to lay out what some of the federal agencies can do around the margins. There's nothing sweeping that he can do, but to try to make sure that as many women have access as possible. Things, for example, like what the Justice Department can do to preserve the ability for women to cross state lines if they live in a state where abortion is going to be prohibited and want to go somewhere else to seek access to abortion. Also making sure that the states cannot pass laws to try to outlaw certain medications for abortion that the FDA has already deemed to be safe and effective, something we heard about in a statement that Attorney General Merrick Garland put out today, saying that he was deeply disappointed by the ruling, but that the Justice Department, working with the White House, FDA, and other agencies, will do everything it can to ensure the ability for women to access reproductive health rights. A significant moment for the president also politically as he tries to convey the sense of frustration and outrage that so many of his supporters are now voicing today in the wake of this ruling. We are also learning just now, Lester, about Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, how she learned of this decision today. A White House official telling me that the First Lady was with none other than Republican Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida at the moment when she learned of this decision. DeSantis, a Republican who just in April signed a law banning abortion in Florida after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The First Lady was with him preparing to go on stage at a memorial for the Surfside collapse, the one-year anniversary of that tragedy, when she found out from alerts on her phone. A similar way to how many of the White House officials here learned of this decision today, something they had anticipated. They had already prepared some remarks for President Biden to deliver if the ruling came out this way, but still many expecting that it would not have necessarily come as early as today. And now White House officials trying to make sure they have everything lined up for President Biden to be able to communicate to the American people exactly what he feels he can do to try to make sure as many people as possible retain the ability to get reproductive health care, including abortions, Lester.
And Josh, we knew the ruling would come down perhaps today or tomorrow. The White House had no insight here, presumably, but we're prepared for this moment. And I'm assuming he's going to speak now really in forward-looking terms.
That's right, Lester. We expect President Biden to address the fact that this is now the reality. The Supreme Court has now said that there's not this constitutional right. And as we've been discussing, so many of these states will now have these laws triggered into effect. President Biden expected to address not only what his administration is going to do, but also what Americans who disagree with this Supreme Court decision should do going forward to make sure that they work toward preserving and expanding the ability for women to access these rights, as we see President Biden taking to the podium to speak right here.
Today is it's not hyperbole to suggest a very solemn moment. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. They didn't limit it, they simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. As chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as vice president and now as president of the United States, I've studied this case carefully. I've overseen more Supreme Court confirmations than anyone today, where this case was always discussed. I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision as a matter of constitutional law and application of the fundamental right to privacy and liberty in matters of family and personal autonomy. It was a decision on a complex matter that drew a careful balance between a woman's right to choose earlier in her pregnancy and the state's ability to regulate later in her pregnancy. A decision with broad national consensus that most Americans of faith and backgrounds found acceptable, and that have been the law of the land for most of the lifetime of Americans today. And it was a constitutional principle upheld by justices appointed by Democrat and Republican presidents alike. Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 decision written by a justice appointed by a Republican president, Richard Nixon. In the 5 decades that followed Roe v. Wade, justices appointed by Republican presidents from Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan, George W. Bush, were among the justices who voted to uphold the principles set forth in Roe v. Wade. It was 3 justices named by one president, Donald Trump, who were the core of today's decision to upend the scales of justice and eliminate a fundamental right for women in this country. Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset the balance of our law. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans that had already been recognized. The court's decision to do so will have real and immediate consequences. State laws banning abortion are automatically taking effect today, jeopardizing the health of millions of women, some without exceptions. So extreme that women could be punished for protecting their health. So extreme that women and girls who are forced to bear their rapist's child, with the child a consequence. It just stuns me. So extreme that doctors will be criminalized for fulfilling their duty to care. Imagine having a young woman have to carry the child of incest as a consequence of incest. No option. Too often the case. The poor women are going to be hit the hardest. It's cruel. In fact, the court laid out state laws criminalizing abortion that go back to the 1800s as rationale. The court literally taking America back 150 years. This is a sad day for the country, in my view. But it doesn't mean the fight's over. Let me be very clear and unambiguous. The only way we can secure a woman's right to choose and the balance that existed is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade as federal law. No executive action from the president can do that. And if Congress, as it appears, lacks the votes to do that now, voters need to make their voices heard. This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. We need to restore the protections of Roe as law of the land. We need to elect officials who will do that. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot. Until then, I will do all in my power to protect a woman's right in states where they will face the consequences of today's decision. While the court's decision cast a dark shadow over a large swath of the land, many states in this country still recognize a woman's right to choose. So, if a woman lives in a state that restricts abortion, the Supreme Court's decision does not prevent her from traveling from her home state to the state that allows it. It does not prevent a doctor in that state from treating her. As the Attorney General has made clear, women must remain free to travel safely to another state to seek care they need. And my administration will defend that bedrock right. If any state or local official, high or low, tries to interfere with a woman's exercising her basic right to travel, I will do everything in my power to fight that deeply un-American attack. My administration will also protect a woman's access to medications that are approved by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, like contraception, which is essential for preventative health care, mifepristone, which the FDA approved 20 years ago to safely end early pregnancies and is commonly used to treat miscarriages. Some states are saying that they'll try to ban or severely restrict access to these medications. But extremist governors and state legislators are looking to block the mail or search a person's medicine cabinet or control a woman's actions by tracking data on her apps she uses are wrong and extreme and out of touch with the majority of Americans. The American Medical Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists wrote to me and Vice President Harris stressing that these laws are not based on evidence and asking us to act to protect access to care. They say by limiting access to these medicines, maternal mortality will climb in America. That's what they say. Today, I'm directing the Department of Health and Human Services to take steps to ensure these critical medications are available to the fullest extent possible. And the politicians cannot interfere in the decisions that should be made between a woman and her doctor. And my administration will remain vigilant as the implications of this decision play out. I've warned about how this decision risks the broader right to privacy for everyone. That's because Roe recognized the fundamental right to privacy that has served as a basis for so many more rights that we've come to take for granted, that are ingrained in the fabric of this country. The right to make the best decisions for your health. The right to use birth control, a married couple in the privacy of their bedroom, for God's sake. The right to marry the person you love. Now, Justice Thomas said as much today. He explicitly called to reconsider the right of marriage equality, the right of couples to make their choices on contraception. This is an extreme and dangerous path the court is now taking us on. Let me close with 2 points. First, I call on everyone, no matter how deeply they care about this decision, to keep all protests peaceful. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. No intimidation. Violence is never acceptable. Threats and intimidation are not speech. We must stand against violence in any form, regardless of your rationale. Second, I know so many of us are frustrated and disillusioned that the court has taken something away that's so fundamental. I know so many women are now going to face incredibly difficult situations. I hear you. I support you. I stand with you. The consequences and the consensus of the American people, core principles of equality, liberty, dignity, and the stability of the rule of law demand that Roe should not have been overturned. With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. They made the United States an outlier among developed nations in the world. But this decision must not be the final word. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers, but Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word. This is not over. Thank you very much. More to say this in weeks to come. Thank you.
President taking no questions, calling this a solemn day, recognizing he has few levers at his disposal to reverse what we saw take place today, calling on Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade, and at the same time calling on voters, saying Roe is on the ballot, so making a very clear and impassioned case for voters to recognize the consequences of their decision to vote or not. Let's bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, did the president have anything else he could offer that maybe he didn't mention here?
Lester, this was one of the most important speeches that President Biden has made since he came into office, and it is on a topic that is politically very, very complicated for him, because he does not have at his disposal anything that he can really do to reverse what the Supreme Court has done today, which is, of course, overturn Roe v. Wade, setting back precedent of nearly 50 years. The president, though, was mixing politics and passion here, of course. He was talking about the fact that this is tragic and cruel, saying that he is going to make sure that this is not over, also calling out the fact that these are people by name that he wanted to talk about. He hardly ever really talks about former President Trump by name, but today you heard him say that name because he wanted to focus the nation's attention to exactly how we got here, because of course this is the culmination of decades of work by the conservative movement to make sure that abortion would be overturned and that there would be bans going into place across the nation. Something else that he said that was really, really important, and you got at it, and it's that personal freedoms he believes are on the ballot, because Democrats are now going to have to make the case that if they get power back and if they can hold on to power, that they will be able to try to give women in this country more access to abortion. But it's not really clear how they're going to do that. Talking to sources in the Democratic Party, they are scrambling and upset and devastated, but they don't actually know what to do at this point to really overturn what the Supreme Court has done here. And I should say I've been talking to the head of the women's clinic in Jackson, Mississippi, that is the center of this, and she told me just a few weeks ago that she has no hope that Congress or the president can help her in this moment, and that she does not believe that they're going to be able to do anything legislatively to hand back these rights to women. So it's really with that in mind that the president is making this pitch to the midterms and to really making sure that Democrats have something to talk about to try to make the case that they should win elections around this country, because conservatives are already making the case that they are celebrating that they can get things done. We already heard former President Trump say that he believes this is God's decision and that the Supreme Court is doing what should have been done a long time ago. So conservatives are already celebrating and thinking about what's next for them, and Democrats are doing the same. But Lester, what we heard from the president today was one of the most impassioned speeches that he's ever given, and it's on a topic that is so complicated and so tough for him amid so many other challenges facing this White House. Okay, Yamiche, thank you very much. Joining us now is Alexis McGill Johnson, Planned Parenthood President and CEO. We appreciate you being with us. I just want to get your immediate reaction if you were able to hear the president. He seems to be acknowledging he doesn't have a lot of options as in his executive power, and really turning to Congress. But as we know, that really is a bit of a non-starter. What are your thoughts?
Look, I think first and foremost, he's absolutely right. Roe is on the ballot, and we are clear about how we got here, right? Politicians who believe that they can make better decisions about our bodies than we can, and justices who essentially lied about their respect for precedent, 49 years of precedent to be precise. So I think that the president struck absolutely the right tone. We need a strong response from all levels of government, and centering the patient, centering the people who will be most impacted is critically important. important. We hope to see additional actions in the days to come, right? I mean, in addition to reaffirming the right to travel, we also need the administration to step in with getting people assistance to travel out of state for care, because we know these are the people who, for whom getting access to abortion care will become out of reach for them.
As we're speaking, there are states now that are making their decision to their trigger laws are going into effect. And we're seeing cases where some of these laws make exceptions for incest and rape. Others don't. We're hearing talk about whether certain contraceptives would maybe fall under the umbrella of things considered illegal. What are you defending right now? What is your biggest fear at this moment?
My biggest fear is that you're exactly right? That it is not just the criminalization of abortion provision, that there will be a criminalization of contraception, of IUDs, right? Of Plan B, emergency contraception, of IVF in some cases that have been introduced. That's our big worry about what happens. And obviously we're concerned the patients who are seeking abortion today, right? The patients who are waking up today knowing that they can no longer get access to abortion. They are.
Alexis, thank you for being with us. Let me bring in Carol Tobias. She's the president of the National Right to Life Committee. Carol, we appreciate you joining us. The president, a few moments ago, really talked about this in terms of a loss of right to privacy. How do you respond to that?
What I noticed in the president's speech is that not once did he mention that in every abortion, an unborn child dies, a living, breathing, human being who is not going to be around anymore. The court, I believe, correctly decided or ruled that there is no such right to abortion in the Constitution. I know your previous speaker was talking about precedents, but the precedents is the U.S. Constitution, the laws that were on the books in the states prior to 1973. Roe v. Wade was an aberration. It was a grievous decision, and the court made the correct decision today.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can...
The victory for those forces today, but what is next on the agenda?
We are going to protect as many babies as we can, and we are going to help as many mothers as we can. We've got a lot of states that have come forward with various programs to help a woman take care of her child, support her child, health and wellness checkups, whatever she needs, and I expect to see a lot more of that. We are going to do what we can to make this country a pro-baby, pro-mom, pro-life country.
Well, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts and being on with us today as well. Thank you. Let's get some final thoughts now. Let me go to Hallie first. Hallie, you had laid out in one of our earlier conversations this patchwork now of laws, and that picture is changing even as we're speaking right now.
Lester, it's such an important point because it is extraordinary how fast this is moving already, just since this decision has come down at 10 o'clock Eastern today. I think people often sometimes think, well, the levers of government work slowly. Not today, not after this. You already have multiple states now that in the course of just the last 3 hours have moved now to outright ban abortion. So people in those states who woke up with one right are going to go to bed or eat lunch or have dinner under a different set of rights that they have access to. And I think that the speed at which this has moved is important to note because we don't see this often. We talked about how this day makes history. I think that's one of the reasons why. You're seeing on your screen now some of the places where abortions will not be accessible in states that have trigger laws. Not all of these states is this happening today or right away. In some states, it's, let's say, 30 days, et cetera. But over the course of the next month or so, you will see these laws either outright banning or restricting abortion go into place. The other piece of this as we look ahead to what's next is the political fight that is to come. And I think it is exemplified based on two perspectives that we've gotten in just today. One comes from former Vice President Mike Pence, who said in a statement that we must not rest until, as he says, the sanctity of life is restored to the center of law in every state in the land. Every state in the land. The Democratic National Committee is picking up on that. What specifically Mike Pence has said And he said, this is what's at stake in November. That is the view of Democrats, right? This fight now extends beyond what we've seen so far as it relates to abortion rights access. The people who would like to see anti-abortion law become the law of the land in every state will fight on that front. You will see on the federal and state level the pushback against it. I go back to what the inimitable Pete Williams said about 30 seconds into us getting this decision, which is we are in a divided country now. That feels exceptionally true today, Lester.
So then, Hallie, Yamiche, let me go to you very quickly on this. You know, as we look at the impact of this, we've heard a lot of that conversation, but it's one of those things that doesn't directly impact you until it directly impacts you. This is going to unfold, I would think, over not weeks, but months.
Certainly, and there are, we know, according to the Guttmacher Institute, that there are something like 26 states that are ready to ban or heavily restrict abortion, already having those ideas in place and those actions in place. I also know that in conversations with people who provide access, that it's going to be poor women and women of color who are going to be most impacted by this. They're going to be the women who have to get into their cars and drive 18 hours if you live in the South to get to an abortion clinic that may possibly give you help if you also have to end up on a wait list. I also talked to a group in Louisiana that said that it's not just going to be easy to go and travel. Now waiting lists are already sometimes 300 women, sometimes waiting weeks to get an abortion. So it's going to be a complicated landscape for those women. I also talked to the head of the Mississippi clinic at the center of this, and she said she's moving her clinic to New Mexico. So that tells you that if you are someone who is working with women in Mississippi, now the closest place is New Mexico. And we should also note that 1 in 4 women in this country before the age of 45 say that they've had an abortion. So this is a sweeping impact that we're going to see across the country. And NBC News polling shows that 60% of Americans, they want to see abortion be legal in some way in this country. So as we look at this landscape and this sea change, this generational change in abortion access, we have to really keep in mind who's going to be most impacted and how hard it's going to be in this country. My eye is also on the District of Columbia. While it's a very deeply blue place, there are going to be women in the District of Columbia who think maybe they're protected because they live in a blue city that may possibly face federal changes to their right to abortion. So this is really going to be a long conversation that we're going to have. And you're right to say that it's going to be weeks and months when we think about assessing how this is going to impact people.
All right, Yamiche, thank you very much. Let me bring back Chuck Todd in for some final thoughts. I wanted to get your comments really about some of what the president say. He mentioned Donald Trump's name and his role in three of these justices.
You know, it's interesting. Let's take a step back and just think about the consequential actions of this week. The 2 Supreme Court rulings that that undid. One law was 110 years old. This one is 50 years old. You have what former President Trump attempted to do to the democracy. We learned that in chilling detail all of the last couple of weeks. Yesterday, in particular, arguably 2 hours away from a massive constitutional crisis. Throw in what the divisiveness that Donald Trump has created in the immigration debate. And you really can't help but look back at 2016, that election, and the entrance of Donald Trump into our politics. And he really has sort of shattered a lot of the stability we had in American society. He has been the linchpin of shattering our stability on reproductive rights, our stability on immigration, our stability even in some ways, obviously, on the democracy. And we're in a rough place as a country and as a society. We're not just polarized. We're divided in ways that feel so fundamental, and you're not sure how we bring each other back. We are divided in our information silos. So, look, I'm very concerned about the fallout from all of what we've seen just this week. Former president could be put on trial. We're a tinderbox right now, and I think our elected leaders, particularly on the right, have put some blinders on and have not fully appreciated what's been unleashed on our society.
And on that thought, thank you, Chuck. That concludes our coverage of this historic ruling. I'm Lester Holt. I'll have much more, of course, this evening on NBC Nightly News. For now, we'll leave you with some of the reaction from outside the Supreme Court today on both sides of this divisive issue.
I see tears streaming down your face. What does this mean to you today?
It feels
like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman. I can't even chant because I can't say anything. It hurts.
So I was in the middle of praying when we found out the decision was made, and I'm overjoyed right now. There's honestly no words that can describe the way that I feel right now. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I know other people have been waiting for this longer than I have. And I was definitely not expecting it to come this soon, but I'm very grateful it did. And
it's shocking. Like, how can such an this is something that women should have a right to? Like, I can't.
I'm excited, but we all, you can see the celebration, but we all know this is not where the work ends. This is where it begins, because from anyone you can ask, this is what we'll be working for the rest of our lives, to make abortion illegal, unthinkable, and unnecessary.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York. Let's get right to the breaking news from the Supreme Court today. The justices overturning Roe v. Wade, upending decades of precedent and ending the constitutional right to an abortion. Now, the court voted 6-3 to uphold a Mississippi law banning abortion after 15 weeks. Justice Samuel Alito writing in the majority opinion, quote, "Abortion presents a profound moral question. The Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion. Roe and Casey arrogate that authority. The court overrules those decisions and returns that authority to the people and their elected representatives." Now, just moments ago, President Biden calling this a sad day for the court and the country.
Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans.
Now, that ruling has set off a flurry of demonstrations outside the U.S. Supreme Court, the head of Planned Parenthood calling it absolutely devastating.
The court just told us that we are not equal. The court just told us that we don't have a right in the Constitution to control our own bodies. And I can't think of anything more enraging, more absurd, more insane than overturning nearly 50 years of precedent of our ability to control our own bodies. It is absolutely horrifying.
We are covering every angle of this historic ruling with a team of correspondents across the country now. We also have experts here in studio to help us understand the significance of this moment. I want to start with NBC's Ken Delaney in Washington for us today. Ken, this ruling was, 200-plus pages long? Walk us through some of the key points from this ruling.
Well, Andre, the ruling by Justice Alito pretty much tracked, as far as we can tell, the draft opinion that leaked. So in that sense, it wasn't that much of a surprise, and it's sort of reflected a long-held ideology on the right that Roe versus Wade was illegitimately decided. But, you know, I was standing outside the Supreme Court when this decision was announced, and that building opened 87 years ago, and it struck me that for 49 of those years, the right to an abortion was believed to be enshrined in the Constitution. And as you heard there, this is the first time the Supreme Court has taken away a right from the American people. And the political and social repercussions of this decision are incalculable. And it's absolutely manifest that we got here because of politics. It started when Merrick Garland, who's now the Attorney General, who was Barack Obama's appointee to the Supreme Court, was not given a vote by the Senate for 11 months. And then Donald Trump was able to appoint 3 very conservative justices, one of whom was confirmed by the Senate while the 2020 election was underway. And one of whom, Brett Kavanaugh, testified before the Senate that he believed that Roe v. Wade was settled law and precedent on on precedent. So you have to really wonder how the American people will view the Supreme Court in the light of this decision, whether it continues to have the legitimacy that it once had. And you know, we're in a situation where 60% of the American public, and according to our latest NBC News polling, believes that abortion to be legal in some or all cases. That is no longer the law of the land, and in many, many states across this country, abortion will be banned, Aaron.
I want to get into some of the nuances of the decision here, Ken, if we can. The majority ruling in favor of upholding this law in Mississippi, but Chief Justice John Roberts in particular didn't agree with that entire group of the conservatives on the court. He wrote in his opinion that he would not have overturned Roe v. Wade. Can you walk us through that? What was his reasoning there?
Yeah, that's right. Well, Roberts is an incrementalist, and we always thought that if there was going to be a surprise, if that leaked opinion wasn't going to hold at the end of the day, it would have been because Roberts found some way to carve some kind of compromise. You know, it appears that he is not a fan of Roe v. Wade, but he thought that this was too soon. It's too dramatic, head-snapping move by the court to just overturn it now. He would have found some way to keep it in place while putting some further restrictions on abortion. But the other conservative justices on the court just were not with him on that. They just have long held beliefs. It's now very apparent that Roe was illegitimate, and there's a whole movement in this country that's behind them, and they've been going at this for many years, trying to get justices like this on the Supreme Court, and today they have succeeded, Aaron.
Let's talk about the liberal justices, if we can. Stephen Breyer, Elena Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor, they wrote the dissenting opinion on this case. Help us understand what they had to say about the decision.
You know, I got to tell you, to be perfectly honest, I've been standing in front of the Supreme Court for most of the morning, so I haven't had a chance to read their dissent. But knowing what they said during the arguments in this case, you know, they just believe that that the majority is fundamentally wrong in the premise that that there isn't this inherent right in the Constitution, and they find a basis for it. They believe that even if Roe is flawed, leaving aside the actual text of Roe, they believe that this precedent has existed for so long that to overturn it flies in the face of what the Supreme Court is supposed to be all about. But they did not carry the day.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you. NBC's Maura Barrett is outside the Supreme Court for us now. She's joining us. Maura, the crowds there have been growing throughout the morning, throughout the day here. I think we have, there we are. There's Maura for us. She's outside the court. Set the scene for us. What are you seeing out there?
And there are not any buses. Well, Aaron, there was tension bubbling starting this morning in the early hours, and there was maybe 150, 200 people here, but there definitely were two distinct groups. Now you can see behind me, the crowd has significantly grown, and I'm going to let my photographer, Ronnie, kind of take a pan away so you can see what we're seeing here. And what's interesting is the immediate aftermath. When the decision came down, we saw a large group of people who opposed abortion rights jumping up and down, ecstatic. One woman telling me she was feeling utter joy, but that group has largely disappeared. They walked away about 30 to 45 minutes ago in a march around the Supreme Court. But what you see remaining now is a group of people who support abortion rights, people who I saw crying in despair immediately after the decision came down. In just moments, actually, before we came on air with you, a large crowd of them putting their middle finger up in the air, for lack of a better description, towards the Supreme Court, cheering as President Biden spoke, and having a general hopeful demeanor, despite the fact that they very much are feeling that sense of loss and defeat. And so while we started out with a smaller crowd this morning, as you can see around me, lots and lots of more people coming to express how they're feeling. And we saw tears on both sides, tears of joy and tears of disappointment, Aaron.
I know you also had a chance, Maura, to speak with a lot of the people who are out there on both sides of the abortion debate here. What are some of the demonstrators who support abortion rights telling you today?
Well, I want to play you some of those conversations because it has been a heavy conversation with each person I've spoken with, whether they support abortion rights or they're against it, because this is something that for both sides they've been waiting on for a while now, right? We got that leaked draft opinion by the court earlier this year. So this was something that was expected, but there was that little bit of hope that people had to see if it would be changed, if there had been compromised or something like that might have happened. And so I wanted to hear some of the conversation because that didn't happen today. And women, young women have been here crying to me, as well as older women who have experienced Roe being passed and then taken away from them. So I wanted to hear directly from some of these people I spoke with.
So, for example, for me personally, I'm adopted. So knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard to see. Like, I was lucky, and I have a wonderful mother. This is insane. And going over to the other side, especially, I wanted to yell at the people there. Just how? It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman. I can't even chant because I can't say anything. It hurts.
You heard from Skye there saying she feels like her country doesn't love her. I asked her if she has hope in Congress, right? We've heard President Biden call on Congress saying that they need to put Roe into law. And she point blank said to me, she's like, I want to have hope in our lawmakers, but seeing what we've seen come down this year and see how the divisiveness of this country just continues, she really didn't express any hope. And then I also want to play some of the conversations that I had from people who opposed abortion rights. Those people that were jumping up and down, crying tears of joy. One girl I spoke with said that she was here today because she has family members who had abortions and has regretted them ever since. And so I wanted to get a sense of the mood of the people who came here and were celebrating today. Aaron, take a listen.
It's a roller coaster of emotion. It's complete and utter joy that it was finally overturned, but the determination, a steely determination that the battle is not over.
Personally, I've had people in my family have abortions, and they have felt the regret years and years down the line, and they're still dealing and facing with the trauma today. And if Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been legal inside of the United States, I would have family members that I don't have today.
So even though we knew and we kind of had an expectation of what this decision would look like, we did not know that it was going to come down today, right? The Supreme Court doesn't release its schedule of when opinions will come. So those people that were celebrated and elated today also expressed that this was still a surprise because they didn't expect it to come down today. And so there still is a lot of activity clearly here at the Supreme Court. The president has warned against violent protests, but that is not what we've seen yet here today. Instead, this hopeful energy that from people who support abortion rights, that this energy will be brought to the ballot box come November. Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett for us on the ground on Capitol Hill outside the Supreme Court today. Maura, thank you. Now, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is joining me now from Jackson, Mississippi, where that state's only abortion clinic is located. Kathy, let's start with the leadership there in Mississippi. What are state leaders saying about this decision today?
Hey there, Aaron. Good afternoon to you. So we actually saw a tweet from the Attorney General here in Mississippi, and I should offer a little bit of context because Mississippi is a trigger law state. So essentially now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, the state of Mississippi has this 10-day window for the AG to chime in and make this official. And she tweeted out earlier today that this was a victory and commended the court on their decision and said that the work to empower women truly begins today. And she said, looking ahead, they will be boosting resources for adoptions as well as foster care. But Aaron, as you mentioned, here in the state of Mississippi, there is only one abortion clinic that has been available for quite some time. And just a few moments ago, we were able to kind of get a sense of what is happening there on the ground. And you have both sides of this debate rallying in front of this abortion clinic, but they are no strangers to this divide divisiveness, right? But we are told that they have this 10-day window, so there are folks who are pro-choice and want to educate women here in Mississippi that they have this window to still receive abortions legally. But once that happens, I guess that is the big gray area as far as enforcement goes. What will happen to these women who want to seek abortions? And a lot of the folks who are affiliated with the only clinic in Mississippi, they're saying that it doesn't look good because these women will be traveling hours away, the closest state being Illinois, to receive abortions legally and safely. And since this leak happened back in May, they were able to get ready for this moment. And a lot of folks that we spoke with, they're actually not surprised with the announcement today. So they were preparing behind the scenes. They have money that they were raising to help these women travel, because it's going to cost a whole lot of money, Aaron, to take a flight or travel hours away to receive these procedures in states where it is accessible. Aaron?
All right, Kathy Park for us in Jackson, Mississippi today. Kathy, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now to sort of talk about it and try to unpack all that we've seen so far today. Danny, I'll start with you. And one of the questions that has been presented as a result of this decision is one around the idea that the Supreme Court for the first time has given a right and now taken a right away. With the original decision 50 years ago, it established as law that there was this right for women to be able to have an abortion. And now it seems as though that right has been taken away.
Yeah, the court has overruled itself many times, and it will do again in the future. But it is exceedingly rare to overrule a right that the court has recognized. But it has done it before. Centuries, literally centuries ago, in a series of cases that began with Lochner, where the court recognized, and the reason Lochner is so important is that's the genesis of the rights that eventually led to Roe v. Wade, the recognition of a right to privacy. In other words, the unenumerated rights that don't appear in the text of the Constitution. We have two kinds. We have those that are enumerated, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. We know those. But the unenumerated rights, well, we have to have a framework for deciding those. And centuries ago, there was a debate over whether there is a constitutional right to contract, to enter into contracts and to earn a living. The court gave the right, then it took it back, and that's kind of where things stand today. So the court has done that before, but it is exceedingly rare. Now it's taking away one of the rights that sort of began with the Warren Court in the postmodern era, as the Warren Court recognized substantive due process rights, these unenumerated rights, relatively regularly, and the Rehnquist Court never really reeled them in.
And Chloe, you've been covering issues around abortion for several years now. As you look at this decision, what does this change in Roe v. Wade mean for America? What does the country look like as a result of this now?
That's right, Aaron. This is a watershed moment in American history. With Roe v. Wade no longer the law of the land, states will now have the freedom to regulate abortion as they please. So what that means is huge parts and swaths of the South and Midwest will highly restrict or ban abortion altogether. And that means liberal-leaning and coastal states will now be dubbed abortion safe haven states, where people, if they can afford to do so, they will be able to travel there to obtain care. But I want to underscore that not everyone has the means to travel out of state for care. You know, typically the procedure costs a couple $100s, and most Americans don't have a couple $100s in emergency funds at their hands. So we're going to see people being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy to term, or they will self-manage their abortion, likely using medication abortion, Aaron.
And in some cases, you talk about self-managed. Part of the fear has been that that would mean people doing unsafe things to get to have an abortion.
Right, and I want to really highlight that we are in a different place than we were in a pre-Roe v. Wade era. There has been, a huge changes in science, medication. Now we have medication abortion, which is highly effective, which is highly safe. And so what we will see, within this self-managed realm is women looking online to buy medication there, either traveling to places like Mexico. I interviewed a woman named Emma who was able to get medication abortion from a friend who traveled to Mexico while SB8, Texas's 6-week ban, was in effect in February and March of this year. And she was able to terminate her own pregnancy successfully
and safely within her home.
We're going to talk a little bit more about Mexico in a second. Danny, I do want to ask you something Chloe sort of referenced here. 13 states are going to have what we call trigger laws in place now, meaning that when Roe v. Wade, if and when it was overturned, those trigger laws would go into effect. What's happening in those states right now as the reality now is sinking in? What actions are being taken, if any, or is it automatic in some of these places?
In some of them, it's automatic. I believe Michigan is an example that as of today, those laws are reanimated like zombies. I mean, they've been called zombie laws in some instances. They are now in effect. And what's interesting, though, is that people need to understand that the decision today doesn't actually outlaw abortion anywhere. It just returns that power to the states. And abortion may be protected in some states under the state constitution. Kansas, for example, I believe has recognized a state constitutional right to an abortion, although Iowa just last week, their Supreme Court declined to recognize it, or turned around and said, no, our state constitution does not recognize a right to abortion. So there may still be constitutional rights to abortion that exist in the states. And just one other thing with Chloe's terrific reporting, you know, the next battleground, the next battlefront in this litigation is going to be states' extraterritorial jurisdiction, the power to prosecute people who leave their state. So if you're a resident of one state and you go to another state to obtain an abortion, can your home state criminalize your conduct? And before, you know, the snap reaction to that might be, well, wait, a state can't criminalize anything outside its jurisdiction. Right. States do that all the time. Conspiracy laws allow states to reach out and criminalize things that happened outside the state. Good example would be in the state of Georgia. Let's just say a president calls in from out of Georgia and bothers the Secretary of State. That could potentially be a crime, and potentially Georgia could reach beyond the state of Georgia and criminalize a phone call made into Georgia. So that is the next front in this battle.
I think we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to ask Danny and Chloe to stick with us here as we continue our coverage. I want to bring in Tali Farhadian-Weinstein now. She's an NBC News legal analyst and a former prosecutor here in New York. Tali, first I just want to get your reaction to the decision today. It wasn't an unexpected decision, but what are your thoughts as we look at the reality now of this decision from the Supreme Court?
This decision is absolute and it is aggressive. It knifes Roe v. Wade. It kicks the dead body of Roe v. Wade. It pours gasoline on it and sets it afire. And, you know, importantly, there were two sort of softer, more gentler routes that the court could have taken and chose not to. One was the option that Chief Justice Roberts gave in his concurrence, where he said, we don't have to go this far. We can today uphold the Mississippi 15-week ban and leave some of these other questions for later. The court rejected that. And it also, inside of its opinion, it rejected the idea that when people have been relying on a right that was established by the Supreme Court for so long, that that reliance counsels going a little bit slower and thinking about how much instability and chaos this creates in people's lives. This decision, as the dissent says, makes it possible for states and for the federal government, if it wishes to do so, Congress, to ban abortion from the moment of fertilization, no matter how young the pregnant girl or woman, no matter the circumstances of the pregnancy, no matter how wanted or unwanted the pregnancy is, rape, incest, timeline, there is just absolutely nothing to take the edge off what the Supreme Court has decided.
You know, in states where abortion is either now or will be banned, it can be investigated as a crime. What level of policing would you think women could face or abortion providers could face?
It's an excellent and important question. You know, historically in the anti-choice community, there has been some hesitation about going after the pregnant woman who obtains the abortion rather than on the provider. And in lots of the early cases, the focus was really on the doctors, often male doctors, and some of the abortion-specific statutes were written to focus on them and the crime that they are committing. We're in a different place right now. I mean, for one thing, more than half of abortions in this country are now obtained through medication. So there really isn't a provider present and performing the abortion in the way that, we thought when a decision like Roe came down. And this does, as you say, put the focus on what police and prosecutors are going to do. Are they going to use their sort of all-purpose laws on murder, assault, attempt to go after both providers and the women who obtain abortions? And conversely, and here's I guess a glimmer of hope, if you want to call it that. There are 3,700 elected prosecutors around the country, and I think that an issue now in many of their elections will be, what are you going to do? Are you going to enforce these laws, and are you going to enforce them to the maximum? A prosecutor could say, for example, that even though in her jurisdiction abortion is completely illegal under every circumstance, that she would never bring a prosecution in the case of rape or incest. That can be a campaign pledge. And I do think we're going to start to see some activity there, particularly in the absence of major changes in legislation to protect the right where it is not protected anymore.
In your mind, does this ruling on abortion potentially throw other rights into question? Do you think that this may not end with abortion rights?
Well, the court says that the whole logic of how Roe v. Wade came about by finding a substantive right in the Due Process Clause to privacy just doesn't work. And to answer your question, we have to look at how Justice Thomas and his concurrence and how the dissent react to that reasoning of the decision. Justice Thomas says explicitly, let's keep going. On the same logic, I'd like to look at Griswold, which is about contraception, Obergefell, which is about same-sex marriage. And so his answer to your question is yes. And what the dissent says is pretty much the same thing. It says if you're going to really abide by this logic, then other rights are vulnerable. And if you're going to say, no, they're not, this is just about abortion and abortion is different, then it actually uses the word hypocritical to describe the majority.
All right, Tali Farhadian Weinstein, we appreciate your time and your perspective on this historic day. Thank you. Now, the Supreme Court's decision on Roe v. Wade this morning will end 50 years of federal abortion rights, as we've been saying. So how did we end up here? NBC's Hallie Jackson has this look back.
For 50 years, it's been the flashpoint at the center of American politics.
When you have an abortion, you're murdering your own child. We're not going to be pushed back into a period of back alley abortions.
And the case that loomed over every Supreme Court nomination battle.
Do you expect to overrule the Roe versus Wade Supreme Court decision?
I don't think it would be proper for me to answer that.
Something central to a woman's life.
It's been reaffirmed many times.
All Supreme Court cases are precedential.
In 1970, a pregnant Norma McCorvey, known as Jane Roe, to protect her identity, filed a class action suit against the district attorney of Dallas County, Texas, Henry Wade. The suit took aim at the existing abortion ban in Texas that only allowed a pregnancy to be terminated to save a woman's life.
The United States Supreme Court, it handed down a historic decision about abortion.
In 1973, the court ruled in Roe's favor in a 7-2 decision.
The freedom to have an abortion is now legal in every state.
Declaring abortion as a constitutional right, citing in part a personal right to privacy. It stopped states from banning the procedure before fetal viability, the point in a pregnancy when a fetus can survive outside the womb. After the ruling, the number of reported abortions rose across the nation, from 14 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1973 to a high of 25 legal abortions per every 1,000 women in 1980, according to the CDC. The most recent reporting from 2019 shows more than 629,000 legal abortions that year. Roe v. Wade radically transformed the political landscape. The two opposing sides in the abortion rights debate growing into powerful political movements. As recently as 2020, a Gallup poll found 1 in 4 Americans considered abortion to be a key voting issue. The topic playing a part in every major presidential election of the last 40 years.
What single issue could say more about a society's values?
This difficult and painful decision should be left to the women.
Have a God-given right
to life.
I support a woman's right to choose.
Over the years, the Supreme Court approved restrictions that chipped away at Roe v. Wade, including limits on abortion procedures for ultrasound exams and counseling. But the constitutional right to abortion remained for nearly 50 years.
Now, as we cross the bottom of the hour here, we continue to stay on top of breaking news. The Supreme Court's landmark decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. President Biden spoke about that ruling last hour. Let's listen to part of what he said.
It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk.
NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us from the White House now. Josh, we just heard a little bit of what the president had to say in his remarks today. What else did he touch on in his comments?
Well, the president tried to use these remarks today, Aaron, to really capture the sense of frustration, outrage, and even dismay that so many people across the country, including so many of his supporters, are feeling today. President Biden calling it a sad day, not only for the court, but also for the country, saying that the life and health of women are now in jeopardy, and nobody more, he said, than women of color, who he said would be disproportionately disadvantaged by this ruling. But the president also used these remarks to try to lay the groundwork for the federal government to take action where it can to try to preserve access to abortion for as many women as possible. And he was very forthright with the fact that there's nothing sweeping. The president can sign an executive order or something that will restore a right that the Supreme Court has just said is not constitutionally protected. He can't undo what the Supreme Court did today. But what the administration can do is try around the edges to strictly enforce some of the existing laws to help facilitate women maintaining access to abortion where they can. So, for example, he talked about the Justice Department making sure that women who want to cross state lines to seek an abortion in a state where it will remain legal have the ability to do that, and they're not infringed upon as they seek that access. And similarly, with access to abortion pills, making sure that states know that they cannot simply throw out the science of the FDA, which has said that those medications are safe and effective. The president, though, acknowledging that ultimately this is something that needs to be codified into law if the fundamental right that had existed until now is to be brought back, Aaron.
You talk about things being codified into law, Josh. The president sort of used part of this speech to kind of rally voters as we go into the midterms, right? What was his message along those lines to voters?
Yeah, a rallying call, or I think it was even a call to action by the president in a political sense, which was fairly unusual to hear the president explicitly talking about elections and who people should vote for while speaking in the cross hall of the White House, a place where the president will often give presidential addresses on weighty topics of peace and war. But the president making very clear that if people want the reality to be different than it is after this decision, they've got to go out in November and elect lawmakers who will support those policies. President Biden saying that this is not over and that you can have the final word here. And so we expect this to be a key part of the message the president will be carrying onto the campaign trail as he starts to campaign for Democrats in the midterm elections. And the key argument the president wants to leave people with is that this is not a done deal, that there is still some hope if people remain engaged in the political process for lawmakers to restore these rights in the future.
All right, Josh Letterman for us outside the White House today. Josh, thank you. I want to go to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa now on some breaking news, a major story we're following this hour. The House vote on that bipartisan gun legislation. Ali, I understand there's been some movement there in the House. Walk us through it.
some major movement, Aaron, because as of just a couple minutes ago, we have found out that this has actually passed. This historic deal of gun reform just passed on the House floor with a total of 14 Republicans voting with Democrats, crossing party lines to vote with Democrats in favor of this. We had estimated around a dozen or so of them to do so, and they have, including 2 representatives from Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas. Those the latest 2 cities that unfortunately had such tragic mass shootings in the last few months, and that's really what got the ball rolling on this effort. We saw just 4 weeks of negotiations, a deal come out of these negotiations after nearly a decade of failed gun reforms, nearly 30 years since we've seen gun reform this large. So this is coming actually exactly 1 month to the day since the Uvalde shooting, Aaron.
I want to turn back to the Roe v. Wade decision that came from the court this morning, Allie, if we can. Speaker Pelosi has said that Republicans in Congress are planning a nationwide ban on abortion. How serious are those discussions, and how much of an appetite does there seem to be for that in the GOP caucus?
Well, this has really struck Capitol Hill very, very hard today. You know, you have Democrats, some of whom we have spoken with have had abortions themselves, really impacted by this, overwhelmed by this news. And then you have Republicans, most of them saying that this is really the first step in making abortions illegal nationwide. So the reaction here on Capitol Hill has really differed today. Obviously, this was something that lawmakers were expecting after we saw that draft opinion leak a few months ago now, and so Democrats were trying to shore up some support, some possible action on this, but we know the votes weren't there. We saw that vote back in May to possibly codify Roe into a federal law. That was a vote that senators knew would fail because they didn't have the votes, but it was really an opportunity to get all lawmakers on the record with where they stood on reproductive rights. And so today we're seeing the same thing with just a swarm of reaction from lawmakers here on Capitol Hill, really impacted by this decision. We heard from Nancy Pelosi this morning in a very emotional speech this morning. Take a listen to a part of that.
This morning, the radical Supreme Court is eviscerating Americans' rights and endangering their health and safety. The Republican-controlled Supreme Court has achieved their dark, extreme goal of ripping away a woman's right to make their own reproductive health decisions. American women today have less freedom than their mothers. What this means to women is such an insult. It's a slap in the face to women about using their own judgment to make their own decisions about their reproductive freedom.
We also saw lawmakers reminisce on Senate judiciary hearings for Supreme Court Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, really looking back to what they told them. Specifically, Senator Joe Manchin saying he's, quote, disappointed, saying he trusted these 2 justices when they said that Roe was precedent and safe and couldn't be changed. Republican Senator Susan Collins, who voted for both of these Supreme Court justices, saying she's, quote, this decision was, quote, ill-considered and inconsistent with what they told her during those hearings. And so really just an influx of reaction from Capitol Hill. Actually, before this gun vote, we saw over 100 lawmakers march from the House floor over to the Supreme Court. If you're familiar with the layout of Capitol Hill here, it's really just a block away. Going there, making speeches on the steps of the Supreme Court here. Everyone here impacted by this decision, from lawmakers to staffers. We have even heard of some staffers given the permission by their bosses to leave Capitol Hill early. Capitol Police really boosting security here, as well as even tourists here who were on tours today. All tours being stopped for the rest of the day because of this decision, Aaron.
We know D.C. police are on heightened alert, as are some of the surrounding jurisdictions as a result of this decision. Allie Raffa for us on the Hill today. Allie, thank you. I want to turn back to our guests here in studio, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and Chloe Atkins, one of our investigative reporters here. Chloe, I want to start with you. Looking at some of the data that we've been able to gather on this, there was a recent NBC News poll that showed a combined 60% of Americans say abortion should be either always legal or legal most of the time. How consistent have those numbers been in the recent polling that we've been looking at?
Right. So a majority of Americans do support abortion, while about 40% do not. And so, we have seen this shift in support. And, I also, despite this ruling, there is that support. But I also do want to plug that I got off the phone not too long ago with a source from the American United for Life who said that this he now feels very euphoric, and this is a monumental moment for the anti-abortion movement. Now, I also talked to an abortion provider who is located in New York, and she said, this was expected, but it was a huge gut punch, and they are now anticipating an influx of patients any day now.
Yeah. Danny, as we look at this reality around some of these numbers, right? 60% of Americans support abortion rights. What does a decision like this do for the authority, the reputation of the court to have made a decision that seemed to be so out of touch with the majority of the citizenry?
Well, if I were to put on my imaginary conservative hat for the conservative bloc of the Supreme Court, I think they might respond to those poll numbers with, well, then, great. If the majority of Americans support abortion, then it should be no problem. They go to the polls, and this issue has now been returned to the states. In fact, it's the conservative bloc of the Supreme Court that has long said the problem with recognizing rights, it feels good to say, hey, you have a constitutional right. But at its core, it's 9 humans who are appointed, not elected, who are making these decisions and taking away those same decisions from the people, from the states. And one of the things Alito pointed out is that Mississippi's constituency is majority female. So this is arguably a decision in the legislature that was supported by a majority female constituency. So the thing about poll numbers and the thing about picketing out in front of the Supreme Court is that civics lessons teach you the Supreme Court is the last institution. It's designed to not care about pickets, polls, or anything else. We appoint our justices for life. They sit on as long as they can on good behavior unless they get impeached. And so for that reason, we did that for a very specific reason, because our framers hated royalty. But they did this so that the justices would not care about outside pressures. And now, do they anyway? Who knows? There's a lot of talk about Ginny Thomas and Clarence Thomas and maybe a realm of influence there, but that remains to be seen. But the bottom line is, if the poll numbers are what they are, then I think the conservative side of the Supreme Court would say, fantastic. If that's the case, then they should go to the actual polls, and this wouldn't be a problem. Now, the reality is you have population clusters in different states, and a state like Mississippi, maybe that's not possible. But, under principles of federalism, this should create a situation where states that are doing something that is not desirable to the majority of people in this country, well, you vote with your wallet, you leave, you move to a state that does what you like with your tax dollars, in theory. The reality is not everybody has the money to get a covered wagon or a U-Haul and move to a state where abortion is legal.
So we sort of put this question to Tali Farhadi and Weissy a minute ago. Where does this go from here, do you think? Are some of the other things that we look at as rights now at risk? Do we think that this court is going to sort of target some of those things in conservative decisions going forward?
Maybe an hour ago, I would have argued for no, but I saw what I think is the biggest blockbuster line is in Justice Thomas's opinion. Now, that's not the majority, it's a concurring, but he says, essentially, we should revisit Obergefell. We should revisit
same-sex marriage.
Yes, exactly. We should revisit the right to contraception. We should revisit Lawrence v. Texas, which struck down sodomy laws. That is breathtaking, and that is really quietly the biggest blockbuster in this opinion. Almost everything else we knew. Almost everything else we had a hint at oral argument was going to go this way, including Roberts' concurrence. But the idea that we would revisit all of the substantive due process cases is particularly unnerving, because Alito goes to such great lengths to say, no, no, no. Abortion is what we call sui generis. That's fancy Latin for unique. You shouldn't just say unique, because it is the only right that involves the taking away of a potential life, which is language from Roe. It is different from all of the other rights. And the other reason being reliance. Some of these others, Obergefell is a great example. If you overrule Obergefell, people have been families are relying on abortion. You would undo, I mean, I can't imagine the court doing that, and I can't imagine that Thomas would say that. you can conclude that Obergefell may have been wrongly decided, but that's a case, for example, that has really tremendous reliance interests. That's a classic example of the entire country has relied on that and built families around Obergefell, whether or not you agree that it was right or wrongly decided. The argument with Roe and Casey is that the reliance isn't really there. It's prospective. It looks to the future, unless it happens, you know, it came down today and someone needed an abortion today. Otherwise, it's a future kind of reliance.
All right, Danny Savalos, Chloe Atkins, I'll ask you guys to stick with us if you can here. We want to turn to... all right, control room, help me out here. This is Dr. Jamila Parrott, who is president and CEO of Physicians for Reproductive Health. She's also an OBGYN and an abortion provider in Washington, D.C. Dr. Parrott, we appreciate you being here today. I want to ask you first just, you know, what went through your mind when that decision came down from the Supreme Court today on Roe v. Wade?
Thank you so much for having me. It's a devastating ruling, and it's going to have long-term generational impacts for individuals, for our families, for our communities. But it wasn't something that was surprising to any of us who have been providing abortion care for any amount of time in this country. Access to abortion has been under attack for decades. This is a devastating blow, and it's one of many that we have seen play out since the passage of Roe in 1973.
So abortion remains legal where you are. How are providers like you preparing to be able to continue to do your work to deliver care in a post-Roe environment?
Let me say, you know, to your first point about abortion being legal where I am, I'm actually a resident of Washington, D.C., and we do not have home rule. So how long abortion will remain legal in the district is up to congressional ruling because we are not a state. In terms of providers that are living in states where abortion is codified into their constitution, or they have been made legal, or proactive legislation has been passed to ensure access to abortion, we are going to see a huge influx of people who are traveling, seeking this care. The truth is that whether abortion is illegal or not where you live, abortions continue. And so people who can travel will travel, but most people, many people who are going to be most disproportionately impacted by this legislation will not be able to do so.
And so what are your concerns then about how this ruling is going to impact the physical health of women?
We have very clear evidence that when folks are seeking abortion care and it is denied, that there are long-term health and emotional and economic impacts for individuals and also for our families. We know that maternal mortality rates increase. And for Black women who are 3 to 4 more times likely to die during pregnancy and in the postpartum period than white women, this will have a clear detrimental effect on our maternal mortality. We know that it has long-reaching economic impacts. Folks who are denied abortion care are more likely to either be thrust into or remain in poverty, more likely to be tied to an abusive partner. So the implications for years to come and generations to come, in fact, are going to be far-reaching.
All right, Dr. Jamila Parrott, we appreciate your time and your perspective today, helping us to understand from the medical side of this how this decision is going to impact people in this country. Thank you, Dr. Parrott.
Thank you.
Now, 13 states have trigger laws in place, as we've noted today. You see those states on your screen here. That means abortions will be banned in these places now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is live in one of those states. He's in Missouri for us today in St. Louis. Cal, the Attorney General there in Missouri made that state's abortion ban official a little while ago. Walk us through that. What more do we know about it?
Yeah, so we think that Missouri then became officially the first state in the United States to make abortion legal. I'm going to get out of the way and let Rich show you the scene here. We've had people showing up here this morning on both sides of the issue. We have pro-choice individuals and pro-life individuals, and at times they are facing off. It is calm at this moment. But back to sort of what happened here this morning. So the Attorney General in the state basically codifying that Supreme Court decision. The state of Missouri passed in 2019 what is called that trigger law that you mentioned, which is to say as soon as the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, all that needed to happen was either the Attorney General for the state of Missouri or the governor in the state of Missouri had to make that proclamation, and then abortion become illegal. And again, that happened this morning. And so our viewers know it is now a Class B felony here in the state. So it can come with a penalty of 5 to 15 years in prison. Now, local representatives want women, especially who were looking for this care or maybe had an appointment here this weekend. And we should say, the reason the crowd is here is that this Planned Parenthood is the only location in Missouri where women could receive an abortion, and that was true before this ruling. So local officials, Congressman Bush, for example, who represents this district, wants women to know in this state they can still go to Illinois. If they had an appointment this weekend, they can go to Illinois. But it is instructive of what has happened today, the historic nature of this decision, and how things are going to immediately change around this country, certainly in those 13 states where you have that trigger law. Like Missouri, abortion is now officially illegal, Aaron.
I do want to ask you, too, Cal, about the scene that's developed around you there. What's been the reaction from people there in Missouri since this ruling came down?
Well, look, the pro-life movement, and you see here in Missouri, it's a powerful movement. The Right to Life movement in Missouri is a powerful movement. The Public Action Committee, Right to Life, has a lot of sway in this state. And certainly for pro-life people, today is a big day, and it's an important day, and they're saying that they are celebrating it. We've heard people honking and yelling sort of support here to the pro-life crowd. Now, just sort of down the sidewalk, and Rich could come, and I don't mean to turn my back, but we can try to make our way through the crowd. You have pro-choice individuals who came out here this morning. They actually saw us on TV and came out here. It's a smaller group. They're laying here, sort of sitting here against the fence, and we've been talking to them, and they're incredibly depressed about what has happened. There is a shock here, I think, amongst a lot of people. And when you talk to women across this country, it is worth reporting that there's a great deal of fear as well in that community. And certainly when I spoke to Representative Cori Bush, she spoke to that. She spoke to the fear that is amongst women. Because here in a state like Missouri, which is a very conservative state, has a conservative state government here, there's a concern amongst groups like Planned Parenthood that birth control could be next. Birth control is still legal in the state of Missouri. We need to be clear about that. But there is a concern that there are other laws, other freedoms, as Planned Parenthood would say it, that could be coming under threat, Aaron.
All right, Cal Perry for us in Missouri today. Cal, thank you. We appreciate your reporting there. I want to bring in NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin now for more on this landmark Supreme Court ruling on abortion rights. She is at the Capitol for us as well today. Julie, I know you recently spoke to a mother and daughter who both have had abortions decades apart, one before Roe, the other during Roe. What did they tell you about their experiences?
Yeah, Aaron, Sammy Detzer and her mother, Patty, had abortions 47 years apart, and I spoke to Sammy, who had the unique experience of being able to openly speak with her mother about their abortion experiences. Take a listen.
I was 19 or 20 when I had an abortion.
And I was 25 when I had an abortion. Patty Detzer had an abortion 5 years before the Supreme Court's landmark ruling, legally protecting a woman's right to choose.
They told me to get an abortion, I had to have a legal abortion, I had to see 3 shrinks. I do remember by the time I was finished with that, I felt like I really am crazy.
Her daughter, Sammy, found out she was pregnant in 2015. A year later, the two of them interviewed each other on a local radio show.
So I went and I bought a pregnancy test before work one morning, and this one came out positive.
The two women's experiences could not have been any more different, 47 years apart.
It took them a really long time, so by the time they got to me, I was 5 months pregnant.
I called my best friend, and after I hung up the phone with her, I called Planned Parenthood and immediately made an appointment for an abortion.
How fast was that whole process for you?
like 5 minutes. It was so fast.
Patty was dealing with substance abuse. It was her first time away from home. She could barely take care of herself. She wondered, how could she raise a child?
She would have had to make a lot of sacrifices. At that point, she hadn't finished school.
After the abortion, Patty got her life on track, receiving a master's degree in ceramics, becoming an artist, and going on to have 3 beautiful children.
It took her 5 months, and it took me 5 minutes. And both of us knew from the moment we found out we were pregnant that what we needed, what we wanted to do, and I was just born in a much luckier time.
Having access to a safe and effective abortion process didn't make it emotionally easier for Sammy.
We've created this shroud of shame, this perception that it is unacceptable.
Patty's openness with her daughter about her own abortion helped Sammy feel confident about her decision. She quickly started sharing her abortion story with others.
I didn't believe that 1 in 3, 1 in 4 people has an abortion. That seemed like a way too high to me because I felt like my mom was the only person I knew.
Right. But at first, Sammy thought about keeping it a secret.
I just didn't feel ready to tell you. I remember I had a thought in my mind, like, maybe I'll just never tell her. Maybe I'll never tell anyone.
I never told my parents. They were already having a hard enough time with me.
Patty tragically passed away in 2018.
What do you think your mom would say if she was here today and Roe was being overturned? She would be so angry. She would be so frustrated and so defeated. I know for a fact that she too would have, as I did, think about my 2-year-old niece and how devastating it is that she is growing up in a world where rights are actively being taken away from people.
And Aaron, this concept that women who fought for Roe to be put in place in the first place are now had more rights than women are now going to have is one that rings true on Capitol Hill. Speaker Pelosi earlier today said, as a woman, as a mother, as a grandmother, to see young girls now have fewer rights than their moms or even their grandmothers is something very sad for our country.
Julie Sirkin for us on the Hill today. Julie, thank you. Now, the overturning of Roe v. Wade means that many women will now be forced to travel for access to an abortion. It's a journey that's not new because of restrictions that several states already had in place. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian flew with a group of women from Texas to New Mexico. Here's a look at their journey across state lines.
It's early in the morning, and 20 young women meet at a church in Texas for one reason. They will travel to New Mexico and get an abortion.
I can't do this. I can't put another kid through what the 2 that I already have are going through.
That's just not an option right now. Not for me, not for him. There's like no support system right now.
Today, what happens is you get to make a choice about your life.
The New Mexico Religious Coalition for Reproductive Choice and the First Unitarian Church of Dallas
Adios, amigos.
are helping these young women leave Texas, a state with one of the most restrictive abortion laws in the nation.
We're arriving at the airport here in Dallas. This is just the first leg of a very long day for so many of these women.
We're about to make it law.
Texas has banned the medical procedure after 6 weeks. And now, with federal protection for abortion rights gone, traveling across state lines will be the reality for so many women.
You want to get it done, but it's just also like, I have to go to Albuquerque to get this done.
Advocates of this ban seeing this as a major victory, hoping to institute similar laws with the overturn of Roe. On this trip, all of the women are below the poverty line and 6 to 11 weeks pregnant, and without help, would not be able to make this journey. Only Memory and Sally wanted to be filmed using first names, and Sally asked not to use her real name to protect their privacy.
How do you guys feel? Like one leg down, you're now here.
It's almost over. It's just still a little bizarre that you gotta come all the way out here.
Dr. Curtis Boyd started this clinic in New Mexico and another in Dallas. He's one of the oldest abortion doctors in the country and says he's determined to make sure these women have a way out.
And you may just swallow that with some water. Now, what I must tell you is that's it.
Make it your choice, but make it reasonable and wise.
This is a decision that these women are making according to their own faith and values. It's our duty as a faith-rooted organization to trust what they've heard from God and support it.
Half of the women on this trip came across state lines to take a pill. The other half for a 10-minute surgical procedure.
You have women out there that have been raped. You have women out there that they don't have anybody, or they did it with the wrong person, or they're just not ready. You can't make women be ready for taking care of kids because that's like a huge step.
The church, where these women began their journey, fought for abortion rights before Roe, helped Roe v. Wade to the Supreme Court, and is now fighting the Texas law.
We are going to see a public health crisis in this country, but a lot of people don't even want to think about it because they don't think it affects them. But what affects one affects the other, and this is where our faith also comes back into play. What I see is human life in front of me, and that's what's important.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters here in New York, just after 2 p.m. Eastern now, and we continue this hour with that breaking news impacting millions of women across this country. The United States Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade, ending the constitutional right to an abortion and upending half a century of legal precedent. The justices' ruling was 5-4 on that issue. The conservative wing, Justice Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett, deciding to uphold the Mississippi law at the center of this case. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in his own separate concurrent opinion, but stated the court should not have overturned Roe. Justice Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan dissented. Now, this is what it looks like outside the U.S. Supreme Court right now. A large crowd of demonstrators there reacting to the court's decision now being made official. You might recall that draft of the opinion written by Justice Samuel Alito. It was leaked a little more than a month ago now. Today, on the steps of the nation's highest court, there is outrage from some and jubilation from others.
It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman.
It's complete and utter joy that it was finally overturned, that the battle is not over. The abortion industrial complex is strong in blue states, and we got to go after them as well.
For me personally, I'm adopted. So knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard to see. Like, I was lucky and I have a wonderful mother. This is insane.
Now, this decision is setting off a cascade of repercussions. Half of the 50 states are certain or likely to ban abortion within their borders. I want to bring in NBC's Ken Delaney now in Washington. Has been covering this issue for us. So, Ken, this decision obviously was not one that was unexpected after that draft opinion was leaked last month. Walk us through the final decision from the court here.
Yeah, as far as we can tell, the decision by Justice Samuel Alito tracks pretty closely with the one that was leaked, makes the same reasoning, which is it's kind of an argument that's been made by conservatives for as long as the Roe v. Wade decision was on the books, 49 years, which is that it was wrongly decided because it found a right to an abortion in the Constitution, in the 14th Amendment, that the conservatives believe does not exist. And so that's what the majority here held, that there is no right to abortion in the Constitution, that it goes back to the states. And as you mentioned, many states are poised or have already outlawed abortion right from the beginning. Now, Justice Roberts tried to strike a middle ground, and if it was up to him, he would not have overturned Roe v. Wade, although he would have allowed greater restrictions on the point at which states can start banning abortions. But Roberts didn't hold sway. The conservatives had the votes, and they won the day. And so a right that had been enshrined in the Constitution for 49 years is no longer there, Aaron.
I want to ask you about Justice Clarence Thomas in particular, if I can, Ken. He wants the court to look at other decisions, and a lot of people have heard that to mean look at same-sex marriage, look at contraception. What did Justice Thomas have to say?
Yeah, he was actually pretty explicit about it, Aaron. You know, Alito, in his decision, said, look, this is only about abortion. This should not be construed to affect, our reasoning here should not be construed to affect these other decisions about that go to sort of rights. And Thomas said the opposite. He said that these decisions about same-sex marriage and other kinds of personal issues were wrongly decided, and the court should take another look at them, which is alarming a lot of people across the country right now, the notion that this isn't the end of where the Supreme Court could start repealing rights. But as far as we can tell, that's only a view that Thomas holds, or at least is expressing right now.
We also know that Attorney General Merrick Garland released a statement about this ruling today as well. What is he saying about the Justice Department's role in protecting abortion going forward, as the president indicated an hour or so ago?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, Garland is saying the Justice Department profoundly disagrees with the ruling, and it's a setback for reproductive rights. And he's also saying that the Justice Department will do what it can to keep fighting for women's reproductive rights. But there's only so much the Justice Department can do in the face of this very stark decision. And so we'll have to see how that plays out going forward, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you. We appreciate it. I want to go to NBC's Maura Barrett now. She has been outside the U.S. Supreme Court as the crowds have been growing there throughout the day. Maura, I know you've been talking to demonstrators there all day long. What are some of the opponents of abortion rights telling you today?
Well, it was an immediate celebration for that group of demonstrators, Aaron, as the decision came down. People jumping up and down, elated and celebrating the decision that put forward what they say that they had been working towards. They said, one woman I spoke to said it was sheer determination and that she was feeling utter joy and relief seeing this decision come down. I spoke with another younger woman who explained this is something that she's been waiting for her entire life. I want to hear some of that conversation.
It's about the woman and the child, making sure that she has all the support that she needs. Women need support and resources. They do not need abortion. Every child deserves life. Human rights start at conception and end at natural death. And that is what I'm going to fight for till the day that I die.
And so we had a lot of very emotional conversations on both sides, but we saw a lot of tears of relief and joy and smiles coming from this group. And then what's interesting, though, is you look behind me, there clearly is a very large crowd. My photographer, Ronnie's going to walk around here for a minute so you can take a look. But you'll notice that the signs that remain in the hours since the decision came down are all from demonstrators who support abortion rights. We saw a very large group of people that opposed abortion rights that were here celebrating for a very long time, cheering, praying, singing, and then about 2 hours ago they decided to march around the Supreme Court, and largely the group that remains is the ones that have been dejected and disappointed by this decision, Aaron.
So let's talk about the other side of this, as you've referenced there, Maura. What are you hearing from abortion rights supporters?
Well, it's interesting because this group, as I look around me, and it still stands this way, is a group of largely younger people for the most part. And that's kind of what we saw here throughout the day. And it's younger women who think that younger people in general, that have seen rights taken away, that they, as they put it, in the country. They're concerned about the divisiveness of the country, they tell me. But I want you to hear from Hannah. She's a 66-year-old woman who I met here, and she was kind of standing further away from the crowd out of concerns for COVID. But she noted that this is something she's seen, a right seen that she granted in her lifetime and now taken away. And I want you to hear about what she experienced before Roe was passed almost 50 years ago. Here's some of our conversation.
I was in high school in 1973, and I can say that the stories were out there, what happened to women if they needed an abortion. We lost a high school classmate to, she was taken, we were told, out of country to get an abortion, and then we never saw her again because she was moved to a family outside of our town and outside of the state because of the embarrassment. That was scary to know that that could happen to someone. To see us going back to knitting needles and the whole thing, I'm stunned. I don't understand.
And Aaron, you see the imagery of knitting needles and clothes hangers, very graphic images that people are thinking about now. And that's something that time and time again, talking to people this morning, it wasn't the concern necessarily, it was concern about their rights being taken away, but it was the acknowledgement that abortions are still going to happen. It's a matter of the fact that there will not be safe abortions, that women could die from seeking an abortion. And that is the main concern that we've seen from this group here today as to why they're so upset that this decision was overturned.
Yeah, really painting a picture of what it means to go backwards on this particular issue. Maura, I do want to ask you about the crowd behind you. I know D.C. police have said that they are going to increase their presence really across the city throughout the day today. It seems as though the demonstrations behind you have been fairly peaceful. Talk to us about what you've seen among the people there as you've been there over several hours now.
We saw a lot of verbal tension, verbal arguments between both sides of the protesters, but I do want you to take a look at the fence that surrounds the Supreme Court here, and you see the police lining the front as well. The fence was put into place when the draft opinion was released, and we saw those massive protests in D.C. and around the country after that. And we did see an increased police presence this morning, police showing up with motorcycles and bikes to kind of divide the two groups of protesters. But interestingly, they peeled off actually right before the decision was ruled. And we have seen the police take different shifts. We heard that a bridge coming into the city had been shut down to deter certain protesters. But like you said, it's been largely peaceful, very collaborative, considering this is one main group that's left. But it's definitely something that D.C. police are keeping an eye on, Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett for us on the ground outside the Supreme Court today. Maura, thank you. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is joining us now from the White House. Josh, as we just noted with Maura, police in D.C. are on high alert now after this decision from the Supreme Court. There's a full departmental activation, is the term that we understand, is in place until Tuesday of next week. What are authorities there saying about the need for more security?
Well, they're saying that law enforcement agencies really across this whole region, Aaron, are going to be on a heightened state of alert, not only because of the protests that we're seeing that Maura Barrett is at and others that could be cropping up elsewhere, but also, frankly, because this is the home of the Supreme Court, which means that it's the home of the Supreme Court justices who also reside in the area, who already had their security stepped up in anticipation of this decision. So here in the District of Columbia, we know that the Metropolitan Police Department, who played a large role responding to the January 6th attacks, they are coordinating with the district's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. We are told to expect a heightened visibility of police presence on the streets, more policemen that we will be able to see in the coming days and weeks in this region. And then just over the border into Maryland, into Montgomery County, which is a suburb of Washington, D.C., where 3 justices live. Justices Roberts, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh all live there. The Montgomery County authorities have said that they are very aware of the situation, that they are directing resources appropriately, and that district commanders within their police department know exactly where the sensitive sites are, such as the homes of the Supreme Court justices. Now, none of this is to say that people are expecting violence, and certainly we heard from President Biden today saying peaceful, 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 urging people to demonstrate peacefully. And in fact, the D.C. police, they are saying that they support people's First Amendment rights. Nobody is discouraging people from going out and speaking their mind about this issue. People just want it to be peaceful, and that is why law enforcement is making sure they are ready for anything that could happen, Aaron.
All right, Josh Letterman for us at the White House today, keeping an eye on security efforts around D.C. Josh, thank you. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is joining us live now from Jackson, Mississippi. Kathy, the abortion clinic at the center of this particular decision is expected to hold a news conference this afternoon about 4 o'clock Eastern time. What do we expect to hear from them today?
Aaron, that is a very good question. We actually heard from the director shortly after the leak back in May, and she is obviously disappointed. She was actually disappointed ever since the Supreme Court took this case. So that is probably the same rhetoric that will be repeated later on this afternoon. But it is likely that she will offer some guidance to women who are still trying to seek abortions beyond the state of Mississippi safely and legally. And since they knew that this was likely to come any day now, they were mobilizing folks here in this community, gathering resources and also funds to help those who may not be able to afford traveling to different states, Illinois being the closest one, they said. But the clinic will have this 10-day period, essentially, because this is a trigger law state. So this is a protocol here in the state of Mississippi where the Attorney General will be weighing in and making it official. And we heard from Lynn Fitch, the Attorney General, put out a statement via Twitter, and she called this day a victory. So based on her statement, it's likely that this will be official in a matter of days. So once that's the case, this last remaining abortion clinic in Mississippi will be relocating, and it sounds like they'll be going to New Mexico. So a lot of things were happening behind the scenes. They were mobilizing behind the scenes to make abortions accessible even beyond the state of Mississippi, Aaron.
Kathy, I know Mississippi is one of these states with that abortion trigger law. Can you help us understand the process of how that's going to go into effect now that we have this ruling?
Yeah, so just like it sounds, here in the state of Mississippi and 12 other states in the South, it will be a matter of days, almost immediately, for an abortion ban. Only exceptions for if the pregnancy could impact the mother's health or in a case of rape. So once again, they have this 10-day window where the Attorney General will make this official, and then the last abortion clinic here in the state will have to close. So that's kind of what we're looking at this point, Aaron. But some folks here have told us that they have been preparing for this day. There have been a lot of restrictions already here in the state of Mississippi, but now they'll be looking ahead to see what other options are out there beyond the state of Mississippi.
Well, that was going to be my next question to you, actually. What options will women have in Mississippi who want to be able to have an abortion at this point? Do we have an understanding of where they are likely to go?
Yeah, so that is the big concern, right? Because if they do want to do it legally and safely, they will have to travel anywhere between 7 hours to 22 hours in some places. Once again, that clinic might be opening up in New Mexico, so that is an option there. But that costs money for airfare, whether you have to take off work. I mean, there are all these things that people have to consider. And pro-choice advocates are saying, look, this will disproportionately impact women of color. They don't necessarily have the resources, the money, and the time off from work to do this. So that is a concern. And we heard from a doctor who works at this abortion clinic in Mississippi, and her biggest concern is just the rate of miscarriages possibly going up, Aaron.
All right, Kathy Park for us in Mississippi today. Kathy, thank you. With me in studio now are NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins as well. And you've been helping us to sort of understand both the ruling and some of what's been happening in the country leading up to this. So, Danny, I'll start with you. Just your reading of the justice's decision today and sort of the legal argument that they're making in it.
Basically, it's that Roe and Casey were wrong. But just because they're wrong, that doesn't end the inquiry. If they're wrong, it's now what do we do with it now that it's wrong? Do we allow it to exist because it's been around a long time? Well, they apply their test for stare decisis. And they ask, Alito asks, well, is this a workable rule that we have in Roe and Casey? And they conclude it's not. It's led to all kinds of division and the applicability of a test that nobody really knows how to apply, the undue burden test. What is an undue burden? I mean, arguably, if you were to poll the Supreme Court justices today, even the liberal justices might disagree on what exactly is an undue burden. So that workability is a significant factor in deciding whether or not to keep a case, even if it is wrongly decided. It has to be not only wrong, but egregiously wrong, as Justice Kavanaugh might put it, and unworkable. And so that's why Alito delves into the history of what are called substantive due process rights. Like I said earlier, you have two kinds of rights. Those that we know that are explicit in the Constitution, but those that the court has recognized over the years that are not in the Constitution, but implicit in the concept of ordered liberty. They are deeply rooted in our history and traditions. The challenge is nobody really knows anymore exactly what they are. And after this decision, this may be arguably the beginning of the end of substantive due process. In other words, unless it is specifically enumerated in the Constitution, it's not in there, at least according to Alito, and certainly, it seems, according to Justice Thomas, who, again, I just keep coming back to the most blockbuster line in the opinion, I should say concurring opinion, is the idea that you should revisit, that we all should revisit these other opinions, these decisions that were based on that kind of penumbra, the glowing of rights within the Constitution that don't appear explicitly in there, but to challenge those now would really be surprising, especially because Alito went to such efforts to say, hold on, you have nothing to worry about. All these other rights, we're not going after them. It's only abortion. Abortion's unique, and here are the reasons why. You know, a lot of folks wonder, why does Alito go into all of this history? Especially, why do they go into a history involving people from a time who arguably had very retrograde opinions about how the world should be? You know, why do we trust them? Well, that's part of the deeply rooted in history and traditions analysis. And if that analysis had yielded the answer that, oh, abortion has always been 100% approved of, it's never been illegal, it's never been outlawed, then Alito might have concluded differently. But that's why he goes into such lengths to discuss America's history with abortion.
Chloe, I want to ask you, you've been covering abortion issues for a long time now. Help us to understand the impact that this decision is going to have and who is going to be primarily, largely impacted by this decision that overturns Roe v. Wade.
Low income and poor women are going to be impacted the most. Women with means will always be able to fly to a liberal-leaning coastal state to get care. I spoke to an abortion provider who's based out of New York who has treated a handful of Texas patients since they enacted SB 8, which bans abortion at 6 weeks. And she said that the women who were traveling from Texas to New York to get that care are largely white, are largely, they have means or a connection to the state of New York. And she is most worried, I touched base with her again this morning, she is most worried about these low income, poor, and women of color, because those women will be denied care. And when women who are living around the poverty line and they're denied care, they're pushed even further into poverty. So they're going to face higher tax liens, larger amounts of debts, higher evictions, and are also more likely to, experience negative health outcomes. So we're talking about anxiety, depression, chronic pain, and they're also more likely to stay in touch with a violent domestic partner. So, this impact we're talking about has a huge impact on their livelihoods.
Yeah. And Danny, I can't help but to think as Chloe just sort of ticks through that list of other issues, you can't help but wonder how it is that the court doesn't necessarily look at those things too. We looked at some numbers. There were more than 900,000 abortions in this country, according to the Guttmacher Institute. Why doesn't the Supreme Court recognize the reality of how Roe impacted the people who live in this country today?
Yeah, the Guttmacher Institute does appear actually in the overall opinion, but so the question is, why not consider the fact that many women are having abortions in the United States? And I think maybe the answer to that, if you were asking one of the conservative justices, would be that just because people do it doesn't necessarily make it a constitutional right. There are many things that are permitted, but that are not constitutional rights and can be taken away. And the fact that 900,000 women, by the way, I think that's a compelling argument that it is, even if it's not deeply rooted in the great past history and traditions, but it may be deeply rooted today. But then again, the conservative side of the court might say, yes, you have a lot of people getting abortions. That doesn't make it a constitutional right. And yet, just as you did back in at the time of the 14th Amendment a century ago, people were of different minds about abortion. Most states, or a majority of states, outlawed it, or at least somewhat criminalized it. And even today, many states are trying to criminalize it. So when you're looking, as the court does, when they're applying that Washington v. Glucksberg test, that deeply rooted in history and traditions, you need something that's pretty much consistent throughout time. So I would suspect that Alito would look at those numbers. The conservative justices would say, sure, a lot of people are doing it. It's allowed. That doesn't make it a fundamental constitutional right, that we as a court will step in and override the will of the people in the several states. That's just my guess at how they would respond.
All right. I'm going to ask Danny and Chloe to stick with us here as we continue our coverage today. I want to bring in NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez. Isa, abortion restrictions, we know, vary from state to state at this point. Colorado is one of just a few states that does not restrict late-term abortions. How have clinics there been getting ready? How have they been preparing for today's decision?
Yeah, Aaron, they have been frantically trying to expand, trying to hire, trying to get as much staff as they can to bring in more patients, because they say that even in the last year, their patient load has doubled, even tripled in some cases, again, because these services are only allowed to be performed in I went to a clinic in Colorado that explained to me another thing that they've been doing also is ramping up their security systems. They have bulletproof windows now. They have security cameras everywhere because they are very concerned, even more today moving forward, about the safety of their staff and, more importantly, of their patients. They have protesters lining up outside as the patients walk in every day that they have procedures going on. And they're concerned. They say that they know as fact that this decision is going to increase the number of women looking for late-term abortions. Why? Because they're going to have to wait to be able to gather, like you've been hearing, the means to be able to go out of state and access this. Historically, historically, late-term abortions make up a very small percentage of the total abortions in the country. In 2019, the CDC said that there were only about a few thousand, nearly 5,000. But we've already seen the demand go up, these clinics say, and they're expecting many more patients to be coming knocking on their doors because they need these services.
Issa, I understand that you also spoke to a doctor there who performs late-term abortions. What did he tell you about the impact of Roe being overturned?
He and others very simply said to me that this decision is going to cause women to die. Many times these late-term abortions are performed on women who have learned, in their third trimesters that this pregnancy is going to be terminal either to them or to the child that they are carrying. These are high-risk abortions. And again, he says that this is going to impact those women who cannot go out of state, who cannot go to a clinic like his to get these abortions safely, that they will turn to unsafe measures in some cases, and that their lives will be at risk. Take a listen.
Now we have a situation where a woman's life and health is at the mercy of the next election, and also at the mercy of her zip code. This is preposterous.
These procedures later in pregnancy that he believes are going to be in higher demand and already have been in the last year with bans in states like Texas and Oklahoma, they're very costly on top of being high risk, right? We're talking about procedures that cost over $1,000, well over $1,000, not to mention the costs of airfare and whatnot to get to these places. But he's concerned right now that they're not going to be able to treat all of the patients who are coming to him. Aaron?
Issa, you've made the point here. We're talking about real people, real women's real lives here. What about some of the patients there in Colorado? What are you hearing from them about this ruling?
Aaron, they're terrified, they're sad, but most of all, Aaron, they are angry. I spoke with one of his former patients, Erica Christensen, who went out of state herself to get an abortion with Dr. Hearn in Colorado. She found out in her third trimester that there were medical complications that could put her life at risk. Take a listen.
I remain angry, and it is sort of what gets me up in the morning when things are feeling so terrible. I'm much more angry than I am sad because, again, sadness, I could work through. It made sense to me. Grief is an emotion that I could work through because it's something that I knew. Rage at politicians creating unjust laws that punished me in my deepest moments of pain and grief, that is something I still cannot wrap my brain around.
Erica said to me that she feels extremely lucky, that she's aware of the privilege that she had to be able to get to Colorado to have this procedure done. And she says she knows that there are many who do not have that opportunity. And Aaron, we have our full story coming up on Hallie Jackson Now at 5 p.m.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that here on NBC News Now. Issa Gutierrez, thank you. I want to bring in Dr. Cheryl Hamlin now, an OBGYN from Massachusetts. Dr. Hamlin, we appreciate you joining us. I understand that you've been traveling from Massachusetts to Jackson, Mississippi once a month to perform abortions at the only abortion clinic in that state. Can you talk to us a little bit about your work and how this came to be and what you do when you're in Mississippi?
Yeah, so, it started out really after the Trump election that I realized that, this right we can't take for granted. So I really wanted to do more than just practice in Massachusetts. And so with a mutual connection, I started going to Mississippi in 2017. And it's, and I initially thought it was just no more than to improve access in Mississippi, that we'll work to kind of change laws so that local doctors might feel more comfortable working there, and then I can go back home to Massachusetts. I never imagined that, 5 years later, this would be happening.
Given that fact, what are your concerns now? What are your concerns about the void that will be left in several states we know when clinics are forced to close?
I mean, much of what people have said before me, it is going to affect, and this, we have, the template for this. This all happened pre-Roe, where women who could afford to, flew to New York. I even flew to England when, England liberalized her laws before we did. And so that's going to happen again, that women who can afford to buy a plane ticket or take a week off of work, they'll do that and they'll come to Massachusetts. And I have seen people from Texas, here in Massachusetts. But there's this whole swath of people that, for any of those reasons, that the cost of the transportation, the cost of the procedure, and again, taking more time off work is a huge factor because, they're working paycheck to paycheck and especially as the stigma goes up, they can't always tell their employer why they're taking time off. And I just think a lot of those women are not going to make it out of the state, which would lead to, self-induced abortions that, can be safe in the proper setting, but obviously we're creating an environment where they're going to be less safe, as well as, women can, as was said before, as women will be continuing pregnancies that probably aren't safe for them to be continuing. They're going to be, so there's going to be women who die from really high-risk pregnancies because they really shouldn't have continued the pregnancy to begin with. And you can't say, oh, well, it was life-threatening at 8 weeks, but it will be later on.
I think you sort of touched on it a bit here. I want to ask you about mental health. This is a conversation that we've been having more and more often in this country. Can you talk a little bit about what kind of toll a lack of abortion access could have on mental health for women in this country?
Yeah, I mean, there's the obvious, postpartum blues, postpartum psychosis, it happens. But there's also, a lot of the women I see just want to provide for the children that they do have. And they recognize that, having another pregnancy is going to just increase their poverty, is going to increase the time that they have to spend with their other kids. Maybe they have to stop working and rely on one income. And, these are people that are just trying to keep their head above water to begin with. And so now you throw in another child and, God forbid, another potentially sick child or, a child that has, increased needs, and they're just not going to be able to do it. And it's going to just lead them further into poverty.
Dr. Cheryl Hamlin, we appreciate your time today and your perspective on this. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Now, we have crossed over the bottom of the hour now. I do want to reset a bit if we can. Julia Ainsley is joining us from outside the Supreme Court, where she's been watching activities there and following this decision in particular through some of the details of it. Julia, the ruling was more than 200 pages long. Can you walk us through some of the key points as you've been able to assess them?
Yeah, we've been speaking to a lot of people out here, a lot of them really angry. Honestly, this crowd has been growing denser and angrier by the hour now. And you'll see behind me that we have Capitol Police. A lot of these people came out here when members of the Democratic Party from the House side came to speak. They're really here to protect the members of Congress who are on their way to speak, less so the crowd. So far, it has stayed peaceful, although verbally pretty intense. And we've seen people conflict with each other out here from both sides. And we've spoken to some people who are very impassioned about today's opinion. Let's take a listen to what they've told me.
Julia,
okay.
Go ahead. It seems like we don't have that sound ready.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, some of these people have been talking about how they are overjoyed by today's decision. This is something that they've been following since Roe versus Wade was actually enacted, and then again in the 90s when it was upheld. Now they're overjoyed today. They say that there are people in their families who had abortions who've regretted it. We've also spoken to a number of people, a lot of women and men, who say that a basic right that they thought that they had protected has now been overturned, and that they feel that their country has turned their back on them. We've seen a lot of people with just incredibly intense emotions today. A lot of people yelling in each other's faces, a lot of bullhorns, a lot of people, frankly, just, at a point where you could see emotions and possibly, a threat over spilling here. But we do have Capitol Police here now on standby. You can see people behind me here. We've got bullhorns, we've got protesters, You can barely even see through this crowd here behind me. A number of them have really been facing off. That would be the best way to describe it. Some people have been pulled away. We see more people come through. And another thing I have to point out just about the security situation is that Capitol Police have barricaded this in such a way that it's really like a pinhole to get in and out of this crowd where I am right now. There's about a single file path to get in and out. So it definitely has raises some security concerns about what Capitol Police and Supreme Court Police will be doing to protect the crowd rather than just the members of Congress in this situation.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us, and since it's so obvious, I'll just point out there's a very large man off to your over your shoulder there, and I'm assuming the guy in the red shirt is the security that we've provided, as we typically do when we send reporters into large crowds like this. So no alarm for anybody watching.
And he's amazing, and we're thankful for him.
We definitely are. Julia, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward now. He's in San Francisco as we continue our coverage of this Supreme Court decision. Jake, what are you hearing there? What are people telling you? How are they reacting to today's decision?
Well, Northern California, as you know, Aaron, is in many ways the future of the post-Roe versus Wade world. You have enormous access to reproductive choice and reproductive health services here. And yet when we spoke to people this morning, approaching them to say, would you like to give us your reaction to today's decision? It was just very hard. People very, very emotional, very, very gutted, feeling dislocated from what they say is an increasingly politically charged Supreme Court. Here's how one person described her reaction to this decision.
I'm outraged. I am outraged. And I feel like I got punched in the stomach this morning. They took away a constitutional right for half of the people in this country. And this court is a political machine, and it is not acting in the will of the people, and its decisions are overturning hundreds of years of law, hundreds of years for gun control, over 50 years versus Roe versus Wade, and it is not following the will of the people. It is not following the Constitution, and I am outraged.
The Bay Area, as you know, Aaron, is a center of all sorts of academic study, and it is, in fact, in many ways, the national capital on the study of what happens to people after they are denied an abortion that they've sought out. A big study out of University of California, San Francisco, called the Turnaway Study, followed 1,000 women over 5 years and discovered that by nearly every measure of well-being, financial, spiritual, mental health, all of it, they did far worse when they were denied an abortion that they sought, and in many cases predicted exactly the outcomes that they were worried about when they described why they were seeking those abortions. So here, just the feeling very, very dark from people in San Francisco today, Aaron.
Yeah, Jake, I do think it's worth noting, though, that abortion access in California doesn't change with today's ruling. What are people in California telling you about that reality for them?
Well, that's absolutely correct. In many ways, people here that we've spoken to who are in favor of reproductive choice say that they're deeply relieved to be in California, but they worry, of course, about the rest of the country and the fact that so many people are going to have to come to California and states with laws like it in order to get the services they may need. Here's how one person we spoke with described her feelings about it.
I feel like fortunate to be in California in many respects, but I feel worried about people who aren't in California and may not have the same benefit of, their state's rights. So just concerned about the direction of the country and the courts, because I always looked up to the Supreme Court and thought that they were objective.
The extraordinary flurry of activity we've seen in recent weeks and even years in anticipation of this is now coming together. Also, Aaron, we've seen 13 separate state bills being moved through the state capitol here, some of them enshrining the right to receive an abortion as a constitutional right under California state constitution, others setting aside, in one case, $20 million as a fund for people who need to travel from out of state to get health help here. And we've seen, of course, abortion providers in California preparing for a massive influx of out-of-state patients. Planned Parenthood of Northern California says that just in this part of the state alone, they have 5 new facilities under construction. They've been under construction since November of 2016. When Trump took office, that was their first indication that they should get going. Now the fundraising and the construction has deepened. They say they're going to be able to take in 500 more patients a week once those facilities are constructed, and that's just up here in Northern California. And so a big, intense, emotional, but also preparatory reaction when it comes to the big decision we're all seeing here.
All right, Jake Ward for us in San Francisco today. Jake, thank you. I want to go back to Capitol Hill now. Correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us from her post there. Obviously, Ali, juggling a lot of different topics on the Hill this week and today in particular. But let's stay on this issue of the Supreme Court decision. What are we hearing from Democrats in particular on the Hill today?
Rage. This is a moment that all of them knew was coming because of that leaked draft opinion. Nevertheless, the rage that I'm seeing in my text messages, in my in-person exchanges with House members who have been walking by, is still so palpable. Chuck Schumer, many of them out of town. Chuck Schumer, the majority leader in Manhattan today, talking about it. Listen to him.
Today is one of the darkest days our country has ever seen. Millions upon millions upon millions of American women are having their rights ripped away from them by 5 unelected justices on the extremist MAGA Supreme Court. These justices, appointed by Republicans, presiding without any accountability, have stolen a fundamental right.
There are so many layers to what Schumer was saying there, both in terms of how these justices were confirmed. We know that many of them are from the Trump years when he was able to appoint multiple justices to the Supreme Court through multiple fraught hearing processes for each of them. Schumer referencing that. And then, of course, Democrats here on the Hill also just pushing ahead to November, because as I've been covering this issue both over the course of the last few weeks and, frankly, for the last few years, this is a moment that Democrats and reproductive rights activists have been coming for a very long time. They knew that the states were legislating around this in a way that they hoped to get it to the Supreme Court just to tee up a moment like this. And nevertheless, they squandered their opportunity to actually codify the protections that were offered by Roe versus Wade back in May, when 51 lawmakers in the Senate, including one Democrat, Joe Manchin, voted against the Women's Health Protection Act. And since then, lawmakers here are angry, but they're frankly hamstrung in terms of what they can do.
What about on the other side of this? Obviously, this is something that Republicans have been pushing for on the Hill, and obviously they knew the decision was coming, so expecting this. What's been the response, the reaction today from Republican lawmakers?
Look, by and large, it has been positive in that many Republicans feel affirmed in their anti-abortion values being seen by the Supreme Court today. But it's not necessarily uniform. Senator Susan Collins of Maine, for example, releasing a statement today, and I'll read from you in part. She says the Supreme Court has abandoned a 50-year precedent at a time that the country is desperate for stability. This ill-considered action will further divide the country at a moment when, more than ever in modern times, we need the court to show both consistency and restraint. It makes sense when you hear this coming from Collins. This is a precedent that she repeatedly talked about during Supreme Court nominating contests, but at the same time, it's one that she said, for example, during the Justice Kavanaugh confirmation hearings in 2018, that she believed him when he said privately to her that he would continue to uphold the super precedent of Roe and the other precedent of Casey, which is also baked into this decision. Now we're hearing from others like Joe Manchin, who also voted to confirm some of those justices who have now voted to overturn Roe, where they're saying that they are disappointed and that they were misled by some of these judges. And it sort of speaks to the entire theater that is the Supreme Court nominating process. There was a discussion about this after the Ketanji Brown Jackson confirmation hearings, how or if this process should change, because really the unspoken thing about it is that every judge who lands there, especially on the conservative side, the people nominating them know where they stand on this issue, but when they go before the Senate for confirmation, confirmations, they can't explicitly talk about it. They find ways to go around it. And it lands us in moments like this one where senators confirm them, believing that they'll uphold these precedents, and then you end up here.
I do want to ask you about the other breaking story we're following today, Allie, an extremely consequential one, I think. The House has passed this landmark gun legislation that was approved in the Senate yesterday. Do we know sort of where that goes from here, when the president might sign it into law?
I mean, what a day of juxtaposing emotions if you're a Democrat, especially in the House and the Senate right now, because on the one hand, you have the fall of Roe, which is, again, an issue that has them enraged and upset. And then on the other side of this, you have the most significant gun legislation that's been passed in 30 years, the result of weeks of bipartisan negotiations in the Senate. And you'll see why. I mean, on the other side of your screen, you can see what's in this bill. It's things that Republicans have wanted, like investments in mental health and school safety. It's things that Democrats have wanted, which is making some changes to the background check system, closing the so-called boyfriend loophole. No one is perfectly happy, but everyone got some of what they wanted in these negotiations. That's how compromise goes. The House passing that today in bipartisan fashion as well, sending it to the president's desk. And again, that's a moment of jubilation on one issue, while at the same time, they're dealing with devastation on another.
All right, Allie Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today, covering both of these important topics. Allie, thank you. I do want to turn back to legal analyst Danny Savalos now and NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins, who've been with us sort of picking apart the decision today and some of the ramifications of it. Chloe, I'll start with you. What sort of reaction are you hearing? You've been covering this topic for several years now. What are you hearing from your sources and people that you've spoken to over time?
Yeah, I've spoken to people across the country this week and also this morning, and it's safe to say that emotions are running very high. Planned Parenthood President Alexis McGill Johnson released a statement this morning right after we heard about the SCOTUS ruling, and she said it, I have it right here. Knowing this moment would come does not make it less devastating. The Supreme Court has now given politicians permission to control our bodies. Now, anti-abortion rights groups are naturally striking a very different tone. This is something that they have been doing for nearly 50 years. They have been attempting to chip away at abortion access at the state ledge and push through a law that is now Mississippi that was the vehicle to overturn Roe v. Wade. And we heard from Susan B. Anthony List's president, and they said an entirely new pro-life movement begins today. Over the next few years, we will save hundreds of lives. So, Aaron, we are seeing strong reaction from people on both sides of this issue, and I'm sure they will continue to weigh in on the coming days. All
right, Chloe, appreciate that. Danny, I do want to talk to you a little bit more about sort of the consequences beyond Roe, if we can. You've noted that Justice Thomas indicated that the court needs to take another look at cases like Oberfeld, the same-sex marriage case that went before the court. Does putting that language in a decision like this start to signal to lawyers and legislatures around the country, all right, now it's time to come up with a case to challenge these things, and the laws might change, the decisions from the court might change in terms of striking down the right to same-sex marriage?
Yeah, Justice Thomas often gets discounted. He's thought of as writing these more extreme concurring or dissenting opinions. But consider this, for Alito to have written the opinion, presumably Justice Thomas, who is the senior most justice on the bench who would have concurred with that opinion, he would have assigned Alito the opinion. So Justice Thomas arguably has some power in this area. And if he ends up with the majority, some of his positions on reevaluating cases like Obergefell or any of the others that he mentioned could be a real possibility. And it just is so striking because Alito, again, I'm repeating myself, goes to such pains to say this is the only thing that we're dealing with today. But if you are going to look at some of those other entrenched rights, Griswold, which has to do with, Griswold is the case that that arguably was poorly reasoned, but it goes to contraception, to the right of married couples in their home to use contraception. And an interesting fact, even at the time of Griswold, the Connecticut legislature was actually pushing to do away with that law because it was a silly law. It didn't make a lot of sense. But yet, because the Supreme Court grafted this right from the Constitution onto the populace, it became controversial. And by the way, even Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg recognized that Roe was problematic because it created a right, it took that power away from the state legislatures, and created a controversy when At the time, state legislatures were kind of moving towards liberalizing abortion. You didn't have the evangelical push then that you do today. Now, obviously, I wasn't there. I can't take the pulse of what was going on in America at the time. But Justice Ginsburg, other liberal thinkers, Mark Tushnet, have all criticized Roe. So in a sense, we knew this was coming. Does it mean that substantive due process, the idea that unenumerated rights in the Constitution are dead going forward? I don't know. That could go either way. Maybe they are dead, and the only thing keeping them alive is reliance interests, that we've relied on them for a while. But then again, a lot of people relied on Roe for a long time.
Yeah, all right. You posed some interesting thoughts there, and obviously it's going to be something to watch over time. Danny, Chloe, you're going to stick with us here as we continue our coverage this afternoon. Joining me now is Kristen Day, Executive Director of Democrats for Life of America. Ms. Day, we appreciate you making some time for us. You tweeted earlier today, and we'll put it up on the screen for our viewers, that, quote, abortion activists are responsible for Roe being overturned. They overstepped by celebrating abortion and advocating for it for up to 9 months. The Democratic Party embraced these extremists, leading to the Republican majorities all over the country. There's some Pew research that shows 6 in 10 Americans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases. What do you see as extremist?
Right. So a lot of the states, such as Colorado and New Jersey and New York and even Virginia, have been pushing the limits to abortion up to 9 months and celebrating abortion, where a majority of Americans, as you said, would support reasonable limitations and reasonable health and safety regulations of abortion. By the Democratic Party embracing this extreme agenda, they have pushed people out of the party, and they have silenced people within the party from speaking out on reasonable regulation of abortion. And so we've seen that's what led to the Senate going into the Republican hands. Because people wanted Roe v. Wade to be overturned. They wanted the abortion decision to go back to the states. And even though there are 21 million pro-life Democrats out there, they are celebrating today that Roe is overturned.
So what should be done? I mean, how does your group plan to support pregnant women who no longer have access to abortion, who might want it?
Right, we have been advocating for that for decades. We supported the Affordable Care Act and advocated to eliminate pregnancy as a pre-existing condition. We also had the Pregnancy Assistance Fund, which was included in the ACA, to provide grants to states to provide support, again, to pregnant women. We advocate for paid leave. We advocate for child, support for families through the child care tax credit. And I think this overturning Roe opens up a huge opportunity for our nation to really refocus our efforts, not on whether abortion should be legal or illegal, but what more can we do to provide women with a real choice to have the baby instead of abortion? Because we have this really, in California and New Jersey, the abortion rates are really high, and other states they're lower. Every state's going to have a challenge, but the unified thing that every state has to do is support pregnant women, giving them the opportunity to carry that child to term and the support to care for their families. We need to refocus our country.
Well, and when you look at conservative states, though, maybe perhaps places where these trigger laws exist, is it your expectation that there will be the sort of support for women who will no longer have access?
That is something that we are really pushing for. We were happy when Texas passed their law that they also increased the funding for the Alternatives to Abortion program. We are also working, Arkansas passed the Every Mother Matters Act, which makes sure that every pregnant woman is put in touch with the resources available to them to carry their child to term. So we are advocating in states, both blue and red states, for the challenges that lie ahead. And we just strongly believe that women should have the real choice to carry that children to term, because according to the Guttmacher Institute's own numbers, most women choose abortion because of financial reasons or pressure from someone. And with these new, with Roe being overturned, we face these new challenges to make sure that every woman has the support necessary.
All right, Kristen Day from the Democrats for Life of America. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much.
I want to bring in C.K. Hoffler now, chair of the Rainbow Push Coalition. She's also a veteran trial lawyer. C.K., how's your organization responding to the ruling today? What are your members telling you?
Well, we're devastated. We just came off of a conference where we addressed this very issue. Of course, we knew this opinion was coming, but there's nothing like this opinion actually getting here. The overturning of Roe versus Wade is going to impact legions of Black and brown women and poor women. Because if you don't have the ability to get on a plane and you want to have an abortion, you need to have an abortion. There are many reasons why women need to have abortions. And if you can't get to another jurisdiction that would allow you to do it legally, then you're going to be trapped. You're going to feel that your rights have been infringed upon. You're going to feel you don't have options. And you might turn to something that is devastating. The reality of the overturning of Roe versus Wade is that women today have less rights than their mothers had. That's devastating. And Black and brown women in particular are going to be really impacted.
All right, C.K. Hoffler, we appreciate your time today. Thank you for joining us. Now, millions of women across the country are reeling, as we've been talking about, from the Supreme Court's decision that overturns Roe v. Wade. Some women in states that have already enacted stricter abortion laws are traveling to Mexico to obtain the procedure. Abortion providers there say they've seen a measurable increase in Americans coming in. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford visited one of the few remaining abortion clinics on the border.
For many women, Dr. Franz Theard is their last chance. His New Mexico practice is one of just a few remaining abortion clinics along the U.S.-Mexico border, just 1 mile west of the Texas state line.
We've increased by 100, so we do about 250 a month now.
Abortions per month?
Per month.
That jump since last September, when a Texas law banned abortions as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy. Before that, the state allowed them up to 20 weeks.
Not doing an abortion because you're 6 weeks or 5 weeks is almost like not doing abortions at all.
But some of those who can't find the help they're looking for across state lines are leaving the country entirely. Many American women are coming here to Mexico to buy abortion pills. The most commonly used does not require a prescription and costs about 1/10 of the price. We're about to meet 2 women who provide abortion services out of their home here in Mexico. Just outside of Monterrey, activists Vanessa Jimenez and Sandra Cardona founded La Aborteria, where they provide the abortion-inducing drug misoprostol and guide women on how to take it. They say they've seen a dramatic surge of American clients since the Texas law went into effect.
Con 2 o 3 chicas de Estados Unidos al año.
5 por semana.
Sí.
So before you were seeing 2 to 3 American women a year. Now you're seeing 5 American women a week.
A veces más.
And sometimes more.
Sí.
¿Y de dónde vienen específicamente? And where are they coming from specifically?
Que han venido aquí a México de Texas. ¿No? O sea, es el estado más cercano.
So the majority of women you're seeing are coming from Texas. But you're saying you'll also meet women who are coming to Mexico on vacation from Ohio. Sometimes you see women coming from Oklahoma, various states. And they're not alone. Another Mexican organization, which opened its doors in January, says Americans now make up 25% of its customers. ¿Qué hacen ustedes acá? What do you all do here?
Pues realmente somos acompañantes, ¿no?
So the bottom line is you all are companions, you're helpers. You basically shepherd women through the abortion process. And so you're here to tell them you're not going to die and you will not be penalized. ¿Me pueden dar un ejemplo? Por ejemplo, ¿qué les dicen? Can you give me an example? What do the women coming from Texas tell you?
Sí, eso, no era una situación de una chica de Texas.
What you notice from the women coming from Texas is that they are so scared. They're so scared to even ask for information back home that when they come here, they can't even say the word abortion.
La mayoría viene con mucho miedo.
It's fear, not only of going to jail, but the economic penalties. A fear that's driving many women even further from home. How are people contacting you? How do they find out about your services?
Pues así, por las redes sociales. O sea, Sandra un día abrió una página de Facebook que se llamaba así, Necesito Abortar.
You're saying you all started, it started from social media. People found out when you put up a Facebook page, and so they're finding you through social media. And so you're saying this is also spreading by word of mouth. People trust each other, and they're sharing this information.
Noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, and the breaking news this hour, we're covering one of the most consequential legal decisions in recent memory. The Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade. For the first time in half a century, American women no longer have a constitutional right to an abortion. Justices Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett upholding the Mississippi law at the center of this case brought before the court. Chief Justice John Roberts, however, wrote his own separate concurring opinion saying that the court should not have overturned Roe in its decision. Justices Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan dissented, and a short time ago, we did hear from President Biden.
Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans.
Now, the street and sidewalk outside the Supreme Court, now the epicenter for demonstrators on both sides of this issue. This is what it looks like right now. 3 p.m. now on the East Coast outside the court. A lot of people there are outraged, and some of them are overjoyed.
How'd you feel the second you found out about the overturn? How do you think I felt, man? This is amazing. This is probably the best day of American history in my lifetime.
At the end of the day, human rights begin at conception, they end at natural death, and that's what we're fighting for.
I honestly don't think the young people who are elated at this moment understand what they've done or what has been done to them.
The pro-life people who are out here contradict themselves in everything that they do. They are not pro-life. They're pro-hypocrisy, pro-birth, and pro-control.
Now, with Roe now overturned, half of the 50 states are certain or likely to ban abortions within their borders. Leading us off this hour, NBC's Ken Delaney in Washington today. Ken, it's been about 5 hours now since we got this decision from the court. What are some of your big takeaways from the opinion we received today?
Hey, Aaron. Well, look, as a layperson, a non-lawyer reading this opinion and the dissent, what strikes me really is how profoundly different these two groups of mostly Ivy League educated scholars, these justices, view the Constitution. The majority rightly says that the right to abortion is nowhere mentioned in the Constitution. And they say that the ruling in Roe, that the due process clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution provides a fundamental right to privacy, which protects a pregnant woman's right to abortion. They say that was fundamentally wrong because the people who wrote the 14th Amendment in 1868 didn't see it that way. And the liberal justices in their dissent retort, yeah, that's right. It's also worth remembering that all of those people were men. It goes back to this long debate that we've had in this country over whether the Constitution is a living document or whether it only means what the people who wrote it thought it meant. And right now, the latter view holds sway on the Supreme Court.
Ken, there's also some important context about this ruling from Chief Justice John Roberts. Can you explain what he said in his concurrent opinion?
Yeah, Roberts tried to strike a middle ground here unsuccessfully, and he's an institutionalist, and he's clearly worried about the effect that this decision will have on the perceived legitimacy of the court. He wrote in his separate opinion that the court's decision to overrule Roe and Casey is a serious jolt to the legal system, regardless of how you view those cases. He added a narrower decision rejecting the misguided viability line, that's about when a fetus is viable, would be markedly less unsettling, and nothing more is needed to decide this case. In other words, he said we didn't have to do this, but his view did not hold sway among the majority.
So, Ken, as we've been discussing, this ruling returns power over regulating abortions to the states, right? What options does the federal government have to sort of help women who want to be able to obtain an abortion?
Aaron, Attorney General Merrick Garland laid out some of that in a detailed statement today. He said the Justice Department will continue to protect health care providers and individuals seeking reproductive health services in states where those services remain legal. He noted that federal law prohibits anyone from obstructing access to reproductive health services through violence, threats of violence, or property damage. And he also noted that the FDA has approved the use of a medical abortion drug called mifepristone, and he said that states may not ban that drug. It's simply if they disagree with the FDA's expert judgment about its safety and efficacy. So the Justice Department does plan to get involved in these issues, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in for us in Washington today. Ken, we appreciate you reporting on this. Thank you. Now, the impact of this decision obviously is being felt across the country today. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Kent County, Michigan for us today. Dasha, I know you spoke to some women who are just learning of today's news. What sort of reaction are you hearing there?
Well, Aaron, abortion rights are in a precarious place right now here in the state of Michigan, because while Michigan doesn't have the sort of trigger laws that we've been talking about in some of the red states in the South, this state does have a kind of zombie law, this 1931 law that's been on the books but lay dormant after Roe went into effect. Now that Roe has been overturned, this law could once again come into effect. Right now, there's been a court injunction that has prevented it from taking effect right this moment. But this law criminalizes abortion with no exceptions. So the folks here, the women in this state, the people in this state who are for abortion rights, they are extremely concerned about what could happen in the coming weeks here as the state's Republican-held legislature is fighting to defend that law, to keep that anti-abortion law in place. And I want you to hear from one of the women I spoke with today. Her name is Katie Morse. She actually was a lifelong Republican until 2020 when she cast her vote for a Democrat for the very first time. And she told me that she is surprised and concerned about what all of this means. Take a listen.
I'm concerned that we're starting to see the downfall of America at this point, and we're taking
strong words.
Taking rights away from people is a really big deal. And how do we get those rights back?
I feel and anger because this has nothing to do with the Constitution. This has to do with a cabal of people that think they can, I'm sorry, how do they have the right to tell me or any woman what she can do with her body?
And Aaron, that woman you just heard from last there, Virginia DeHaan, we didn't find her. She actually found us. She was walking around downtown Grand Rapids looking for something to do, someone to talk to about this. She came up to us in tears. This historic day, clearly deeply personal, deeply emotional for people, Aaron.
Yeah, this is sort of mind-blowing, the decision for so many people trying to think through it and understand it better. Dasha, there was a recent court order in Michigan that delays the banning of abortions there. So can you sort of square today's Supreme Court decision with that order? What happens for women in Michigan now?
Well, we're waiting for the Michigan Supreme Court to rule on this. They placed an injunction on that law. I mentioned that 1931 law banning abortion. So right now, abortion providers can continue to do what they're doing, but we're waiting on that final ruling over whether or not that 1931 law is invalid. Governor Gretchen Whitmer has asked, as of today, at 1 o'clock today, asked the Michigan Supreme Court to expedite that process and that decision. But in this conversation, in this press briefing that Attorney General Dana Nessel held today, she talked about how we've seen, what we've learned today is that court rulings, they can be overturned. They are not necessarily permanent, even for certain cases, certain rulings that we thought would last, would have lasting power. Take a listen to just some of what she said today.
What I have pledged is this: I am not going to seek to discipline, to suspend, to revoke the license of any medical professional who is properly trained in performing abortions or prescribing abortion medication, and then who proceeds to do that. I will not involve my office in that. And as I've indicated before, of course, neither will I enforce this draconian 1931 law that I think will hurt so many people in our state.
And while the Attorney General and the Governor are hopeful that the Supreme Court will rule in their favor here, the Attorney General said that the best way that voters who are for abortion rights can sort of enshrine those rights is by pushing through a ballot proposal that would be on the November ballot and coming out to vote for that, which would help put those rights into the Michigan Constitution, something that takes it out of the hands of the courts and into the power of the people, Aaron.
And Dasha, you and I have been talking about this issue in Michigan in particular for a couple of days this week. Michigan, we know, has one of the highest number of abortion procedures in the country. Could that state, is that state prepared to see an influx of women seeking abortion, given the comments that we heard from the Attorney General today?
Right. Right. Well, this is where it's interesting, right, where we're talking about this as now an issue that has come down to states, state by state, making this decision. But it's not only a single state issue, because we've already seen this happening in the South, where you've seen some of these stricter abortion laws put in place in Texas and other states. And people are crossing state lines to seek care in other states. And Michigan has already been seeing that from Ohio, from Indiana. And absolutely, they are expecting that will increase so long as abortion rights here in Michigan are available. So it's not a single state issue. This is an intra-state issue and then a federal issue, as we've been talking about as well, Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns for us in Michigan today. Dasha, thank you. We appreciate it. Here with me in studio now is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Also with us, NBC News reporter Chloe Atkins, who's been covering the issue of abortion closely for some time now. And Danny, I want to start with you on some of the legal questions here, right? Can you help us to understand the legal argument that the justices are making in this decision that's overturning Roe?
Let's start with an easy, quick one. Justice Roberts. He signaled this throughout oral argument. And essentially what Justice Roberts says is he's concurring, he's going along with the majority, but he really only wanted to discuss the viability test. That line that he says was this arbitrary line in the sand that the Roe and Casey court kind of plucked out of the air, created out of whole cloth. Mm-hmm. Indeed, he says the litigants in those cases weren't really even asking for a line at viability. It's the court that came up with it, and it came up with it in a way that really isn't in the spirit. It's like a regulation, the kind of thing that the executive branch or the legislature should make, not the court. Okay. So to Justice Roberts, it was about maybe doing away with viability, but since the closest in agreement with him was the majority, he's essentially concurring with the majority. The actual majority opinion, pretty much the same as it was several months ago when it was leaked. And it basically concludes that Roe and Casey were wrongly decided. They were wrongly decided, and they should not stand under the idea of stare decisis. Stare decisis is the idea that we follow precedent. We respect what prior courts have decided and use those to guide us forward and follow them and consider them binding. Well, the Supreme Court doesn't have to always consider things binding. It can overrule its own precedent. It has in the past. Plessy v. Ferguson. Cases that were egregiously wrong were revisited and overturned. The court has to be able to overturn precedent. And when it comes to constitutional issues, the principles of stare decisis are at their weakest. In other words, when it's the Constitution, that's the time to revisit it. And it does. And it says that was wrong, egregiously wrong when it was decided. It's unworkable. And even though people have known about it for decades, there isn't enough reliance, there isn't enough in the history and traditions to keep this constitutional right. And so they are striking it down. Remarkable because the Supreme Court overrules itself. The Supreme Court undoes precedent. It doesn't often undo a constitutional right. In other words, the Supreme Court doesn't often giveth a constitutional right and then taketh it away.
Okay. I do want to actually come back to that with you, this idea of precedent. But Chloe, first, I want to talk a little bit more about the practical application of this issue, right? I think we have some numbers we can put up on the screen. We know that 26 states are either certain or likely to ban abortion because of the Supreme Court's decision today. Half of those already have trigger laws in place. What does life for millions of women in this country look like now without Roe, based on the reporting that you've been able to do over time?
That's right, Aaron. Life for millions of women across this country looks very different today than it did yesterday. So with Roe v. Wade being overturned, regulation of abortion goes back to the states, like you just mentioned. 26 states are poised to ban abortion entirely or in some way, shape, or form in a very strict form, excuse me. And so what we will see is an emergence of a tale of two countries. Huge swaths of the South and Midwest no one will have access there. And then in liberal-leaning coastal states, that is where people will be able to travel to get care, or will be able to have a lot of accessible abortion access in that state. So we are seeing a huge, stark difference in what reality looks like. And it truly is dependent on your zip code and being able to access that care.
Danny, I want to go back to this, to precedent, right? I think for those of us who are not legal minds, lay folks, we hear that term and we know what it, how you define it in the dictionary. But as you've suggested, in practice, we can't help but to wonder, does it not really mean anything? If after 50 years, precedent that's been sort of president on top of president on top of president over such a long period of time, how is it that it just goes away? Is it that there's a conversation that happens among the judges and it ends with, oh, well, the precedent that's been in place for so long in this case doesn't matter?
Couple reasons, and this is according to the majority. It's that constitutional issues are worthy of revisiting. In other words, if they weren't, then the first court would have the first and final say on all constitutional issues, and that can't be the case according to the court. And in addition, the majority argues, and again, I'm describing what the majority argues here, that this is precedent that has become unworkable. In the 50 years since Roe v. Wade was decided, we still don't know what an undue burden is. We still don't know what viability is. By the way, viability is also a moving target, arguably, because of the way that modern medicine advances. Viability is defined by a fetus's ability to live outside the womb. If that's the case, well, viability is something that has changed dramatically since the 1800s. Right. Versus today. And then, strangely enough, we talk about evolving ideas about abortion. Some of the majority, and even Robert's opinion, goes into the idea that, look, these evolving ideas have changed the original foundations that Roe was based on. I mean, the bottom line here is, yes, people have been doing it now for decades, but the majority observes that because Roe and Casey were so flawed in their decision, that they were always a precarious, these were, by the way, this was always on the chopping block. Not because people, like abortion or don't like abortion, but because Roe was based on shaky reasoning from the beginning. Again, that's not my opinion. That's the late Justice Ginsburg's opinion. That's great leading liberal thinkers like Lawrence Tribe. It's their opinion that this was something that was flawed from the outset. So it was always ripe to be attacked. The thing that really should concern folks is that, notwithstanding Justice Alito's cautions or assurances, I should say, that maybe all of these rights that are not enumerated are on the chopping block. It could be the case that other of these rights that have been recognized mostly by the Warren Court in the 60s that exist. I mean, could you say that same-sex marriage is a possibility of being overturned? My goodness, according to Justice Thomas, maybe. I still don't think so for a couple reasons. The reliance interests are huge. Right. They're huge. You would undo families, right? And you could argue there's no real push ever since Obergefell. There aren't marches, every year against same-sex marriage. There's certainly people who don't like it that are out there, but you don't have this movement. You don't have a president who's promising to put, anti-same-sex marriage justices on the court. The last president, President Trump, made that promise, and it looks like he delivered on it.
Yeah. It seems that it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that with the language that Justice Thomas included in his writings on this, that some of those other issues, same-sex marriage and others, could suddenly be a target. Oh, wait, there's a line that says maybe we should start having marches and trying to push for I won't ask you to weigh in on that. Yeah. Unless you're inclined to. If there's a legal argument there.
Well, again, I'll put on my hat using the reasoning of the conservative majority here, and here's how I think the reasoning would go. Because you could make the same argument about Obergefell. By the way, you could make the exact same argument about Griswold. Griswold, the case that recognized private couples' right to have contraceptive devices, was something that was really poorly decided. That's where we get that language of, well, maybe it's in, the 14th Amendment, but it kind of glows. It's part of the penumbra of the rights in the Bill of Rights. And that's the stuff that originalist justices seized on and conservative thinkers have seized on because it's kind of flim-flammy. It's kind of language that isn't concrete. And it's from those cases, Griswold, that we get the problems that led to Roe in the reasoning, which is, you can't deny that those words are not in the Constitution. Now, does it mean that we should interpret the Constitution to just evolve? Yes, I do. I think even conservative justices recognize that just because something didn't exist in 1878 or 1776, we adapt with technology. But if something wasn't a right, and believe it or not, back when the 14th Amendment was enacted, there were abortions. Right. There were rules on abortions. So that's the reasoning of the conservative bloc of the court, that if it wasn't firmly rooted in our history and traditions, then at the time, that's not what it protected the 14th Amendment. So again, always on shaky ground. In a way, maybe we knew this was coming.
Yeah. Yes. Chloe, I'll give you the last word on this. I know you're in touch with stakeholders that you've talked to over time about this. What's been the reaction you've heard to this decision?
There has been strong reaction from folks on both sides of this issue. We actually heard from, and I'm going to read it right here, we heard from the ACLU in a statement. They said, today, the Supreme Court, in line with modern science, overwhelming, recognize the truth in every mother's heart. Excuse me, that is SBA's. So I'm going to read to you SBA's Pro-Life America president. They said, today the Supreme Court, in line with modern science and overwhelming public consensus, recognize the truth in every mother's heart, and that pro-life advocates have argued all along. Unborn children are human beings deserving of protection. Now, I'm going to read you the ACLU. Now, they are, striking very different tones. The pro-life movement has been waiting for this moment in history for over 50 years. Right. Like we've talked about, they have taken this incremental approach at slowly passing restrictions at different points in pregnancy, enacting waiting periods to anything really underneath the sun that may stick. Now, the ACLU, who has been, involved in many of these lawsuits, they said this decision is an unprecedented attack on women's rights and reproductive freedom, and the effects will be immediate and far-reaching. And like I've said before, this isn't the last time we were going to hear from folks on both sides of this issue, and I'll be following it closely. All right,
Chloe Atkins, Danny Savalas, we appreciate you both. Thank you. Let's turn now to NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. He's live outside the White House for us at this hour. Josh, we heard President Biden speak a few hours ago on this. Let's take a listen to some of his response today.
They didn't limit it. They simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk.
So, Josh, what's been the reaction to the president's comments on this issue so far?
Well, Aaron, we are hearing Democrats and abortion rights advocates echoing the president's call to action as the president essentially tells Americans and voters that if they want the right to an abortion restored, they're going to have to vote for more lawmakers who are going to support that. That there is nothing the president can do in and of himself with this, sweep of a pen or an executive order to restore a right that the Supreme Court today took away. And so you heard President Biden.
Josh, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here. Vice President Harris is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
I had the privilege of serving with him, as he mentioned, on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And I can tell you, Illinois, you are very, very well represented by Senator Dick Durbin. He is an extraordinary leader, a great fighter for all of America, and in particular for the people of Illinois. So thank you, Dick Durbin, and congratulations to your grandchild for her honor today as well. And I want to thank all the leaders for joining us today. And a special thank you, of course, to Lauren Underwood. Where are you? Lauren, I have seen you when the cameras are on and when the cameras are off. She is always fighting for the people of her district, and all that you have done for our government, for the people of our country, and for Plainfield. I thank you for that. I thank you for your partnership and your leadership. So as Senator Durbin mentioned, we traveled here today. In fact, they both joined me along with the Secretary on Air Force Two And we traveled here from D.C. today to talk with you about maternal health, which should be one of our highest priorities as a nation. And I had planned to speak about our strategy for improving care for pregnant women and mothers across our country. And as you know, on the way here, however, we learned that the United States Supreme Court had rendered its decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Here's what that decision means. For nearly 50 years, we have talked about what Roe v. Wade protects. Today, as of right now, as of this minute, we can only talk about what Roe v. Wade protected. Past tense. This is a healthcare crisis. Because understand, millions of women in America will go to bed tonight without access to the health care and reproductive care that they had this morning, without access to the same health care or reproductive health care that their mothers and grandmothers had for 50 years. This is the first time in the history of our nation that a constitutional right has been taken from the people of America. And what is that right? Some might ask. It's the right to privacy. Think about it as the right for each person to make intimate decisions about heart and home. Decisions about the right to start a family, including contraception, such as IUDs, the morning after pill. Decisions about whether to have a child, including, as Senator Durbin mentioned, through in vitro fertilization. Decisions to marry the person you love. Obergefell v. Hodges. Loving versus Virginia. This opinion also says, when you read it, that abortion is not deeply rooted in our nation's history. They offer that in the opinion as a foundation for the decision they rendered today. In holding that it is not deeply rooted in our history, today's decision on that theory then calls into question other rights that we thought were settled, such as the right to use birth control, the right to same-sex marriage, the right to interracial marriage. The great aspiration of our nation has been to expand freedom. But the expansion of freedom clearly is not inevitable. It is not something that just happens. Not unless we defend our most fundamental principles. Not unless we elect leaders who stand up for those principles. The strength of our nation has always been that we move forward. Today, I invite all people to stand together in defense of one of the most fundamental ideals and principles that for generations, for centuries, I believe we had held dear, which is that fundamental principle about the importance of liberty. To stand for liberty to stand for freedom, to stand for self-determination, and for the right to privacy. You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the president said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word. So this is not over. God bless you, and God bless America.
Vice President Kamala Harris speaking there about the Supreme Court ruling today in strong words, talking about the expansion of freedom not being inevitable, as she says that it is now incumbent upon the citizenry to take action to change some of the rules, some of the laws in different parts of this country. I do want to go to NBC's Julia Ainsley. She is outside the Supreme Court for us today, where crowds have been gathering for hours now. Julia, I know you've been hearing from people on both sides of this debate on abortion here. Talk to us about some of the conversations you've had today and about some of what you're seeing on the ground right now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Aaron, if you want to know how divided our country is, particularly on this issue, look no further than the crowd I'm standing in right now. We have some people here who are celebrating today. They say they're overjoyed. This is something that they've wanted to see for decades. Then you have people who are emotionally devastated, trying to come here to fight for what they thought was their constitutionally protected right. So from both the abortion rights advocates and those who are against abortion, we are hearing some really emotional opinions and testimony today. We've also increased security here. Capitol Police now standing in front of the barricade right in front of the Supreme Court. You're hearing speeches on the right of me, music on the left of me. All around here today, we've seen bullhorns. It's really just been growing more tense, louder, and a thicker crowd by the hour. I spoke to some people today, some who we said were devastated to tears. Others who were celebrating this as a victory, particularly those who saw this as a religious victory. Here's what one of those people had to tell me.
I think for the Christian community, this is something that we should all believe in pro-life, because God has made us with a purpose, everybody from when they're conceived. So I do believe it's a victory for Christians around the world.
So you can see for some people, this is something that cuts across religion. They might see it as a religious victory. You have people behind me saying that this is undermining the separation of church and state that was set in motion by our founding fathers. You have other people who see this as a race issue, saying that people who could be shut out of abortion access now are disproportionately people of color, people living in rural areas of the country, particularly in red states. It also cuts across economic lines. People saying that people who now have means can travel to another state where abortion is legal, but people without means won't be able to. It really cuts across every facet of American identity, and we're seeing that on display here today as the crowd gets more tense, and we've seen a lot of conflicts of both sides have faced off against one another, Aaron.
All right, Julia Ainsley for us outside the Supreme Court there on Capitol Hill in Washington. Julia, thank you. Joining me now is Melissa Fowler. She is the Chief Program Officer of the National Abortion Federation, which is the professional association of abortion providers. What's happening inside your offices today? I'm wondering, what kind of activities have you all been undertaking? What kind of calls have you been getting?
Sure. So we're absolutely devastated. This is a heartbreaking day, not just for abortion providers and advocates, but for everyone in this country who has or will ever need to access abortion care. And even though we've been preparing for this, it's still incredibly sad and hard to deal with. We've been reaching out to members across the country who are facing a lot of different things. Some people are dealing with the reality that they have to start turning patients away and think about closing. Some people are trying to think about scaling up services, and they're expecting to see more patients. We run a national toll-free hotline, and we're hearing from people who are concerned about how they will access care, how they will afford care, how they will make the trip to another state. And, you know, it's important for people to realize that despite this ruling, abortion is still available. It's still legal in many states, and there are resources for people who want to access that care, and people like the National Abortion Federation who can help them do so.
And I would imagine that messaging is part of the preparation that your organization has been doing, knowing that this ruling was coming. Can you walk us through a little bit of that, the preparations that you've undertaken so far?
Sure. So, in some ways, we got sort of dress rehearsal for this with the Texas ban last year.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, we saw a dramatic increase in callers from Texas who needed more assistance, who needed to travel out of state, and we've been able to help them either access care quickly or book their travel and fund their expenses to be able to go to another state. So we saw what that looks like with just one state. And so we've been preparing, we've been increasing our staffing. We've been trying to raise more funding for patient assistance because we know the need is going to be so much greater because swaths of the country are going to lose access. And sadly, it is going to depend on where you live and how much money you have, whether you can access the healthcare you need. So we've been preparing for this. We've been trying to make sure that we're supporting our members, those who are going to stay open, those who are going to pivot and provide other services, and unfortunately, those who will have to close or think about other options.
All right, Melissa Fowler, we appreciate you making some time for us today and being on with us. Thank you. Now, as we mentioned earlier, about half of U.S. states are certain or likely to ban abortions within their borders. One state that just did is Arkansas. The state's attorney general just certified the trigger law there, outlawing abortion in Arkansas.
This decision essentially puts our pro-life laws in place and allows Arkansas to ban abortion, with the only exception being to save the life of a mother.
Now, many people in other states are celebrating today's Supreme Court ruling as well. I want to bring in Rebecca Parma now. She is a senior legislative associate for Texas Right to Life. Rebecca, we appreciate you being here today. How are members of your organization reacting to today's decision?
Yeah, thanks for having me. And we're celebrating. This is something that the pro-life movement and Texas Right to Life have been working toward for nearly 50 years. And it's a historic day and one that we're certainly celebrating, even as we acknowledge there's still more work to do.
The ruling today virtually eliminates abortion access in Texas. For women in that state who would have sought an abortion and now can't have one there, what resources are there available to help them outside of getting an abortion?
Yeah, absolutely. We have the Alternatives to Abortion program here in Texas. It's been around for about 20 years. The legislature funds this program at $100 million for the next 2 years. And this program comes alongside women who are pregnant and are unsure about if they can keep their pregnancy because of financial concerns or educational concerns, anything like that, and encourages them to choose life, and also walks alongside them for up to 3 years after the birth of their child, providing them with social services like diapers and formula, and then counseling and parenting classes and job skills training so that they choose life and continue to thrive even after the birth of their child.
All right, Rebecca Parma, we appreciate you being on with us today and explaining that for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong is joining us now from Capitol Hill. Scott, new reaction from lawmakers coming in there by the minute, I understand. The House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, made some additional comments as she walked off the House floor today. Walk us through that. What does she have to say?
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, Speaker Pelosi taking aim at Justice Clarence Thomas, who essentially not only joined the majority opinion overturning Roe v. Wade, but said he sees this now as a new precedent that would allow the courts to re-examine very significant landmark cases that have already been decided, things looking at the legality of contraception, of gay rights, things like that. That has shocked a number of Democrats up on Capitol Hill and across the country, including Speaker Pelosi. Garrett Hake, our colleague, caught up with Speaker Pelosi as she was coming off the floor. Let's hear exactly what she had to say.
Given the comments from Justice Thomas's dissent, especially about other steps the court might take, are there things you think the House can do to get ahead of any of those possibilities?
For 30 years or more, I have been telling people that the termination of pregnancy is just the front game for this. They're after the whole reproductive health issue. They're against contraception, family planning, in vitro fertilization, all of it. And they make no bones about it. They'll say, if I against all of that. So this is nothing new to us. What he said was an admission of fact. And in fact, beware of what they would do if they ever won the Congressman. They would try to criminalize all of it. All of it. So this is brutal what they're doing. But after you give Clarence to Thomas, okay? He told the truth, which the others are trying to hide.
And so you heard from Speaker Pelosi there. I caught up with her in her press conference earlier today and asked her specifically for millions of Americans who woke up today now feeling helpless, that they don't know what to do after this Supreme Court decision that they vehemently disagree with. What should folks be doing? Speaker Pelosi talked about the day after Donald Trump was sworn in as president. She said millions of Americans, of women specifically, took to the streets in peaceful protest. She thought, something like that should happen again. 150 Democrats did just that, walking across the street to the Supreme Court and let their voices be heard, in protest against this Supreme Court decision.
At the same time, Scott, we did hear from two senators in some pretty strong words who are now saying that they felt like they were misled by members of the Supreme Court. Can you explain some of what we heard today from them?
Yeah, absolutely. Senators, as you know, conduct the confirmation hearings for Supreme Court justices. And if you'll recall, in some of these hearings for Brett Kavanaugh and Neil Gorsuch, the questions were asked specifically and repeatedly, is Roe v. Wade, do you believe it is precedent? And the answer time and again was yes, that is the precedent, that is the law. It was upheld in subsequent cases. Those justices were under oath at that time during those confirmation hearings. And so this has really upset and frustrated a number of the senators who were some of those who met with those justices during those confirmation hearings, who were some of the individuals who specifically asked those questions of those justices. They feel they have been misled. Let's hear a little bit more from some of those senators, including Senator Manchin and Senator Susan Collins, the Republican from Maine.
I think we actually have a graphic we can put up on the screen that's showing some of what we heard from Senator Manchin here, Scott.
Okay, let's hear from Manchin. Manchin says, I trusted Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh when they testified under oath that they also believed Roe v. Wade was settled legal precedent, and I am alarmed they chose to reject the stability the ruling has provided for 2 generations of Americans. Susan Collins says this decision is inconsistent with what Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh said in their testimony and their meetings with me, where they both were insistent on the importance of supporting long-standing precedents that the country has relied upon. And so you're hearing just a little bit of frustration from those 2 senators, others who feel exactly the same way. We will probably be hearing from a wider group of senators in the days to come.
And Scott, I do want to ask while I have you about this other breaking story today, the House passing that landmark gun legislation that was approved by the Senate yesterday. Speaker Pelosi a few moments ago held a ceremony for the passage of that bill. Walk us through this. What happens next here?
Well, as you know, this passed the United States Senate last night. Lawmakers were in a hurry to get that passed in the House of Representatives today because lawmakers are now departing on a 2-week recess for the July 4th holiday. And so what happens now is it goes to President Biden's desk for his signature. The president has vowed to sign it. This is the most significant gun legislation in about 3 decades, in a generation. Some of the highlights very quickly: it expands child and family mental health services, strengthens background checks for buyers under age 21, and closes the boyfriend loophole, among a number of other things. Now, Chris Murphy, one of the chief negotiators, the Democratic negotiator, told reporters that, look, this is just the first step in what he hopes will be additional gun measures to prevent, events like Uvalde, Texas, and the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York. But, the big question remains, will Republicans continue to stay at the table with Democrats in negotiating additional gun measures, or do they feel like this is enough, especially since they're feeling pressure from their right flanks and gun rights groups like the NRA?
All right, Scott Wong for us on Capitol Hill today. Scott, we appreciate you reporting on this. Thank you. I want to turn to NBC News correspondent Cal Perry now. He's in St. Louis, Missouri for us today. Cal, we know that Missouri is one of those 13 states with a trigger law in place. I think we have a map we can put up on the screen so folks can see all of those states now. Abortion is going to be banned in these places now that Roe is overturned. The Attorney General there in Missouri made that state's abortion ban official a little while ago. Help us understand that. What is he saying?
So, yeah, abortion became illegal here in the state of Missouri about 10 minutes after that Supreme Court ruling today. It was made possible because the state passed a law in 2019, as you put it, this trigger law, which basically says once the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, if it should overturn Roe v. Wade, that trigger law would immediately come into effect. The only thing that would prevent it from going into effect is if the governor or the attorney general or the state legislator didn't make a proclamation. But as you sort of put out, the attorney general made that proclamation. He signed it, making abortion officially illegal in this state. It is now a Class B felony to provide somebody with an abortion. That is, it is the medical provider who is really targeted by the law. 5 to 15 years in prison. Now, the location where I am is an important one because it is the only location in the entire state of Missouri where it was possible to get an abortion before this ruling. It is the Planned Parenthood here in St. Louis, and this Planned Parenthood sent a letter just shortly after the Attorney General signed that proclamation, letting the state health department know that they were ceasing providing this procedure. It is the first time in 50 years that they have had to do so. So for women who are in this state who want to get an abortion, they're going to have to go out of state. Illinois, you can still do that. The governor there saying that that right will be protected. Overhanging all of this, Aaron, is a very conservative state legislature, a conservative governor, a conservative attorney general. So you have, I think, a real fear amongst women and amongst groups like Planned Parenthood that this is just the first step in many that will curtail freedoms for women, as they would put it. Okay. Things like birth control, they worry, could be next on the docket, Aaron.
So, Cal, is that it then for Planned Parenthood in Missouri? Is there a next step for them to try to help women in Missouri?
So it's not it for Planned Parenthood in Missouri. Certainly Planned Parenthood would say they're going to continue to provide health care and reproductive health care to women in this state. But it is increasingly difficult, they would say, to do so because you continue to have restrictions put on the work that they can do by the state's legislature. And again, I'm saying it the way I'm saying it because it's nothing new here in the state of Missouri, right? The trigger law was in place 3 years before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. So Planned Parenthood is constantly, they would say, battling the state to provide reproductive health care for women. And again, that is what this is about, they would say nationally, and they did so. In their sort of national statement, they said, well, they're not surprised. It is still very much shocking, and I think that's true for Planned Parenthood across the country, and certainly it's true for women here in the state of Missouri, Aaron.
Cal Perry for us in St. Louis today. Cal, thank you. We appreciate it. Now, as we focus on the U.S. right now, we also want to turn some attention overseas. An American couple vacationing in Malta is now facing the unthinkable. Andrea Prudente, seen here in a hospital in Malta, is suffering a miscarriage. Doctors say there is no way to save her baby, but she cannot get an abortion because abortions are illegal in Malta. Continuing the pregnancy could kill her. Today's show reporter Danielle Campoamor is following this story for us and joining us now. Danielle, this woman was 16 weeks pregnant, had a healthy pregnancy up until she suffered a miscarriage. What are you hearing from her? What did she say happened?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. So, as you said, she was 16 weeks pregnant. This was a very wanted pregnancy. Her and her partner, Jay, were so thrilled to learn that they were actually going to have a baby girl. They took a baby moon to Malta to just spend some quality time together before their daughter was going to come into the world. And then in the middle of the night this Sunday, she woke up to intense pain and in a pool of blood and realized that she there was some type of medical emergency happening. They rushed to the nearest hospital. After 2 days of various treatments and observations, they were told that there was no way that the pregnancy was viable, that their baby girl was not going to make it, that she was slowly dying, and she was in the middle of miscarrying, but her body hadn't been able to actually expel the pregnancy. Her placenta had detached, that she had no amniotic fluid whatsoever. This is not a viable pregnancy, but as you mentioned, because the laws in Malta are some of the most extreme in the world, abortion is outlawed entirely. For any reason, you have to be actively dying for a doctor there to help you and assist you in that way. They were denied care, and they were told basically you can either stay here, hope that the pregnancy will pass, although they were told that was very unlikely, and they would have to risk either her dying from sepsis, a very severe infection, or bleeding out to death, or they could find a way to leave the country, which is what they did last night. I spoke to them again this morning. They are finally safe in Spain after taking an ambulatory flight from Malta to there, and she's awaiting care there. But this is one OBGYN in Malta told me that this is what Americans should expect to happen now that Roe has fallen.
All right, Danielle Campoamor, we appreciate you bringing that story to light. Obviously, a very difficult situation for that couple to have to deal with and to have to go through. And as you indicated, something that we could see happening more as time goes by here in the U.S. We appreciate your reporting on that, Danielle. Thank you. Joining me now is Bernarda Villalona. She is a criminal defense attorney and a former prosecutor. Bernarda, Louisiana's governor signed a bill this week that could send abortion providers to jail for up to 10 years, even if prosecutors fail to prove that an abortion took place. What are the consequences for people who are simply investigated?
So this is going to be a huge problem for Louisiana as well as the other states that have banned abortion, because now we're talking about prosecutions that can lead to searching of your phone, searching of your health records, searching of doctors. We're talking about so many things that can happen, impinging on the right to privacy, which is exactly what Roe versus Wade stood for.
You know, the dissenting justices wrote that individual biases, not the rule of law, have taken over the court. What's your take on that assessment?
So if we're talking about individual biases that have taken over the court, but that is exactly what this decision was, individual biases, because they chose to completely deny the precedent that was set forth in Roe versus Wade, a case that I was born into with having that right. So the judges have now become politicized with this type of decision that they rendered today that dealt a huge blow to women's reproductive rights and the right to choose.
You know, there's an attorney for the Center for Reproductive Rights who predicts that legal chaos is going to happen in the aftermath of this decision. What's your take on that? What sort of challenges do you think states face now?
I call it's going to be a legal civil war amongst the states, because all the states, every state is going to have a different way of how they look at abortions, how they prosecute abortions, what they allow in terms of abortions. So you're talking about people jumping from state to state, depending on what the desire is going to be. The question will be, can one state tell me I can't do something in another state and then come back to my state where I actually live? So I think all of this is going to be litigated in the courts, and we're going to see all of this play out right before our eyes.
Today is not the last day, it seems, on this topic at all. Bernarda Villalona, we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin now for more on today's Supreme Court ruling on abortion rights. She's at the Capitol for us. Julie, I know you spoke to a mother and daughter who both had abortions, decades apart, obviously, one before Roe, the other during Roe. What did they tell you about their experiences?
Yeah, Aaron, I sat down with Sammy Detzer, who had the unique experience of getting to talk openly with her mom about their abortion experiences. But Sammy told me that if her mom were alive today, she could have never imagined a future without Roe.
I was 19 or 20 when I had an abortion.
And I was 25 when I had an abortion.
Patty Detzer had an abortion 5 years before the Supreme Court's landmark ruling, legally protecting a woman's right to choose.
They told me to get an abortion, I had to have a legal abortion, I had to see 3 shrinks. I do remember by the time I was finished with that, I felt like I really am crazy.
Her daughter, Sammy, found out she was pregnant in 2015. A year later, the two of them interviewed each other on a local radio show.
So I went and I bought a pregnancy test before work one morning, and this one came out positive.
The two women's experiences could not have been any more different, 47 years apart.
It took them a really long time. So by the time they got to me, I was 5 months pregnant.
I called my best friend, and after I hung up the phone with her, I called Planned Parenthood and immediately made an appointment for an abortion.
How fast was that whole process for you? like 5 minutes. It was so fast.
Patty was dealing with substance abuse. It was her first time away from home. She could barely take care of herself. She wondered, how could she raise a child?
She would have had to make a lot of sacrifices. At that point, she hadn't finished school.
After the abortion, Patty got her life on track, receiving a master's degree in ceramics, becoming an artist, and going on to have 3 beautiful children.
It took her 5 months and it took me 5 minutes. And both of us knew from the moment we found out we were pregnant that what we needed, what we wanted to do, and I was just born in a much luckier time.
Having access to a safe and effective abortion process didn't make it emotionally easier for Sammy.
We've created this shroud of shame, this perception that it is unacceptable.
Patty's openness with her daughter about her own abortion helped Sammy feel confident about her decision. She quickly started sharing her abortion story with others.
I didn't believe that 1 in 3, 1 in 4 people has an abortion. That seemed like a way too high to me because I felt like my mom was the only person I knew.
Right. But at first, Sammy thought about keeping it a secret.
I just didn't feel ready to tell you. I remember I had a thought in my mind, like, maybe I'll just never tell her. Maybe I'll never tell anyone.
I never told my parents. They were already having a hard enough time with me.
Patty tragically passed away in 2018.
What do you think your mom would say if she was here today and Roe was being overturned? She would be so angry. She would be so frustrated and so defeated. I know for a fact that she too would have, as I did, think about my 2-year-old niece and how devastating it is that she is growing up in a world where rights are actively being taken away from people.
Aaron, this idea that women today in America will have less rights than their mothers did is one we've heard echoed throughout these halls of Congress all day today, from Speaker Pelosi to Senator Sherrod Brown, who told me that he can imagine a reality in which his daughter and granddaughter have less rights than his wife did.
All right, Julie Sirkin for us on Capitol Hill today. Julie, thank you. Here with me in the studio, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and news reporter Chloe Atkins. And I want to give you guys a final thought here as we wrap up this hour of coverage. Chloe, I'll start with you. The big takeaway, what you want folks who are listening to this story to really sort of zero in on as we head into the weekend.
That's right, Aaron. I really want viewers to take away that abortion is now largely inaccessible in half of this country. And that means that low-income women of color located in large swaths of the South and Midwest will have a very difficult time accessing abortion out of state. So that will leave them with one of 2 options. They will be forced to carry unwanted pregnancy to term, which will put them in very precarious situations as it relates to their health, their financial stability, that will not only affect them, but the child that is born out of that unwanted pregnancy, the children that they already have, their family, and their community. The other option, too, is to self-manage their own abortion. And like we talked about at the top of this hour, self-managing one's abortion looks very different than it did in a pre-Roe v. Wade world. Mm-hmm. We have seen an advancement in science and in medication. Women, we are seeing them now, not just since Texas banned abortion at 6 weeks with SB 8 back in September 2021, but just, over the years, self-managing their own abortion using medication by buying it online or getting it through trusted community members.
Danny, where does this go legally from here? One would think that once the Supreme Court has said what it's said, that's the end of the road. But I would imagine there are lawyers right now who are looking at what comes next.
The next two fronts are essentially state laws, state constitutions. To what degree do state constitutions protect a right to an abortion in each of the several states? And to what degree can states outlaw extraterritorial abortions, where residents travel out of state in order to obtain an abortion? Those are the next places this goes.
All right, we'll be watching that. Danny Ceballos, Chloe Atkins, we appreciate you both being a part of our coverage these last 3 hours. And of course, thank you for being with us here on NBC News Now. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Breaking news coverage continues with Chuck Todd on Meet the Press Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd in Washington on what is an historic day and a perilous moment in American politics. This is the scene right now. This is the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court as both pro-choice demonstrators and pro-life demonstrators continue to gather after the court's expected but still no less dramatic ruling overturning 50 years of precedent, eliminating the constitutional right to an abortion. We heard the president this afternoon urge demonstrations across the country to remain peaceful. The ruling is one for the history books, and it sets in motion an avalanche of legal, medical, political, and cultural fallout at a time when you have to ask yourself if this country can handle yet another divisive issue. 13 states with trigger laws on the books are going to be banning abortions immediately or within a very short period of time. Oklahoma's Attorney General, for example, announced this afternoon that his state will now prohibit abortions on demand. In the coming weeks, it's expected that roughly half of the states in this country will make the procedure illegal, even in instances of rape or incest. Not in every one of those cases, but in some of them. This is the first time ever that a Supreme Court has granted a widely recognized right and then taken it away. What that means for other court precedents, upholding the right to same-sex marriage, contraception use, and beyond, boy, is that a major question mark. Anything that was tied to the so-called right to privacy. Then there's the political fallout. We're just months away from the midterms. Clearly, that's on the president's mind as he looks to energize his base and avoid losing control of Congress in November. Here was some of his reaction this afternoon.
This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot.
And moments ago, Vice President Harris addressed the ruling while traveling in Chicago, echoing the president's comments and urging supporters to use the ballot box as a tool to combat the court's ruling. The bottom line, actually, though, is the Supreme Court said that abortion rights now have to be decided at the ballot box. They didn't say it that explicitly, but when you do what you did, it now means it is an election issue all the time, not just this one. I'm joined now by my NBC News colleagues for reaction here at the Supreme Court and from states around the country facing new restrictions. Justice correspondent Pete Williams is here to give us the legal breakdown. Julia Ainsley's outside of the Supreme Court. Kathy Park in Jackson, Mississippi, right near the clinic that brought this case. Dasha Burns is in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and Josh Letterman is at the White House. Pete, let me start with you, and let's break down the rulings here, because you have Alito's ruling, you have the Thomas concurring, and Kavanaugh concurring. You have Roberts' own version of this. And I guess what is operational and what isn't? I know what Alito wrote is operational, but then Kavanaugh wrote something about what this does and how operational is that. So just, I'd like to break down each one of these concurring opinions, not just Alito, but start with Alito.
Okay, remember how this case came to the Supreme Court. It was a challenge based on Mississippi's law that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. So the court granted the case limited to one question: can states ban abortion before the age of fetal viability? That was the question before the court, and the court today said the answer to that is yes. That vote was 6-3, with Chief Justice Roberts joining with the other conservatives. On the question of overturning Roe versus Wade, the vote was 5-4. Roberts said we don't need to go that far to answer that question about viability. Now, of course, once you take away the viability benchmark, saying that courts can ban abortion before the age of viability, then you're on a sliding scale that eventually gets rid of Roe v. Wade anyway. But he said the court went too fast in overturning Roe now. So those are the two holdings. The Mississippi law is upheld. Roe and all the follow-on cases over 50 years sustaining the abortion right are now overturned. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, in a concurring opinion, now, normally speaking, a concurrence would be just his own opinion. But because the Roe case is 5-4, if he had peeled away, that would only be 4, it wouldn't be a majority. So what he says in his concurrence is controlling. He says, in his view, a state cannot ban someone in a state where abortion becomes illegal, can't ban that person or make it a crime for them to go to a state where abortion is legal in order to get the procedure. So that is also a holding of the Supreme Court today. Now, the other question that you got to gets to what the court said about why it's ruling this way. Justice Alito wrote the draft opinion that leaked in February. This opinion today tracks it very closely. He says you can't find the right to abortion in the Constitution. And so to find out whether it's a substantive due process right from the 14th Amendment, the test is it something that is deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions and is essential to a concept of ordered liberty, and that by that test, he says, Roe flunks the test because abortion was illegal at the time of the founding and at the time the 14th Amendment was adopted in most of the states. So he says abortion is different. Abortion is the reason that the ruling, he says twice, the ruling is only about the abortion right and not about other precedents like interracial marriage, same-sex marriage, the right to refuse medical treatment, the right to choose how your children get educated, and so forth. He said none of those are at risk here. This decision, he says, doesn't involve them at all because abortion is different. There's a moral aspect to it because there's a potential life involved, and that's why abortion is different. Justice Clarence Thomas says, well, maybe we should look at those other decisions that derive from that 14th Amendment analysis and that so-called right to privacy, including the contraceptive, same-sex marriage, intimate sexual relations, and so forth. I would point out that it certainly does, the logic of Alito's ruling and what he says about it are to some extent in tension. And this is what the dissent says. It says this is hypocritical to say, well, here's the test. Is it deeply rooted in the history? But on the other hand, don't worry about these because we promise we won't touch them. The dissenters say, you know, you can't have it both ways. I will say about same-sex marriage, there is one difference in that ruling because you can also read the same-sex marriage ruling as saying that it's based on equal protection, that a man can marry, until the decision was made, a man could marry a woman but not a man, and the Supreme Court said that's part of the problem with the laws against same-sex marriage.
All right, I got one quick follow-up, and I know we have a lot of folks, but which is this, Pete. You said Brett Kavanaugh's concurring opinion was controlling. It has to do with going out of state to get an abortion procedure. Does that protection apply to the medical personnel that give that advice to that person that decides to cross state lines if they're practicing medicine in a state that bans abortion?
Yeah, unclear, I think. And, of course, this is what Attorney General Merrick Garland said today in his statement, that not only should the right to travel be recognized, but this right to give advice and advise patients should also be recognized.
Joy Ainsley, I guess now the question is, what you're outside there, you're hearing this. What are you hearing left and right on this? How celebratory on the right? Is this the end or the end of the beginning for the pro-life movement? And what kind of actions are folks on the abortion rights side of the aisle asking for going forward?
Chuck, it's a little hard to hear you out here, but I'm going to tell you what I'm hearing from the people on the ground here. I mean, if you need to see how divisive this issue and this decision is in this country, look no farther than the crowd I'm standing in. We just saw a pro-life demonstrator, an anti-abortion demonstrator, jump the fence here. He was escorted out by police and booed by the crowd. You have people to my left with pictures of babies saying, "Don't tread on me." You have people here obviously leading anti pro-abortion access rallies, very upset about the decision today. We've seen people square off in each other's faces. We've seen more security come. The crowd gets thicker, and it's expected to continue like this overnight because of this opinion as more and more people get the news of it and come into this rally here. We've got people coming through. It's quite busy here. I do want you to listen to some of the things that people told me today. And we first heard from people who were very upset about this decision. Let's first hear from those people who are pro-abortion access. Here's what they had to say.
I was in the middle of praying when we found out the decision was made, and I'm overjoyed right now. There's honestly no words that can describe the way that I feel right now. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I know other people have been waiting for this longer than I have.
I'm excited, but we all, as if you can see the celebration, but we all know this is not where the work ends. This is where it begins, because from anyone you can ask, this is what we'll be working for the rest of our lives, to make abortion illegal, unthinkable, and unnecessary.
So, for example, for me personally, I'm adopted. So knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard to see. Like, I was lucky, and I have a wonderful mother. This is insane. It feels like a betrayal. It feels like my country doesn't love me and appreciate my body as a woman.
To see us going back to knitting needles and the whole thing, I'm stunned. I don't understand.
So, and actually, Chuck, I should add that the leader of this rally over here just now said that she wants to lead the pro-abortion access group to Justice Thomas's house. They also started chanting right now about Ginny Thomas, the wife of Justice Thomas, calling her an insurrectionist, obviously because of some of the details that have recently come out during the January 6th hearings about her role in the election. Now she wants to lead a crowd to the justice's house. This, of course, is the very reason why there is increased security not only here but at justices' residences. Of course, following what we know to be someone who wanted to threaten Brett Kavanaugh, Justice Kavanaugh, just a few days ago. So the mood here is high. We'll see if these people do leave here now and, in fact, go to Justice Thomas's house. But it's not unthinkable to think that a lot of people here would have the addresses of justices and want to bring this issue directly to their doorsteps, hopefully in a peaceful protest. But, you know, it's something we have to watch, especially as this crowd grows more tense with so much emotion on the line.
It's a terrible look for the Supreme Court that they refuse to go in person to present these cases here. I think it only adds to the frustration, adds to the idea that nobody knows quite what's going on. Julie Ainsley in front of the Supreme Court. I want to go to a couple of states with some immediate fallout before we get to the White House. Let's go down to Mississippi. That's where we have Kathy Park standing by. It was this clinic that brought this case. What's the future of this clinic? And where do women who need access to abortion go now?
So, Chuck, we are actually just a few miles from that clinic. And as you mentioned, this is the last remaining clinic here in the state of Mississippi. And leading up to this point, the state has been very restrictive when it comes to abortion rights. So because this is a trigger law state here in the state of Mississippi, there is a 10-day window. Essentially, the Attorney General will need to certify this decision that came down by the Supreme Court. And Lynn Finn, she tweeted out earlier today, shortly after that decision came out, and she called this a victory. So following that rhetoric, it's likely that it will be official any day now. But going back to that clinic, right now we should be hearing momentarily from organizers with that clinic. And we spoke with them shortly after that leak came out in May. And they said they were disappointed that the Supreme Court even took this case. So we can understandably hear the disappointment, the anger. But they also said that they're not surprised that this announcement would be handed down today. But looking ahead, what happens next? Because I mentioned this is a trigger law state, and after that 10-day window, window comes to an end, that clinic will ultimately close. And they have been working behind the scenes to open up another clinic, this one in New Mexico. But also they've been trying to get supporters, raise money to help these women receive abortions legally and safely. But Chuck, it's going to be hours away, the closest clinic being in Illinois. So the drive time will be anywhere between 7 hours to 22 hours. And of course, you know, you've been hearing the headlines that this will disproportionately impact women of color, poor women who don't necessarily have the resources and the time to take off from work to access these services. So that is a big question looking ahead beyond that 10-day window. I also asked folks here on the ground, how will they enforce this? And that also is a big question. How will they prosecute this if people do happen to get these abortions kind of underground? Chuck?
Kathy Park in Mississippi, and as she pointed out, we're about to hear a little more detail on what's the future of that clinic in Mississippi, and we may get back to you on that, Kathy. Let's go to Michigan. Michigan is another place where politically this could become ground zero. They have a law on the books that bans abortion immediately, total ban on abortion that goes back to 1931. There is an injunction against it, so it is unclear what happens next. Dasha, you've been there all day talking with folks. Do you have a better idea of what is next in Michigan and what it, you know, in 3 weeks, if someone's needs access to abortion, what's going to happen?
So, Chuck, there are still a lot of questions. The governor has filed a lawsuit to invalidate that 1931 law that bans abortion with no exceptions. The state's Republican legislature, though, has filed to defend that law. So they are for this anti-abortion 1931 law. What happens next? We don't know exactly the timeline for how long this injunction will last. Right now, abortion is still legal. Providers can continue to do what they've been doing. How long can they do that? That's the question mark. The governor just today did ask the court to expedite this case, so hopefully we will get an answer soon. But as I was speaking with Attorney General Dana Nessel today, she held a press briefing. She was talking about how we saw today that court rulings that people expect to last don't necessarily last. They can be overturned. So what folks are looking towards now is this ballot proposal for November. Abortion rights groups are working to get enough signatures. They need over just about 425,000 signatures by July 11th to get that ballot proposal in place for November. That would enshrine abortion rights in Michigan's state constitution. So leadership right now that is working to protect abortion rights say that's actually probably the best and most powerful avenue to make sure that abortion rights are protected beyond this administration, because of course we've got an election coming up in November. This is absolutely going to be front and center, but then there's an election after that, an election after that, and who knows who will be in power then. So the goal for this administration right now, for the governor, for the AG, is to put protections in place that will outlast their tenure, Chuck.
And then there's this, what can you tell me about this referendum that's on the ballot? Is that definitely going to be on the ballot in November or not?
Well, that's what we're waiting to find out, Chuck. This is the next few weeks are going to be critical for people sort of battling on both sides of this issue. This is what's complicated, right? This happens in Washington, and then there's a trickle effect for states and voters in these states who are really unsure what's going to happen next. I had a woman walk up to me, Virginia DeHaan. She came up to me in tears. She was 18 years old when Roe fell, and she's trying to grapple with the decision in D.C. and what it's going to mean for her in this state, which is really still unclear. The leadership here, both the governor and the attorney general, say the situation is dire, but still hopeful. But that's not a clear-cut answer here, Chuck.
Dasha Burns in Michigan, where I promise you folks, abortion, the issue of abortion will be front and center in that governor's race because of all of this uncertainty of the state law. Dasha Burns, thank you. Now let's go to the White House. Josh Letterman. President Biden came out. He made in many ways try to use this as a little bit of a rallying cry for the midterms, basically saying, look, there's limitations on what can get done. You're going to need to elect more senators, more members of Congress who support a right to abortion access. So there's been some talk of declaring a public health emergency. That's about the one, it seems, concrete thing this administration could do. Can you explain what the thinking is and whether they're going to pursue this?
Well, that is an idea, Chuck, that has mostly come from progressive groups and some Democratic lawmakers, not one that we have heard at all being floated by members of the administration. But the basic idea would be that you're going to have a handful of states that obviously are going to become safe havens for abortion, where if you're someone in a state that is not going to have legal abortion anymore, you're going to have all of those people flocking and potentially overwhelming the healthcare systems and the limited abortion clinics that exist in states where abortion will continue to remain legal. So the idea is that one of the things that declaring a national public health emergency could do would allow the federal government to direct more resources to places that are going to bear the brunt of all of those people seeking abortions going to those specific states. But really the ideas that we have heard the White House talking about and saying are the most fruitful ways for them to move forward on this issue have to do more with protecting and enforcing existing laws, making sure that the Justice Department, for example, is not allowing people to infringe on the ability for someone to go from one state to another of their own free will to seek an abortion. Likewise, making sure that states cannot simply decide to throw out the science of the FDA, which has determined that certain medical abortion pills are both safe and effective. And so the president trying to focus attention in his remarks today on what his administration can and will do, while acknowledging that it is very limited, just like we've talked on gun control and everything else about how there's so little the president can do without Congress. That is the case here as well. President Biden being very open about the fact that he cannot sign some executive order and simply restore a right that the Supreme Court took away today. And that is why the president making this explicit political call to action, telling people if you want this to change, today does not have to be the final decision, but you have to go and vote for lawmakers who are going to vote themselves to restore rights for abortion across the country.
Yeah, no, I think we are headed for what's been a growing, sort of in some ways, new tradition here. The more divided we are, the higher election turnout can get. And we may be headed for something like that with these midterms. Josh Letterman at the White House, thank you. Before that, Pete Williams, Joy Ainsley, Kathy Park, and Dasha Burns helping us get all aspects of this story. Coming up, some Democratic-led states prepare for a post-Roe reality. The governor of Illinois is surrounded by a lot of states that are going to be banning abortion. How are they preparing for that? And then I'll be speaking with Michigan's Attorney General as we go deeper into the discussion I had with Dasha Burns about what is the future of abortion access in the state of Michigan, where right now it could end up being a total and complete ban. We'll have much more on the fallout from today's groundbreaking Supreme Court decision. What happens next? Where are we headed as a country? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. Today's Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe v. Wade gives state leaders the power to determine whether abortion will be allowed in their states, with what kinds of restrictions, and whether to enforce laws on the books. Ruling could shake up races for governor, attorneys general, and other statewide and local offices this November. And while some states are expected to enact more restrictions, there are states that currently protect abortion rights, and they are now preparing for an influx of out-of-state residents seeking abortions. Joined now by two Democratic officials that are trying to protect abortion rights in their states. One is the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, who has already announced a plan to call a special legislative session in order to strengthen the state's abortion protections. And I'll be speaking with, after the governor, Michigan's Attorney General Dana Nessel, who says she will not enforce the 1931 Michigan ban. The question is, what happens if others decide to do it? We'll get a lot more, hopefully, answers to those questions as well. But let me start with you, Governor Pritzker. Let's start with what it is that you believe the state of Illinois needs to do to add protections. Is this about enshrining it in the state constitution? What is it that you're seeking the legislature to do?
So the first thing I can tell you is that we got rid of our trigger laws a few years ago. We have terrific women legislators in Illinois who led the fight, and I've been their ally in that. We also passed the Reproductive Health Act back in 2019 when I first became governor. We have more that we need to do. First of all, we have enshrined into law in Illinois that women have their reproductive rights guaranteed, but we're seeing tens of thousands potentially of women coming from states all around us. Nearly everyone has a trigger law, and today it's illegal in their states. So we expect that more than the 10,000 we saw last year coming from states around us and all the way to Texas, we will see 20,000 or potentially 30,000 because people do need to exercise those rights. So we're going to need to expand capacity in our state. We're going to need to make sure that we have the healthcare personnel that are necessary to perform these procedures and to guarantee that medical abortion is available.
Yeah, I want to put up you talked about the different out of states. You guys have tracked this by state, and this is in 2020. It was Missouri where you had the most people going across state lines, and you only had a trickle from Wisconsin and Michigan. Obviously, those are two places where we could have trigger laws. So you're at 20,000 now. What's your expectation, double or triple, that you have to prepare for?
Well, we're going to prepare for as many as we need to. And again, capacity means personnel and it means space. We have more than 90 clinics across the state. Some are right on the borders and prepared to take the influx. Some need more capacity. Chicago, of course, butts up against Indiana, where they're about to pass laws to make abortion illegal entirely. We have a lot to do here to make sure that we're protecting the women in our state, but we've done a lot in that regard. But now it's about making sure that we're protecting rights for people all over the country.
There may be some people that come into the state that need access to abortion but can't afford it. Can you afford to pay for this as a state?
There are private organizations and foundations that have helped people do that. We've been supporting the logistics operations for people coming from out of state so they can find a place to stay, they can get a meal if they need one, and get the support that they need to get the procedure that they want. But we're not looking to pay for out-of-state people coming to Illinois to exercise those rights, but we are looking to support the organizations that are providing those, supports, and that includes especially the providers themselves.
Take a step back. Look, you're somebody you're running for re-election. You're a state leader, pretty large state. Who knows? Maybe you decide to run for something higher than that. And I ask the question this way: this country, we're pretty divided right now. We've been divided for a while, but if it's possible to somehow get more divided, get more polarized, and I fear more pugilistic, how do you turn down the temperature when it looks like there's no end to this divisiveness, particularly when you have a very activist, aggressive, conservative movement these days that feels very empowered?
Well, it seems reasonable to me to continue doing what we've always been doing in Illinois, protecting women. There isn't a lot of change that will occur in Illinois for people who live in Illinois because we've protected a woman's right to choose. The change will be that there are people who need to, exercise their rights who are going to come to Illinois and try to do that. So is that an attack on some other state? No. That is simply standing up for what I think are fundamental rights that, that are reasonable for us to fight for.
I guess address, though, what kind of concern do you have about where the country is right now?
I am very concerned that we now have an extremist Supreme Court that seems on the verge of doing much worse than what they've done, which seems awful already. So going after the broad set of rights that are protected by a right to privacy. Imagine if we went back to a day when, in order to get birth control, a woman would have to ask her husband for permission. Or imagine if a young woman who's got a career would like to get birth control but can't because it's outlawed in her state. So these are, I cannot imagine. I'm 57 years old. I could not imagine that we would see rights contracting in our country and not expanding. So I'm deeply concerned. And I do think that, as you point out, I like the word pugilistic. I do think that we're going to start to see an even greater agitation between states, especially when states like Missouri are trying to pass a law that would make it literally a criminal offense to assist somebody from Missouri who might want to come to Illinois to exercise her rights.
Governor J.B. Pritzker, I appreciate you coming on, sharing your views on this highly charged day. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
All right, and let me go to somebody who's got quite a hornet's nest on her hands, the Attorney General of Michigan. You've said, we've talked about this before, you said, look, you are not going to enforce this 1931 ban, but you've also made clear that prosecutors below you could. So what happens next, and in that respect, and what can you do to protect the ability of women to get access to abortion in Michigan?
Well, thanks for having me. Firstly, right now, our very draconian 1931 law that does not allow for exceptions for rape, no exceptions for incest, no exceptions for emergency medical procedures, no exception for the health of the mother. The only very vague exception is to save the life of the mother. And, I think for a lot of doctors, they're not going to be entirely certain what that means, because there's a lot of times where this procedure is required, and there might not be 100% chance that a woman will die, but maybe there's a 50% chance or a 70% chance. Is that enough to not get prosecuted? There's really no way to know. So for me personally, I've said that, as the top law enforcement official in this state, I will not enforce the law. In addition to that, I represent our licensing and regulatory agency with the state, and we're the ones who are in charge of bringing complaints and, defending and representing the Board of Medicine, nursing boards, all the medical providers. And I said, I will not allow the staff from my office to participate in measures to discipline healthcare providers from a licensing perspective because they are performing what yesterday were totally legal procedures in our state. So that's what I can do. I am really, I filed an amicus brief on behalf of the governor before the Michigan Supreme Court in support of her argument. And, I'm encouraging people to vote in November and to make sure that not only are they supporting pro-choice candidates all the way up and down the ballot, but that they are supporting the Reproductive Freedom for All ballot proposal that would codify what were fundamental rights for us under the U.S. Constitution into the Michigan Constitution.
But let me ask you, if a prosecutor below you, a local prosecutor, chooses to enforce the 1931 law, what can you do about that?
I don't feel as though I have the authority to tell a duly elected prosecutor from any county in the state what they can and cannot charge. Only a court can do that. And again, right now we have a preliminary injunction that I believe applies not just to me and my office, but to all prosecutors in this state. But later, in the event that, for instance, the governor's case fails or the Planned Parenthood case fails, I mean, the only thing I can say is that at least in the counties where we have Democrats who are prosecutors who have pledged also not to enforce the law, and then, of course, I won't be enforcing the law, that at least that's some measure of security. But since there's a 6-year statute of limitations and we have term limits in our state, I can't say that that is going to present the kind of protection that I would want if I was either a physician or a medical provider, or if I was a woman seeking an abortion.
Tell me more about the referendum. Is it definitely going to be on the ballot, and this would enshrine it in the Constitution? And I guess could a Republican governor and Republican legislature somehow overturn that?
Yeah, it would be total reproductive rights that would be enshrined in the Constitution, not just abortion, but also birth control, and also things like in vitro fertilization, which now would also be outlawed in Michigan, because, essentially you have an egg and a sperm, you have fertilization, right? Even though it occurs outside the womb, if a fertility clinic was to discard that, I believe that would fit under this 4-year felony in our state. So it would also enshrine that into the Constitution. And the answer to your second question is no legislature or governor could come along later and somehow supersede what would be a provision of our Constitution. It would be a constitutional right in the state of Michigan. It'd be very, very difficult to remove later.
So when you enshrine the right into the Constitution, what specifics are in that right, or does a legislature then have the ability to deal with the specifics, in, for instance, viability and things like that?
So there's a little bit of wiggle room the way that the ballot proposal reads for later term pregnancy, although it does protect, the health of the mother. It also, accounts for cases where you have fetal abnormalities, which, are usually the cause of, late-term abortions. It'd be in that type of situation. But, for the most part, it would provide all the protections that most people in this state would like to see. And it would not allow for the legislature to intervene at that point.
Is it essentially Roe, enshrining Roe, or is it a little, or is it? Do you feel is this amendment actually a little better than Roe?
I'd say it's a little better than Roe.
Okay. Dana Nessel, the Attorney General of Michigan. Like I said, this is something I'm sure you didn't think you were going to be dealing with this even when you ran before. Always was a possibility, but I don't think a lot of us thought this day was going to come.
Chuck, I actually ran a commercial on this when I ran for office in 2018. So I had an entire commercial predicting this and saying that I thought it would happen in my first term if I was to be elected, and that this was my position. So the voters elected me with this information in mind. So I'm just keeping my campaign promise.
You're a bit more prescient and something we should be well aware of. Dana Nessel, thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Meanwhile, for folks on the other side of this issue, pro-life activists, today's Supreme Court ruling is a long-awaited moment of victory following a decades-long effort to overturn Roe. Joining me now is the president of the National Right to Life Committee. It's Carol Tobias. Carol, I really appreciate you coming on. And let me just start with the 50-year campaign, if you will. Is this the end? Is this success, or is this the end of the beginning as far as you're concerned?
Like Winston Churchill said, this is the end of the beginning. It's been a 50-year battle to protect unborn children, but we now have those battles in every state. So we are going to be doing what we can to affect those laws, but we know it's going to be a long, long battle to get where we really want to be, is to protect all unborn children.
Do you want to see this continue to be a state issue, which was a rallying cry for years? Or would you eventually like to see the federal, sort of a federal codification against abortion, a federal ban on abortion?
At this point, step by step, we're going to do what we can in the states. I think everybody is realistic enough to know that doing a federal law is going to be overwhelming. And at that point, it's not going to happen until we get large and general consensus among the population. And, that's obviously not going to happen anytime soon.
Does National Right to Life do you have what you believe should be, should women have access to an abortion at some point during their pregnancy, or are you advocating for a ban at conception?
What is missing from this entire debate and the guests that you had on before me is the fact that there is an unborn child whose life is hanging in the balance with every abortion that is performed, that life ends. So no, we believe that unborn child is a human being that should be protected. If the mother's life is in danger, obviously we are not going to ask her to sacrifice her own life for that of her child. And I know some women who really agonize as they go through that. But we see the unborn child as a human being that is deserving of protection.
So it sounds like, I guess it goes to when does the constitutional rights of the fetus trump the constitutional rights of the woman?
I don't think it has to be a competing right. There are pregnancy centers that are going to help a woman who is going through a difficult time. Many states have come forward with programs to encourage and promote childbirth to help a woman with various needs, whether it is housing or some kind of health checkup from a local nurse. I think the states are realizing that we are going to have to promote childbirth and support the women in a variety of ways. The pro-life movement has been doing that for 50 years, and that's not going to end. We're going to step up those activities because we realize there are more women who are going to be wanting and needing support and care. Is the next step personhood, so-called personhood, which means, we've seen some of those. I think Mississippi was one where there was a high-profile constitutional amendment attempt. Is that something that you expect National Right to Life to be working on in places where you can make that a ballot initiative? Well, National Right to Life actually issued what we would call model legislation last week. And that would be that abortion is not allowed unless the mother's life is in danger. But we do realize that in several states, that's not going to be practical at this time. So there are other exceptions like rape and incest that could be written into the bill. It's a model, and states could look at it and say, we like this part of it, we don't like this part. I really think we're going to see a lot of different bills coming up from the states with a lot of different interests and, I don't want to say exceptions, but some changes. Do you expect this to be back in the Supreme Court? So, for instance, if a state does pass a law that grants rights to the unborn, that sounds like something that would go back to the Supreme Court. Is that something you expect to happen at some point? Oh, I think there is going to be several court battles over the next few years. Some of the states that support abortion are going to try to push the Supreme Court to see if they're really going to stand with what they did today. Pro-life states will pass legislation, and I'm sure groups like Planned Parenthood will come in and try to challenge it. And then we'll just see where the federal courts go. I don't know how many of them will reach the Supreme Court, but I expect court battles for a few more years. And let me ask you about contraception.
And the thing is that there's some things are seen as contraception, and some people see, for instance, an IUD, view that as an abortion. Does National Right to Life have a position on contraception? Do they want to see more limitations on it, or are you an organization that doesn't want to see it touched?
We have no position on contraception, and I know I believe it's being brought up. That is a scare tactic. I do not know of any state that is going to or is even going to try to get rid of contraceptives. I mean, that's a red herring that's being pulled across.
I think Idaho, I do think there's a couple legislatures, from very conservative ones. I think there's already
they're not going after contraceptives.
In Idaho that was certainly I think in being voted on, at least in 1 or 2 states. What you're saying is that is not something your organization is campaigning on.
Not at all. Right. The legislation that we promote specifically requires that the process start with a woman who is known to be pregnant, which pretty much rules out a lot of questions about contraception. But we have no interest in going after that.
Carol Tobias from the National Right to Life. I know this is a pretty big day in the pro-life movement. I appreciate you sharing a few minutes with me.
Sure. Thank you.
You got it. Well, I don't know if there's been a bigger week in American politics here in Washington, D.C. in quite some time. The abortion ruling. Don't forget yesterday, all the news on guns, both from the court and from the Senate. And then there's the January 6 hearings. Where do we even begin to unpack this conversation? I'll have a really smart panel with me to dig into as much of it as we can. You're watching Meet the President.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As I said, This is some week, a day that will go down in history, and it was a pretty big week, the day the Supreme Court ended a constitutional right to abortion. But it's also a week that will go down in history for a number of reasons. For the first time in 30 years, Senate passed a bipartisan bill related to guns. It is now headed to the president's desk because the House also passed it. The same day that a Supreme Court ruling made it easier to carry a gun in public in certain states. And we also heard some stunning testimony in yesterday's January 6th hearing. Former President Trump's Justice Department officials described just how truly close the country came to a constitutional crisis. Individually, each one of these are major moments in politics. Each one has the ability to influence voters on both sides of the aisle. And as we head into the midterms, it's increasingly clear that the 2016 election was one of the most consequential in the history of this country. I know I've got a bunch of history buffs on here, and I'll be curious of where you guys land on that declaration. But we've got Leanne Caldwell, who's, of course, the host of Washington Post Live, anchor and early 202 co-author. Nice to see you. Brad Todd, Republican strategist. Xochitl Hinojosa, former director of communications for the Democratic National Committee. And Katie Brenner, who covers the Department of Justice for the New York Times. We'll get to the historical debate. I'm going 2016, 1876, but some want to put in 1932 as well. But we'll go from there. Where are we going next, Leanne? And I say this more big picture. We are piling a lot of stuff on the American public to sort of digest and deal with.
Yeah, it's been a lot for me to digest and deal with in the last 24, 48 hours. You know, especially as a reporter who covers Congress, the entire past few weeks was focused on the gun issue. And shockingly and surprisingly, the Congress was able to do something. They passed significant gun legislation today through the House of Representatives. It's going to the president's desk. And that is completely overshadowed by another whiplash of something that is dramatically going to have a major impact on the American people. And Senator Collins said in her statement that this really helps to undermine the Supreme Court decision today on Roe, undermines people's faith in the institutions. People are not looking for big swings, big changes. They are looking for maybe things that are incremental. And she says that this is doing damage. And she might be right. Look, it is a concern. I mean, you know, we sometimes punish anybody that tries to go too far one way or the other as an electorate. Katie, you covering justice. I was, you know, you don't always hear this attorney general get as sort of involved in a hot issue like this. He got very involved. What does he think? How much is he planning on getting involved in how states are going to try to decide how to interpret this law?
Sure. So first, taking a step back, this is an issue that Attorney General Garland has thought is a key civil rights issue. He thinks civil rights is going to be, for him, he hopes that it's part of his legacy as Attorney General. And as part of that legacy, he feels that helping to protect the right to an abortion is a top priority. He was heavily involved in the department's argument before the Supreme Court on the Texas abortion law. He's been heavily involved in this. So he has said today that he wants to use every tool that the department has in order to help protect the right to an abortion. Now, as we all know, those tools are very narrow. He's already called on Congress and said the only real way to codify this right is through Congress. So he's asking for that. He's asking for a bipartisan deal, or any deal, but it would have to be bipartisan. For the department, it's protecting states' rights, the states that have already passed laws that codify and protect abortion, and it's being on the lookout for things like curbs on travel across state lines. The department would fight that. Looking at legislation around the use of medication for abortion. Is there a way in which those states' laws bump up against things that the FDA has already approved? You know, that's where the Justice Department would intervene as well.
All right, the political fallout, my initial reaction is this may level the I hate the word, use the word enthusiasm, but that is essentially the election intensity issue. Clearly, Republicans are a lot more interested in this election. Do you think it ends up balancing this out a little bit?
So I do think that turnout will be up in this election. I think Democrats across the board are worried about turnout. They're worried about they're the party in power. When you're in the party in power, you actually have to turn out your base, and your base won't necessarily turn out unless they have something that they're excited about or they're angry about. Well, now people are really angry. People are really scared. People are really worried, and I think that they will turn out. What worries me the most, though, is young people who said, I voted in 2020, I voted for Democrats, I voted for Joe Biden, and this still happened. So what are you telling me to do? You're telling me to fix this by going out to vote again?
You just told me that 2 years ago.
You just told me that 2 years ago, and I turned out. What we need to tell them, and to your point about 2016, Chuck, is that elections not only have consequences, but we are feeling the consequences of the 2016 election now. And we will continue to feel those consequences unless we add more governors in red states, Democratic governors in red states, flip those seats, add more senators, and keep the majority. That's the only way that we get through this. And so my worry is those young voters, and the Democratic Party has to be spending money to talk to them directly and tell them, this is a result of 2016. You did not necessarily, all of you, turn out, right? We weren't motivated to turn out. You turned out in 2020. Let's continue that. That's the only way that we reverse this.
Brad, the agitated are sometimes motivated, and those that are satisfied, okay, I don't have to worry about this anymore. This has been a great get out the vote issue. Does this at all sort of caught the car?
You have the country at a 70% wrong track rating for this administration. Inflation's through the roof. Gas is over $5 a gallon. People are going to show up to vote. But, it's really a good day for the democratic process. For 50 years, abortion's divided our country. We've been divided for every day since 1973. And today the issue goes back to the electorate. The electorate gets to pick through its elected officials which way it wants this abortion policy in its states to go. So we've heard a lot of talk in the last year and a lot of reflection, I think, about what our democracy means. If you are serious that you think that democracy should be controlled by the people through elections, you should be happy today regardless of which side you're on.
I want you guys to dig into something, a thesis that potentially, I think that in a Roe world, abortion was used as a wedge with Democrats. Democrats would debate each other about, all right, what about late-term abortions? And the Republicans would usually be successful on that. In this world, isn't it the Republicans that might be having internal fights about, okay, where do we draw the lines on exceptions? And are you concerned that this is going to sort of divide the party in ways that maybe we haven't thought about right now?
Well, I think, as you won't be surprised at this, but I have a lot of polling in Senate battleground states this year. And we asked them, do you think that states should be able to regulate abortion? In Senate battleground states this year, a strong majority of them, well over 50%, say yes, they should be able to regulate.
How do they want it regulated?
Well, that's going to be debated in state capitals for years, for 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 years. I mean, in many states who have laws in the books are going to go back and revisit them. That's going to happen in red states. It's going to happen in blue states. But, we also asked people in Senate battleground states, how about the Senate Democrat position, which is abortion on demand, anytime, all the way up to birth. And only 30%, that's in the bill they voted on. That's the bill. Only 30% of people in Senate battleground states agree with that. That's going to be on the ballot, too. Not just what happened at the court today, but what Senate Democrats would like to do if they keep control.
But, Chuck, what I would tell you is that Republicans said, and, that some of them ran on overturning Roe. People didn't necessarily believe them, but where does it stop? And I do think that there will be a wedge in the Republican Party. And you heard your guest right before saying we're not going to go after contraception. Well, people said that they weren't going to go after Roe for a period of time, too. They will go after contraception. And I think what's interesting about the Republican Party right now is they've always been the party
there's no state doing that. There's no state, no Republican in Congress doing that.
There are talks about it. And what I will say is the Republican Party has always been about less government involved in people's lives. And this decision and what they're pushing now is more government. They're controlling what women do with their bodies, and you're going to continue to see that. We've seen that from the Republican Party recently during many policies.
More proof that abortion is overshadowing everything. I did want to sort of touch very quickly on January 6th, and especially, Katie, I have you here with Merrick Garland and with it does feel as if as members of Congress are getting agitated that the Justice Department was being aggressive, all of a sudden we get a lot of public Justice Department subpoenas and showing up at people's houses. What's happening there, and what's more likely, that he will charge the president or he's going to do a special counsel?
Well, I would say that some of it is a little bit coincidental because the Democrats were going to be mad from the first day he took office. So the idea that the Justice Department would take action while the Democrats were angry was definitely going to happen if the Justice Department took action at all. In terms of whether or not he would charge Donald Trump, I don't like to predict those things because being wrong has real consequences. But I would say 2 things to look at closely. When you look at what's happened with the House committee's own presentation, they have presented both new evidence about links between possibly illegal, unconstitutional behavior in the mouths of Republicans. It's Republicans saying this to the committee. This was unconstitutional. This was illegal. So if nothing else, I do think that it's helping to turn public sentiment toward the idea that what happened was seriously wrong and there could be something illegal about it. And that is helpful, I think, in any kind of prosecution, especially one that would be as touchy and as controversial as prosecuting somebody close to the president's inner circle, much less the president himself. The second thing to remember is that this is going to take a long time. Merrick Garland is going to move slowly and deliberately. If you look at the Oklahoma City bombing, from the day of the bombing until the day that the guilty verdict was handed in, it was almost 2 years. That was one crime, one charge. They apprehended the suspect almost immediately. It was still 2 years. This is much more complicated.
Leanne, the fallout of the pardon asks there. Is this, it's, you know, I had somebody ask me this, all these Republican congressmen that asked for pardons, does it politically hurt them at all?
Look at the districts that they are from.
Yeah, that's what.
No, it doesn't hurt them politically at all.
Although Matt Gaetz has a serious primary challenger, you know, that is actually using some of this.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot, you know, the pardon thing I don't think is much. However, there is the issue of January 6th and how Republicans responded to this process is an issue in the primaries. Did you vote for the creation of an independent commission? Did you support, how are you responding to January 6th now? Take the primary on Tuesday, Rodney Davis versus an incumbent.
This coming Tuesday, Mary
Miller. Rodney Davis voted, he was appointed
He may
to the
lead
committee.
the next January 6th committee if he's in Congress.
Right, exactly. He has lots of backing, but Trump backed Mary Miller because of his position on January 6th.
Unfortunately, I have hit the time limit. Leanne, Katie, Brad, and Sochi, thank you all. Thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. I will see you Sunday on Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air tonight with a big deal, a moment that is making history, a moment that matters for so many people across this country. A decision from the Supreme Court that has people in some states waking up with the constitutional right to an abortion, and now dinner time on Friday night no longer have that right. We're getting into this decision by the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade. The reaction from people who support and oppose abortion rights, the reaction from White House, from Capitol Hill, part of my conversation with two Democratic lawmakers who are now strategizing to think up any way to try to codify abortion right protection federally. And President Biden, he's slamming the court and saying it's now up to voters. We're also live on the ground in states where abortion just today has become illegal, essentially, or may soon be banned, with reaction from Michigan, Mississippi, Florida, and Missouri. More on what comes next. We're also live in California, which is looking to expand abortion protections, with new concerns about what this means for the economy, this court decision, and the impact on millions of Americans. We'll get into what the research shows about how some may now end up in poverty. We'll also take you to a clinic in one of the few states that allows late-term abortions to see if it'll change their practices. That's coming up in the original later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and this morning in at least 6 states, people woke up with the right to abortion access. Tonight, that right is gone. More states will follow, because right now you've got a country trying to process this new era after the Supreme Court's historic landmark decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. The decision, led by the conservative majority, ends the constitutional federal right to have an abortion. It's a right that people in this country have had for the past 49 years, and the first time ever that the court has granted a right to Americans and then taken it away. You can see the makeup of those on the decision on your screen. And this now here, this is a live look as we speak outside the Supreme Court. These crowds, these demonstrators, they have been there all day long since before 10 o'clock in the morning. You have some in tears, devastated. You have some in tears of joy, cheering after decades of organizing. Listen to just some of what we've heard in the last couple hours.
To see us going back to knitting needles and the whole thing, I'm stunned.
I am excited to raise my kids and to have grandchildren inside of a post-Roe America.
Knowing other mothers out there who can't make a choice, it's pretty hard.
Human rights start at conception and end at natural death, and that is what I'm going to fight for till the day that I die.
This decision is only backed by justices appointed by Republican presidents, 3 from former President Trump, who you're going to hear about more in just a bit. The decision written by Justice Samuel Alito, an opinion that's pretty much in line with that leaked draft we learned about in May, one that was written back in February. Justice Alito writes, quote, "The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision." He says it is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to people's elected representatives. Okay, so what does that mean? It means that we are now becoming a divided country on the issue of abortion access. Look at this map, okay? You know the states in red? These are states that are already doing something about it. They have so-called trigger laws that were in place for this exact scenario. If the court did exactly what the court did today, that would basically flip a switch and move to ban abortion altogether. Some are total bans, no exceptions. Some have some exceptions for rape, incest, or the health of the mother. In 6 of those states, as we said, those bans are in effect right now. That is the lightning speed at which this has unfolded in just the past 7 hours in this country. You've got another 14 states that haven't outright banned abortion, but they have restricted abortion access significantly to viability, right? Less than the 24-week standard that Roe set. They're all candidates to go even further in their abortion bans. So that leaves 23 states, the states in blue you see on your screen, where abortion is right now still legal. Some of those states are trying to strengthen their laws, trying to boost protection, basically, bracing for more women coming in, possibly from states nearby, where abortion is going to become illegal. We should note here, too, the political backdrop to this. Most Americans, based on polling, don't support what the Supreme Court has done. Our most recent numbers here at NBC find 63% of Americans didn't think that the court should overturn Roe. Just 30% do. And in just the last couple hours, we heard from President Biden slamming the court and saying restoring this right is now up to voters.
With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers. But Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word.
So here it is again, live right now outside the Supreme Court, where protesters both for and against abortion rights are coming out. They are showing up. They are using their voices. That's one of a ton of angles we're going to be covering over the next 90 minutes, including the political reaction and live reports from states where abortion is now illegal. But let's start here in Washington with the man who covers this court, Pete Williams. And Pete, let me start with what is happening now as we speak. Just several hours ago, we saw Arkansas, I believe, become the latest state with one of these trigger laws to formally say, yes, abortion is now banned in our state, bringing the total, I think, to 6. Where does that stand right now?
You're right, 6 and more to come. Some of these trigger laws say that the states could act immediately. Those are the ones we've seen so far. Some say they would act after 10 days, some after 30. So within a month, you'll see all the 13 trigger laws fall into line. And then the rest of those states that you had on the map earlier will probably ban abortion within the next several weeks after that.
Let me go back to this decision by Justice Alito, who says abortion is not deeply rooted, as he put it, in this nation's history and tradition. Explain what the ruling means and what else we should take away from it.
Well, the reason he said that is this. He said you can't find a right to abortion in the Constitution. So the right that it derives from, according to the Supreme Court, is partly the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Amendment that everybody knows about, but also guarantees due process. And what he says is you can only get to abortion rights through that if a right, based on an earlier Supreme Court decision that actually had to do with whether there's a right to assisted suicide, he said the test is the right deeply rooted in history and tradition and essential to a concept of ordered liberty? And he says if you look back at the founding and at the time of the 14th Amendment, most states made abortion a crime. Now, there are scholars who say he's wrong about that, but that's the basis on which he bases his decision, and so he says abortion flunks that test. But as others have pointed out, so does contraception, same-sex marriage, interracial marriage, the right to decide where your children are going to school, lots of other rights as well.
Both the President and the Department of Justice are pointing out one of the concurring opinions from Justice Brett Kavanaugh, which says that states cannot restrict travel for women who live in, let's say, Arkansas or one of these other states where trigger laws have either just gone into effect or will go into effect. So help us understand this, right? Give us the gut check here. This means then that women who live in states where abortion will now be outlawed can travel to states if they have the means, the money, and the ability to do so where abortion is legal to obtain the procedure. Yes, there's no restrictions on that?
So let's explain why we say that that is the case. This was a 5-4 ruling on whether to uphold Roe, 6-3 on whether to uphold the Mississippi law, which is how this got started in the first place. Because it was 5-4, if Kavanaugh didn't join it, it would only be 4. That wouldn't be a majority. So his concurrence is controlling. And that's why he says, in his opinion, states should not be able to ban people to travel from other states. But it has, I think, the force of law because he is the controlling concurrence. So I think you could easily read this decision to say that states can't make it a crime for someone in a banned state to travel to a state where abortion is legal in order to obtain the abortion. Now, there are other questions. Can medical professionals help them do that? Can they give them that advice? You know, I'm not sure about that, and it'll depend a lot on these trigger laws.
We talked about Justice Alito's opinion. I want to read from the dissent written by Justice Breyer, signed by the 3 liberals on the court, saying that, quote, after today, young women will come of age with fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers had. And I find that significant, Pete, because I think it speaks to the arc and the scope of this moment and how generational it is, right? A right that has been in place for nearly 50 years. You have covered the court a long time. You are not at all prone to hyperbole, which I appreciate, Pete. So help us understand the significance of this moment.
Well, what you have here is now the Supreme Court supermajority has the votes to do what many of the members of the court have wanted to do for a long time. Certainly, Alito and Thomas have wanted the court to strike down Roe for years and years, but they've never had enough votes to do it. Now, with the 3 choices by President Trump, the 3 nominees from Trump, they do now have the votes. It was a 5-4 decision on that. Chief Justice Roberts didn't join them. So that's really what's changed here. I think you can't underestimate the force of President Trump's nominees. And remember that while, you know, they would tell you that they've made this decision based on their view of the facts and the law, remember that President Trump said he would put justices on the court who would, quote, be pro-life. And so it would appear that his prediction came true.
Pete Williams, thank you. You've done yeoman's work today. I appreciate it. We look forward to seeing more of you on Nightly News. I want to go to Julia Ainsley, who is outside of the court. And Julia, at the top of the show, we saw some of the action there. Give us a sense of what you're hearing from protesters today.
Well, the crowd has just grown thicker and thicker every hour I've been out here, Hallie. You hear people behind me right now on bullhorns calling for people to stay, calling for action, calling for Congress to take action to codify Roe so that even with this opinion today, that the federal government could have a say in restricting states from banning abortions. Now, I've talked to people on both sides of this issue. You want to see how divided our country is, especially on this issue? Look no further than where I'm standing right now. I spoke to one woman who is Jewish and reminded me that in the Jewish faith, they say that life begins at the first breath. And she had a pretty bold way to show how she felt about the opinion today. Let's take a look at what she had to say and how she showed her feelings.
Because everyone is talking about murder and it's just, it's me. It's not somebody else yet. I have a child. This is a person with will. This is a person who has decision-making power, and this is me.
So, Hallie, you can see there she's walking through with a 9-month pregnant belly. She said she's actually due tomorrow and was already in the early stages of labor. She was there with her 1.5-year-old, and she said, now this is a child, this is a human who has a right to life, but she said that she did not think it was murder because she wrote on her pregnant belly, not yet a human. A very stark way to show how she feels about this. And of course, she did expect some people in this crowd to be upset with what she chose to say on her very pregnant belly.
An incredibly active scene behind you there at the court. Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for that. When you talk about where does this fight go from here, right, that is the key question. I've talked with activists and advocates on both sides of this issue, and unanimously the fight goes to the states, they say. It goes to Congress, right? 2 of those sort of branches or areas. You just saw a live shot of Ali Vitale, who is on Capitol Hill. So spoiler alert, yes, we're going to talk about the Congress piece of this, Ali, because that is where, in many ways, people are looking to for guidance. Because we'll get to the White House. We'll talk about President Biden. There's only so much that he can do unilaterally, right? You need the force of the legislative branch in many ways, or the force of state houses on the local level. We've seen the direction that is headed. I want to start here by playing a little bit. I had a chance to talk to 2 members of Congress who have both spoken in personal terms, very personal terms, about what abortion access means to them. Congresswoman Jackie Speer Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. I'm going to play a little bit of our conversation. How much do you believe this Supreme Court, as it is currently made up, could roll back where we are?
I think it's a very real threat.
That's right. This is not a drill. This sets a dangerous precedent that would allow the court to undermine other fundamental human rights. There's no low that these people won't go.
Help us with the reality check, Allie, of what Democrats realistically can do with the current makeup of Congress as it stands today.
Not much. And I think that's the wall that Democratic lawmakers that I've been talking to have been running up against over the course of the last few weeks. There was the moment where they saw that leaked draft opinion of what ultimately ended up happening today officially. And over the last few weeks, they have been brainstorming what they can do at the federal level. But honestly, short of legislation, and they tried that route and it failed in the Senate, they are not able to really do anything that shores up or codifies abortion access in the way that Democrats believe is necessary now that Roe is officially no longer the law of the land. It's why we've seen senators ask the White House to do things like executive orders around the abortion pill, around ensuring that women can travel between states and have the resources to do that. One group of senators even suggested at one point putting a point person at Health and Human Services to sort of head up a reproductive rights piece of that agency. These are things the Biden administration hasn't done. They are things that they say they are open to or thinking about, but they've been pretty non-committal about this, and it leaves lawmakers with a lot of anger, but not a lot that they can actually do.
You look at one of the things that I've heard a lot about is the question that gets asked, right? How is this going to mobilize voters? Allie, we'll talk in a little bit with Chuck and some others about the repercussions of what happened now 6 years ago in 2016 and that campaign and that election and the way that that has set us up for this moment now. I was on the campaign trail then, as you know, as you were too. And I covered all the Republican candidates, and I would go into these rooms in Iowa and in South Carolina, small events, not big Donald Trump rallies, right? This is stuff with like Carly Fiorina and Ben Carson and Ted Cruz. And people would talk about how important the Supreme Court was to them. It was anecdotally a mobilizing issue for many people that I talked with, right? You look at the numbers now, okay? You flash forward to 2022. Before the leaked Supreme Court draft opinion came out in May, very few people thought abortion was the biggest issue facing this country, just 3%. That number more than tripled in May when we went back and asked that same question to 10% of people. You look at that line, you look at the trajectory of that line, Allie, and I wonder what that says to lawmakers, particularly on the Democratic side, who are hoping that this does mobilize voters ahead of the midterms.
What that line says to me is at the beginning, you have 49 years of precedent where women and voters have not had to think about this issue as something that was a tangible threat to them. And as you see it go up, it's the general cognizance of the country realizing that now this right that they had for nearly 5 decades is actually no longer there. And that's what Democrats are banking on. The people who I'm talking to, both on the advocacy side, on the campaign side, here in Congress, they're banking on the fact that as people become aware that they have lost something, that a right was taken away from them, that they will then be energized to vote. Because I think the key issue, when I look at polling, I like to look at enthusiasm. I think that that gauge is one of the most important things. Republicans were winning on enthusiasm. Now we see Democrats having many things, but this key issue to be energized around. And that's what Democrats are really hoping for. Because as much as people in Congress are saying, hey, we got to look to the states on what's next on this, you got to look to the states so that those states then can elect people to this body and they won't run up against these margins that they have right now, a 50-50 Senate where they cannot get anything done, just Democrats alone, a very tight margin for Nancy Pelosi running the House. That's Democrats' hope here. We know what history tells us typically about midterms for a first-term president and how the shellacking tends to go there, but they are trying to use this to turn that tide.
There's also some discussion now from some Democratic senators, including one that I spoke with, about whether Justices Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett misled them during their confirmation hearings because they testified about Roe versus Wade being precedent. That's a line to watch, I think, as this unfolds, too. Ali Vitale, thank you for being with us and for being so on top of your beat. Appreciate it. On the White House beat, you've got President Biden today, emotional. He was angry, right? He was passionate about this, calling the Supreme Court decision a very solemn moment. Watch.
Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country.
Vice President Kamala Harris was also in Illinois speaking about this very intensely, saying this is not over.
You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the president said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word.
But the administration seems to recognize that the president's power to protect access to abortion via executive action, right, the unilateral thing that the president can do on his own, it's pretty limited. So why he's looking at Congress, right? He's looking at the building that Ali Vitale was just in to say, hey, restore those protections of Roe as a federal law. And then you heard the vice president say, yeah, voters, you've got to put more lawmakers, the Democrats say, into that building that you see on your screen so that they can help put in place federal protections of Roe into law. The President Biden is laying out some of what his own administration and federal agencies can do to try to help a woman get access in some ways, like defending women who now have to travel to another state for care and protecting access to contraception and abortion pills. Joining me now is Josh Letterman. Josh, this issue of abortion medication is particularly interesting, right? Because this is an area where the Biden administration can work through federal agencies to help maintain access to some abortion services, no?
That's exactly right, and that is exactly what the White House says that they are doing today. President Biden saying that he is directing the Health and Human Services Department to figure out whatever they can do to maximize access to abortion medications for people to be able to use that as an option if getting a surgical abortion is no longer a possibility, including, according to the White House, access to telehealth and to prescriptions by mail. So that is one pillar of what the White House is doing in response to the ruling today. The other major pillar has to do with travel, particularly for women who are going from one state where it's no longer legal to another state. President Biden saying the Justice Department is going to fight any state or local officials who try to interfere in someone's ability to go to another state, which is not something that today's decision precludes. But the reality is that's about all that this White House can do, Hallie. President Biden openly acknowledging today that it's not like he can whip out an executive order and with the stroke of a pen restore a right that the Supreme Court today said doesn't exist.
We're also hearing from former President Trump today, Josh, who says this decision was only made possible because he says he delivered everything as promised, including nominating and getting 3 highly respected and strong constitutionalists confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court. That is something that President Biden went after in his speech. He went after the 3 justices that Donald Trump appointed. Justices, we've talked about it, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, talking about why 2016 is so important as part of his pitch to get people out to vote in the next election. It feels like this is another flashpoint, Josh, as we look ahead not just to the midterms, but potentially to 2024.
It is, and it was so interesting to see the president in the cross hall of the White House, this kind of very stately atmosphere, bringing up former President Trump, someone he doesn't like to talk about very much, talking in explicitly political terms about voters need to go elect politicians who will do X, Y, and Z, given that really the only way forward on this for people who support abortion rights is to try to get some type of codification through federal law. But the reality is, even if this were to seriously play in Democrats' favor and you have this enormous enthusiasm and Democrats end up doing much better in the midterms than a lot of people predict that they will based on historical trends, nobody's talking about the possibility of Democrats emerging with a Senate, a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate or anything close to that. The numbers that Democrats at this point would have to accumulate to be able to pass what they're talking about today into law is far more than they're likely to be able to get realistically in the short term. And that's one reason that this political message is very difficult for the president to make to supporters. It's very hard to promise them that there will be action on this in the short term, even as Democrats try to use this for maximum advantage to draw a contest with Republicans in the midterms.
Josh Letterman, live outside the White House. Josh, thank you. Appreciate it. I want to bring in now our political director and host of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, who is joining us now. Chuck, there's a lot to get to, and let me stay on this thread because you and I were on the air with Lester Holt during the special report when this first broke. And you made a point that I think is really worth repeating here, which was, as we talk about Donald Trump and as Josh has laid out that backdrop here, that it was 3 Trump-appointed justices that led to this decision. You said something like, we might be looking back on the 2016 presidential election as the most consequential of not just our lifetime, but of our grandparents' lifetimes and their grandparents' lifetimes.
Yeah, no, I think you could make an argument, and look, I'm not going to sit here and debate which is 1, 2, or 3, but you could make an argument that 2016 and the long tail of it and all of the fallout that has happened from it, and it's sort of like a bunch of threads sort of pulled on the fabric of the democracy, the fabric of our society. Really, not since the 1876 election could I go back and say we had a presidential election that the fallout from it had such far-reaching consequences for decades. And that one took nearly 100 years to recover from that one. When you think about that one got us Jim Crow laws and all of that. So, look, this long tail, it is not, we use the phrase a lot, elections have consequences. Some elections have more consequences than others. And it's pretty clear the 2016 election is one that had enormous consequences. Look, 3 Supreme Court justices in one term is something that's just shocking that it happened. Yeah. But it's also, of course, how it happened, which is why, my greater fear here, Hallie, is that we've already had a former president essentially stoke fear in the legal system, right? Attack the Justice Department, attack institutions. And now you have a Supreme Court where I think many progressives, many Democrats feel as it was a rigged court, right? That 2 of the nominees shouldn't have really been nominated when they were and how it was done. My point is this, Hallie, doesn't matter how we get there. We could have a majority of this country has questions about our rule of law for different reasons, and that is not how a constitutional republic stays healthy.
Pull on that thread a little, Chuck, and I'm going to bring it back to the Supreme Court because what you heard, and I know you saw what Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said today, questioning is exactly to your point here, the makeup of the court, the justices on the court. There's this Gallup tracking poll showing that Americans they're at an all-time low as far as confidence in the court, right? At 25%. I mean, that's really a stark low. That is a stark number, Chuck. How, like, I ask you this, and I know that you can't really answer it, but like for the sake of this discussion, how does this change, right? Like when you take what we saw in the January 6 hearings, for example, when you look at the way when you take it holistically where we are at this moment in the country, how does it change?
Honestly, I think it would take an outside threat to the entire country to get us to sort of figure out how to overlook some of our divisions. I think we're at a really low point. We're questioning institutions. Let me just put that 25% in perspective. We used to say when Congress was that low, it's even lower now, confidence in approval of that institution. But that was a given, and what has happened, the Supreme Court now is being looked at the way we look at Congress, and that is the real fear here is that all the black robes are no longer black, they're red and blue. In the eyes of everybody these days, and right now it appears very bright red among the red robes in that Supreme Court. But look, I just think it's that. You ask what I mean. I know this is going to sound silly. Aliens attacking. I mean, the point is that I think that we are our own worst enemy right now, and I don't know when it ends. We're years from getting to a place for this. I mean, look, I do think that if you were to attack our problem is that we do have extremes deciding mainstream decisions. And I think the way we've chosen nominees and the way we've elected our politicians favor those on the far ends of the political spectrum, particularly more so on the right these days than ever before. I think we have to think about how we nominate people, top 4, things like this, what we're seeing in Alaska. That's would be one place to sort of, if people that sit between the 30-yard lines, Hallie, if you will, right, of sort of feel as if they're in the large middle, they're not represented by today's elected officials, and certainly not by the Supreme Court. So I think you got to tackle it at that source of sort of how we nominate our candidates.
Which is, I mean, systemic, Chuck, right? I mean, you're talking about foundational types of change.
Yeah.
Yes,
this is systemic, and that's my point. We've pulled some threads. We had some uncomfortable stability here. And Donald Trump came in and one way or another essentially was a political wrecking ball, both directly and indirectly, and here we are.
Chuck Todd, thank you for being with us. Thanks for staying. I appreciate it. I know you're going to have a big show coming up on Sunday. I think folks are looking forward to that. Appreciate it. Coming up, Michigan has a nearly century-old law dating back to 1931 that bans most abortions in the state, but a temporary hold is stopping it from going into effect. We're live on the ground in Grand Rapids with more on that and what the governor of that state told me coming up in just a minute.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've talked about how in just the course of the last 7 hours or so, we've seen at least 6 states pull the so-called trigger on trigger bans as it relates to abortion after the Supreme Court ruling overturning Roe versus Wade. And one state on the brink here hasn't done it yet. It's Michigan. This issue is now front and center in November for them. And that's because of this really interesting history here. You are looking at a piece of a statute from 1931, way back in the old days, okay? And this old law says that Michigan cannot be allowed to have abortions. It would criminalize abortions, calls them a felony. There are no exceptions for rape or incest. There's only one exception to preserve the life of the mother. Now, right now, that law is not in effect because it's been temporarily blocked. It's been temporarily put on hold because of this lawsuit that the Planned Parenthood group in Michigan filed back in April that would stop the state from enforcing the law. Okay, a state judge ruled in favor of Planned Parenthood last month. So that means this 1931 law, pause is pressed on that. It is on hold. I talked with Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer today, who filed a motion just a few hours ago in the state's Supreme Court to basically keep that pause in place, to protect abortion access. And by the way, the political backdrop here, she's up for re-election in November. Here's what the governor told me. Do you believe that this could be a galvanizing moment for Democrats in November in these midterm elections?
Well, I got to tell you, 70% of the people of the state support a woman's right to make her own health care decision. The most important economic decision a woman will make over the course of her whole lifetime is whether and when to have a child. I do think you're going to see a whole new level of engagement. And I want every pro-choice person, whether you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican, to know you've got a space at my table. You need to join this fight.
I want to bring in now in Michigan, Dasha Burns. And Dasha, we talked about this injunction, this restrictive law that is temporarily blocked. How, you heard from Governor Whitmer there. She is trying what she thinks she can do at this moment, but it's not clear how long this injunction can stand.
That's right. That's exactly right. The timing here is unclear, and you've got this legal battle happening, and you mentioned it, the political battle. This is absolutely going to be key in November for both the governor and for state lawmakers that are running right now as well. Look, it's so critical to look at states like Michigan right now, because you have red states where they have those trigger laws. You've got blue states where governors have worked to shore up abortion rights, but then you have purple states like Michigan where you have a Democratic governor fighting to protect abortion rights and a Republican state legislature that is looking to roll back abortion rights. And in fact, the governor has filed a lawsuit with the Supreme Court asking to invalidate that 1931 law. We don't know when they're going to come out with a ruling on that, but the governor did today ask for the court to expedite that case. The Republican state legislature, though, has intervened in that Planned Parenthood case you're talking about to defend the 1931 law. And some lawmakers, Hallie, have even proposed a bill that would punish abortion providers with up to 10 years in prison. So you've got a major battle within Michigan's government right now. And meanwhile, you have a lot of voters today who are waking up in shock. And I've talked to Democrats, Independents, and Republicans about this today. A lot of people still really having a hard time wrapping their mind around having this right that has been in place for most of their lifetimes taken away here, Hallie.
Governor Whitmer, as we mentioned, is up for re-election. We all know Michigan is a key swing state, okay? It is fascinating when you look at it at the broader political landscape in this country, blue versus red. She has concerns about what happens to abortion access for women in her state if she loses her re-election campaign.
Yeah, I asked both Whitmer about this when we sat down earlier this week, and I asked the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, about this today during her press briefing as well. What are they going to do as they're trying to protect abortion rights, not just in this election cycle, but what happens in, even if Governor Whitmer does win in November, what happens 2, 3, 4 election cycles from now? What I heard from Nessel today is that they believe still that the best avenue is on the ballot. There's a proposed ballot initiative that would enshrine abortion rights in Michigan's constitution. That is something that abortion rights activists are trying to still get on the ballot in November. And they believe that this is better than with the courts, because what we saw today is that the Supreme Court, those rulings can be overturned, Hallie.
You've been talking to people there, Dasha. You've been trying to see how people are feeling today in the wake of that Supreme Court decision. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, there are just shockwaves through voters right now. Like I said, across the political spectrum, in Washington, when you look at the political conversation, it does seem black and white or red or blue, rather. But when I talk to women here across the political spectrum, there's a lot more nuance, a lot more gray area. And I want you to hear just a little bit of my conversations today.
How do they have the right to tell me or any woman what she can do with her body?
I'm concerned that we're starting to see the downfall of America at this point, and we're taking
strong words.
Taking rights away from people is a really big deal, and how do we get those rights back?
Hallie, obviously a day with deeply personal, deeply emotional processes for people to navigate what they've just heard. I also want to tell you, Pennsylvania, another state which is going to very much have abortion front and center as there is a critical Senate seat up for grabs and governorship there. And I just talked to a woman who voted for Trump twice, voted for Oz in the primary, and even she tells me that she thinks the government shouldn't have a say, no matter federal federal or state in personal medical decisions. So it's not as red or blue as some people may think from the conversations I've been having today, Hallie.
Dasha Burns, live for us in Grand Rapids. Dasha, thank you. Thank you for being on the ground for us. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, and it's big news also, the House passing a bipartisan bill designed to try to prevent gun violence. It has already passed the Senate, and that means it is now headed to President Biden's desk for his signature. The legislation would do things like incentivize states to pass red flag laws and expand background checks for younger gun buyers, ages 18 to 21. It is the most significant gun bill to come out of Congress in nearly 3 decades. Number 2, a UN panel has found Israeli security forces fired the bullets that killed a Palestinian-American journalist last month. Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu Akleh was shot and killed while covering an Israeli raid in the occupied West Bank. Israel has denied that any Israeli soldier, quote, targeted a journalist. Number 3, today marks 1 year since that Surfside condo collapse in Florida, that horrific collapse. Family members of the victims honored their loved ones at a remembrance today. You can see First Lady Jill Biden was there. 98 people were killed when that building fell. Number 4, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband has been charged with DUI after a crash in California last month. A county district attorney's office says Paul Pelosi had a blood alcohol content above the legal limit in the state. He could face up to 5 years of probation, 5 days in jail, even fines. Number 5, officials in Phoenix say a group of women hiking on a canyon trail had to be rescued, taken to a hospital because of heat. The 8 women were reportedly there for a religious reality TV series called Bad Girls Gone God. Fire officials say they went on their hike in the morning but didn't have enough, apparently, water or supplies. When we come back, one Colorado clinic says it's been seeing double the number of women coming from out of state looking for abortions, even before today's decision on Roe. Now they're expecting even more patients. That's our original coming up in just a minute.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mississippi's only abortion clinic, the clinic at the center of this Supreme Court decision today, it is still open even after the ruling. You are looking live at that clinic now. We had seen some protests earlier there where people were trying to keep folks from going into the clinic. It's going to stay open until Mississippi's trigger law goes into effect sometime in early July, even as people there worry about the future.
Today, across this country, half the population were stripped of their human rights. It's hard to say this, but that's just the beginning.
Mississippi's governor was traveling today with his daughter, but took time to praise today's decision in a quick video on Twitter.
I've never been prouder to be a Mississippian. Our elected officials were able to bring this case because of the conviction of our constituents. You see, Mississippi is a God-fearing place, and we fight this battle, a battle we've been fighting for almost 50 years, and we stand on the shoulders of so many who have come before us. But we fight this battle because we believe in our hearts that it's God's will to do so.
Kathy Park is in Jackson, Mississippi for us. She's joining us now. Kathy, this is the clinic, right, that challenged the Mississippi abortion ban that said you can't have abortions after roughly 15 weeks. I thought it was interesting that at one point earlier this afternoon, you said it's not like there were a ton of demonstrators. It's not like there were a ton of protesters outside that clinic today. Tell me what you're seeing now.
Hallie, yeah, I was actually going to start off with that point because despite what you're seeing in Washington, D.C. right now, this mobilization on both sides of this debate, we're right in front of the Capitol here in Mississippi, and it's been relatively quiet all day. And just a few miles away from where we are standing is that last standing abortion clinic here in the state of Mississippi, and it's been relatively calm. Earlier today, shortly after that decision came out, yes, there were a handful of protesters, but I think there's now more media than anything else. But you know what? This is a very restrictive state. We're here in the Bible Belt, and a lot of people that we spoke with on the ground tell me, look, after that leak in May, they kind of didn't, they actually said that this decision was not a surprise to them. They were kind of anticipating this because the state is so conservative. There are so many abortion restrictions already in place. Obviously, this has been a divisive issue all across the board. We had a chance to speak with the owner of the clinic, and she said this is very disappointing. It's a reversal of women's rights. However, their work will continue. In fact, they're actually planning to open up another clinic in the state of New Mexico, and they're kind of working on that. But ever since this leak back in May, they've been mobilizing other resources, getting other organizations involved, raising funds to help women who want to still gain access to abortion safely and legally beyond the state of Mississippi after that 10-day window, Hallie.
That was my question to you, Kathy, is what they plan to do next. Kathy Park, live for us in Jackson. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on, which, because of this Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe, centers on that news, specifically on late-term abortions. A doctor who runs a clinic in Colorado, which offers those types of procedures, says he expects to see a lot more new patients with today's ruling. Our own Isa Gutierrez was recently at that clinic and also talked with a former patient who turned to the practice when she needed to have a late-term abortion herself.
This layer here is bulletproof, okay?
Nearly half a century ago, Dr. Warren Hearn worked at Colorado's very first abortion clinic. A controversial practice then and now, with the Supreme Court overturning their landmark 1973 decision, Roe v. Wade.
All the windows around here are bulletproof.
2 years later, he founded this place, the Boulder Abortion Clinic, in 1975.
We specialize in taking care of women who have very high-risk situations that can't be seen in other clinics.
He's one of a handful of doctors in the U.S. who perform late-term abortions. Colorado, one of only a few states that does not restrict them. According to CDC data, abortions at or after 21 weeks represent less than 1% of all abortions in the U.S. In 2019, they say more than 4,800 were performed. Last year, a jump in abortion restrictions enacted in 19 states, with conservative legislators arguing life begins at conception. These days, Dr. Hearn says abortion bans like the ones in Texas and Oklahoma restricting abortion after cardiac activity at 6 weeks are making his practice exceptionally busy.
The number of patients we've seen has basically doubled since a year ago. We can't possibly see all the women who want to come here for help. And I need to expand my service.
He says the Supreme Court's decision will push more women to have late-term abortions.
That increases the cost, it increases the complexity, it makes it more difficult, it takes more time, it's more emotional anguish.
Erica Christensen, a former patient of Dr. Hearn, was in her 3rd trimester when she says her doctor explained her baby wasn't swallowing.
There was a genetic muscular condition that would not be conducive to living outside my body.
She says they decided to terminate the pregnancy.
That's when we learned that we couldn't in our state because we had crossed an imaginary line that we didn't even know existed until that point. We were sort of shocked by that because we were living in New York.
It was 2016, and at the time, state law banned abortions after 24 weeks. She was referred to Dr. Hearn's clinic in Colorado.
It took 2 weeks for us, under the best possible circumstances, to figure out my course of care.
Ultimately, she says she was lucky.
It's poor people, it's young people, it is disabled people, medically complex people like myself, it is people of color. These are the people who are going to be most impacted by these bans. Most people are just not as lucky as I was.
Less than a year after visiting Dr. Hearn, Erica gave birth to a daughter.
My 5-year-old little girl literally would not be here had I not been able to have my abortion. She's everything to us, like she's our whole lives.
Do you think about these laws changing and how they'll impact her potentially one day?
Every day. I think about what life is going to be like for my 5-year-old little girl every day. I hope that by the time she's even thinking about becoming pregnant, I hope things are better. But certainly, I mean, it's really scary times. Like, I'm absolutely terrified for her.
Do you already have plans for the new building?
I'm working on it, yeah. I'm sketching out plans. I'm working with the architects. I want us to be able to see more patients.
Dr. Hearn is turning 84 this month. You're not going to retire?
No, I don't have time for that. I'm bringing other young physicians to help me, and they're very dedicated and very skilled.
Isa Gutierrez is joining us now. Isa, it is such timely reporting, particularly with what we're seeing in Washington today. What stood out most to you as you were talking with people for and against late-term abortions, talking with patients, clinic staff, et cetera?
Sure. Well, Hallie, when we talk about late-term abortions, again, these are patients who are high risk, patients who late in their pregnancies found out from their doctors that they were experiencing medical complications that could put their life or their baby's life at risk. So, Hallie, they are not happy to be in this situation. They're also exhausted, and they're angry that they had to go to these lengths to leave their state, to find the means to leave their states, to come to a place like Dr. Hearn's clinic to get the safe care that they needed. Hallie?
The doctor you interviewed was showing you the security setup that they have there. I was interested in that because abortion has always been, obviously, it's incredibly controversial. It is deeply personal for so many people in this country. Are they anticipating the potential for needing to shore up, for example, that security apparatus, Isa?
Yeah, well, Hallie, Dr. Hearn and the staff explained to me that this has been building for them really since they opened in the last 50 years, right? Those bulletproof windows have been installed now for years. They've increased the number of cameras that they have. Dr. Hearn tells me he no longer goes out his front door. They're, of course, concerned today more than ever about their patients and about their staff. It makes it harder for them to hire staff because working there is so controversial. But I spoke to Dr. Hearn just a little bit ago on the phone, and he told me that who he's most scared for are the patients who will not make it to his clinic. He's confident that they will be able to protect the patients who get there, but those who don't make it to him on time, those are the patients that he is most concerned about right now.
Isa Gutierrez, thank you so much for bringing us that story. I appreciate it. Coming up, the economic costs of ending abortion access. We're getting into those numbers and what some big companies are doing about it next.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. Famous Lester. Who's
So we've talked about the personal and the political impact of this decision by the Supreme Court today to overturn the landmark abortion rights ruling Roe versus Wade. But there is an economic impact, too. The American Journal of Public Health says research shows some women who were denied abortions and then gave birth had a better chance of being in poverty just 6 months later. And according to the Guttmacher Institute, an abortion rights advocacy group, the 24 states that plan to ban abortions are more likely to have a combination of higher imprisonment rates, lower wages, fewer worker rights, and less access to quality health care. I want to bring in our Jake Ward now. And there's a lot of different directions we could go in talking about the financial impact of restricting abortion access. Talk about some of the research that shows what this ruling would do as it relates to education for women, employment, and how much money they could end up earning.
Well, Hallie, if the decision that we're handed down today were based not on this question of state rights versus federal authority, it would draw on evidence like the evidence that's been collected here in Northern California, a center of public health research. At UCSF, the University of California in San Francisco, a research group led by Diana Green Foster did an enormous, unique study in the United States that looked at the effect on more than 1,000 women of either being able to get the abortion they sought or being denied the abortion they sought, and they found enormous repercussions for those women in almost every measure of their lives. In fact, Diana Green Foster told me that when you looked at the results, you could see that the women who'd been denied an abortion were in effect predicting the outcome in terms of the concerns they had for themselves. Here's how she described those findings.
We find that women who are denied abortions are more likely to be poor. People say it's not the right time, and we find that they're unable to achieve other life aspirations when they're denied an abortion. They say, I want to take care of the children I already have, and we see that the existing children do worse when their mom is denied an abortion.
By